Letters from Switzerland. When a few years ago the copies of the following letters were first made known to us, it was asserted that they had been found among Werther's papers, and it was pretended that before his acquaintance with Charlotte he had been in Switzerland. We have never seen the originals. However, we would not on any account anticipate the judgment and feelings of our readers, for whatever may be their true history, it is impossible to read them without sympathy. Part the first. How do all my descriptions disgust me when I read them over nothing, but your advice, your command, your injunction could have induced me to attempt anything of the kind. How many descriptions too of these scenes had I not read before I saw them? Did these then afford me an image of Themer at best, but a mere vague notion in vain? Did my imagination attempt to bring the objects before it in vain? Did my mind try to think upon them? Here I now stand, contemplating these wonders, and what are my feelings in the midst of them? I can think of nothing, I can feel nothing, and how willingly would I both think and feel. The glorious scene before me excites my soul to its inmost depths, and impels me to be doing. And yet what can I do? I set myself down, and scribble and describe away with you. Ye descriptions delude my friend, make him believe that I am doing something, that he sees and reads something. Were then these Switzers free, these opulent burghers in their little pent-up towns free, those poor devils on their rocks and crags? What is it that man cannot be made to believe, especially when he cherishes in his heart the memory of some old tale of marvel? Once, forsooth, they did break a tyrant's yoke, and might for the moment fancy themselves free, but out of the carcase of the single oppressor, the good son, by a strange new birth has hatched swarm of petty tyrants, and so now they are ever telling that old tale of marvel. One hears it till one is sick of it. They formerly made themselves free, and have ever since remained free, and now they sit behind their walls hugging themselves with their customs, and lost their philandering and philistering. And there too on the rocks it is surely fine to talk of liberty, when for 6 months of the year they, like the marmot, are bound hand and foot by the snow. Alas, how wretched must any work of man look in the midst of this great and glorious nature, but especially such sorry poverty-stricken works as these black and dirty little towns, such mean heaps of stones and rubbish, large rubble and other stones on the roofs too, that the miserable thatch may not be carried off from the top of them. And then the filth, the dung, and the gaping idiots. When here you meet with man, and the wretched work of his hands, you are glad to fly away immediately from both. That there are in man very many intellectual capacities which in this life he is unable to develop, which therefore point to a better future, and to a more harmonious state of existence. On this point we are both agreed, but further than this, I cannot give up that other fancy of mine, even though on account of it you may again call me, as you have so often done already, a mere enthusiast. For my part, I do think that man feels conscious also of corporeal qualities, of whose mature expansion he can have no hope in this life. This most assuredly is the case with flying. How strongly at one time used the clouds as they drove along the blue sky to tempt me to travel with them to foreign lands. And now in what danger do I stand lest they should carry me away with them from the mountain peak as they sweep violently? By what desire do I not feel to throw myself into the boundless regions of the air, to poise over the terrific abyss, or to alight on some otherwise inaccessible rock? With what a longing do I draw deeper and deeper breath, when in the dark blue depth below the eagle soars over rocks and forests, or in company, and in sweet concord with his mate wheels in wide circles round the eyrie to which he has entrusted his young. Must I then never do more than creep up to the summits? Must I always go on clinging to the highest rocks, as well as to the lowest plain? And when I have at last with much toil reached the desired eminence, must I still anxiously grasp at every holding place, shudder at the thought of return, and tremble at the chance of a fall? Fancies and feelings. With what wonderful properties are we not born? What vague aspirations rise within us? How rarely do imagination and our bodily powers work in opposition? Peculiarities of my early boyhood again recur. While I am walking and have a long road before me, my arms go dangling by my side, I often make a grasp, as if I would seize a javelin, and hurl it I know not at whom or what, and then I fancy an arrow is shot at me, which pierces me to the heart. I strike my hand upon my breast, and feel an inexpressible sweetness. And then after this, I soon revert to my natural state. Whence comes this strange phenomenon? What is the meaning of it? And why does it invariably recur under the same figures, in the same bodily movement, and with the same sensation? I am repeatedly told that the people who have met me on my journey are little satisfied with me. I can readily believe it, for neither has any one of them contributed to my satisfaction. I cannot tell how it comes to pass that society oppresses me, that the forms of politeness are disagreeable to me, that what people talk about does not interest me, that all that they show to me is either quite indifferent or else produces quite an opposite impression to what they expect. When I am shown a drawing or painting of any beautiful spot, immediately a feeling of disquiet arises within me, which is utterly inexpressible. My toes within my shoes begin to bend, as if they would clutch the ground. A cramp-like motion runs through my fingers. I bite my lips, and I hasten to leave the company I am in, and throw myself down in the presence of the majesty of nature. On the first seat, however inconvenient, I try to take in the scene before me, with my eye to seize all its beauties, and on the spot I love to cover a whole sheet with scratches which represent nothing exactly, but which nevertheless possess an infinite value in my eyes, as serving to remind me of the happy moment, whose bliss even this bungling exercise could not mar. What means then this strange effort to pass from art to nature, and then back again from nature to art? If it gives promise of an artist, why is steadiness wanting to me? If it calls me to enjoyment, wherefore then am I not able to seize it? I lately had a present of a basket of fruit. I was in raptures at the sight of it, as of something heavenly, such riches, such abundance, such variety, and yet such affinity. I could not persuade myself to pluck off a single berry. I could not bring myself to take a single peach or a fig. Most assuredly, this gratification of the eye and the inner sense is the highest and most worthy of man in all probability. It is the design of nature, when the hungry and thirsty believe that she has exhausted herself in marvels, merely for the gratification of their palate. Ferdinand came and found me in the midst of these meditations. He did me justice, and then said, smiling, but with a deep sigh, yes, we are not worthy to consume these glorious products of nature. Truly, it were a pity. Permit me to make a present of them to my beloved. How glad was I to see the basket carried off! How did I love Ferdinand! How did I thank him for the feeling he had excited in me, for the prospect he gave me! We ought to acquaint ourselves with the beautiful. We ought to contemplate it with rapture and attempt to raise ourselves up to its height. And in order to gain strength for that, we must keep ourselves thoroughly unselfish. We must not make it our own, but rather seek to communicate it, indeed, to make a sacrifice of it to those who are dear and precious to us. How sedulously are we shaped and molded in our youth! How constantly are we then called on to lay aside now this, now that bad feeling! But what in fact are our so-called bad feelings but so many organs by means of which man is to help himself in life? How is not the poor child worried in whom but a little spark of vanity is discovered? And yet what a poor miserable creature is the man who has no vanity at all! I will now tell you what has led me to make all these reflections. The day before yesterday, we were joined by a young fellow who was most disagreeable to me, and to Ferdinand his weak points were so prominent, his emptiness so manifest, and his care for his outward appearance so obvious, that we looked down upon him as far inferior to ourselves, yet everywhere he was better received than we were. Among other of his follies, he wore a waistcoat of red satin, which round the neck was so cut as to look like the ribbon of some order or other. We could not restrain our jokes at this piece of absurdity, but he let them all pass, for he drew a good profit from it, and perhaps secretly laughed at us for host and hostess, coachman, waiter, and chambermaid. And indeed not a few of our fellow travelers were taken in by this seeming ornament, and showed him greater politeness than ourselves. Not only was he always first waited upon, but to our great humiliation we saw that all the pretty girls in the inns bestowed all their stolen glances upon him. And then, when it came to the reckoning, which his eminence and distinction had enhanced, we had to pay our full shares. Who then was the fool in the game? Not he, assuredly. Conventional education. There is something pretty and instructive about the symbols and maxims which one here sees on all the stoves. Here you have the drawing of one of these symbols, which particularly caught my fancy. A horse, tethered by his hind foot to a stake, is grazing round it as far as his tether will permit. Beneath is written, "Allow me to take my allotted portion of food." This, too, will be the case with me when I come home, and like the horse in the mill, shall have to work away at your pleasure, and in return, like the horse here on the stove, shall receive a nicely measured dole for my support. Yes, I am coming back, and what awaits me was certainly well worth all the trouble of climbing up these mountain heights, of wandering through these valleys, and seeing this blue sky, of discovering that there is a nature which exists by an eternal voiceless necessity, which has no wants, no feelings, and is divine, whilst we, whether in the country or in the towns, have alike to toil hard to gain a miserable subsistence, and at the same time struggle to subject everything to our lawless caprice and call it liberty. I have ascended the Furcathe summit of S. Gotthard. These sublime, incomparable scenes of nature will ever stand before my eye. I have read the Roman history in order to gain from the comparison a distinct and vivid feeling what a thoroughly miserable being I am. Never has it been so clear to me as during these last few days that I too could be happy on moderate means, could be quite as happy as anyone else, if only I knew a tragedian, exciting one indeed, but yet one which had no consequences for the morrow, which required nothing but industry and attention at the time, without calling for either foresight or retrospection. Every mechanic seems to me the happiest of mortals. All that he has to do is already settled for him. What he can do is fixed and known. He has not to rack his brains over the task that is set him. He works away without thinking, without exertion or haste, but still with diligence and pleasure in his work, like a bird building its nest or a bee constructing its cells. He is but a degree above the beasts, and yet he is a perfect man. How do I envy the potter at his wheel or the joiner behind his bench! Tilling the soil is not to my Lecynthes first and most necessary of man's occupations, is disagreeable to me in it. Man does but ape nature, who scatters her seeds everywhere, whereas man would choose that a particular field should produce none but one particular fruit. But things do not go on exactly so. Weeds spring up luxuriantly. Cold and wet injures the crop, or the hail cuts it off entirely. The poor husbandman anxiously waits throughout the year to see how the cards decide the game with the clouds and determine whether he shall win or lose his stakes. Such a doubtful, ambiguous condition may be right suitable to man in his present ignorance. While he knows not whence he came, nor whither he is going, it may then be tolerable to man to resign all his labors to chance. And thus the parson, at any rate, has an opportunity, when things look thoroughly bad, to remind him of Providence, and to connect the sins of his flock with the incidents of nature. An adventure. So then I have nothing to joke Ferdinand about. I too have met with a pleasant adventure. Adventure. Why do I use the silly word? There is nothing of adventure in a gentle attraction which draws man to man. Our social life, our false relations, those are adventures, these are monstrosities, and yet they come before us as well-known and as nearly akin to us as uncle and aunt. We had been introduced to Herr Tudu, and we found ourselves very happy among this family-rich, open-hearted, good-natured, lively people, who, in the society of their children, in comfort and without care, enjoy the good which each day brings with it their property and their glorious neighborhood. We young folks were not required, as is too often the ease in so many formal households, to sacrifice ourselves at the card table in order to humor the old. On the contrary, the old people, father, mother, and aunts, gathered round us, when for our own amusement we got up some little games in which chance and thought and wit had their counteracting influence. Eleonorafa, I must now at last mention her name, the second daughter, her image will forever be present to my mind. A slim, slight frame, delicately chiseled features, a bright eye, a palish complexion, which in young girls of her age is rather pleasing than disagreeable, as being a sign of no very incurable a malady. And the whole her appearance was extremely agreeable. She seemed cheerful and lively, and every one felt at his ease with her. Soon indeed, I may venture to say, at onset once, on the very first evening she made me her companion. She sat by my side, and if the game separated us a moment, she soon contrived to find her old place again. I was gay and cheerful. Me, Journey the beautiful, whether the country all had contributed to produce in me an immoderate cheerfulness, I might almost venture to say a state of excitement. I derived it from everything, and imparted it to everything. Even Ferdinand seemed to forget his fair one. We had almost exhausted ourselves in varying our amusements, when we at last thought of the game of matrimony. The names of the ladies and of the gentlemen were thrown separately into two hats, and then the pairs were drawn out one by one on each couple, as determined by the lot one of the company whose turn it might happen to be had to write a little poem, every one of the party, father, mother, and aunts, were obliged to put their names in the hats we cast in besides the names of our acquaintances, and to enlarge the number of candidates for matrimony, we threw in those of all the well-known characters of the literary and of the political world. We commenced playing, and the first pairs that were drawn were highly distinguished personages. It was not every one, however, who was ready at once with his verses, she, Ferdinand, and myself, and one of the aunts, who wrote very pretty verses in French. We soon divided among ourselves the office of secretary. The conceits were mostly good, and the verses tolerable. Hers especially had a touch of nature about them, which distinguished them from all others. Without being really clever, they had a happy turn. They were playful, without being bitter, and showed good will towards every one. The father laughed heartily, and his face was lit up with joy when his daughter's verses were declared to be the best after mine. Our unqualified approbation highly delighted him. We praised, as men praise unexpected meritas. We praise an author who has bribed us. At last out came my lot, and chance had taken honorable care of me. It was no less a personage than the Empress of all the Russias, who was drawn to be my partner for life. The company laughed heartily at the match, and Eleonora maintained that the whole company must try their best to do honor to so eminent a consort. All began to try. A few pens were bitten to pieces. She was ready first, but wished to read last. The mother and the aunt could make nothing of the subject, and although the father was rather matter-of-fact, Ferdinand somewhat humorous, and the aunts rather reserved, still through all you could see friendship and goodwill. At last it came to her turn. She drew a deep breath. Her ease and cheerfulness left her. She did not read, but rather lisped it out and laid it before me to read it to the rest. I was astonished, amazed. Thus does the bud of love open in beauty and modesty. I felt as if a whole spring had showered upon me all its flowers at once. Every one was silent. Ferdinand lost not his presence of mind. Beautiful, he exclaimed, very beautiful. He deserves the poem as little as an empire. If only we have rightly understood it, said the father. The rest requested I would read it. Once more my eyes had hitherto been fixed on the precious words. A shudder ran through me from head to foot. Ferdinand, who saw my perplexity, took the paper up and read it. She scarcely allowed him to finish before she drew out the lots for another pair. The play was not kept up long after this, and refreshments were brought in. Shall I or shall I not? Is it right of me to hide in silence anything from him to whom I tell so much, nay all? Shall I keep back from you a great matter, when I yet weary you with so many trifles, which assuredly no one would ever read, but you who have taken so wonderful a liking for me? Or shall I keep back anything from you, because it might perhaps give you a false, not to say an ill opinion of me? You know me better than I even know myself. If I should do anything which you do not believe possible, I could do, you will amend it. If I should do anything deserving of censure, you will not spare me. You will lead me and guide me whenever my peculiarities entice me off the right road. Art and nature. My joy, my rapture at works of art, when they are true, when they are immediate and speaking expressions of nature, afford the greatest delight to every collector, to every dilettante. Those, indeed, who call themselves connoisseurs are not always of my opinion, but I care nothing for their connoisseurship. When I am happy, does not living nature vividly impress itself on my sense of vision? Do not its images remain fixed in my brain? Do not they there grow in beauty, delighting to compare themselves in turn with the images of art which the mind of others has also embellished and beautified? I confess to you that my fondness for nature arises from the fact of my always seeing her so beautiful, so lovely, so brilliant, so ravishing, that the simulation of the artist, even his imperfect imitation, transports me almost as much as if it were a perfect type. It is only such works of art, however, as bespeak genius and feeling, that have any charms for me. Those cold imitations, which confine themselves to the narrow circle of a certain meager mannerism of mere painstaking diligence, are to me utterly intolerable. You see, therefore, that my delight and taste cannot well be riveted by a work of art, unless it imitates such objects of nature as are well known to me, so that I am able to test the imitation by my own experience of the original's landscape, with all that lives and moves therein, flowers and Fruitree's Gothic Churchessa portrait, taken directly from nature, all this I can recognize feel. And if you like Judge of Honest W. amused himself with this trait of my character, and in such a way that I could not be offended, often made merry with it at my expense. He sees much further in this matter than I do, and I shall always prefer that people should laugh at me while they instruct, than that they should praise me without benefiting me. He had noticed what things I was most immediately pleased with, and after a short acquaintance, did not hesitate to avow that in the objects that so transported me there might be much that was truly estimable, and which time alone would enable me to distinguish. But I turn from this subject, and must now however circuitously come to the matter, which though reluctantly I cannot but confide to you. I can see you in your room in your little garden, where over a pipe of tobacco you will probably break the seal and read this letter. Can your thoughts follow me into this free and motley world? Will the circumstances and true state of the case become clear to your imagination? And will you be as indulgent towards your absent friend as I have often found you when present? Studies of the nude. When my artistic friend became better acquainted with me and judged me worthy of being gradually introduced to better pieces of art, he one day, not without a most mysterious look, took me to a case, which being opened displayed a Dan of the size of life, receiving in her bosom the golden shower. I was amazed at the splendor of the limbs, the magnificence of the posture and arrangement, intense tenderness, and the intellectuality of the sensual subject, and yet I did but stand before it in silent contemplation. It did not excite in me that rapture, that delight, that inexpressible pleasure. My friend, who went on descanting upon the merits of the picture, was too full of his own enthusiasm to notice my coldness, and was delighted with the opportunity this painting afforded him of pointing out the distinctive excellences of the Italian school. But the sight of this picture has not made me happy, it has made me uneasy. How, said I to myself, in what a strange case do we civilized men find ourselves, with our many conventional restraints. A mossy rock, a waterfall rivets my eye so long that I can tell everything about it, its heights, its cavities, its lights and shades, its hues, its blending tints and reflections. All is distinctly present to my mind, and whenever I please comes vividly before me in a most happy imitation, but of that masterpiece of nature, the human frame. Of the order and symmetry of the limbs, of all this I have but a very general notion, which in fact is no notion at all. My imagination presents to me anything but a vivid image of this glorious structure, and when art presents an imitation of it to my eye, it awakens in me no sensation, and I am unable to judge of the merits of the picture. No, I will remain no longer in this state of stupidity. I will stamp on my mind the shape of man, as well as that of a cluster of grapes or of a peach tree. I sought an occasion, and got Ferdinand to take a swim in the lake. What a glorious shape has my friend, how duly proportioned are all his limbs, what fullness of form, what splendor of youth, what a gain to have enriched my imagination with this perfect model of manhood. Now I can people the woods, the meadow, and the hills with similar fine forms. I can see him as Adonis chasing the boar, or as Narcissus contemplating himself in the mirror of the spring. But alas, my imagination cannot furnish as yet a Venus who holds him from the chase, a Venus who bewails his death, or a beautiful Echo casting one sad look more on the cold corpse of the youth before she vanishes forever. I have therefore resolved, cost what it will, to see a female form in the state that I have seen my friend. When therefore we reached Geneva, I made arrangements in the character of an artist to complete my studies of the nude figure, and tomorrow evening my wish is to be gratified. I cannot avoid going today with Ferdinand to a grand party. It will form an excellent foil to the studies of this evening. Well enough do I know those formal parties where the old women require you to play at cards with them, and the young ones to ogle with them, where you must listen to the learned, pay respect to the parson, and give way to the noble, where the numerous lights show you scarcely one tolerable form, and that one hidden and buried beneath some barbarous load of frippery. I shall have to speak French, to a foreign tongue, the use of which always makes a man appear silly, whatever he may think of himself, since the best he can express in it is nothing but commonplace and the most obvious of remarks, and that too only with stammering and hesitating lips. For what is it that distinguishes the blockhead from the really clever man, but the peculiar quickness and vividness with which the latter discerns the nicer shades and proprieties of all that come before him, and expresses himself thereon with facility, whereas the former, just as we all do with a foreign language, is forced on every occasion to have recourse to some ready-found and conversational phrase or other. Today, I will calmly put up with the sorry entertainment in expectation of the rare scene of nature which awaits me in the evening. My adventure is over, it has fully equaled my expectation, surpassed it, and yet I know not whether to congratulate or to blame myself on account of it. Part the Second. Munster, October 3, 1797. From Bâle you will receive a packet containing an account of my travels up to that point, for we are now continuing in good earnest our tour through Switzerland. On our route to Bâle we rode up the beautiful valley of the Birch, and at last reached the pass which leads to this place. The valley of the Birch. Among the ridges of the broad and lofty range of mountains, the little stream of the Birch found of old a channel for itself. Necessity soon after may have driven men to clamber wearily and painfully through its gorges. The Romans in their time enlarged the track, and now you may travel through it with perfect ease. The stream dashing over crags and rocks, and the road runs side by side, and except at a few points, these make up the whole breadth of the pass, which is hemmed in by rocks, the top of which is easily reached by the eye behind them. The mountain chain rose with a slight inclination, the summits, however, were veiled by a mist. Here walls of rock rise precipitously one above another, their immense strata run obliquely down to the river, and the road here again broad masses lie piled one over another, while close beside stands a line of sharp-pointed crags. Wide clefts run yawning upwards, and blocks of the size of a wall have detached themselves from the rest of the stony mass. Some fragments of the rock have rolled to the bottom, others are still suspended, and by their position alarm you as also likely at any moment to come toppling down. Now round, now pointed, now overgrown, now bare are the tops of these rocks, among and high above which some single bald summit boldly towers, while along the perpendicular cliffs, and among the hollows below, the weather has worn many a deep and winding cranny. The passage through this defile raised in me a grand but calm emotion. The sublime produces a beautiful calmness in the soul, which entirely possessed by it feels as great as it ever can feel. How glorious is such a pure feeling when it rises to the very highest, without overflowing. My eye and my soul were both able to take in the objects before me, and as I was preoccupied by nothing, and had no false tastes to counteract their impression, they had on me their full and natural effect. When we compare such a feeling with that we are sensible of when we laboriously harass ourselves with some trifle and strain every nerve to gain as much as possible for it, and as it were to patch it out, striving to furnish joy and aliment to the mind from its own creation, we then feel sensibly what a poor expedient after all the latter is. A young man whom we have had for our companion from Bâle said his feelings were very far from what they were on his first visit, and gave all the honor to novelty. I, however, would say, when we see such objects as these for the first time, the unaccustomed soul has to expand itself, and this gives rise to a sort of painful joy and overflowing of emotion, which agitates the mind and draws from us the most delicious tears. By this operation, the soul, without knowing it, becomes greater in itself, and is of course not capable of ever feeling again such a sensation, and man thinks in consequence that he has lost something, whereas in fact he has gained what he loses in delight. He gains in inward riches. If only destiny had bidden me to dwell in the midst of some grand scenery, then would I every morning have imbibed greatness from its grandeur. As from a lonely valley, I would extract patience and repose. After reaching the end of the gorge, I alighted, and went back alone through a part of the valley. I thus called forth another profound feeling gone, by which the attentive mind may expand its joys to a high degree. One guesses in the dark about the origin and existence of these singular forms. It may have happened when, and how it may. These masses must, according to the laws of gravity and affinity, have been formed grandly, and simply by aggregation. Whatever revolutions may subsequently have upheaved, rent, and divided them, the latter were only partial convulsions, and even the idea of such mighty commotions gives one a deep feeling of the eternal stability of the masses. Time, too, bound by the everlasting law, has had here greater, here less effect upon them. Internally, their color appears to be yellowish the air, however, and the weather has changed the surface into a bluish gray, so that the original color is only visible here and there in streaks, and in the fresh cracks, the stone itself slowly crumbles beneath the influence of the weather, becoming rounded at the edges. As the softer flakes wear away in this manner, have been formed hollows and cavities, gracefully shelving off, which when they have sharp slanting and pointed edges present a singular appearance. Vegetation maintains its rights on every ledge, on every flat surface, for in every fissure the pines strike root, and the mosses and plants spread themselves over the rocks. One feels deeply convinced that here there is nothing accidental, that here there is working an eternal law, which however slowly yet surely governs the universe, that there is nothing here from the hand of man, but the convenient road by means of which this singular region is traversed. Geneva, October 27, 1779. La Vallée de Joux. The great mountain range, which running from Bâle to Geneva, divides Switzerland from France, is, as you are aware, named the Jura. Its principal heights run by Lausanne and reach as far as Rolle and Nyon. In the midst of this summit ridge nature has cut out, I might almost say washed out, a remarkable valley. For on the tops of all these limestone rocks, the operation of the primal waters is manifest. It is called La Vallée de Joux, which means the valley of the rock, since Joux in the local dialect signifies a rock. Before I proceed with the further description of our journey, I will give you a brief geographical account of its situation lengthwise. It stretches like the mountain range itself, almost directly from south to north, and is locked in on the one side by Sept Montals and on the other by Dent de Volian, which after the Dole is the highest peak of the Jura. Its length, according to the statement of the neighborhood, is 9 short leagues, but according to our rough reckoning, as we rode through it, 6 good leagues. The mountainous ridge, which bounds it lengthwise on the north, and is also visible from the flat lands, is called the Black Mountain. Le Noir Mont. Towards the west, the Rissou rises gradually and slopes away. Towards Franche-Comté, France and Bern divide the valley pretty evenly between them, the former claiming the upper and inferior half, and the latter possessing the lower and better portion, which is properly called La Vallée du Lac de Joux. Quite at the upper part of the valley, and at the foot of Sept Montals, lies the Lac des Rouses, which has no single visible origin, but gathers its waters from the numerous springs which here gush out of the soil, and from the little brooks which run into the lake. From all sides out of it flows the Orbe, which after running through the whole of the French and a great portion of the Bernese territory forms lower down, and towards the Dent de Volian, the Lac de Joux, which falls on one side into a smaller lake, the waters of which have some subterraneous outlet. The breadth of the valley varies above near the Lac des Rouses. It is nearly half a league, then it closes in to expand again presently, and to reach its greatest breadth, which is nearly a league and a half, so much to enable you better to understand what follows. While you read it, however, I would beg you now and then to cast a glance upon your map, although so far as concerns this country, I have found them all to be incorrect. October 24th, in company with a captain and an upper ranger of the forests in these parts, we rode first of all up Mont, a little scattered village, which much more correctly might be called a line of husbandmen's and vinedressers' cottages. The weather was extremely clear. When we turned to look behind us, we had a view of the Lake of Geneva, the mountains of Savoy and Valais, and could just catch Lausanne, and also through a light mist the country round Geneva. Mont Blanc, which towers above all the mountains of Faucigny, stood out more and more distinctly. It was a brilliant sunset, and the view was so grand that no human eye was equal to it. The moon rose almost at the full. As we got continually higher through large pine forests, we continued to ascend the Jura, and saw the lake in a mist, and in it the reflection of the moon. It became lighter and lighter. The road is a well-made causeway, though it was laid down merely for the sake of facilitating the transport of the timber to the plains below. We had been ascending for full 3 leagues before the road began gently to descend. We thought we saw below us a vast lake, for a thick mist filled the whole valley, which we overlooked. Presently we came nearer to the mist, and observed a white bow which the moon formed in it, and were soon entirely enveloped in the fog. The company of the captain procured us lodgings in a house where strangers were not usually entertained. In its internal arrangement, It differed in nothing from usual buildings of the same kind, except that the great room in the center was at once the kitchen, the anteroom, and general gathering place of the family, and from it you entered at once into the sleeping rooms, which were either on the same floor with it, or had to be approached by steps. On the one side was the fire, which was burning on the ground on some stone slabs, while a chimney built durably and neatly of planks received and carried off the smoke. In the corner were the doors of the oven. All the rest of the floor was of wood, with the exception of a small piece near the window around the sink, which was paved. Moreover, all around and overhead on the beams, a multitude of domestic articles and utensils were arranged in beautiful order, and all kept nice and clean. October 26th. This morning the weather was cold, but clear, the meadows covered with hoar frost, and here and there light clouds were floating in the air. We could pretty nearly survey the whole of the lower valley, our house being situated at the foot of the eastern side of Noir. About 8 we set off, and in order to enjoy the sun fully proceeded on the western side. The part of the valley we now traversed was divided into meadows, which towards the lake were rather swampy. The inhabitants either dwell in detached houses built by the side of their farms, or else have gathered closer together in little villages, which bear simple names derived from their several sites. The first of those that we passed through was called La Sentia. We saw at a distance the Dent de Volian peeping out over a mist which rested on the lake. The valley grew broader, but our road now lay behind a ridge of rock which shut out our view of the lake, and then through another village called La Lou the mist arose and fell off, highly variegated by the sun. Close here too is a small lake which apparently has neither inlet nor outlet of its waters. The weather cleared up completely as we came to the foot of Dent de Volian and reached the northern extremity of the great lake, which, as it turns westward, empties itself into a smaller by a dam beneath the bridge. The village just above is called Le Pont. The situation of the smaller lake is what you may easily conceive as being in a peculiar little valley, which may be called pretty. At the western extremity there is a singular mill built in a ravine of the rock, which the smaller lake used formerly to fill. At present it is dammed out of the mill, which is erected in the hollow below. The water is conveyed by sluices to the wheel, from which it falls into crannies of the rock, and being sucked in by them does not show itself again till it reaches Valorbe, which is a full league off, where it again bears the name of the Orbe. These outlets and tannoirs require to be kept clear, otherwise the water would rise and again fill the ravine and overflow the mill, as it has often done already. We saw the people hard at work, removing the worn pieces of the limestone and replacing them by others. Dent de Volian. We rode back again over the bridge towards Le Pont and took a guide for the Dent du Volian. In ascending it, we now had the great lake directly behind us to the east. Its boundary is the Noir Mont, behind which the bald peak of the Dole rises up to the west. It is shut in by the mountain ridge, which on the side of the lake is perfectly bare. The sun felt hot. It was between 11 and 12 o'clock. By degrees we gained sight of the whole valley and were able to discern in the distance the Lac des Rouses, and then stretching to our feet the district we had just ridden through, and the road which remained for our return. During the ascent, my guide discoursed of the whole range of the country and the lordships which he said it was possible to distinguish from the peak. In the midst of such talk, we reached the summit, but a very different spectacle was prepared for us. Under a bright and clear sky nothing was visible but the high mountain chain. All the lower regions were covered with a white sea of cloudy mist, which stretched from Geneva northwards along the horizon, and glittered brilliantly in the sunshine. Out of it rose to the east the whole line of snow and ice-capped mountains, acknowledging no distinction of names of either the princes or peoples who fancied they were owners of them, and owning subjection only to one lord, and to the glance of the sun, which was tinging them with a beautiful red. Mont Blanc, right opposite to us, seemed the highest. Next to it were the ice-crowned summits of Valais and Oberland, and lastly came the lower mountains of the canton of Bern. Towards the west, the Sea of Mist, which was unconfined to one spot on the left. In the remotest distance appeared the mountains of Zollotern, somewhat nearer those of Neufchâtel, and right before us some of the lower heights of the Jura. Just below lay some of the masses of the Volian, to which belongs the Dent Tooth, which takes from it its name to the West Franche Comte, with its flat outstretched and wood-covered hills shut in the whole horizon. In the distance towards the northwest, one single mass stood out distinct from all the rest. Straight before us, however, was a beautiful object. This was the peak, which gives this summit the name of a tooth. It descends precipitously, or rather with a slight curve inwards, and in the bottom it is succeeded by a small valley of pine trees, with beautiful grassy patches here and there, while right beyond it lies the valley of the Orb Valorbe, where you see this stream coming out of the rock, and can trace in thought its route. Backwards to the smaller lake, the little town of Valorbe also lies in this valley. Most reluctantly, we quitted the spot a delay of a few hours longer, for the mist generally disperses in about that time, would have enabled us to distinguish the low lands with the lake, but in order that our enjoyment should be perfect, we must always have something behind still to be wished. As we descended, we had the whole valley lying perfectly distinct before us. At La Pont, we again mounted our horses and rode to the east side of the lake, and passed through El Abbé de Dieu, which at present is a village, but once was a settlement of monks, to whom the whole valley belonged. Towards 4, we reached our auberge, and found our meal ready, of which we were assured by our hostess that at 12 o'clock it would have been good eating, and which overdone, as it was tasted excellently. The dole. Let me now add a few particulars, just as they were told me. As I mentioned just now, the valley belonged formerly to the monks, who, having divided it again to feudatories, were with the rest ejected at the Reformation. At present it belongs to the canton of Bern, and the mountains around are the timber stores of the Pays de Vaud. Most of the timber is private property, and is cut up under supervision, and then carried down into the plains. The planks are also made here into deal utensils of all kinds, and pails, tubs, and similar articles manufactured. The people are civil and well disposed. Besides their trade in wood, they also breed cattle. Their beasts are of a small size. The cheese they make is excellent. They are very industrious, and a clod of earth is with them a great treasure. We saw one man with a horse and car carefully collecting the earth which had been thrown up out of a ditch, and carrying it to some hollow places in the same field. They lay the stones carefully together, and make little heaps of them. There are here many stone polishers who work for the Genoese and other tradesmen, and this business furnishes occupation for many women and children. The houses are neat but durable, the form and internal arrangements being determined by the locality and the wants of the inmates. Before every house there is a running stream, and everywhere you see signs of industry, activity, and wealth. But above all things is the highest praise due to the excellent roads which in this remote region, as also in all the other cantons, are kept up by that of Bern. A causeway is carried all round the valley, not unnecessarily broad, but in excellent repair, so that the inhabitants can pursue their avocations without inconvenience, and with their small horses and light carts pass easily along. The air is very pure and salubrious. View from the Dole. Over our breakfast, we deliberated as to the road we should take on our return, as we heard that the Dole, the highest summit of the Jura, lay at no great distance from the upper end of the valley, and as the weather promised to be most glorious, so that we might today hope to enjoy all that chance denied us yesterday, we finally determined to take this route. We loaded a guide with bread and cheese and butter and wine, and by 8 o'clock mounted our horses. Our route now lay along the upper part of the valley in the shade of Noirmont. It was extremely cold, and there had been a sharp hoarfrost. We had still a good league to ride through the part belonging to Bern before the causeway, which there terminates, branches off into 2 parts through a little wood of pine trees. We entered the French territory. Here the scene changed greatly. What first excited our attention was the wretched roads. The soil is rather stony. Everywhere you see great heaps of those which have been picked off the fields. Soon you come to a part which is very marshy and full of springs. The woods all around you are in wretched condition. In all the houses and people you recognize, I will not say want, but certainly a hard and meager subsistence. They belong almost as serfs to the canons of S. Claude. They are bound to the soil glebe as stricti, and are oppressed with imposts, sujets à la main morte et au droit de la suite, of which we will hereafter have some talk together, as also of a late edict of the king's, repealing the droit de la suite, and inviting the owners and occupiers to redeem the main mort for a certain compensation. But still, even this portion of the valley is well cultivated. The people love their country dearly, though they lead a hard life, being driven occasionally to steal the wood from the Bernese and sell it again in the lowlands. The first division is called the Bois d'Amont. After passing through it, we entered the parish of Les Rouses, where we saw before us the little Lake des Rouses and Les Sept Montsels, 7 small hills of different shapes, but all connected together, which form the southern limit of the valley. We soon came upon the new road which runs from the Pays de Vaux to Paris. We kept to this for a mile downwards, and now left entirely the valley. The bare summit of the Dole was before us. We alighted from our horses and sent them on by the road towards Essurgues. While we ascended the Dole, it was near noon. The sun felt hot, but a cool south wind came now and then to refresh us. When we looked round for a halting place, we had behind us Les Sept Montsels. We could still see a part of the Lac des Rouses, and around it the scattered houses of the parish. The rest of the valley was hidden from our eye by the Noir Mont, above which we again saw our yesterday's view of Franche Comté, and nearer at hand, southwards, the last summits and valleys of the Jura. We carefully avoided taking advantage of a little peep in the hill, which would have given us a glimpse of the country, for the sake of which in reality our ascent was undertaken. I was in some anxiety about the mist, however. From the aspect of the sky above, I drew a favorable omen at last. We stood on the highest summit and saw, with the greatest delight, that today we were indulged with all that yesterday had been denied us. The whole of the Pays de Vaux and de Gex lay like a plan before us, all the different holdings divided off with green hedges like the beds of a parterre. We were so high that the rising and sinking of the landscape before us was unnoticeable. Villages, little towns, country houses, vine-covered hills, and higher up still, where the forests and Alps begin, the cowsheds, mostly painted white or some other light color, all glittered in the sunshine. The mist had already rolled off from Lake Leman. We saw the nearest part of the coast on our side, quite clear of the so-called smaller lake, where the larger lake contracts itself and turns towards Geneva, which was right opposite to us. We had a complete view, and on the other side, the country which shuts it in was gradually clearing, but nothing could vie with the view of the mountains covered with snow and glaciers. We sat down before some rocks to shelter us from the cold wind, with the sunshine fall upon us, and highly relished our little meal. We kept watching the mist, which gradually retired. Each one discovered or fancied he discovered some object or other. One by one, we distinctly saw Lausanne surrounded with its houses and gardens, then Bévet and the castle of Chillon, the mountains which shut out from our view the entrance into Valais, and extended as far as the lake. From thence, the borders of Savoy, Evian, Rapale, and Tonon, with a sprinkling of villages and farmhouses between them. At last, Geneva stood clear from the mist, but beyond and towards the south, in the neighborhood of Monte Credo and Monte Vauch, it still hung immovable. When the eye turned to the left, it caught sight of the whole of the lowlands from Lausanne as far as Zolletern, covered with a light halo. The nearer mountains and heights, and every spot that had a white house on it, could be closely distinguished. The guides pointed out a glimmering, which they said was the castle of Chauvin, which lies to the left of the Neuberger Sea. We were just able to guess whereabouts it lay, but could not distinguish it through the bluish haze. There are no words to express the grandeur and beauty of this view. At the moment, everyone is scarcely conscious of what he sees and does, but recall the names and sites of well-known cities and localities to rejoice in a vague conjecture that he recognizes them in certain white spots which strike his eye in the prospect before him. And then the line of glittering glaciers was continually drawing the eye back again to the mountains. The sun made his way towards the west and lighted up their great flat surfaces, which were turned towards us. How beautifully before them rose from above the snow the variegated rows of black rocks, towers, walls, wild, vast, inaccessible vestibules, and seeming to stand there in the free air, in the first purity and freshness of their manifold variety. Man gives up at once all pretensions to the infinite, while he here feels that neither with thought nor vision is he equal to the finite. Before us we saw a fruitful and populous plain. The spot on which we were standing was a high bare mountain rock, which however produces a sort of grass as food for the cattle, which are here a great source of gain. This the conceited lord of creation may yet make his own, but those rocks before his eyes are like a train of holy virgins, which the Spirit of heaven reserves for itself alone in these inaccessible regions, we tarried a while, tempting each other in turn to try and discover cities, mountains, and regions, now with the naked eye, now with the telescope, and did not begin to descend till the setting sun gave permission to the mist this own parting breath to spread itself over the lake. With sunset, we reached the ruins of the fort of Surg. Even when we got down in the valley, our eyes were still riveted on the mountain glaciers. The furthest of these, lying on our left in Oberland, seemed almost to be melting into a light fiery vapor. Those still nearer stood with their sides towards us, still glowing and red. But by degrees, they became white, green, and grayish. There was something melancholy in the sight. Powerful body over which death is gradually passing from the extremities to the heart, so the whole range gradually paled away as far as Mont Blanc, whose ampler bosom was still covered all over with a deep red blush, and even appeared to us to retain a reddish tint to the very last, just as when one is watching the death of a dear friend, life still seems to linger, and it is difficult to determine the very moment when the pulse ceases to beat. This time also we were very loth to depart. We found our horses in Surg, and that nothing might be wanting to our enjoyment, the moon rose and lighted us to Nyan, while on the way our strained and excited feelings were gradually calmed, and assumed their wonted tone, so that we were able with keen gratification to enjoy from our inn window the glorious moonlight which was spread over the lake. Geneva. At different spots of our travels so much was said of the remarkable character of the glaciers of Savoy, and when we reached Geneva, we were told it was becoming more and more the fashion to visit them, that the Count one was seized with a strange desire to bend our course in that direction, and from Geneva to cross Cluse and Salench, and enter the valley of Chamonix, and after contemplating its wonderful objects, to go on by Valorsine and Trent into Valais. This route, however, which was the one usually pursued by travelers, was thought dangerous in this season of the year. A visit was therefore paid to Roman 1000 de Saussure at his country house, and his advice requested. He assured us that we need not hesitate to take that route. There was no snow as yet on the middle-sized mountains, and if on our road we were attentive to the signs of the weather and the advice of the country people, who were seldom wrong in their judgment, we might enter upon this journey with perfect safety. Here is the copy of the journal of a day's hard traveling. Cluse in Savoy, Nov. 3, 1779. Today, on departing from Geneva, our party divided. The Count with me, and a huntsman took the route to Savoy. Friend W, with the horses, proceeded through the Pays de Vaud for Valais in a light four-wheeled cabriolet. We proceeded first of all to visit Huber at his country seat, a man out of whom mind, imagination, and imitative tact oozes at every porion of the very few thorough men we have met with. He saw us well on our way, and then we set off with the lofty snow-capped mountains, which we wished to reach before our eyes. From the Lake of Geneva, the mountain chains verge towards each other to the point where Bonneville lies halfway between the Mole, a considerable mountain, and the Arve. There we took our dinner behind the town. The valley closes right in, although not very broad. It has the Arve flowing gently through it, and is on the southern side well cultivated, and everywhere the soil is put to some profit. From the early morning, we had been in fear of its raining some time at least before night, but the clouds gradually quitted the mountains and dispersed into fleeces, a sign which has more than once in our experience proved a favorable omen. The air was as warm as it usually is in the beginning of September, and the country we traveled through beautiful. Many of the trees, being still green, most of them had assumed a brownish-yellow tint, but only a few were quite bare. The crops were rich and verdant. The mountains caught from the red sunset a rosy hue blended with violet, and all these rich tints were combined with grand, beautiful, and agreeable forms of the landscape. We talked over much that was good. Towards 5, we came towards Cluse, where the valley closes, and has only one outlet through which the Arve issues from the mountains, and by which also we propose to enter them tomorrow. We ascended a lofty eminence, and saw beneath us the city, partly built on the slightly inclined side of a rock, but partly on the flat portion of the valley. Our eyes ranged with pleasure over the valley, and sitting on the granite rocks, we awaited the coming of night in calm and varied discourse. Towards 7, as we descended, it was not at all colder than it is usually in summer. About 9, at a miserable inn where, however, the people were ready and willing, and by their patois afforded us much amusement, We are now going about 10 o'clock to bed, intending to set out early tomorrow before the morning shall dawn. Salient Nav, 4/1779 noon. The Cavern of the Col de Balmy. Whilst a dinner is being prepared by very willing hands, I will attempt to set down the most remarkable incidents of our yesterday's journey, which commenced with the early morning. With break of day, we set out on foot from Cluse, taking the road towards Balmy in the valley. The air was agreeably fresh, the moon in her last quarter rose bright before the sun, and charmed us with the sight, as being one which we do not often see. Single light vapors rose upwards from all the chasms in the rocks. It seemed as if the morning air were awakening the young spirits who took pleasure in meeting the sun with expanded bosoms, and gilding them in his rays. The upper heaven was perfectly clear, except where now and then a single cloudy streak, which the rising sun lit up, swept lightly across it. Balmy is a miserable village not far from the spot where a rocky gorge runs off from the road. We asked the people to guide us through the cave, for which the place is famous. At this, they kept looking at one another, till at last one said to a second, "Take you the ladder, I will carry the rope. Come, gentlemen." This strange invitation did not deter us from following. Then our line of descent passed first of all among fallen masses of limestone rock, which by the course of time had been piled up step by step in front of the precipitous wall of rock, and were now overgrown with bushes of hazel and beech. Over these you reach at last the strata of the rock itself, which you have to climb up slowly and painfully by means of the ladder and of the steps cut into the rock, and by help of branches of the nut trees which hung overhead, or of pieces of rope tied to them. After this you find yourself, to your great satisfaction, in a kind of portal which has been worn out of the rock by the weather, and overlooks the valley and the village below. We now prepared for entering the cave, lighted our candles, and loaded a pistol, which we proposed to let off. The cave is a long gallery, mostly level, and on one strand, in parts broad enough for two men to walk abreast, in others only passable by one, now high enough to walk upright, then obliging you to stoop, and sometimes even to crawl on hands and feet. Nearly about the middle, a cleft runs upwards, and forms a sort of a dome in one corner. Another goes downwards. We threw several stones down it, and counted slowly from 17 to 19 before it reached the bottom, after touching the sides many times, but always with a different echo on the walls. Stalactite forms its various devices. However, it is only damp in a very few places, and forms for the most part long drops, and not those rich and rare shapes which are so remarkable in Bauman's cave. We penetrated as far as we could for the water, and as we came out let off our pistol, which shook the cave with a strong but dull echo, so that it boomed round us like a bell. It took us a good quarter of an hour to get out again, and on descending the rocks we found our carriage, and drove onwards at Staubach's Art. We saw a beautiful waterfall. Neither its height was very great, nor its volume very large, and yet it was extremely interesting, for the rocks formed around it as it were a circular niche in which its waters fell, and the pieces of the limestone, as they were tumbled one over another, formed the most rare and unusual groups. We arrived here at midday, not quite hungry enough to relish our dinner, which consisted of warmed fish, cow beef, and very stale bread. From this place there is no road leading to the mountains that is passable for so stately an equipage as we have with us. It therefore returns to Geneva, and I now must take my leave of you in order to pursue my route a little further. A mule with my luggage will follow us as we pick our way on foot. Chamonix Nav, 4/1779. Evening, about 9 o'clock. It is only because this letter will bring me for a while nearer to yourself that I resume my pen. Otherwise, it would be better for me to give my mind a little rest. The valley of Chamonix, Mont Blanc. We left Salange behind us in a lovely open valley during our noondays rest. The sky had become overcast with white fleecy clouds, about which I have here a special remark to make. We had seen them on a bright day rise equally fine, if not still finer, from the glaciers of Bern. Here, too, it again seemed to us as if the sun had first of all attracted the light mists which evaporated from the tops of the glaciers, and then a gentle breeze had as it were combed the fine vapors like a fleece of foam over the atmosphere. I never remember at home, even in the height of summer, when such phenomena do also occur with us, to have seen any so transparent, for here it was a perfect web of light. Before long, the ice-covered mountains from which it rose lay before us, the valley began to close and the Arve was gushing out of the rock. We now began to ascend a mountain, and went up higher and higher, with the snowy summits right before us, mountains and old pine forests either in the hollows below or on a level with our track, came out one by one before the eye. As we proceeded, on our left were the mountain peaks bare and pointed. We felt that we were approaching a mightier and more massive chain of mountains. We passed over a dry and broad bed of stones and gravel, which the watercourses tear down from the sides of the rocks, and in turn flow among and fill up. This brought us into an agreeable valley, flat and shut in by a circular ridge of rocks, in which lies the little village of Serves. There, the road runs round some very highly variegated rocks, and takes again the direction towards the Arve. After crossing the latter, you again ascend. The masses become constantly more imposing. Nature seems to have begun here with a light hand to prepare her enormous creations. The darkness grew deeper and deeper as we approached the valley of Chamonix, and when at last we entered it, nothing but the larger masses were discernible. The stars came out one by one, and we noticed above the peaks of the summits right before us a light which we could not account for, clear, but without brilliancy like the Milky Way, but closer, something like that of the Pleiades. It riveted our attention, until at last, as our position changed like a pyramid, illuminated by a secret light, within which could best be compared to the gleam of a glowworm, it towered high above the peaks of all the surrounding mountains, and at last convinced us that it must be the peak of Mont Blanc. The beauty of this view was extraordinary, for while together with the stars which clustered round it, it glimmered not, indeed, with the same twinkling light, but in a broader and more continuous mass. It seemed to belong to a higher sphere, and one had difficulty in thought to fix its roots again in the earth. Before it, we saw a line of snowy summits sparkling as they rested on the ridges covered with the black pines, while between the dark forests vast glaciers sloped down to the valley below. My descriptions begin to be irregular and forced. In fact, one wants two persons, here one to see and the other to describe. Here we are in the middle village of the valley, called Le Prieur, comfortably lodged in a house which a widow caused to be built here in honor of the many strangers who visited the neighborhood. We are sitting close to the hearth, relishing our muscatel wine from the Valley d'Aoste, far better than the Lenten dishes which were served up to our dinner. Nov 5, 1779, evening. To take up one's pen and write almost requires as great an effort as to take a swim in the cold river. At this moment, I have a great mind to put you off by referring you to the description of the glaciers of Savoy given by that enthusiastic climber Burret. Invigorated, however, by a few glasses of excellent wine, and by the thought that these pages will reach you much sooner than either the Traveller's or Burret's book, I will do my best. The valley of Chamonix, in which we are at present, lies very high among the mountains, and from 6 to 7 leagues long, runs pretty nearly from south to north. The characteristic features which to my mind distinguish it from all others are its having scarcely any flat portion, but the whole tract like a trough slopes from the Arve gradually up the sides of the mountain Mont Blanc, and the line of mountains which runs off from it, and the masses of ice which fill up the immense ravines make up the eastern wall of the valley, on which throughout its entire length 7 glaciers, of which one is considerably larger than the others, run down to the bottom of the valley. The Ice Lake. The guides whom we had engaged to show us to the Ice Lake came to their time. One was a young active peasant, the other much older, who seemed to think himself a very shrewd personage, who had held intercourse with all learned foreigners, well acquainted with the nature of the ice mountains, and a very clever fellow. He assured us that for 28 years so long had he acted as guide over the mountains. Was the first time that his services had been put in requisition so late in the year after All Saints' Day, and yet that we might even now see every object quite as well as in June, provided with wine and food. We began to ascend Mont Anvert, from which we were told the view of the ice lake would be quite ravishing. Properly, I should call it the ice valley or the ice stream, for looking at it from above, the huge masses of ice force themselves out of a deep valley, intolerable smoothness right behind it, ends a sharpened mountain, from both sides of which waves of ice run frozen into the principal stream. Not the slightest trace of snow was as yet to be seen on the rugged surfaces, and the blue crevices glistened beautifully. The weather by degrees became overcast, and I saw gray wavy clouds, which seemed to threaten snow more than it had ever yet done. On the spot where we were standing is a small cabin built of stones loosely piled together as a shelter for travelers, which in joke has been named the Castle of Mont Anvert. An Englishman of the name of Blair, who is residing at Geneva, has caused a more spacious one to be built at a more convenient spot, and a little higher up, where sitting by a fireside you catch through the window a view of the whole ice valley. The peaks of the rocks over against you, as also in the valley below, are very pointed and rugged. These jags are called needles, and the Aiguille du Dreux is a remarkable peak of this kind right opposite to Mont Anvert. We now wish to walk upon the ice lake itself, and to consider these immense masses close at hand. Accordingly, we climbed down the mountain and took nearly 100 steps round about on the wave-like crystal cliffs. It is certainly a singular sight. When standing on the ice itself, you see before you the masses pressing upwards and divided by strangely shaped clefts. However, we did not like standing on this slippery surface, for we had neither come prepared with ice shoes nor with nails in our usual ones. On the contrary, those which we ordinarily wore had become smooth and rounded with our long walk. We therefore made our way back to the hut, and after a short rest were ready for returning. We descended the mountain and came to the spot where the ice stream step by step forces its way to the valley below, and we entered the cavern into which it empties its water. It is broad, deep, and of the most beautiful blue, and in the cave the supply of water is more invariable than further on at the mouth, since great pieces of ice are constantly melting and dissolving in it. On our road to the auberge, we passed the house where there were 2 albinos children between 12 and 14, with very white complexions, rough white hair, and with red and restless eyes like rabbits. The deep night, which hangs over the valley, invites me to retire early to bed, and I am hardly awake enough to tell you that we have seen a tame young ibex who stands out as distinctly among the goats as the natural son of a noble prince from the burghers' family, among whom he is privately brought up and educated. It does not suit with our discourses that I should speak of anything out of its due order. Besides, you do not take much delight in specimens of granite quartz, or in larch and pine trees, yet most of all you would desire to see some remarkable fruits of our botanizing. I think I am stupid with sleep. I cannot write another line. Chamonix, Nov. 6, 1776. Early. Content with seeing all that the early season allows us to see, we are ready to start again, intending to penetrate as far as Valais today. A thick mist covers the whole valley and reaches halfway up the mountains, and we must wait and see what sun and wind will yet do for us. Our guide purposes that we should take the road over the cold balmy, a lofty eminence, which lies on the north side of the valley towards Valais, from the summit of which, if we are lucky, we shall be able to take another survey of the valley of Chamonix and of all its remarkable objects. Whilst I am writing, a remarkable phenomenon is passing along the sky. The mists, which are shifting about and breaking in some places, allow you through their openings, as through skylights, to catch a glance of the blue sky, while at the same time the mountain peaks, which rising above our roof of vapor, are illuminated by the sun's rays. Even without the hope it gives of a beautiful day, this sight of itself is a rich treat to the eye. We have at last obtained a standard for judging the heights of the mountains. It is at a considerable height above the valley that the vapor rests. On the mountains, at a still greater height, are clouds which have floated off upwards from the top of the mist, and then far above these clouds you see the summits glittering in the sunshine. It is time to go. I must bid farewell to this beautiful valley, and to you. Martignac in Valais. Nov. 6, 1779, evening. We have made the passage across without any mishap, and so this adventure is over. The joy of our good luck will keep my pen going merrily for a good half-hour yet. Having packed our luggage on a mule, we set out early about 9 from Prieur. The clouds shifted so that the peaks were now visible, and then were lost again at one moment. The sun's rays came in streaks on the valley. At the next, the whole of it was again in shade. We went up the valley, passing the outlet of the ice stream, then the Glacier d'Argentière, which is the highest of the 5. The top of it, however, was hidden from our view by the clouds on the plain. We held a council whether we should or not take the route over Col de Balmy and abandon the road over Valourcine. The prospect was not the most promising, however, as here there was nothing to lose and much perhaps to gain, we took our way boldly towards the dark region of mists and clouds. As we approached the glacier du Tour, the clouds parted, and we saw this glacier also in full light. We sat down a while and drank a flask of wine, and took something to eat. We now mounted towards the sources of the Arve, passing over rugged meadows and patches scantily covered with turf, and came nearer and nearer to the region of mists, until at last we entered right into it. We went on patiently for a while, till at last, as we got up higher, it began again to clear above our heads. It lasted for a short time, so we passed right out of the clouds and saw the whole mass of them beneath us spread over the valley, and were able to see the summits of all the mountains on the right and left that enclosed it, with the exception of Mont Blanc, which was covered with clouds. We were able to point them out one by one, and to name them in some. We saw the glaciers reaching from their summits to their feet in others. We could only discern their tracks, as the ice was concealed from our view by the rocky sides of the gorges beyond the whole of the flat surface of the clouds. Except at its southern extremity, we could distinctly see the mountains glittering in the sunshine. Why should I enumerate to you the names of summits, peaks, needles, icy and snowy masses, when their mere designations can furnish no idea to your mind either of the whole scene or of its single objects? Col de Balmy. It was quite singular how the spirits of the air seemed to be waging war beneath us. Scarcely had we stood a few minutes enjoying the grand view, when a hostile ferment seemed to arise within the mist, and it suddenly rose upwards and threatened once more to envelope us. We commenced stoutly ascending the height, in the hope of yet a while escaping from it, but it outstripped us and enclosed us on all sides. However perfectly fresh, we continued to mount, and soon there came to our aid a strong wind, blowing from the mountain, blowing over the saddle, which connected two peaks. It drove the mist back again into the valley. This strange conflict was frequently repeated, and at last, to our joy, we reached the Col de Balmy. The view from it was singular, indeed unique. The sky above the peaks was overcast with clouds below. Through the many openings in the mist, we saw the whole of Chamonix, and between these two layers of cloud, the mountain summits were all visible on the east. We were shut in by rugged mountains on the west. We looked down on wild valleys, where, however, on every green patch human dwellings were visible. Before us lay the Valley of Valais, where at one glance the eye took in mountains piled in every variety of mass one upon another, and stretching as far as Martignac, and even beyond it, surrounded on all sides by mountains, which further on towards the horizon seemed continually to multiply, and to tower higher and higher. We stood on the confines of Valais and Savoy. Some contrabandists who were ascending the mountains with their mules were alarmed at seeing us, for at this season they did not reckon on meeting with anyone at this spot. They fired a shot to intimate that they were armed, and one advanced before the rest to reconnoiter. Having recognized our guide, and seen what a harmless figure we made, he returned to his party, who now approached us, and we passed one another with mutual greetings. The wind now blew sharp, and it began to snow a little as we commenced our descent, which was rough and wild enough through an ancient forest of pines, which had taken root on the faces of the gneiss, torn up by the winds. The trunks and roots lay rotting together, and the rocks, which were loosened at the same time, were lying in rough masses among them. At last we reached the valley, where the river Trent takes its rise from a glacier, and passing the village of Trent close upon our right, we followed the windings of the valley along a rather inconvenient road, and about 6 reached Martignac, which lies in the flatter portion of the valley. Here we must refresh ourselves for further expeditions. Martignac, Nov 6, 1779. Evening. Just as our travels proceed uninterruptedly, so my letters, one after another, keep up my conversation with you. Scarcely have I folded and put aside the conclusion of wanderings through Savoy ere I take up another sheet of paper in order to acquaint you with all that we have further in contemplation. It was night when we entered a region about which our curiosity had long been excited. As yet we have seen nothing but the peaks of the mountains which enclose the valley on both sides, and then only in the glimmering of twilight we crept wearily into our auberge, and saw from the window the clouds shifting. We felt as glad and comfortable to have a roof over our heads as children do, when with stools, table leaves, and carpets they construct a roof near the stove, and therein say to one another that outside it is raining or knowing in order to excite a pleasant and imaginary shudder in their little souls. It is exactly so with us on this autumnal evening in this strange and unknown region. Valley. We learn from the maps that we are sitting in the angle of an elbow from which the smaller part of Valais running almost directly from south to north, and with the Rhone extends to the Lake of Geneva, while the other and the larger portion stretches from west to east and goes up the Rhone to its source, the Furka. The prospect of riding through the Valais is very agreeable. Our only anxiety is how we are to cross over into it first of all, with the view of seeing the lower portion. It is settled that we go tomorrow to S. Maurice, where we are to meet our friend who with the horses has gone round by the Pays de Vaux tomorrow evening. We think of being here again, and then on the next day shall begin to go up the country. If the advice of Roman 1000 de Saussure prevails, we shall perform the route to the Furka on horseback, and then back to Brieg over the Simplon, where in any weather the travelling is good, over Domo di Osula Lago Maggiore Bellinzona, and then up Mount Gotthard. The road is said to be excellent and everywhere passable for horses. We should best prefer going over the Furka to S. Gotthard, both for the sake of the shorter route, and also because this detour through the Italian provinces was not within our original plan. But then what could we do with our horses? They could not be made to descend the Furka, for in all probability, the path for pedestrians is already blocked up by the snow. With regard to the latter contingency, however, we are quite at our ease and hope to be able, as we have hitherto done, to take counsel from moment to moment with circumstances as they arise. The most remarkable object in this inn is a servant girl who with the greatest stupidity gives herself all the airs of one of our wood-delicate German ladies. We had a good laugh when, after bathing our weary feet in a bath of red wine and clay as recommended by our guide, we had in the affected hoyden to wipe them dry. Our meal has not refreshed us much, and after supper we hope to enjoy our beds more. S. Maurice, Nov. 7, 1779. Nearly noon. On the road it is my way to enjoy the beautiful views, in order that I may call in one by one my absent friends and converse with them on the subject of the glorious objects. If I come into an inn, it is in order to rest myself, to go back in memory, and to write something to you, when many a time my overstrained faculties would much rather collapse upon themselves and recover their tone in a sort of half-sleep. This morning we set off at dawn from Martignac. A fresh breeze was stirring with the day, and we soon passed the old castle, which stands at the point where the two arms of Valais make a sort of Y. The valley is narrow, shut in on its two sides by mountains highly diversified in their forms, and which without exception are of a peculiar and sublimely beautiful character. We came to the spot where the Trent breaks into the valley around some narrow and perpendicular rocks, so that one almost doubts whether the river does not flow out of the solid rock itself. Close by stands the old bridge, which only last year was greatly injured by the stream, while not far from it lie immense masses of rock, which have fallen very recently from the mountains and blocked up the road. The whole group together would make an extremely beautiful picture. At a short distance from the old bridge, a new wooden one has been built, and a new road been laid down to it. The waterfall of Pis Vache. We were told that we were getting near the famous waterfall of Pis Vache, and wished heartily for a peep at the sun, while the shifting clouds gave us a good hope that our wish would be gratified on the road. We examined various pieces of granite and of gneiss, which with all their differences seem nevertheless to have a common origin. At last we stood before the waterfall, which well deserves its fame above all others. At a considerable height, a strong stream bursts from a cleft in the rock, falling downward into a basin over which the foam and spray is carried far and wide by the wind. The sun at this moment came forth from the clouds, and made the sight doubly Roman. 508. Below in the spray, wherever you go you have close before you a rainbow. If you go higher up you still witness, no less singular a phenomenon, the airy foaming waves of the upper stream of water, as with their frothy vapor they come in contact with the angle of vision at which the rainbow is formed, assume a flame-like hue without giving rise to the pendant form of the bow, so that at this point you have before you a constantly varying play of fire. We climbed all round, and sitting down near it wished we were able to spend whole days and many a good hour of our life on this spot. Here too, as in so many other places during our present tour, we felt how impossible it was to enjoy and to be fully impressed with grand objects on a passing visit. We next came to a village where there were some merry soldiers, and we drank there some new wine. Some of the same sort had been set before us yesterday. It looked like soap and water. However, we had rather drink it than their sour this year's, and 2 years old wine. When one is thirsty, nothing comes amiss. We saw S. Morris at a distance. It lies just at the point where the valley closes in so much as to cease to be anything more than a mere pass over the city. On the left, we saw a small church with a hermitage close to it, and we hope to have an opportunity yet of visiting them both. We found in the inn a note from our friend who has stopped at Bec, which is about 3/4 of a league from this place. We have sent a messenger to him. The Count is gone out for a walk to see the country before us. I shall take a morsel to eat, and then set out towards the famous bridge and the pass. After 1 o'clock, I have at last got back from the spot where one could be contented to spend whole days together lounging and loitering about without once getting tired holding converse with oneself. If I had to advise anyone as to the best route into Valais, I should recommend the one from the Lake of Geneva up the Rhone. I have been on the road to Bec over the great bridge, from which you step at once into the Bernese territory. Here the Rhone flows downwards, and the valley near the lake becomes a little broader. As I turned round again, I saw that the rocks near S. Morris pressed together from both sides, and that a small, light bridge with a high arch was thrown boldly across from them over the Rhone, which rushes beneath it with its roaring and foaming stream. The numerous angles and turrets of a fortress stands close to the bridge, and a single gateway commands the entrance into Valais. I went over the bridge back towards S. Morris, and even beyond it in search of a view which I had formerly seen a drawing of at Huber's house, and by good luck found it. The Count is come back. He had gone to meet the horses, and mounting his grey had outstripped the rest. He says the bridge is so light and beautiful that it looks like a horse in the act of leaping a ditch. Our friend, too, is coming, and is quite contented with his tour. He accomplished the distance from the Lake of Geneva to Bec in a few days, and we are all delighted to see one another again. Martignac, towards 9. We were out riding till late at night, and the road seemed much longer returning than going. As in the morning, our attention had been constantly attracted from one object to another. Besides, I am for this day at least heartily tired of descriptions and reflections. However, I must try hastily to perpetuate the memory of two beautiful objects. It was deep twilight when on our return we reached the waterfall of the Pis Vache. The mountains, valley and the heavens themselves were dark and dusky by its grayish tint and unceasing murmur. You could distinguish the falling stream from all other objects, though you could scarcely discern the slightest motion. Suddenly, the summit of a very high peak glowed just like molten brass in a furnace, and above it rose a red smoke. This singular phenomenon was the effect of the setting sun, which illuminated the snow and the mists which ascended from it. Sion, Nov. 8, 1779. About 3 o'clock. From Martignac to Sion. This morning we missed our way riding, and were delayed in consequence 3 hours at least. We set out from Martignac before dawn in order to reach Sion in good time. The weather was extraordinarily beautiful, only that the sun being low in the heavens was shut out by the mountains, so that the road as we passed along was entirely in the shade. The view, however, of the marvelously beautiful valley of Valais brought up many a good and cheerful idea. We had ridden for full 3 hours along the high road with the Rhone on our left when we saw Sion before us, and we were beginning to congratulate ourselves on the prospect of soon ordering our noonday's meal, when we found that the bridge we ought to cross had been carried away. Nothing remained for us. We were told by the people who were busy repairing it, but either to leave our horses and go by a footpath which ran across the rocks, or else to ride on for about 3 miles, and then cross the Rhone by some other bridges. We chose the latter, and we would not suffer any ill humor to get possession of us, but determined to ascribe this mischance to the interposition of our good genius, who intended to take us a slow ride through this interesting region, with the advantage of good daylight. Everywhere indeed, in this narrow district, the Rhone makes sad havoc. In order to reach the other bridges, we were obliged for more than 1.5 leagues to ride over sandy patches, which the various inundations are constantly shifting, and are useful for nothing but alder and willow beds. At last, we came to the bridges, which were wretched, tottering, long, and composed of rotten timbers. we had to lead our horses over one by one, and with extreme caution we were now on the left side of the valley, and had to turn backwards to get to Sion. The road itself was for the most part wretched and stony. Every step, however, opened a fresh view, which was well worth a painting. One, however, was particularly remarkable. The road brought us up to a castle, below which there was spread out the most lovely scene that we had seen in the whole road. The mountains nearest to us run down on both sides slantingly to the level ground, and by their shape gave a kind of perspective effect to the natural landscape beneath us. Was the valley in its entire breadth from mountain to mountain, so that the eye could easily take it in the Rhone, with its ever-varying windings. And bushy banks was flowing past villages, meadows, and richly cultivated highlands. In the distance you saw the castle of Sion and the various hills which begin to rise behind it. The farthest horizon was shut in amphitheater-like, with a semicircular range of snow-capped mountains, which, like all the rest of the scene, stood glittering in the sun's meridian splendor. Disagreeable and rough was the road we had to ride over. We therefore enjoyed the more, perhaps, the still tolerably green festoons of the vines which overarched it. The inhabitants, to whom every spot of earth is precious, plant their grapevines close against the walls, which divide their little holdings from the road, where they grow to an extraordinary thickness, and by means of stakes and trellises are trained across the road, so as almost to form one continuous arbor. The lower grounds were principally meadows. In the neighborhood of Sion, however, we notice some tillage. Towards this town the scenery is extremely diversified by a variety of hills, and we wished to be able to make a longer stay in order to enjoy it, but the hideousness of the town and of the people fearfully disturbed the pleasant impression which the scenery leaves. The most frightful goiters put me altogether out of humor. We cannot well put our horses any further today, and therefore we think of going on foot to satyrs here in Sion. The inn is disgusting, and the whole town has a dirty and revolting appearance. Satyrs, Nov. 8, 1779. Night. Sion satyrs. As evening had begun to fall before we set out from Sion, we reached here at night with the sky above us clear and starry. We have consequently lost many a good view that, I know well, particularly, we should have liked to have ascended to the castle of Tourbillon, which is at no great distance from Sion. The view from it must be uncommonly beautiful. A guide, whom we took with us, skillfully guided us through some wretched low lands where the water was out. We soon reached the heights, and had the Rhone below us on our right. By talking over some astronomical matters, we shortened our road, and have taken up our abode here with some very worthy people who are doing their best to entertain us. When we think over what we have gone through, so busy a day, with its many incidents and sights, seems almost equal to a whole week. I begin to be quite sorry that I have neither time nor talent to sketch at least the outlines of the most remarkable objects, for that would be much better for the absent than all descriptions. Satyrs, Nov. 9, 1779. Before we set out, I can just bid you good morning. The Count is going with me to the mountains on the left towards Leukerbad. Our friend will, in the meantime, stay here with the horses and join us tomorrow at Leukerbad, Nov. 9, 1779. At the foot of Mount Gemmi, in a little wooden house, where we have been friendlily received by some very worthy people, we are sitting in a small low room, and trying how much of today's highly interesting tour can be communicated in words. Starting from Satyrs, very early, we proceeded for 3 leagues up the mountains, after having passed large districts laid waste by the mountain torrents. One of these streams will suddenly rise and desolate an extent of many miles, covering with fragments of rock and gravel the fields, meadows, and gardens, which, at least wherever possible, the people laboriously set to work to clear in order within 2 generations, perhaps to be again laid waste. We have had a grey day with every now and then a glimpse of sunshine. It is impossible to describe how infinitely variegated the valley here again becomes. The landscape bends and changes every moment. Cooking around you, all the objects seem to lie close together, and yet they are separated by great ravines and hills. Generally, we had the open part of the valley below us on the right, when suddenly we came upon a spot which commanded a most beautiful view over the mountains. In order to render more clear what it is I am attempting to describe, I must say a few words on the geographical position of the district in which we are at present. We had now for 3 hours been ascending the mountainous region which separates Valais from Bern. This is in fact the great track of mountains which runs in one continuous chain from the Lake of Geneva to Mount S. Gothard, and on which as it passes through Bern rest the great masses of ice and snow here above and below, are but the relative terms of the moment. I say, for instance, beneath me lies a village, and in all probability the level on which it is built is on a precipitous summit, which is far higher above the valley below than I am above it. In Den, the Gemmi. As we turned an angle of the road and rested a while at a hermitage, we saw beneath us at the end a lovely green meadowland which stretched along the brink of an enormous chasm, the village of Inden, with its white church exactly in the middle of the landscape, and built altogether on the slope of the hillside beyond the chasm another line of meadowlands and pine. Forests went upwards, while right behind the village, a vast cleft in the rocks ran up the summit on the left hand. The mountains came right down to us, while those on our right stretched far away into the distance, so that the little hamlet with its white church formed as it were the focus towards which the many rocks, ravines, and mountains all converged. The road to Inden is cut out of the precipitous side of the rock, which on your left going to the village lines the amphitheater. It is not dangerous, although it looks frightful enough. It goes down on the slope of a rugged mass of rocks, separated from the yawning abyss on the right by nothing but a few poor planks. A peasant with a mule who was descending at the same time as ourselves, whenever he came to any dangerous points, caught his beast by the tail, lest the steep descent should cause him to slip and roll into the rocks below. At last we reached Inden. As our guide was well known, there he easily managed to obtain for us from a good-natured dame some bread and a glass of red wine, for in these parts there are no regular inns. We now ascended the high ravine behind Inden, where we soon saw before us the Gemmiberg, of which we had heard such frightful descriptions, with Luckerbad at its foot, lying between two lofty, inaccessible, snow-covered mountains, as if it were in the hollow of a hand. It was 3 o'clock nearly when we arrived there, and our guide soon procured us lodgings. There is properly no inn even here, but in consequence of the many visitors to the baths at this place, all people have good accommodations. Our hostess had been put to bed the day before, but her husband, with an old mother and a servant girl, did very creditably the honors of the house. We ordered something to eat, and went to see the warm springs, which in several places burst out of the earth with great force, and are received in very clean reservoirs out of the village, and more towards the mountains there are said to be still stronger ones. The water has not the slightest smell of sulfur, and neither at its source nor in its channel does it make the least deposit of ochre or of any other earth or mineral, but like any other clear spring water, it leaves not the slightest trace behind it. As it comes out of the earth it is extremely hot, and is famous for its good qualities. We had still time for a walk to the foot of the Gemmi, which appeared to us to be at no great distance. I must here repeat a remark that has been made so often already, that when one is surrounded with mountain scenery, all objects appear to be extremely near. We had a good league to go amongst fragments of rock, which had fallen from the heights, and over gravel brought down by the torrents, before we reached the foot of the Gemmi, where the road ascends along the precipitous crags. This is the only pass into the canton of Bern, and the sick have to be transported along it in sedan chairs. If the season did not bid us hasten onwards, in all probability we might make an attempt tomorrow to ascend this remarkable mountain. As it is, however, we must content ourselves with the simple view of it on our return. We saw the clouds brewing, which in these parts is a highly interesting sight. The fine weather we have hitherto enjoyed has made us forget almost entirely that it is in November that we are. Besides, too, as they foretold us in Bern, the autumn here is very delightful. The short days, however, and the clouds which threaten snow warn us how late it is in the year. The strange drift which has been agitating them this evening was singularly beautiful. As we came back from the foot of the Gemmi, we saw light mists come up the ravine from Inden and move with great rapidity. They continually changed their direction, going now forwards, now backwards, and at last, as they ascended, they came so near to Luckerbad that we saw clearly that we must double our steps, if we would not before nightfall be enveloped in the clouds. We reached our quarters, however, without accident, and whilst I write this it is snowing in earnest. This is the first fall of snow that we have yet had, and when we call to mind our warm ride yesterday from Martignac to Sion, beneath the vineyards, which were still pretty thick with leaves, the change does appear sudden indeed. I have been standing some time at the door, observing the character and look of the clouds, which are beautiful beyond description. It is not yet night, but at intervals The clouds veil the whole sky and make it quite dark. They rise out of the deep ravines until they reach the highest summits of the mountains. Attracted by these, they appear to thicken, and being condensed by the cold, they fall down in the shape of snow. It gives you an inexpressible feeling of loneliness to find yourself here at this height, as it were, in a sort of well from which you scarcely can suppose that there is even a footpath to get out by, except down the precipice before you. The clouds which gather here in this valley, at one time completely hiding the immense rocks and absorbing them in a waste impenetrable gloom, or at another letting a part of them be seen like huge specters, give to the people a cast of melancholy. In the midst of such natural phenomena, the people are full of presentiments and forebodings. Clouds, a phenomenon remarkable to every man from his youth upper in the plain countries, generally looked upon at most as something foreign, something superterrestrial. People regard them as strangers, as birds of passage, which hatched under different climate visit this or that country for a moment or two, in passing as splendid pieces of tapestry, wherewith the gods part off their pomp and splendor from human eyes. But here where they are hatched, man is enclosed in them from the very first, and the eternal and intrinsic energy of his nature feels itself at every nerve moved to forebode and to indulge in presentiments. To the clouds which with us even produce these effects, we pay little attention. Moreover, as they are not pushed so thickly and directly before our eyes, their economy is the more difficult to observe. With regard to all such phenomena, one's only wish is to dwell on them for a while, and to be able to tarry several days in the spots where they are observable. If one is fond of such observations, the desire becomes the more vivid the more one reflects that every season of the year, every hour of the day, and every change of weather produces new phenomena which we little looked for, and as no man, not even the most ordinary character, was ever a witness even for once of great and unusual events, without their leaving behind in his soul some traces or other, and making him feel himself also to be greater for this one little shred of grandeur, so that he is never weary of telling the whole tale of it over again, and has gained at any rate a little treasure for his whole life. Just so is it with the man who has seen and become familiar with the grand phenomena of nature. He who manages to preserve these impressions and to combine them with other thoughts and emotions has assuredly a treasury of sweets wherewith to season the most tasteless parts of life, and to give a pervading relish to the whole of existence. I observe that in my notes I make very little mention of human beings amid these grand objects of nature. They are but little worthy of notice, especially where they do but come and go. I doubt not, but that on a longer stay we should meet with many worthy and interesting people. One fact I think I have everywhere observed: the farther one moves from the highroad and the busy marts of men, the more people are shut in by the mountains, isolated and confined to the simplest wants of life. The more they draw their maintenance from simple, humble, and unchangeable pursuits, so much the better, the more obliging, the more friendly, unselfish, and hospitable are they. Lukerbad, Nov 10, 1779. We are getting ready by candlelight in order to descend the mountain again as soon as day breaks. I have had rather a restless night. Scarcely had I got into bed before I felt as if I was attacked all over with the nettle rash. I soon found, however, that it was a swarm of crawling insects who, ravenous of blood, had fallen upon the newcomer. These insects breed in great numbers in these wooden houses. The night appeared to me extremely long, and I was heartily glad when in the morning a light was brought in. Luke, about 10 o'clock. We have not much time to spare, however. Before we set out, I will give you an account of the remarkable breaking up of our company which has here taken place, and also of the cause of it. We set out from Lukerbad with daybreak this morning, and had to make our way over the meadows through the fresh and slippery snow. We soon came to Inden, where, leaving above us on our right the precipitous road which we came down yesterday, we descended to the meadowlands. Along the ravine which now lay on our left, it is extremely wild and overgrown with trees, but a very tolerable road runs down into it through the clefts in the rock. The water which comes down from Lukerbad has its outlets into the valley high up on the side of the hill, which yesterday we descended. We saw an aqueduct skillfully cut out of the rock, by which a little stream is conducted from the mountain, then through a hollow into a neighboring village. Luke. Next we had to ascend a steep height, from which we soon saw the open country of Valais, with the dirty town of Valais lying beneath us. These little towns are mostly stuck on the hillsides. the roofs inelegantly covered with coarsely split planks, which within a year become black and overgrown with moss. And when you enter them, you are at once disgusted, for everything is dirty. Want and hardship are everywhere apparent among these highly privileged and free burghers. We found here our friend who brought the unfavorable report that it was beginning to be injudicious to proceed further with the horses. The stables were everywhere small and narrow, being built only for mules or sumpter horses. Oats, too, were rarely to be procured. Indeed, he was told that higher up, among the mountains, there were none to be had. Accordingly, a council was held. Our friend with the horses was to descend the valley and go by Beve, Lausanne, Freiburg, and Bern to Lucerne, while the Count and I pursued our course up the valley and endeavored to penetrate to Mount Gotthard, and then through the canton of Uri, and by the lake of the forest towns. Likewise make for Lucerne. In these parts you may anywhere procure mules, which are better suited to these roads than horses, and to go on foot invariably proves the most agreeable. In the end, our friend is gone, and our portmanteaus packed on the back of a mule, and so we are now ready to set off and make our way on foot to Brieg. The sky has a motley appearance. Still, I hope that the good luck which has hitherto attended us and attracted us to this distant spot will not abandon us at the very point where we have the most need of it. Brieg, Nov 10, 1779. Evening. Of today's expedition, I have little to tell you unless you would like to be entertained with a long circumstantial account of the weather. About 11 o'clock, we set off from Luc in company with a Swabian butcher's boy who had run away hither, and had found a place where he served somewhat in the capacity of Hansworst Jack Pudding, and with our luggage packed on the back of a mule, which its master was driving before him. Behind us, as far as the eye could reach, thick snow clouds, which came driving up the lowlands, covered everything. It had really a threatening aspect. Without expressing my fears, I felt anxious, lest even though right before us it looked as clear as it could do in the land of Goshen, the clouds might nevertheless overtake us, and here perhaps, in the territory of the valley, shut in on both sides by mountains, we might be covered with the clouds, and in one night snowed up. Thus whispered alarm, which got possession almost entirely of one ear. At the other, good courage was speaking in a confident tone, and reproving me for want of faith, kept reminding me of the past, and called my attention to the phenomena of the atmosphere before us. Our road went continually on towards the fine weather up the Rhone. All was clear, and as a strong west wind kept driving the clouds behind us, it was little likely that they would reach us. The following was the cause of this. Into the valley of Valais there are, as I have so often remarked already, many ravines running down from the neighboring mountain chains, which fall into it like little brooks into a great stream, as indeed all their waters flow off into the Rhone. Out of each of these openings rushes a current of wind, which has been forming in the inner valleys and nooks of the rocks. When now the principal drift of the clouds up the valley reaches one of these ravines, the current of the wind does not allow the clouds to pass, but contends with them, and with the wind which is driving them, and thus detains them, and disputes with them for whole hours the passage up the valley. This conflict we often witnessed, and when we believed we should surely be overtaken by the clouds, an obstacle of this kind would again arise, and after we had gone a good league, we found they had scarcely stirred from the spot. Brieg. Towards evening the sky was uncommonly beautiful as we arrived at Brieg. The clouds got there almost as soon as we did, however, as the sun had set, and a driving east wind blew against them. They were obliged to come to a halt, and formed a huge crescent from mountain to mountain across the valley. The cold air had greatly condensed them, and where their edge stood out against the blue sky, it presented to the eye many beautiful light and elegant forms. It was quite clear that they were heavy with snow. However, the fresh air seemed to us to promise that much would not fall during the night. Here we are in a very comfortable inn, and what greatly tends to make us contented, we have found a roomy chamber with a stove in it, so that we can sit by the fireside and take counsel together. As to our future travels through Brieg, runs the usual road to Italy over the Simplon. Should we therefore give up our plan of going over the Furka to Mont S. Gothard, we shall go with hired horses and mules to Domo di Osula, Margazro, pass up Lago Maggiore, and then to Bellinzona, and then on to S. Gothard, and over Arello to the monastery of the Capuchins. This road is passable all the winter through and is good traveling for horses. However, to our minds, it is not very inviting, especially as it was not in our original plan and will not bring us to Lucerne till 5 days after our friend. We wish rather to see the whole of the valley up to its extreme limit, whither we hope to come by tomorrow evening, and if fortune favors, we shall be sitting by about the same time next day in Rielp in the canton of Uri, which is on Mont Gothard and very near to its highest summit. If we then find it impossible to cross the Furka, the road back to this spot will still be open to us, and then we can take of necessity the route which of free choice we are disinclined to. You can well believe that I have here closely examined the people, whether they believe that the passage over the Furka is open, for that is the one idea with which I rise up and lie down to sleep and occupy myself all day long. Hitherto our route may be compared to a march to meet an enemy, and now it is as if we were approaching to the spot where he has entrenched himself, and we must give him battle. Besides our mule, 2 horses are ordered to be ready by the evening. Munster Nov 11, 1779. Evening 6 o'clock. Again we have had a pleasant and prosperous day this morning, as we set out early and in good time from Brieg. Our host, when we were already on the road, said, "If the mountain, so they call the Furka here, should prove too fearful, you can easily come back and take another route." With our 2 horses and mule we soon came upon some pleasant meadows, where the valley becomes so narrow that it is scarcely some gunshots wide. Here are some beautiful pasture lands on which stand large trees, while pieces of rock lie scattered about which have rolled down from the neighboring mountains. The valley gradually grows narrower, and the traveler is forced to ascend along the side of the mountain, having the while the Rhone below him in a rugged ravine on his left. Above him, however, the land is beautifully spread out. On the variously undulating hills are verdant and rich meadows and pretty hamlets, which with their dark brown wooden houses peep out prettily from among the snow. We traveled a good deal on foot, and we did so in turns to accommodate one another, for although riding is safe enough, still it excites one's alarm to see another riding before you along so narrow a track, and on so weak an animal, and just on the brink of so rugged a precipice. And as too there are no cattle to be seen on the meadows, for the people here shut them all up in sheds at this season, such a region looks lonely, and the thought that one is continually being hemmed in closer and closer by the vast mountains fills the imagination with somber and disagreeable fancies enough to make you fall from your seat. If you are not very firm in the saddle, man is never perfectly master of himself, as he lives in utter ignorance of the future, as indeed what the next moment may bring forth is hidden from him. Consequently, when anything unusual falls beneath his notice, he has often to contend with involuntary sensations, forebodings, and dreamlike fancies, at which shortly afterwards he may laugh outright, but which at the decisive moment are often extremely oppressive. The legend of S. Alexis. In our noonday quarters, we met with some amusement. We had taken up our lodgings with a woman in whose house everything looked neat and orderly. Her room, after the fashion of the country, was wainscoted, the beds ornamented with carving, the cupboards, tables, and all the other little repositories which were fastened against the walls or to the corners, had pretty ornaments of turner's work or carving. From the portraits which hung around the room, it was easy to see that several members of the family had devoted themselves to the clerical profession. We also observed a collection of bound books over the door, which we took to be the endowment of one of these reverend personages. We took down the legends of the saints and read it while our meal was preparing. On one occasion of our hostess entering the room, she asked us if we had ever read the history of S. Alexis. We said no, and took no further notice of her question, but went on reading the chapter we each had begun. When, however, we had sat down to table, she placed herself by our sides and began again to talk of S. Alexis. We asked her whether he was the patron saint of herself or of her family, which she denied, affirming at the same time, however, that this saintly person had undergone so much for the love of God that his history always affected her more than any others. When she saw that we knew nothing about him, she began to narrate to us his history. S. Alexis, she said, was the son of noble, rich, and God-fearing parents in Rome, and in the practice of good works he delighted to follow their example, for they did extraordinary good to the poor. All this, however, did not appear enough to Alexis, but secretly in his own heart he devoted himself entirely to God's service, and took a vow to Christ of perpetual virginity. when then in the course of time his parents wished to marry him to a lovely and amiable maiden. He did not oppose their will when, however, the marriage ceremony was concluded. Instead of retiring to his bed in the nuptial chamber, he went on board a vessel which he found ready to sail, and with it passed over to Asia. Here he assumed the garb of a wretched mendicant, and became thereby so thoroughly disguised that the servants of his father who had been sent after him failed to recognize him here. He posted himself near the door of the principal church, invariably attending the divine services, and supporting himself on the alms of the faithful. After 2 or 3 years, various miracles took place betokening the special favor of the Almighty. The bishop heard a voice in the church, bidding him to summon into the sacred temple that man whose prayer was most acceptable to God, and to keep him by his side, while he celebrated divine worship. As the bishop did not at once know who could be meant, the voice went on to point out to him the beggar whom, to the great astonishment of the people, he immediately fetched into the church. The saintly Alexis, embarrassed by having the attention of the people directed towards himself, quietly and silently departed. Thence also on shipboard, intending to proceed still further in foreign lands, but by a tempest and other circumstances he was compelled to land in Italy. The saint, seeing in all this the finger of God, was rejoiced to meet with an opportunity of exercising self-denial in the highest degree. He therefore set off direct for his native town, and placed himself as a beggar at the door of his parents' house. With their usual pious benevolence did they receive him, and commanded one of their servants to furnish him with lodging in the castle, and with all necessary sustenance. This servant, annoyed at the trouble he was put to, and displeased with his master's benevolence, assigned to this seeming beggar a miserable hole under some stone steps, where he threw to him, as to a dog, a sorry pittance of food. The saint, instead of suffering himself to be vexed thereat, first of all thanked God sincerely for it in his heart, and not only bore with patient meekness all this which he might easily have altered, but with incredible and superhuman fortitude endured to witness the lasting grief of his parents and his wife for his absence. For he heard his much-loved parents and his beautiful spouse invoke his name 100 times a day and pray for his return, and he saw them wasting their days in sorrow for his supposed absence. At this passage of her narrative, our good hostess could not refrain her tears, while her 2 daughters, who during the story had crept close to her side, kept steadily looking up in their mother's face. But she continued, great was the reward which the Almighty bestowed on his constancy, giving him at his death the greatest possible proofs of his favor in the eyes of the faithful. For after living several years in this state, daily frequenting the service of God with the most fervent zeal, he at last fell sick, without any particular heed being given to his condition by anyone. One morning shortly after this, while the Pope was himself celebrating high mass in presence of the emperor and all the nobles, suddenly all the bells in the whole city of Rome began to toll as if for the passing knell of some distinguished personage. Whilst every one was full of amazement, it was revealed to the Pope that this marvel was in honor of the death of the holiest person in the whole city, who had but just died in the house of the noble patrician, the father of Alexis. Being interrogated, thought at once of the beggar. He went home, and found him beneath the stairs, quite dead, in his folded hands. The saintly man clutched a paper, which his old father sought in vain to take from him. He returned to the church, and told all this to the emperor and the Pope, who thereupon, with their courtiers and clergy, set off to visit the corpse of the saint. When they reached the spot, the Holy Father took it without difficulty out of the hands of the dead man, and handed it to the emperor, who thereupon caused it to be read aloud by his chancellor. The paper contained the history of the saint. Then you should have seen the grief of his parents and wife, which now became excessive to think that they had had near to them a son and husband so dear, for whom there was nothing too good that they would not have done, and then too to know how ill he had been treated. They fell upon his corpse, and wept so bitterly that there was not one of the bystanders who could refrain from tears. Moreover, among the multitude of the people who gradually flocked to the spot, there were many sick who were brought to the body, and by its touch were made whole. The legend of S. Alexis. Our fair storyteller affirmed over and over again, as she dried her eyes, that she had never heard a more touching history, and I too was seized with so great a desire to weep that I had the greatest difficulty to hide, and to suppress it. After dinner, I looked out the legend itself in Father Cockham, and found that the good dame had dropped none of the purely human traits of the story, while she had clean forgotten all the tasteless remarks of this writer. We keep going continually to the window watching the weather, and are at present very near offering a prayer to the winds and clouds. Long evenings and universal stillness are the elements in which writing thrives right merrily, and I am convinced that if for a few months only I could contrive or were obliged to stay at a spot like this, all my unfinished dramas would of necessity be completed one after another. We have already had several people before us, and questioned them with regard to the pass over the Furka, but even here we have been unable to gain any precise information. Although the mountain is only 2 or 3 leagues distant, we must however rest contented, and we shall set out ourselves at break of day to reconnoiter, and see how destiny will decide for us. However, in general, I may be disposed to take things as they go. It would, I must confess, be highly annoying to me if we should be forced to retrace our steps again. If we are fortunate, we shall be by tomorrow evening at Rielp or Esgothard, and by noon the next day among the Capuchins at the summit of the mountain. If things go unfortunately, we nave 2 roads open for retreat back through the whole of Valais, and by the well-known road over Bern to Lucerne or back to Brieg, and then by a wide detour to Esgothard. I think in this short letter I have told you that 3 times, but in fact it is a matter of great importance to us. The issue will decide which was in the right, our courage, which gave us a confidence that we must succeed, or the prudence of certain persons who are very earnest in trying to dissuade us from attempting this route. This much at any rate is certain, that both prudence and courage must own chance to be over them both. And now that we have once more examined the weather, and found the air to be cold, the sky bright, and without any signs of a tendency to snow, we shall go calmly to bed. Munster, Nov. 12, 1776. Early 6 o'clock. We are quite ready, and all is packed up in order to set out from hence. With the break of day we have before us 2 leagues to Oberwald, and from there, the usual reckoning makes 6 leagues to Rielp. Our mule is to follow us with the baggage as far as it is possible to take him. Rielp, Nov. 12, 1779. Evening. The passage of the Furka. We reached this place just at nightfall. We have surmounted all difficulties, and the knots which entangled our path have been cut in 2. Before I tell you where we are lodged, and before I describe to you the character of our hosts, allow me the gratification of going over in thought the road that we did not see before us without anxiety, and which however we have left behind us without accident, though not without difficulty. About 7, we started from Munster, and saw before us the snow-covered amphitheatre of mountain summits, and took to be the Furka, the mountain which in the background stood obliquely before it. But as we afterwards learned, we made a mistake. It was concealed from our view by the mountains on our left, and by high clouds. The east wind blew strong and fought with some snow clouds, chasing the drifts now over the mountains, now up the valley, but this only made the snow drifts deeper on the ground, and caused us several times to miss our way. Although shut in, as we were on both sides, we could not fail of reaching Oberwald eventually. About 9 we actually got there, and dropping in at an auberge, its inmates were not a little surprised to see such characters appearing there this time of the year. We asked whether the pass over the Furka was still practicable, and they answered that their folk crossed it for the greater part of the winter, but whether we should be able to get across, they could not tell. We immediately sent to seek for one of these persons as a guide. There soon appeared a strong, thick-set peasant, whose very look and shape inspired confidence with him. We immediately began to treat. If he thought the pass was practicable for us, let him say so, and then take 1 or more comrades and come with us. After a short pause, he agreed and went away to get ready himself, and to fetch the others. In the meantime, we paid our muleteer the hire of his beast, since we could no longer make any use of his mule, and having eaten some bread and cheese, and drank a glass of red wine, felt full of strength and spirits, as our guide came back, followed by another man who looked still bigger and stronger than himself, and seeming to have all the strength and courage of a horse. He quickly shouldered our portmanteau, and now we set out a party of 5 through the village, and soon reached the foot of the mountain which lay on our left, and began gradually to ascend it. At first we had a beaten track to follow which came down from a neighboring Alp. Soon, however, this came to an end, and we had to go up the mountainside through the snow. Our guides, with great skill, tracked their way among the rocks, around which the usual path winds, although the deep and smooth snow had covered all alike. Next our road lay through a forest of pines, while the Rhone flowed beneath us in a narrow, unfruitful valley. Into it we also after a little while had to descend, and by crossing a little footbridge we came in sight of the glacier of the Rhone. It is the hugest we have as yet had, so full a view of a very great breadth. It occupies the whole saddle of the mountain, and descends uninterruptedly down to the point where in the valley the Rhone flows out of it. At this source, the people tell us, it has for several years been decreasing, but that is as nothing compared with all the rest of the huge mass. Although everything was full of snow, still the rough crags of ice, on which the wind did not allow the snow to lie, were visible with their glass-blue fissures, and you could see clearly where the glacier ended, and the snow-covered rock began. To this point, which lay on our left, we came very close. Presently, we again reached a light footbridge over a little mountain stream, which flowed through a barren, trough-shaped valley to join the Rhone. After passing the glacier, neither on the right, nor on the left, nor before you was there a tree to be seen. All was one desolate waste, no rugged and prominent rocks, nothing but long, smooth valleys, slightly inclining eminences, which now in the snow which leveled all inequalities presented to us their simple, unbroken surfaces. Turning now to the left, we ascended a mountain, sinking at every step deep in the snow. One of our guides had to go first, and boldly treading down the snow, break the way by which we were to follow the passage over the Furka. It was a strange sight. When turning for a moment your attention from the road, you directed it to yourself and your fellow travelers in the most desolate region of the world, in a boundless, monotonous wilderness of mountains enveloped in snow, where for 3 leagues before and behind you would not expect to meet a living soul, while on both sides you had the deep hollows of a web of mountains. You might see a line of men wending their way, treading each in the deep footsteps of the one before him, and where in the whole of the wide expanse, thus smoothed over the eye, could discern nothing but the track they left behind them. The hollows, as we left them, lay behind us, grey and boundless. In the mist, the changing clouds continually passed over the pale disk of the sun, and spread over the whole scene a perpetually moving veil. I am convinced that anyone who, while pursuing this route, allowed his imagination to gain the mastery, would, even in the absence of all immediate danger, fall a victim to his own apprehensions and fears. In reality, there is little or no risk of a fall here. The great danger is from the avalanches, when the snow has become deeper than it is at present, and begins to roll. However, our guide told us that they cross the mountains throughout the winter, carrying from Valais to Gotthard skins of the chamois, in which a considerable trade is here carried on. But then, to avoid the avalanches, they do not take the route that we did, but remain for some time longer in the broad valley, and then go straight up the mountain. This road is safer, but much more inconvenient. After a march of about 3 hours and a half, we reached the saddle of the Furka near the cross, which marks the boundary of Valais and Uri. Even here, we could not distinguish the double peak, from which the Furka derives its name. We now hoped for an easier descent, but our guide soon announced to us still deeper snow, as we immediately found it to be. Our march continued in single file as before, and the foremost man who broke the path often sank up to his waist in the snow. The readiness of the people and their light way of speaking of matters served to keep up our courage, and I will say for myself that I have accomplished the journey without fatigue, although I cannot say that it was a mere walk. The huntsman Hermann asserted that he had often before met with equally deep snow in the forests of Thuringia, but at last he could not help bursting out with a loud exclamation. The Furka is a vulture or lammergeier swept over our heads with incredible rapidity. It was the only living thing that we had met with in this waste. In the distance, we saw the mountains of the Ursee lighted up with the bright sunshine. Our guides wished to enter a shepherd's hut, which had been abandoned and snowed up, and to take something to eat, but we urged them to go onwards to avoid standing still in the cold. Here again is another group of valleys, and at last we gained an open view into the valley of the Ursee. The Capuchins at Rielb. We now proceeded at a shorter pace, and after traveling about 3 leagues and a half from the cross, we saw the scattered roofs of Rielb. We had several times questioned our guides as to what sort of an inn and what kind of wine we were likely to find in real the hopes they gave us were anything but good, but they assured us that the Capuchins there, although they had not like those on the summit of Gotthard and Hospice, were in the habit of entertaining strangers with them, we should get some good red wine and better food than at an inn. We therefore sent one of our party forwards to inform the Capuchins of our arrival, and to procure a lodging for us. We did not loiter long behind, and arrived very soon after him, when we were received at the door by one of the fathers, a portly good-looking man, with much friendliness of manner. He invited us to enter, and at the threshold begged that we would put up with such entertainment they could alone offer, as at no time, and least of all at this season of the year, were they prepared to receive such guests. He therefore led us into a warm room, and was very diligent in waiting upon us, while we took off our boots, and changed our linen. He begged us once for all to make ourselves perfectly at home. As to our meat, we must, he said, be indulgent, for they were in the middle of their long fast, which would last till Christmas Day. We assured him that a warm room, a bit of bread, and a glass of red wine would in our present circumstances fully satisfy all our wishes. He procured us what we asked for, and we had scarcely refreshed ourselves a little ere he began to recount to us all that concerned the establishment and the settlement of himself and fellows on this waste spot. We have not, he said, an hospice like the fathers on Mont Escathard. We are here in the capacity of parish priests, and there are 3 of us. The duty of preaching falls to my lot. The second father has to look after the school, and the brother to look after the household. He went on to describe their hardships and toils here, at the furthest end of a lonely valley, separated from all the world and working hard to very little profit. This spot, like all others, was formerly provided with a secular priest, but an avalanche having buried half of the village, the last one had run away, and taken the pyx with him, whereupon he was suspended, and they of whom more resignation was expected were sent there in his place. In order to write all this, I had retired to an upper room, which is warmed from below by a hole in the floor, and I have just received an intimation that dinner is ready, which, notwithstanding our luncheon, is right welcome news. About 9, the fathers, priests, servants, guides, and all took their dinner together at a common table. The brother, however, who superintended the cooking, did not make his appearance till dinner was nearly over. Out of milk, eggs, and flour, he had compounded a variety of dishes, which we tasted one after another, and found them all very good. Our guides, who took a great pleasure in speaking of the successful issue of our expedition, praised us for our uncommon dexterity in traveling, and assured us that it was not everyone that they would have undertaken the task of being guides to. They even confessed also that this morning, when their services were required, one had gone first to reconnoiter, and to see if we looked like people who would really go through all difficulties with them, for they were particularly cautious how they accompanied old or weak people at this time of the year, since it was their duty to take over in safety every one they had once engaged to guide, being bound, in case of his falling sick, to carry him, even though it should be at the imminent risk of their own lives, and if he were to die on the passage, not to leave his body behind. This confession at once opened the floodgates to a host of anecdotes, and each in turn had his story to tell of the difficulties and dangers of wandering over the mountains, amidst which the people had here to live as in their proper element, so that with the greatest indifference they speak of mischances and accidents to which they themselves are daily liable. One of them told a story of how on the Kandersteg, on his way to Mount Gemmi, he and a comrade with him, he is mentioned on every occasion with both Christian and surname, found a poor family in the deep snow, the mother dying, her boy half dead, and the father in that state of indifference which verges on a total prostration of intellect. He took the woman on his back, and his comrade her son, and thus laden they had driven before them the father, who was unwilling to move from the spot. The Capuchins at Rialb. During the descent of Gemmi, the woman died on his back, but he brought her dead, as she was to Lukerbad. When we asked what sort of people they were, and what could have brought them at such a season into the mountains, he said they were poor people of the canton of Bern, who, driven by want, had taken to the road at an unseasonable period of the year, in the hope of finding some relations either in Valais or the Italian canton, and had been overtaken by a snowstorm. Moreover, they told many anecdotes of what had happened to themselves during the winter journeys over the Furka, with the chamois-skins on. Which expeditions, however, they always traveled in companies every now and then our reverend host would make excuses for the dinner, and we redoubled our assurances that we wished for nothing better. We also found that he contrived to bring back the conversation to himself and his own matters, observing that he had not been long in this place. He began to talk of the office of preaching and of the dexterity that a preacher ought to have. He compared the good preacher to a chapman who cleverly puffs his wares, and by his pleasant words makes himself agreeable to his customers. After dinner, he kept up the conversation, and as he stood with his left hand leaning on the table, he accompanied his remarks with his right, and while he discoursed most eloquently on eloquence, appeared at the moment as if he wished to convince us that he himself was the dexterous chapman. We assented to his observations, and he came. From the lecture to the thing itself, he panegyrized the Roman Catholic religion. We must, he said, have a rule of faith, and the great value of it consists in its being fixed, and as little liable as possible to change. We, he said, had made Scripture the foundation of our faith, but it was insufficient. We ourselves would not venture to put it into the hands of common men, for holy as it is, and full as every leaf is of the Spirit of God, still the worldly-minded man is insensible of all this, and finds rather perplexities and stumbling blocks throughout. What good can a mere layman extract from the histories of sinful men, which are contained therein, and which the Holy Ghost has there recorded for the strengthening of the faith of the tried and experienced children of God? What benefit can a common man draw from all this, when he is unable to consider the whole context and connection? How is such a person to see his way clear out of the seeming contradictions which occasionally occur, out of the difficulties which arise from the ill arrangement of the books, and the differences of style, when the learned themselves find it so hard, and while so many passages make them hold their reason in abeyance? What ought we therefore to teach? A rule of faith founded on Scripture, and proved by the best of commentaries. But who then is to comment upon the Scripture? Who is to set up this rule? I, perhaps, or some other man? By no means. Every man has his own way of taking and seeing things, and represents them after his own ideas. That would be to give to the people as many systems of doctrines as there are heads in the world, and to produce inexplicable confusion, as indeed had already been done. No, it remains for the Holy Church alone to interpret Scripture, to determine the rule of faith, by which the souls of men are to be guided and governed. And what is the Church? It is not any single supreme head or any particular member alone. No, it is all the holiest, most learned, and most experienced men of all times, who with the cooperation of the Holy Spirit have successively combined together in building up that great universal and agreeing body, which has its great councils for its members to communicate their thoughts to one another, and for mutual edification, which banishes error and thereby imparts to our holy religion a certainty and a stability such as no other profession can pretend to, and gives it a foundation, and strengthens it with bulwarks which even hell itself cannot overthrow. And just so is it also with the text of the sacred Scriptures. We have, he said, the Vulgate, moreover an approved version of the Vulgate, and of every sentence a commentary, which the Church itself has accredited. Hence arises that uniformity of our teaching which surprises everyone, whether, he continued, you hear me preaching in this most remote corner of the world, or in the great capital of a distant country, are listening to the dullest or cleverest of preachers. All will hold one and the same language. A Catholic Christian will always hear the same doctrine. Everywhere will he be instructed and edified in the same manner, and this it is which constitutes the certainty of our faith, which gives us the peace and confidence by which each one in life holds sure communion with his brother Catholics, and at death can calmly part in the sure hope of meeting one another again. In his speech, as in a sermon, he let the subjects follow in due order, and spoke more from an inward feeling of satisfaction that he was exhibiting himself under a favorable aspect, than from any bigoted anxiety for conversion. During the delivery, he would occasionally change the arm he rested upon, or draw them both into the arms of his gown, or let them rest on his portly stomach now. And then he would with much grace draw his snuff-box out of his capote, and after using it, replace it with a careless ease. We listened to him attentively, and he seemed to be quite content with our way of receiving his instructions. how greatly amazed would he have been if an angel had revealed to him at the moment that he was addressing his peroration to a descendant of Frederick the Wise. November 13, 1779. Among the Capuchins on the summit of Mont S. Gothard. Morning about 10 o'clock. Mount S. Gothard. At last we have fortunately reached the utmost limits of our journey. Here it is determined we shall rest a while, and then turn our steps towards our dear fatherland. Very strange are my feelings here on this summit, where 4 years ago I passed a few days with very different anxieties, sentiments, plans, and hopes, and at a very different season of the year, when without any foreboding of my future fortunes, but moved by I know not what, I turned my back upon Italy, and ignorantly went to meet my present destiny. I did not even recognize the house again. Some time ago it was greatly injured by an avalanche, and the good fathers took advantage of this opportunity and made a collection throughout the canton for enlarging and improving their residence. Both of the two fathers who reside here at present are absent, but as I hear, they are still the same that I met 4 years ago. Father Seraphin, who has now passed 14 years in this post, is at present at Milan, and the other is expected today from Arello. In this clear atmosphere, the cold is awful. As soon as dinner is over, I will continue my letter, for I see clearly we shall not go far outside the door. After dinner, it becomes colder, and colder. One does not like to stir from the stove. Indeed, it is most delightful to sit upon it, which in this country, where the stoves are made of stonetiles, it is very easy to do. First of all, therefore, we will tell you of our departure from Rialp, and then of our journey hither. Yesterday evening, before we retired to our beds, the good father would show us his sleeping cell, where everything was in nice order in a very small space. His bed, which consisted of a bag of straw with a woolen coverlid, did not appear to us to be anything very meritorious, as we ourselves had often put up with no better. With great pleasure and internal satisfaction, he showed us everything, his bookcase, and all other things we praised, all that we saw, and parting on the best terms with each other, we retired for the night, in furnishing our room, in order that 2 beds might stand against one wall. Both had been made unusually small. This inconvenience kept me long awake, until I thought of remedying it by placing 4 chairs together. It was quite broad daylight before we awoke this morning. When we went down, we found nothing but happy and friendly faces, our guides, on the point of entering upon their return over yesterday's beautiful route, seemed to look upon it as an epoch, and as a history with which hereafter they would be able to entertain other strangers. And as they were well paid, the idea of an adventure became complete in their minds. After this, we made a capital breakfast and departed. Our road now lay through the valley of the Uri, which is remarkable as having at so great an elevation such beautiful meadows and pasturage for cattle. They make here a cheese, which I prefer to all others. No trees, however, grow here. Sally bushes line all the brooks, and on the mountains little shrubs grow thickly together. Of all the countries that I know, this is to me the loveliest and most interesting. Whether it is that old recollections make it precious to me, or that the perception of such a long chain of nature's wonders excites within me a secret and inexpressible feeling of enjoyment, I take it for granted that you bear in mind that the whole country through which I am leading you is covered with snow, and that rock and meadow alike are snowed over. The sky has been quite clear, without a single cloud, the hue far deeper than one is accustomed to see in low and flat countries, and the white mountain ridges which stood out in strong contrast to it were either glittering in the sunshine or else took a grayish tint in the shade. In an hour and a half, we reached Hospitaller, little village within the canton of Uri, which lies on the road to S. Gotthard. Here at last I regained the track of my former tour. We entered an inn, and though it was as yet morning, ordered a dinner, and soon afterward began to ascend the summit. A long train of mules with their bells enlivened the whole region. It is a sound which awakens all one's recollections of mountain scenery. The greater part of the train was in advance of us, and with their sharp iron shoes had pretty well cut up the smooth, icy road. We also saw some laborers who were employed in covering the slippery ice with fresh earth in order to render it passable. The wish which I formerly gave utterance to, that I might one day be permitted to see this part of the world under snow, is now at last gratified. The road goes up the Reuss as it dashes down over rocks all the way, and forms everywhere the most beautiful waterfalls, we stood a long while, attracted by the singular beauty of one, which in considerable volume was dashing over a succession of dark black rocks here and there in the cracks, and on the flat ledges pieces of ice had formed, and the water seemed to be running over a variegated black and white marble. The masses of ice glistened like veins of crystal in the sun, and the water flowed pure and fresh between them. Mount S. Gothard. On the mountains there is no more tiresome a fellow-traveler than a train of mules. They have so unequal a pace. With a strange instinct, they always stop a while at the bottom of a steep ascent, and then dash off at a quick pace up it to rest again at the top. Very often, too, they will stop at the level spots, which do occur now and then, until they are forced on by the drivers, or by other beasts coming up, and so the foot passenger, by keeping a steady pace, soon gains upon them, and in the narrow road has to push by them. If you stand still a little while to observe any object, they in their turn will pass by you, and you are pestered with the deafening sound of their bells, and hard brushed with their loads, which project to a good distance on each side of them. In this way we at last reached the summit of the mountain, which you can form some idea of by fancying a bald skull, surrounded with a crown. Here one finds oneself on a perfect flat, surrounded with peaks far and near. The eye falls on nothing but bare and mostly snow-covered peaks and crags. It is scarcely possible to keep oneself warm, especially as they have here no fuel but brushwood, and of that too they are obliged to be very sparing, as they have to fetch it up the mountains from a distance of at least 3 leagues, for at the summit, they tell us, scarcely any kind of wood grows. The Reverend Father is returned from Arello so frozen that on his arrival he could scarcely utter a word. Although here the Capuchins are allowed to clothe themselves a little more comfortably than the rest of their order, still their style of dress is by no means suited for such a climate as this. All the way up from Arello the road was frozen perfectly smooth, and he had the wind in his face. His beard was quite frozen, and it was a long while before he recovered himself. We had some conversation together on the hardships of their residence here. He told us how they managed to get through the year, their various occupations, and their domestic circumstances. He could speak nothing but Italian, and so we had an opportunity of putting to use the exercises in this language which we had taken during the spring. Towards evening, we went for a moment outside the house door, that the good father might point out to us the peak which is considered to be the highest summit of Mont Gothard, but we could scarcely endure to stay out a very few minutes, so searching and pinching was the cold. This time, therefore, we shall remain close shut up within doors, and shall have time enough before we start tomorrow to travel again in thought over all the most remarkable parts of this region. A brief geographical description will enable you to understand how remarkable the point is at which we are now sitting. S. Gothard is not indeed the highest mountain of Switzerland. In Savoy, Mont Blanc has a far higher elevation, and yet it maintains above all others the rank of a king of mountains, because all the great chains converge together around him, and all rest upon him as their base. Indeed, if I do not make a great mistake, I think I was told at Bern by Herr Wittenbach, who from its highest summit had seen the peaks of all the others, that the latter all leaned towards it. The mountains of Schweiz and Unterwalden, joined by those of Uri, range from the north, from the east, those of the Grisons, from the south, those of the Italian cantons, while from the east, by means of the Furka, the double line of mountains, which enclose Valais, presses upon it. Not far from this house, there are 2 small lakes, one of which sends forth the Ticino through gorges and valleys into Italy, while from the other, in like manner, the Reuss proceeds till it empties itself. The lake of the forest towns, not far from this spot, are the sources of the Rhine, which pursue an easterly course. And if then we take in the Rhone, which rises at the foot of the Furka and runs westward through Valais, we shall find ourselves at the point of a cross, from which mountain ranges and rivers proceed towards the 4 cardinal points of heaven. Travels in Italy. I too in Arcadia. From Carlsbad to the Brenner. Ratisbon, September 4, 1786. As early as 3 o'clock in the morning, I stole out of Carlsbad, for otherwise I should not have been allowed to depart quietly. The band of friends, who on the 28th of August rejoiced to celebrate my birthday, had in some degree acquired a right to detain me. However, It was impossible to stay here any longer, having packed a portmanteau merely and a knapsack. I jumped alone into a post-chaise, and by 8:30 on a beautifully calm but foggy morning I arrived at Zavoda. The upper clouds were streaky and fleecy, the lower ones heavy. This appeared to me a good sign. I hoped that after so wretched a summer we should enjoy a fine autumn. About 12, I got to Egra under a warm and shining sun, and now it occurred to me that this place had the same latitude as my own native town, and it was a real pleasure to me once more to take my midday meal beneath a bright sky at the 50th degree. On entering Bavaria, one comes at once on the monastery of Waldsassen, with the valuable domain of the ecclesiastical lords, who were wise sooner than other men. It lies in a dish-like, not to say cauldron-like hollow, in beautiful meadowland, enclosed on all sides by slightly ascending and fertile heights. This cloister also possesses property in the neighboring districts. The soil is decomposed slate clay, the quartz which is found in this mineral formation, and which does not dissolve nor crumble away, makes the earth loose, and extremely fertile. The land continues to rise until you come to Terschenruth, and the waters flow against you too. Fall into the Egra and the Elbe. From Terschenruth it descends southwards, and the streams run towards the Danube. I can form a pretty rapid idea of a country as soon as I know by examination which way even the least brook runs, and can determine the river to whose basin it belongs. By this means, even in those districts which it is impossible to take a survey of, one can in thought form a connection between lines of mountains and valleys. From the last-mentioned place begins an excellent road, formed of granite. A better one cannot be conceived, for, as the decomposed granite consists of gravelly and argillaceous earths, they bind excellently together and form a solid foundation, so as to make a road as smooth as a thrashing floor. The country through which it runs looks so much the worse. It also consists of a granitous and lies very flat and marshy, and the excellent road is all the more desirable, and as moreover the roads descend gradually from this plain, one gets on with a rapidity that strikingly contrasts with the general snail's pace of Bohemian traveling. The enclosed billet will give you the names of the different stages. Suffice it to say that on the second morning I was at Ratisbon, and so I did these 24 miles, 1½ in 39 hours. As the day began to dawn, I found myself between Schwandorf and Begenstorf, and I observed here a change for the better in the cultivation of the land. The soil was no longer the mere debris of the rock, but a mixed alluvial deposit. The inundation by which it was deposited must have been caused by the ebb and flood from the basin of the Danube into all the valleys which at present drain their water into it. In this way were formed the natural bowls polder, on which the tillage is carried on. This remark applies to all lands in the neighborhood of large or small streams, and with this guide any observer may form a conclusion as to the soils suited for tillage. Ratisbon. Ratisbon is indeed beautifully situated. The country could not but invite men to settle and build a city in it, and the spiritual lords have shown their judgment. All the land around the town belongs to them. In the city itself, churches crowd churches, and monastic buildings are no less thick. The Danube reminds me of the dear old Main at Frankfurt. Indeed, the river and bridges have a better appearance here. However, the view of the northern suburb Stadtumhof looks very pretty as it lies before you across the river. Immediately on my arrival, I betook myself to the College of the Jesuits, where the annual play was being acted by the pupils. I saw the end of the opera and the beginning of the tragedy. They did not act worse than many an unexperienced company of amateurs, and their dresses were beautiful, almost too superb. This public exhibition also served to convince me still more strongly of the worldly prudence of the Jesuits. They neglect nothing that is likely to produce an effect, and contrive to practice it with interest and care. In this there is not merely prudence, such as we understand the term abstractedly. It is associated with a real pleasure in the matter in hand, a sympathy, and a fellow feeling, a taste, such as arises from the experience of life, as this great society has among its members organ builders, sculptors, and gilders. So assuredly, there are some who patronize the stage with learning and taste, and just as they decorate their churches with appropriate ornaments, these clear-sighted men take advantage of the world's sensual eye by an imposing theatre. Today I am writing in latitude 49 degrees, the weather promises fair, and even here the people complain of the coldness and wet of the past summer. The morning was cool, but it was the beginning of a glorious and temperate day. The mild atmosphere, which the mighty river brings with it, is something quite peculiar. The fruits are nothing very surprising. I have tasted indeed some excellent pears, but I am longing for grapes and figs. My attention is riveted by the actions and principles of the Jesuits. Their churches, towers, and buildings have a something great and perfect in their plan, which imposes all beholders with a secret awe. In the decoration, gold, silver, metal, and polished marble are accumulated in such splendor and profusion as must dazzle the beggars of all ranks here, and there one fails not to meet with something in bad taste in order to appease and to attract humanity. This is the general character of the external ritual of the Roman Catholic Church. Never, however, have I seen it applied with so much shrewdness, tact, and consistency as among the Jesuits. Here all tends to this one end. Unlike the members of the other spiritual orders, they do not continue an old worn-out ceremonial, but humoring the spirit of the age, continually deck it out with fresh pomp and splendor. A rare stone is quarried here into blocks in appearance. It is a species of conglomerate, however. It must be held to be older, more primary, and of a porphyritic nature. It is of a greenish color mixed with quartz, and is porous. In it are found large pieces of very solid jasper, in which again are to be seen little round pieces of a kind of breccia. A specimen would have been very instructive, and one could not help longing for one. The rock, however, was too solid, and I had taken a vow not to load myself with stones on this journey. Munich, September 6, 1786. At 12:30 on the 5th of September, I set off for Ratisbon. At Abach the country is beautiful, while the Danube dashes against limestone rocks. As far as Sol, the limestone, somewhat similar to that at Osterode on the Harz-Close, but on the whole porous. By 6 Roman 1000 I was in Munich, and after having looked about me for some 12 hours, I will notice only a few points in the sculpture gallery. I did not find myself at home. I must practice my eye first of all on paintings. There are some excellent things. Here the sketches of Rubens from the Luxembourg Gallery caused me the greatest delight. Here also is the rare toy, a model of Trajan's pillar, the material lapis lazuli, and the figures in gilt. It is at any rate a rare piece of workmanship, and in this light one takes pleasure in looking at it. In the hall of the antiques, I soon felt that my eye was not much practiced on such objects. On this account, I was unwilling to stay long there, and to waste my time. There was much that did not take my fancy, without my being able to say why. A Drusus attracted my attention, 2 Antonines pleased me, as also did a few other things. On the whole, the arrangement of the objects was not happy, although there is an evident attempt to make a display with them, and the hall, or rather the museum, would have a good appearance if it were kept in better repair and cleaner. In the cabinet of natural history, I saw beautiful things from the Tyrol, which in smaller specimens I was already acquainted with and indeed possessed. Munich, Mittelwald. I was met by a woman with figs, which as the first tasted delicious, but the fruit in general is not good considering the latitude of 48 degrees. Everyone is complaining here of the wet and cold. A mist, which might well be called a rain, overtook me this morning early before I reached Munich. Throughout the day, the wind has continued to blow cold from off the Tyrolese mountains. As I looked towards them from the tower, I found them covered, and the whole heavens shrouded with clouds. Now, at setting, the sun is shining on the top of the ancient tower, which stands right opposite to my window. Pardon me that I dwell so much on wind, and whether the traveler by land is almost as much dependent upon them as the voyager by sea, and it would be a sad thing if my autumn in foreign lands should be as little favored as my summer at home. And now straight for Innsbruck. What do I not pass over both on my right and on my left in order to carry out the one thought which has become almost too old in my soul? Mittelwald, September 7, 1786. It seems as if my guardian spirit had said amen to my credo, and I thank him that he has brought me to this place on so fine a day. My last postilion said, with a joyous exclamation, "It was the first in the whole summer. I cherish, in quiet, my superstition that it will long continue so. However, my friends must pardon me if again I talk of air and clouds. As I started from Munich, about 5 o'clock, the sky cleared up on the mountains of the Tyrol. The clouds stood in huge masses, the streaks too in the lower regions did not move. The road lies on the heights over hills of alluvial gravel, while below one sees the Isar flowing slowly. Here the work of the inundations of the primal oceans become conceivable in many granitor rubbles. I found the counterparts of the specimens in my cabinet, for which I have to thank Nebel. The mists from the river and the meadows hung about for a time, but at last they too dispersed between these gravelly hills, which you must think of as extending both in length and breadth for many leagues, is a highly beautiful and fertile region like that in the basin of the region. Now one comes again upon the Isar, and observe in its channel a precipitous section of the gravel hills, at least 150 feet high. I arrived at Wolfertschassen and reached the 48th degree. The sun was scorching hot. No one relies on the fine, whether everyone is complaining of the past year, and bitterly weeping over the arrangements of Providence. And now a new world opened upon me. I was approaching the mountains, which stood out more and more distinctly. Benediktbüren has a glorious situation, and charms one at the first sight. On a fertile plain is a long and broad white building, and behind it a broad and lofty ridge of rocks. Next one ascends to the Kochelsee, and still higher on the mountains to the Walchensee. Here I greeted the first snow-capped summit, and in the midst of my admiration at being so near the snowy mountains, I was informed that yesterday it had thundered in these parts, and that snow had fallen on the heights. From these meteoric tokens people draw hopes of better weather, and from this early snow anticipate change in the atmosphere. The rocks around me are all of limestone of the oldest formation, and containing no fossils. These limestone mountains extend in vast unbroken ranges from Dalmatia to Mount St. Gothard. Hake has traveled over a considerable portion of the chain. They dip on the primary rocks of the quartz and clay. The road up the Brenners. I reached the Wallensee about 4:30. About 3 miles from this place, I met with a pretty adventure. A harper came before me with his daughter, a little girl of about 11 years, and begged me to take up his child. He went on with his instrument. I let her sit by my side, and she very carefully placed at her feet a large new box. A pretty and accomplished creature, and already a great traveler over the world. She had been on a pilgrimage on foot with her mother to Maria Einsiedel, and both had determined to go upon the still longer journey to Jago of Compostela when her mother was carried off by death and was unable to fulfill her vow. It was impossible, she thought, to do too much in honor of the Mother of God. After a great fire, in which a whole house was burnt to the lowest foundation, she herself had seen the image of the Mother of God, which stood over the door beneath a glass frame, image and glass both uninjured, which was surely a palpable miracle. All her journeys she had taken on foot. She had just played in Munich before the Elector of Bavaria, and altogether her performances had been witnessed by 21 princely personages. She quite entertained me. Pretty large hazel eyes, a proud forehead, which she frequently wrinkled by an elevation of the brows. She was natural and agreeable when she spoke, and especially when she laughed out loud with the free laugh of childhood. When on the other hand she was silent, she seemed to have a meaning in it, and with her upper lip had a sinister expression. I spoke with her on very many subjects. She was at home with all of them, and made most pertinent remarks. Thus she asked me once what tree one we came to was. It was a huge and beautiful maple, the first I had seen on my whole journey. She narrowly observed it, and was quite delighted when several more appeared, and she was able to recognize this tree. She was going, she told me, to Botzen for the fair, where she guessed I too was hastening. When she met me there, I must buy her a fairing, which of course I promised to do. She intended to put on there her new coif, which she had made out of her earnings at Munich. She would show it to me beforehand, so she opened the bandbox, and I could not do less than admire the headgear with its rich embroidery and beautiful ribbons. Over another pleasant prospect, we felt a mutual pleasure. She asserted that we had fine weather before us, for they always carried their barometer with them, and that was the harp. When the treble string twanged, it was sure to be fine weather, and it had done so yesterday. I accepted the omen, and we parted in the best of humors, and with the hope of a speedy meeting. On the Brenner, September 8, 1786. Evening. Hurried, not to say driven here by necessity, I have reached at last a resting place in a calm, quiet spot, just such as I could wish it to be. It has been a day, which for many years it will be a pleasure to recall. I left Mittelwald about 6 in the morning, and a sharp wind soon perfectly cleared the sky. The cold was such as one looks for only in February, but now in the splendor of the setting sun, the dark foreground thickly planted with fig trees, and peeping between them the grey limestone rocks, and behind all the highest summit of the mountain covered with snow, and standing out in bold outline against the deep blue sky furnish precious and ever-changing images. One enters the Tyrol by Scharnitz. The boundary line is marked by a wall which bars the passage through the valley, and abuts on both sides on the mountains. It looks well on one side. The rocks are fortified on the other. They ascend perpendicularly. From Seefeld the road continually grew more interesting, and if from Benediktbüren to this place, it went on ascending from height to height, while all the streams of the neighboring districts were making for the Isar. Now one caught a sight over a ridge of rocks of the valley of the Inn, and Inzingen lay before us. The sun was high and hot, so that I was obliged to throw off some of my coats, for indeed, with the varying atmosphere of the day, I am obliged frequently to change my clothing. At Zeal one begins to descend into the valley of the Inn. Its situation is indescribably beautiful, and the bright beams of the sun made it look quite cheerful. The postilion went faster than I wished, for he had not yet heard Mass, and was anxious to be present at it at Innsbruck, whereas it was the festival of the Nativity of the Virgin Mary. He hoped to be a devout participant. Accordingly, we rattled along the banks of the Inn, hurrying by Martinswand, a vast precipitous wall-like rock of limestone, to the spot where the Emperor Maximilian is said to have lost himself. I ventured to descend, and came up again without a guide, although it is in any case a rash undertaking. Innsbruck meteorology. Innsbruck is gloriously situated in a rich broad valley between high rocks and mountains. Everybody and everything was decked out in honor of the Virgin's Nativity. At first I had some wish to stop there, but it promised neither rest nor peace for a little while. I amused myself with the son of my host. At last the people who were to attend to me came in one by one, for the sake of health and prosperity to the flocks. They had all gone on a pilgrimage to Wilden, a place of worship on the mountains, about 3.5 miles from the city, about 2 o'clock. As my rolling carriage divided the gay merry throng, everyone was in holiday garb and promenade. From Innsbruck, the road becomes even still more beautiful. No powers of description can equal it. The most frequented road, ascending a gorge, which empties its waters into the Inn, offers to the eye innumerable varieties of scenery, while the road often runs close to the most rugged rocks. Indeed, is frequently cut right through Themon, sees the other side above you slightly inclining, and cultivated with the most surprising skill. On the high and broad ascending surface lie valleys, houses, cottages, and cabins, whitewashed, glittering among the fields and hedges. Soon all changed. The land becomes available only for pastime, until it too terminates on the precipitous ascent. I have gained some ideas for my scheme of a creation, none however perfectly new and unexpected. I have also dreamed much of the model I have so long talked about, by which I am desirous to give a notion of all that is brooding in my own mind, and which in nature itself I cannot point out to every eye. Now it grew darker and darker. Individual objects were lost in the obscurity. The masses became constantly vaster and grander. At last, as the whole moved before me like some deeply mysterious figure, the moon suddenly illuminated the snow-capped summits, and now I am waiting till morning shall light up this rocky chasm in which I am shut up on the boundary line of the north and south. I must again add a few remarks on the weather, which perhaps favors me so highly in return for the great attention I pay to it on the lowlands. One has good or bad weather when it is already settled, for either on the mountains one is present with the beginning of the change. I have so often experienced this when on my travels or walks or hunting excursions I have passed days and nights between the cliffs in the mountain forests. On such occasions a conceit occurred to me which I give you as nothing better, but which however I cannot get rid of, as indeed generally such conceits are of all things most difficult to get rid of. I altogether look upon it as a truth, and so I will now give utterance to it, especially as I have already so often had occasion to prove the indulgence of my friends. When we look at the mountains either closely or from a distance, and see their summits above us, at one time glittering in the sunshine, at another enveloped in mist swept round with strong clouds or blackened with showers, we are disposed to ascribe it all to the atmosphere, as we can easily with the eye see and discern its movements and changes. The mountains, on the other hand, with their glorious shapes lie before our outward senses immovable. We take them to be dead because they are rigid, and we believe them to be inactive because they are at rest for a long while. However, I cannot put off the impulse to ascribe, for the most part, to their imperceptible and secret influence the changes which are observable in the atmosphere. For instance, I believe that the mass of the earth generally, and therefore also in an especial way, its more considerable continents, do not exercise a constant and invariable force of attraction, but that this attractive force manifests itself by a certain pulse, which according to intrinsic necessary and probably also accidental external causes increases or decreases, though all attempts by other objects to determine this oscillation may be too limited and rude. The atmosphere furnishes a standard both delicate and large enough to test their silent operations. When this attractive force decreases never so little immediately, the decrease in the gravity and the diminished elasticity of the air indicates this effect. The atmosphere is now unable to sustain the moisture which is diffused throughout it, either chemically or mechanically. The clouds lower, and the rain falls and passes to the lowlands. When, however, the mountains increase their power of attraction, then the elasticity of the air is again restored, and two important phenomena result. First of all, the mountains collect around their summits vast masses of clouds, hold them fast and firm above themselves like second heads, until, as determined by the contest of electrical forces within them, they pour down as thundershowers, rain, or mist. And then on all that remains the electricity of the air operates, which is now restored to a capacity of retaining more water, dissolving and elaborating it. I saw quite clearly the dispersion of a cloudy mass of this kind. It was hanging on the very highest peak. The red tints of the setting sun still illuminated it. Slowly and slowly pieces detached themselves from either end. Some fleecy nebel were drawn off and carried up still higher, and then disappeared. And in this manner, by degrees, the whole mass vanished and was strangely spun away before my eyes like a distaff by invisible hands. Meteorology. Vegetation. If my friends are disposed to laugh at the itinerant meteorologist and his strange theories, I shall perhaps give them more solid cause for laughter by some other of my remarks. For I must confess that as my journey was in fact a flight from all the unshapely things which tormented me in latitude 51, I hoped in 48 to meet with a true Gaussian, but I found myself disappointed, for latitude alone does not make a climate and fine weather, but the mountain chains especially, such as intersect the land from east to west. In these great changes are constantly going on, and the lands which lie to the north have most to suffer from them. Thus further north, the weather throughout the summer was determined by the great alpine range, on which I am now writing here. For the last few months it has rained incessantly, while a southeast or southwest wind carried the showers northwards. In Italy they are said to have had fine weather, indeed a little too dry. And now a few words on a kindred subject, the vegetable world, which in so many ways depends on climate and moisture, and the height of the mountain ranges. Here too I have noticed no remarkable change, but still an improvement in the valley. Before Innsbruck, apples and pears are abundant, while the peaches and grapes are brought from the Welsh districts, or in other words, the southern Tyrol near Innsbruck. They grow a great deal of Indian corn and buckwheat, which they call blend on the Brenner. I first saw the larch, and near Schiemberg, the pine wood. The harper's daughter have questioned me about them also. As regards the plants, I feel still more how perfect a tyro I am. Up to Munich I saw, I believed, none but those I was well accustomed to. In truth, my hurried travelling by day and night was not favourable to nicer observation on such objects. Now, it is true, I have my Linus at hand, and his terminology is well stamped on my brain, but whence is the time and quiet to come for analyzing, which, if I at all know myself, will never become my forte? I therefore sharpened my eye for the more general features, and when I met with the first gentiana near the Walchensee, it struck me that it was always near the water that I had hitherto noticed any new plants. What made me still more attentive was the influence which the altitude of the mountain region evidently had on plants. Not only did I meet there with new specimens, but I also observed that the growth of the old ones was materially altered, while in the lower regions branches and stalks were stronger and more sappy, the buds stood closer together, and the leaves. Broader the higher you got on the mountains, the stalks and branches became more fragile, the buds were at greater intervals, and the leaves thinner and more lanceolate. I noticed this in the case of a willow and of a gentiana, and convinced myself that it was not a case of different species. So also near the Walchensee I noticed longer and thinner rushes than anywhere else. The limestone of the Alps, which I have as yet traveled over, has a grayish tint and beautiful singular irregular forms, although the rock is divisible into blocks and strata, but as irregular strata occur, and the rock in general does not crumble equally under the influence of the weather. The sides and the peaks have a singular appearance. This kind of rock comes up the Brenner to a great height in the region of the upper lake. I noticed a slight modification on a micaceous slate of dark green and gray colors, and thickly veined with quartz. Lay a white solid limestone which in its detritus sparkled, and stood in great masses with numberless clefts above it. I again found micaceous slate, which however seemed to me to be of a softer texture than the first. Higher up still, there was to be seen a peculiar kind of gneiss, or rather a granitic species, which approximated to gneiss, as is in the district of Elbingen here at the top, and opposite the inn the rock is micaceous slate. The streams which come from the mountains leave deposits of nothing but this stone and of the gray limestone. Geology, my fellow travelers. Not far from here must be the granitic base, on which all rests. The maps show that one is on the side of the true Great Brenner, from which the streams of a wide surrounding district take their rise. The following is my external judgment of the people. They are active and straightforward. In form they are pretty generally alike, hazel well-opened eyes, with the women brown and well-defined eyebrows, but with the men light and thick among the gray rocks. The green hats of the men have a cheerful appearance. The hats are generally ornamented with ribbons or broad silk sashes, and with fringes which are prettily sewn on. On the other hand, the women disfigure themselves with white undressed cotton caps of a large size, very much like men's nightcaps. These give them a very strange appearance, but abroad they wear the green hats of the men, which become them very much. I have opportunity of seeing the value the common class of people put upon peacock's feathers, and in general how every variegated feather is prized. He who wishes to travel through these mountains will do well to take with him a lot of them. A feather of this kind produced at the proper moment will serve instead of the ever-welcome something to drink. Whilst I am putting together, sorting, and arranging these sheets in such a way that my friends may easily take a review of my fortunes up to this point, and that I may at the same time dismiss from my soul all that I have lately thought and experienced, I have on the other hand cast many a trembling look on some packets of which I must give a good but brief account. They are to be my fellow travelers. May they not exercise too great an influence on my next few days. I brought with me to Carlsbad the whole of my MSS in order to complete the edition of my works, which Goshen has undertaken. The unprinted ones I had long possessed in beautiful transcripts by the practiced hand of Secretary Vogel. This active person accompanied me on this occasion in order that I might, if necessary, command his dexterous services by this means, and with the never-failing cooperation of Herder I was soon in a condition to send to the printer the first 4 volumes, and was on the point of doing the same with the last 4. The latter consisted, for the most part, of mere unfinished sketches, indeed of fragments, for in truth my perverse habit of beginning many plans, and then, as the interest waned, laying them aside, had gradually gained strength with increasing years, occupations, and duties. As I had brought these scraps with me, I readily listened to the requests of the literary circles of Carlsbad, and read out to them all that before had remained unknown to the world, which already was bitter enough in its complaints, that much with which it had entertained itself still remained unfinished. The celebration of my birthday consisted mainly in sending me several poems in the name of my commenced but unfinished works. Among these one was distinguished above the rest. It was called The Birds, a deputation of these happy creatures being sent to a true friend, earnestly entreat him to found at once and establish the kingdom so long promised to them, not less obvious and playful, were the allusions to my other unfinished pieces, so that all at once they again possessed a living interest for me, and I related to my friends the designs I had formed, and the entire plans. This gave rise to the expression of wishes and urgent requests, and gave the game entirely into Herder's hands, while he attempted to induce me to take back these papers, and above all, to bestow upon the Iphigenia the pains it well deserved. The fragment which lies before me is rather a sketch than a finished piece. It is written in poetical prose, which occasionally falls into a sort of iambical rhythm, and even imitates other syllabic meters. This, indeed, does great injury to the effect, unless it is read well, and unless by skillful turns this defect is carefully concealed. He pressed this matter on me very earnestly, and as I concealed from him, as well as the rest, the great extent of my intended tour, and as he believed I had nothing more in view than a mountain trip, and as he was always ridiculing my geographical and mineralogical studies, he insisted I should act much wiser if, instead of breaking stones, I would put my hand to this work. I could not but give way to so many and well-meant remonstrances, but as yet I have had no opportunity to turn my attention to these matters. I now detach Iphigenia from the bundle, and take her with me as my fellow-traveler into the beautiful and warm country of the south. The days are so long, and there will be nothing to disturb reflection, while the glorious objects of the surrounding scenery by no means depress the poetic nerve. Indeed, assisted by movement and the free air, they rather stimulate and call it forth more quickly and more vividly. From the Brenner to Verona. Trent, morning of the 11th Sept. After full 50 hours passed in active and constant occupation, I reached here about 8 o'clock yesterday evening, and soon after retired to rest, so that I now find myself in condition to go on with my narrative. On the evening of the 9th, when I had closed the first portion of my diary, I thought I would try and draw the inn and post house on the Brenner. Just as it stood, my attempt was unsuccessful, for I missed the character of the place. I went home, therefore, in somewhat of an ill humor. Mine host asked me if I would not depart, telling me it was moonlight and the best traveling, although I knew perfectly well that, as he wanted his horses early in the morning to carry in the after-crop grummet, and wished to have them home again in time for that purpose, his advice was given with a view to his own interest. I nevertheless took it, because it accorded with my own inclination. The sun reappeared, the air was tolerable. I packed up and started about 7 o'clock. The blue atmosphere triumphed over the clouds, and the evening was most beautiful. Trend. The postilion fell asleep, and the horses set off at a quick trot downhill, always taking the well-known route. When they came to a village, they went somewhat slower, then the driver would wake up and give them a fresh stimulus, and thus we descended at a good pace with high rocks on both sides of us, or by the banks of the rapid river. The moon arose, and shed her light upon the massive objects around some mills, which stood between primeval pine trees over the foaming stream, seemed really everlasting. When at 9 o'clock I had reached Sturzingen, they gave me clearly to understand that they wished me off again. Arriving in Mittelwald exactly at 12 o'clock, I found everybody asleep except the postilion, and we were obliged to go on to Brixen, where I was again taken off in like manner, so that at the dawn of day I was in Kalman. The postilions drove so fast that there was neither seeing nor hearing, and although I could not help being sorry at traveling through this noble country with such frightful rapidity, and at night too, as though I was flying the place, I nevertheless felt an inward joy that a favorable wind blew behind me, and seemed to hurry me towards the object of my wishes. At daybreak I perceived the first vineyard. A woman with pears and peaches met me, and thus we went on to Tuchen, where I arrived at 7 o'clock, and then was again hurried on. After I had again travelled northwards for a while, I at last saw in the bright sunshine the valley where Botzen is situated, surrounded by steep and somewhat high mountains. It is open towards the south, and sheltered towards the north by the Tyrolese range. A mild soft air pervaded the spot. Here the Etsch again winds towards the south. The hills at the foot of the mountain are cultivated with vines. The vine stalks are trained over long but low arborwork. The purple grapes are gracefully suspended from the top, and ripen in the warmth of the soil, which is close beneath them in the bottom of the valley, which for the most part consists of nothing but meadows. The vine is cultivated in narrow rows of similar festoons at a little distance from each other, while between grows the Indian corn, the stalks of which at this time are high. I have often seen it 10 feet high. The fibrous male blossom is not yet cut off, as is the case when fructification has ceased for some time. I came to Botzen in a bright sunshine. A good assemblage of mercantile faces pleased me much. Everywhere one sees the liveliest tokens an existence full of purpose and highly comfortable. In the square, some fruitwomen were sitting with round fiat baskets above 4 feet in diameter, in which peaches were arranged side by side. So as to avoid pressure here, I thought of a verse, which I had seen written on the window of the inn at Ratisbon. Comme les peaches et les melons sont pour la bouche d'un baron, ainsi les verges et les bâtons sont pour les feux dit Salomon. It is obvious that this was written by a northern baron, and no less clear is it that if he were in this country, he would alter his notions. At the Botzen fair, a brisk silk trade is carried on. Cloths are also brought here, and as much leather as can be procured from the mountain districts. Several merchants, however, came chiefly for the sake of depositing their money, taking orders, and opening new credits. I felt I could have taken great delight in examining the various products that were collected here, but the impulse, the state of disquiet, which keeps urging me from behind, would not let me rest, and I must at once hasten from the spot for my consolation. However, the whole matter is printed in the statistical papers, and we can, if we require it, get such instructions from books. I have now to deal only with the sensible impressions which no book or picture can give. In fact, I am again taking interest in the world. I am testing my faculty of observation, and am trying how far I can go with my science and my acquirements, how far my eye is clear and sharp, how much I can take in at a hasty glance, and whether those wrinkles that are imprinted upon my heart are ever again to be obliterated. Even in these few days, the circumstance that I have had to wait upon myself and have always been obliged to keep my attention and presence of mind on the alert has given me quite a new elasticity of intellect. I must now busy myself with the currency, must change, pay, note down, write, while I formerly did nothing, but think, will reflect, command, and dictate. Botzen Trent. From Botzen to Trent, the stage is 9 leagues and runs through a valley which constantly increases in fertility. All that merely struggles into vegetation on the higher mountains has here more strength and vitality. The sun shines with warmth, and there is once more belief in a deity. A poor woman cried out to me to take her child into my vehicle, as the hot soil was burning its feet. I did her this little service out of honor to the strong light of heaven. The child was strangely decked out, but I could get nothing from it in any way. The Etsch flows more gently in these parts, and it makes broad deposits of gravel in many places on the land near the river, and up the hills the planting is so thick and close that one fancies one thing will suffocate the other. It is a regular thicket of vineyards, maize, mulberry trees, apples, pears, quinces, and nuts. The Danewater tig thrives luxuriantly on the wall's ivy, with solid stems, runs up the rocks on which it spreads itself. The lizards glide through the interstices, and whatever has life or motion here reminds one of the most charming works of art: the braided topknots of the women, the bared breasts and light jackets of the men, the fine oxen which you see driven home from market, the laden sensual, combine to produce one of Heinrich Roos' animated pictures. And when evening draws on, and through the calmness of the air, a few clouds rest upon the mountains, rather standing than running against the sky, and as immediately after sunset the chirp of the grasshoppers begins to grow loud, one feels quite at home in the world, and not a mere exile. I am as reconciled to the place as if I were born and bred in it, and had now just returned from a whaling expedition to Greenland. Even the dust which here is in our fatherland often plays about my wheels, and which has so long remained strange to me, I welcome as an old friend. The bell-like voice of the cricket is most piercing and far from unpleasant. A cheerful effect is produced when playful boys whistle against a field of such singers, and you almost fancy that the sound on each side is raised by emulation. The evening here is perfectly mild, no less than the day. If anyone who lived in the South or came from the South heard my enthusiasm about these matters, he would consider me very childish. What I express here I long ago was conscious of, while ruffling under an unkindly sky, and now I love to experience, as an exception, the happiness which I hope soon to enjoy as a regular natural necessity. Trent, the evening of the 10th Sept. I have wandered about the city, which has an old, not to say a very primitive look. Though there are new and well-built houses in some of the streets in the church, there is a picture in which the assembled council of the Jesuits is represented listening to a sermon delivered by the general of the order. I should like to know what he is trying to palm upon them. The church of these fathers may at once be recognized from the outside by pilasters of red marble on the facade. The doors are covered by a heavy curtain, which serves to keep off the dust. I raised it and entered a small vestibule. The church itself is parted off by an iron grating, but so that it can be entirely overlooked. All was as silent as the grave, for divine service is no longer performed here. The front door stood open merely because all churches must be open at the time of Vespers. Trend. While I stood considering the architecture, which was I found similar to other Jesuit churches, an old man stepped in and at once took off his little black cap. His old faded black coat indicated that he was a needy priest. He knelt down before the grating and rose again after a short prayer. When he turned round, he said to himself half aloud, "Well, they have driven out the Jesuits, but they ought to have paid them the cost of the church. I know how many thousands were spent on the church and the seminary." As he uttered this, he left the spot, and the curtain fell behind him. I, however, lifted it again and kept myself quiet. He remained a while standing on the topmost step and said, "The emperor did not do it. The Pope did it," with his face turned towards the street so that he could not observe me. He continued, "First the Spaniards, then we, then the French. The blood of Abel cries out against his brother Cain." And thus he went down the steps and along the street, still talking to himself. I should conjecture he is one who, having been maintained by the Jesuits, has lost his wits in consequence of the tremendous fall of the order, and now comes every day to search the empty vessel for its old inhabitants, and after a short prayer to pronounce a curse upon their enemies. A young man whom I questioned about the remarkable sights in the town showed me a house which is called the Devil's House, because the devil, who is generally too ready to destroy, is said to have built it in a single night with stones rapidly brought to the spot. However, what is really remarkable about the house, the good man had not observed, namely, that it is the only house of good taste that I have yet seen in Trent, and was certainly built by some good Italian at an earlier period, at 5 o'clock in the evening. Again set off, the spectacle of yesterday evening was repeated, and at sunset the grasshoppers again began to sing for about a league. The journey lies between walls above, which the grappy spaliers are visible. Other walls, which are not high enough, have been eked out with stones, thorns, Roman 100, to prevent passengers from plucking off the grapes. Many owners sprinkle the foremost rows with lime, which renders the grapes uneatable, but does not hurt the wine, as the process of fermentation drives out the heterogeneous matter. Evening of September 11. I am now at Roveredo, where a marked distinction of language begins. Hitherto, it has fluctuated between German and Italian. I have now, for the first time, had a thoroughly Italian postilion. The innkeeper does not speak a word of German, and I must put my own linguistic powers to the test. How delighted I am that the language I have always most loved now becomes living language of common usage. Torbal, 12th September, after dinner. How much do I wish that my friends were with me for a moment to enjoy the prospect which now lies before my eyes. I might have been in Verona this evening, but a magnificent natural phenomenon was in my vicinity. Lake Garda, a splendid spectacle which I did not want to miss. And now I am nobly rewarded for taking this circuitous route. After 5 o'clock, I started from Roveredo up a side valley which still pours its waters into the Etch. After ascending this, you come to an immense rocky bar, which you must cross in descending to the lake. Here appeared the finest calcareous rocks for pictorial study. On descending, you come to a little village on the northern end of the lake, with a little port, or rather landing place, which is called Torbal. On my way upwards, I was constantly accompanied by fig trees, and descending into the rocky atmosphere, I found the first olivetry full of fruit. Here also, for the first time, I found as a common fruit those little white figs, which the Countess Lanthery had promised me. A door opens from the chamber in which I sit into the courtyard below. Before this, I have placed my table and taken a rough sketch of the prospect. The lake may be seen for its whole length, and it is only at the end towards the left that it vanishes from our eyes the shore, which is enclosed on both sides by hill and mountain shines, with a countless number of little hamlets. After midnight the wind blows from north to south, and he who wishes to go down the lake must travel at this time for a few hours before sunset. The current of air changes and moves northward. At this time, the afternoon, it blows strongly against me, and pleasantly qualifies the burning heat of the sun. Volkmann teaches me that this lake was formerly called Benacus, and quotes from Virgil a line in which it was mentioned. Fluctibus et fremita resonans benis marino. This is the first Latin verse, the subject of which ever stood visibly before me, and now, in the present moment, when the wind is blowing stronger and stronger, and the lake casts loftier billows against the little harbor, it is just as true as it was hundreds of years ago. Much indeed has changed, but the wind still roars about the lake, the aspect of which gains even greater glory from a line of Virgil's. The above was written in a latitude of 4550. I went out for a walk in the cool of the evening, and now I really find myself in a new country surrounded by objects entirely strange. The people lead a careless, sauntering life. In the first place, the doors are without locks, but the host assured me that I might be quite at ease even though all I had about me consisted of diamonds. In the second place, the windows are covered with oiled paper instead of glass. In the third place, an extremely necessary convenience is wanting, so that one comes pretty close to a state of nature. When I asked the waiter for a certain place, he pointed down into the courtyard. Quia basso più serviasi, dove asked Roman 1 de per tutto dove vuol, was the friendly reply. The greatest carelessness is visible everywhere, but still, there is life and bustle enough during the whole day. There is a constant chattering and shrieking of the female neighbors. All have something to do at the same time. I have not yet seen an idle woman. Lego di Garda. The host, with Italian emphasis, assured me that he felt great pleasure in being able to serve me with the finest trout. They are taken near Torbol, where the stream flows down from the mountains, and the fish seeks a passage upwards. The emperor farms this fishery for 10,000 gulden. The fish, which are large, often weighing 50 pounds, and spotted over the whole body to the head, are not trout properly so called. The flavor, which is between that of trout and salmon, is delicate and excellent. But my real delight is in the fruitain, the figs, and in the pears, which must indeed be excellent where citrons are already growing. Evening of September 13. At 3 o'clock this morning I started from Torbol with a couple of rowers. At first the wind was so favorable that we put up a sail. The morning was cloudy, but tine and perfectly calm. At daybreak we passed Limona, the mountain gardens of which, laid out terrace fashion and planted with citron trees, have a neat and rich appearance. The whole garden consists of rows of square white pillars placed at some distance from each other, and rising up the mountain in steps. On these pillars, strong beams are laid that the trees planted between them may be sheltered in the winter. The view of these pleasant objects was favored by a slow passage, and we had already passed Malsasine when the wind suddenly changed, took the direction usual in the daytime, and blew towards the north. Rowing was of little use against this superior power, and therefore we were forced to land in the harbor of Malsasine. This is the first Venetian spot on the eastern side of the lake. When one has to do with water, we cannot say, I will be at this or that particular place today. I will make my stay here as useful as I can, especially by making a drawing of the castle, which lies close to the water, and is a beautiful object. As I passed along, I took a sketch of it. Sept 11th. The wind which blew against me yesterday and drove me into the harbor of Malsasine was the cause of a perilous adventure, which I got over with good humor, and the remembrance of which I still find amusing. According to my plan, I went early in the morning into the old castle, which, having neither gate nor guard, is accessible to everybody entering the courtyard. I seated myself opposite to the old tower, which is built on and among the rocks. Here I had selected a very convenient spot for drawing a carved stone seat in the wall, near a closed door raised some 3 or 4 feet high, such as we also find in the old buildings in our own country. An incident at Malsasine. I had not sat long before several persons entered the yard and walked backwards and forwards looking at me. The multitude increased, and at last so stood as completely to surround me. I remarked that my drawing had excited attention. However, I did not allow myself to be disturbed, but quietly continued my occupation. At last a man, not of the most prepossessing appearance, came up to me and asked me what I was about. I replied that I was copying the old tower, that I might have some remembrance of Malsicine. He said that this was not allowed, and that I must leave off, as he said this in the common Venetian dialect, so that I understood him with difficulty. I answered that I did not understand him at all with true Italian coolness. He took hold of my paper and tore it at the same time, letting it remain on the pasteboard. Here I observed an air of dissatisfaction among the bystanders. An old woman in particular said that it was not right, but that the podesta ought to be called, who was the best judge of such matters. I stood upright on the steps, having my back against the door, and surveyed the assembly, which was continually increasing. The fixed, eager glances, the good-humored expression of most of the faces, and all the other characteristics of a foreign mob made the most amusing impression upon me. I fancied that I could see before me the chorus of birds which, as Trufrund, I had often laughed at in the Ettersburg theatre. This put me in excellent humor, and when the podesta came up with his actuary, I greeted him in an open manner. And when he asked me why I was drawing the fortification, modestly replied that I did not look upon that wall as a fortification. I called the attention of him and the people to the decay of the towers and walls, and to the generally defenseless position of the place, assuring him that I thought I only saw and drew a ruin. I was answered thus: if it was only a ruin, what could there be remarkable about it? As I wished to gain time and favor, I replied very circumstantially that they must be well aware how many travelers visited Italy for the sake of the ruins, only that Rome, the metropolis of the world, having suffered the depredations of barbarians, was now full of ruins which had been drawn hundreds of times, and that all the works of antiquity were not in such good preservation as the amphitheatre at Verona, which I hoped soon to see. The podesta who stood before me, though in a less elevated position, was a tall man, not exactly thin, of about 30 years of age. The flat features of his spiritless face perfectly accorded with the slow, constrained manner in which he put his questions. Even the actuary, a sharp little fellow, seemed as if he did not know what to make of a case so new and so unexpected. I said a great deal of the same sort. The people seemed to take my remarks good-naturedly, and on turning towards some kindly female faces, I thought I could read assent and approval. When, however, I mentioned the amphitheatre at Verona, which in this country is called the arena, the actuary, who had in the meanwhile collected himself, replied that this was all very well, because the edifice in question was a Roman building famed throughout the world. In these towers, however, there was nothing remarkable excepting that they marked the boundary between the Venetian domain and Austrian Empire, and therefore espionage could not be allowed. I answered by explaining at some length that not only the great and Roman antiquities, but also those of the Middle Ages, were worth attention. They could not be blamed, I granted, if, having been accustomed to this building from their youth upwards, they could not discern in it so many picturesque beauties as I. Roman 999. Fortunately, the morning sun shed the most beautiful luster on the tower rocks and walls, and I began to describe the scene with enthusiasm. My audience, however, had these much lauded objects behind them, and as they did not wish to turn altogether away from me, they all at once twisted their heads, like the birds which we call wry necks, Wendy House, that they might see with their eyes what I had been lauding to their ears. Even the podesta turned round towards the picture I had been describing, though with more dignity than the rest. This scene appeared to me so ridiculous that my good humor increased, and I spared them nothing, least of all the ivy which had been suffered for ages to adorn the rocks and walls. The actuary retorted that this was all very good, but the Emperor Joseph was a troublesome gentleman who certainly entertained many evil designs against Venice, and I might probably have been one of his subjects, appointed by him to act as a spy on the borders. Far from belonging to the emperor, I replied, I can boast as well as you that I am a citizen of a republic which also governs itself, but which is not indeed to be compared for power and greatness to the illustrious state of Venice, although in commercial activity and wealth, and in the wisdom of its rulers, it is inferior to no state in Germany. I am a native of Frankfurt-on-Main, a city, the name and fame of which has doubtless reached you. An incident at Malsicine. Of Frankfurt-on-Main, cried a pretty young woman. Then, Mr. Podesta, you can at once see all about the foreigner whom I look upon as an honest man, let Gregorio be called. He has resided there a long time, and will be the best judge of the matter." The kindly faces had already increased around me, the first adversary had vanished, and when Gregorio came to the spot, the whole affair took a decided turn in my favor. He was a man upwards of 50, with one of those well-known Italian faces. He spoke, and conducted himself like one who feels that something foreign is not foreign to him, and told me at once that he had seen service in Bolongara's house, and would be delighted to hear from me something about this family and the city in general, which had left a pleasant impression in his memory. Fortunately, his residence at Frankfurt had been during my younger years, and I had the double advantage of being able to say exactly how matters stood in his time and what alteration had taken place afterwards. I told him about all the Italian families, none of whom had remained unknown to me. With many particulars he was highly delighted, as for instance with the fact that Herr Alessina had celebrated his golden wedding too in the year 1774, and that a met had been struck on the occasion, which was in my possession. He remembered that the wife of this wealthy merchant was by birth a Brentano. I could also tell him something about the children and grandchildren of these families, how they had grown up, and had been provided for and married, and had multiplied themselves in their descendants. When I had given the most accurate information about almost everything which he asked, his features alternately expressed cheerfulness and solemnity. He was pleased and touched, while the people cheered up more and more, and could not hear too much of our conversation, of which it must be confessed was obliged to translate a part into their own dialect. At last he said, "Podesta, I am convinced that this is a good, accomplished, and well-educated gentleman who is traveling about to acquire instruction. Let him depart in a friendly manner, that he may speak well of us to his fellow countrymen, and induce them to visit Malsasine, the beautiful situation of which is well worthy the admiration of foreigners." I gave additional force to these friendly words by praising the country, the situation, and the inhabitants, not forgetting to mention the magistrates as wise and prudent personages. This was well received, and I had permission to visit the place at pleasure, in company with Master Gregorio, the landlord, with whom I had put up, now joined us, and was delighted at the prospect of the foreign guests who would crowd upon him when once the advantages of Malsasine were properly known. With the most lively curiosity he examined my various articles of dress, but especially envied me the possession of a little pistol, which slipped conveniently into the pocket. He congratulated those who could carry such pretty weapons, this being forbidden in his country under the severest penalties. This friendly but obtrusive personage I sometimes interrupted to thank my deliverer. "Do not thank me," said honest Gregorio, "for you owe me nothing." If the Podesta had understood his business, and the actuary had not been the most selfish man in the world, you would not have got off so easily. The former was still more puzzled than you, and the latter would have pocketed nothing by your arrest, the information, and your removal to Verona. This he rapidly thought over, and you were already free before our dialogue was ended. Towards the evening the good man took me into his vineyard, which was very well situated down along the lake. We were accompanied by his son, a lad of 15, who was forced to climb the trees and pluck me the best fruit, while the old man looked out for the ripest grapes. While thus placed between these two kind-hearted people, both strange to the world, alone, as it were, in the deep solitude of the earth, I felt in the most lively manner, as I reflected on the day's adventure, what a whimsical being man is. The very thing which in company he might enjoy with ease and security is often rendered troublesome and dangerous from his notion that he can appropriate to himself the world and its contents after his own peculiar fashion. Towards midnight my host accompanied me to the bark, carrying the basket of fruit with which Gregorio had presented me, and thus, with a favorable wind, I left the shore which had promised to become a El Striganicum shore to me. Lago di Garda. And now for my expedition on the lake. It ended happily after the noble aspect of the water and of the adjacent shore of Brescia had refreshed my very heart. On the western side, where the mountains cease to be perpendicular, and near the lake, the land becomes more flat. Garignano, Bajacco, Cesena, Toscalan, Maderno, Verdum, and Salo stand all in a row, and occupy a reach of about a league and a half, most of them being built in long streets. No words can express the beauty of this richly inhabited spot. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I landed at Bartolino, placed my luggage on one mule and myself on another. The road went now over a ridge, which separates the valley of the Etch from the hollow of the lake. The Primval waters seemed to have driven against each other from both sides in immense currents, and to have raised this colossal dam of gravel. A fertile soil was deposited upon the gravel at a quieter period, but the laborer is constantly annoyed by the appearance of the stones on the surface. Every effort is made to get rid of them. They are piled in rows and layers one on another, and thus a sort of thick wall is formed along the path. The mulberry trees, from a want of moisture, have a dismal appearance at this elevation. Springs, there are none. From time to time, puddles of collected rainwater may be found with which the mules and even their drivers quench their thirst. Some wheels are placed on the river beneath to water at pleasure those plantations that have a lower situation. The magnificence of the new country which opens on you as you descend surpasses description. It is a garden a mile long and broad, which lies quite flat at the foot of tall mountains and steep rocks, and is as neatly laid out as possible. By this way, about 1 o'clock on the 10th of September, I reached Verona, where I first write this finish, and put together the first part of my diary, and indulge in the pleasing hope of seeing the amphitheater in the evening. Concerning the weather of these days, I have to make the following statement. The night, from the 9th to the 10th, was alternately clear and cloudy. The moon had always a halo round it. Towards 5 o'clock in the morning, all the sky was overcast with grey, not heavy clouds, which vanished with the advance of day. The more I descended, the finer was the weather, as at Botzen. The great mass of the mountains took a northerly situation. The air displayed quite another quality from the different grounds in the landscape, which were separated from each other in the most picturesque manner by a tint more or less blue. It might be seen that the atmosphere was full of vapors equally distributed, which it was able to sustain, and which therefore neither fell in the shape of dew nor were collected in the form of clouds. As I descended further, I could plainly observe that all the exhalations from the Botzen Valley and all the streaks of cloud, which ascended from the more southern mountains, moved towards the higher northern regions, which they did not cover, but veiled with a kind of yellow fog. In the remotest distance over the mountains, I could observe what is called a watergull to the south of Botzen. They have had the finest weather all the summer, only a little water, they say aqua, to denote a light rain from time to time, and then a return of sunshine. Yesterday, a few drops occasionally fell, and the sun throughout continued shining. They have not had so good a year for a long while. Everything turns out well. The bad weather they have sent to us. I mention but slightly the mountains and the species of stone, since Ferber's travels to Italy and Hacke's journey along the Alps give sufficient information respecting this district. A quarter of a league from the Brenner, there is a marble quarry which I passed at twilight. It must lie upon Mickeslate, as on the other side. This I found near Calman. Just as it dawned lower down, there was an appearance of porphyry. The rocks were so magnificent, and the heaps were so conveniently broken up along the highway, that a voigt cabinet might have been made and packed up at once, without any trouble of that kind. I can take a piece, if it is only to accustom my eyes and my curiosity to a small quantity. A little below Calman I found some porphyry, which splits into regular plates, and between Brandral and Newmark, some of a similar kind, in which, however, the lamins separated in pillars. Ferber considered them to be volcanic productions, but that was 14 years ago, when all the world had its head on fire. Even Hacke ridicules the notion. From Brenner to Verona. Of the people I can say but little, and that is not very favorable. On my descent from the Brenner, I discovered as soon as day came a decided change of form, and was particularly displeased by the pale brownish complexion of the women. Their features indicated wretchedness. The children looked equally miserable. The men, somewhat better. I imagine that the cause of this sickly condition may be found in the frequent consumption of Indian corn and buckwheat, both the former, which they also call yellow blend, and the latter, which is called black blend, is ground, made into a thick pap with water, and thus eaten. The Germans on this side pull out the dough and fry it in butter. The Italian Tyrolese, on the contrary, eat it just as it is, often with scrapings of cheese, and do not taste meat throughout the year. this necessarily glues up and stops the alimentary channels, especially with the women and children. And their cachectic complexion is an indication of the malady. They also eat fruit and green beans, which they boil down in water and mix with oil and garlic. I asked if there were no rich peasants. Yes, indeed, was the reply. Don't they indulge themselves at all? Don't they eat anything better? No, they are used to it. What do they do with their money? Then, how do they lay it out? Oh, they have their ladies who relieve them of that. This is the sum and substance of a conversation with mine host's daughter at Botzen. I also learned from her that the Weintelers were the worst off, although they appeared to be the most opulent, for they were in the hands of commercial townspeople who advanced them enough to support life in the bad seasons, and in winter took their wine at a low price. However, it is the same thing everywhere. My opinion concerning the food is confirmed by the fact that the women who inhabit the towns appear better and better. They have pretty plump girlish faces. The body is somewhat too short in proportion to the stoutness and the size of the head. But sometimes the countenances have a most agreeable expression. The men we already know through the wandering Tyrolese in the country. Their appearance is less fresh than that of the women, perhaps because the latter have more bodily labor and are more in motion, while the former sit at home as traders and workmen by the Garda Lake. I found the people very brown, without the slightest tinge of red in their cheeks. However, they did not look unhealthy, but quite fresh and comfortable. Probably the burning sunbeams to which they are exposed at the foot of their mountains are the cause of their complexion. From Verona to Venice. Verona, Sept. 16th. Well, then, the amphitheater is the first important monument of the old times that I have seen, and how well it is preserved. When I entered, and still more when I walked round the edge of it, at the top, it seemed strange to me that I saw something great, and yet, properly speaking, saw nothing besides. I do not like to see it empty. I should like to see it full of people, just as in modern times. It was filled up in honor of Joseph Roman I and Pius Roman VI. The emperor, although his eye was accustomed to human masses, must have been astonished. But it was only in the earliest times that it produced its full effect, when the people was more a people than it is now, for properly speaking, such an amphitheater is constructed to give the people an imposing view of itself, to cajole itself. When anything worth seeing occurs on the level ground, and anyone runs to the spot, the hindermost try by every means to raise themselves above the foremost. They get upon benches, roll casks, bring up vehicles, lay planks in every direction, occupy the neighboring heights, and a crater is formed in no time. If the spectacle occur frequently on the same spotlight, scaffoldings are built for those who are able to pay, and the rest of the multitude must get on, as it can hear. The problem of the architect is to satisfy this general want by means of his art. He prepares such a crater, making it as simple as possible, that the people itself may constitute the decoration. When the populace saw itself so assembled, it must have been astonished at the sight, for whereas it was only accustomed to see itself running about in confusion, or to find itself crowded together without particular rule or order, so must this many-headed, man-minded, wandering animal now see itself combined into a noble body, made into a definite unity, bound and secured into a mass, and animated as one form by one mind. The simplicity of the oval is most pleasingly obvious to every eye, and every head serves as a measure to show the vastness of the whole. Now we see it empty, we have no standard, and do not know whether it is large or small. Verona. The Veronese deserve commendation for the high preservation in which this edifice is kept. It is built of a reddish marble, which has been affected by the atmosphere, and hence the steps which have been eaten are continually restored, and look almost all new. An inscription makes mention of one Hieronymus Mauritius, and of the incredible industry which he has expended on this monument of the outer wall. Only a piece remains, and I doubt whether it was ever quite finished. The lower arches, which adjoin the large square called Il Bra, are let out to workmen, and the reanimation of these arcades produces a cheerful appearance. Verona, Sept. 16. The most beautiful gate, which however always remains closed, is called Porta Stupa or del Palio. As a gate, and considering the great distance from which it is first seen, it is not well conceived, and it is not till we come near it that we recognize the beauty of the structure. All sorts of reasons are given to account for its being closed. I have, however, a conjecture of my own. It was manifestly the intention of the artist to cause a new corso to be laid out from this gate, for the situation, or the present street, is completely wrong on the left side. There is nothing but barracks, and the line at right angles from the middle of the gate leads to a convent of nuns, which must certainly have come down. This was presently perceived, and besides, the rich and higher classes might not have liked to settle in the remote quarter. The artist perhaps died, and therefore the door was closed, and so an end was put to the affair. Verona, Sept. 16. The portico of the theatre, consisting of 6 large Ionic columns, looks handsome enough. So much the more puny is the appearance of the Marchese di Maffei's bust, which is large as life, and in a great wig stands over the door, and in front of a painted niche, which is supported by 2 Corinthian columns. The position is honorable, but to be in some degree proportionate to the magnitude and solidity of the columns. The bust should have been colossal, but now placed, as it is, on a corbel, it has a mean appearance, and is by no means in harmony with the whole. The gallery which encloses the forecourt is also small, and the channeled Doric dwarfs have a mean appearance by the side of the smooth Ionic giants. But we pardon this discrepancy on account of the fine institution which has been founded among the columns. Here is kept a number of antiquities which have mostly been dug up in and about Verona. Something, they say, has even been found in the amphitheatre. There are Etruscan, Greek, and Roman specimens down to the latest times, and some even of more modern date. The bas-reliefs are inserted in the walls, and provided with the numbers which Maffei gave them when he described them in his work Verona Illustrata. There are altars, fragments of columns, and other relics of the sort. An admirable tripod of white marble, upon which there are genii occupied with the attributes of the gods. Raphael has imitated and improved this kind of thing in the scrolls of the Farnesina. The wind which blows from the graves of the ancients comes fragrantly over hills of roses. The tombs give touching evidences of a genuine feeling, and always bring life back to us. Here is a man by the side of his wife, who peeps out of a niche, as if it were a window. Here are father and mother with their son between them, eyeing each other as naturally as possible. Here a couple are grasping each other's hands. Here a father, resting on his couch, seems to be amused by his family. The immediate proximity of these stones was to me highly touching. They belong to a later school of art, but are simple, natural, and generally pleasing. Here a man in armor is on his knees in expectation of a joyful resurrection. With more or less of talent, the artist has produced the mere simple presence of the persons, and has thus given a permanent continuation to their existence. They do not fold their hands, they do not look towards heaven, but they are here below, just what they were, and just what they are. They stand together, take interest in each other, love one another. And this is charmingly expressed on the stone, though with a certain want of technical skill. A marble pillar, very richly adorned, gave me more new ideas. Verona. Laudable as this institution is, we can plainly perceive that the noble spirit of preservation by which it was founded is no longer continued. The valuable tripod will soon be ruined. Placed as it is in the open air, and exposed to the weather towards the west, this treasure might easily be preserved in a wooden case. The palace of the Proveditor, which is begun, might have afforded a fine specimen of architecture, if it had been finished. Generally speaking, the nobili build a great deal, but unfortunately every one builds on the site of his former residence, and often therefore in narrow lanes. Thus, for instance, a magnificent facade to a seminary is now building in an alley of Tyre, remotest suburb. While with a guide whom I had accidentally picked up, I passed before the great solemn gate of a singular building. He asked me good-humoredly whether I should not like to step into the court for a while. It was the Palace of Justice, and the court, on account of the height of the building, looked only like an enormous wall. Here, he told me, all the criminals and suspicious persons are confined. I looked around, and saw that round all the stories there were open passages fitted with iron balustrades, which passed by numerous doors. The prisoner, as he stepped out of his dungeon to be led to trial, stood in the open air, and was exposed to the gaze of all passers. And because there were several trial rooms, the chains were rattling now over this, now over that passage in every story. It was a hateful sight, and I do not deny that the good humor with which I had dispatched my birds might here have come into a strait. I walked at sunset upon the margin of the crater-like amphitheater, and enjoyed the most splendid prospect over the town and the surrounding country. I was quite alone, and multitudes of people were passing below me on the hard stones. Of the Brahmin of all ranks and women of the middle ranks were walking the ladder in their black outer garments look, in this bird's-eye view, like so many mummies. The zendel and the vest, which serves this class in the place of an entire wardrobe, is a costume completely fitted for a people that does not care much for cleanliness, and yet always likes to appear in public, sometimes at church, sometimes on the promenade. The vest is a gown of black taffeta, which is thrown over other gowns if the lady has a clean white one beneath. She contrives to lift up the black one on one side. This is fastened on so as to cut the waist, and to cover the lappets of a corset, which may be of any color. The zendel is a large hood with long ears. The hood itself is kept high above the head by a wire frame, while the ears are fastened round the body like a scarf, so that the ends fall down behind. Verona, Sept. 16. When I again left the arena today, I came to a modern public spectacle. About 1,000 paces from the spot 4 noble Veronese were playing ball against 4 people of Vicenza. This pastime is carried on among the Veronese themselves all the year round. About 2 hours before night on this occasion, there was a far larger concourse of people than usual on account of the foreign adversaries. The spectators seemed to have amounted to 4,000 or 5,000. I did not see women of any rank. When a little while ago I spoke of the necessities of the multitude, in such a case I described the natural accidental amphitheater as arising just in the manner in which I saw the people raised one over another on this occasion. Even at a distance, I could hear the lively clapping of hands which accompanied every important stroke. The game is played as follows: 2 boards slightly inclined are placed at a convenient distance from each other. He who strikes off the ball stands at the higher end. His right hand is armed with a broad wooden ring set with spikes, while another of his party throws the ball to him. He runs down to meet it, and thus increases the force of the blow with which he strikes it. The adversaries try to beat it back, and thus it goes backwards and forwards, till at last it remains on the ground. The most beautiful attitudes worthy of being imitated in marble are thus produced, as there are none but well-grown active young people in a short close white dress. The parties are only distinguished by a yellow mark. Particularly beautiful is the attitude into which the man on the eminence falls when he runs down the inclined plane and raises his arm to strike. The ballot approaches that of the Borghesian gladiator. It seemed strange to me that they carry on this exercise by an old lime wall, without the slightest convenience for spectators. Why is it not done in the amphitheater, where there would be such ample room? Verona, September 17. What I have seen of pictures, I will but briefly touch upon and add some remarks. I do not make this extraordinary tour for the sake of deceiving myself, but to become acquainted with myself by means of these objects. I therefore honestly confess that of the painter's art, of his manipulation, I understand but little. My attention and observation can only be directed to the practical part, to the subject, and the general treatment of it. Verona. S. Giorgio is a gallery of good pictures, all altarpieces, and all remarkable if not of equal value. But what subjects were the hapless artists obliged to paint, and for whom perhaps a shower of manna, 30 feet long and 20 feet high, with the miracle of the loaves, as a companion, what could be made of these subjects? Hungry men falling on little grains, and a countless multitude of others to whom bread is handed. The artists have racked their invention in order to get something striking out of such wretched subjects, and yet, stimulated by the urgency of the case, genius has produced some beautiful things. An artist who had to paint S. Ursula with the 11,000 virgins has got over the difficulty cleverly enough. The saint stands in the foreground, as if she had conquered the country. She is very noble, like an Amazonia's virgin, and without any enticing charms. On the other hand, her troop is shown descending from the ships and moving in procession at a diminishing distance. The Assumption of the Virgin by Titian in the dome has become much blackened, and it is a thought worthy of praise that at the moment of her apotheosis she looks not towards heaven, but towards her friends below. In the Gherardini Gallery I found some very fine things by Orbido, and for the first time became acquainted with this meritorious artist at a distance. We only hear of the first artists, and then we are often contented with names only, but when we draw nearer to this starry sky, and the luminaries of the second and third magnitude also begin to twinkle, each one coming forward and occupying his proper place in the whole constellation, then the world becomes wide, and art becomes rich. I must here commend the conception of one of the pictures. Samson has gone to sleep in the lap of Dalila, and she has softly stretched her hand over him to reach a pair of scissors, which lies near the lamp on the table. The execution is admirable in the Canopa Palace. I observed a Danae. The Bevilagua Palace contains the most valuable things, a picture by Tintoretto, which is called a paradise, but which in fact represents the coronation of the Virgin Mary as Queen of Heaven, in the presence of all the patriarchs, prophets, apostles, saints, angels. Roman 100 affords an opportunity for displaying all the riches of the most felicitous genius to admire and enjoy all that care of manipulation, that spirit and variety of expression it is necessary to possess the picture and to have it before one all one's life. The painter's work is carried on ad infinitum. Even the farthest angels' heads, which are vanishing in the halo, preserve something of character. The largest figures may be about a foot high. Mary and the Christ, who is crowning her, about 4 inches. Eve is, however, the finest woman in the picture, a little voluptuous, as from time immemorial. A couple of portraits by Paul Veronese have only increased my veneration for that artist. The collection of antiquities is very fine. There is a son of Niobe extended in death, which is highly valuable, and the busts, including an Augustus with the civic crown, a Caligula, and others, are mostly of great interest, notwithstanding the restoration of the noses. It lies in my nature to admire willingly and joyfully all that is great and beautiful, and the cultivation of this talent day after day, hour after hour, by the inspection of such beautiful objects, produces the happiest feelings. Verona. In a land where we enjoy the days, but take a special delight in the evenings, the time of nightfall is highly important, for now work ceases, those who have gone out walking turn back, the father wishes to have his daughter home again, the day has an end. What the day is we Cimmerians hardly know. In our eternal mist and fog, it is the same thing to us, whether it be day or night, for how much time can we really pass and enjoy in the open air now, when night sets in the day which consisted of a morning, and an evening is decidedly past? 24 hours are gone, the bells ring, the rosary is taken in hand, and the maid entering the chamber with the lighted lamp, says, Felicissima, not this epoch varies with every season, and a man who lives here in actual life cannot go wrong, because all the enjoyments of his existence are regulated not by the nominal hour, but by the time of day. If the people were forced to use a German clock, they would be perplexed, for their own is intimately connected with their nature. About an hour and a half or an hour before midnight, the nobility begin to ride out. They proceed to the Piazza della Bra, along the long broad street, to the Porta Nuova out at the gate, and along the city, and when night sets in they all return home. Sometimes they go to the churches to say their Ave Maria della Sera, sometimes they keep on the Bra, where the cavaliers step up to the coaches and converse for a while with the ladies. The foot passengers remain till a late hour of night, but I have never stopped till the last. Today just enough rain had fallen to lay the dust, and the spectacle was most cheerful and animated. That I may accommodate myself the better to the custom of the country, I have devised a plan for mastering more easily the Italian method of reckoning the hours. The accompanying diagram may give an idea of it. The inner circle denotes our 24 hours, from midnight to midnight, divided into twice 12 as we reckon, and as our clocks indicate. The middle circle shows how the clocks strike at the present season, namely as much as 12 twice in the 24 hours, but in such a way that it strikes 1 when it strikes 8 with us, and so on till the number 12 is complete at 8 o'clock in the morning according to our clock. It again strikes 1, and so on. Finally, the outer circle shows how the 24 hours are reckoned in actual life. For example, I hear 7 o'clock striking in the night, and know that midnight is at 5 o'clock. I therefore deduct the latter number from the former, and thus have 2 hours after midnight. If I hear 7 o'clock strike in the daytime, and know that noon is at 5, I proceed in the same way, and thus have 2 in the afternoon. But if I wish to express the hour according to the fashion of this country, I must know that noon is 17 o'clock. I add the two, and get 19 o'clock when this method is heard and thought of for the first time. It seems extremely confused and difficult to manage, but we soon grow accustomed to it and find the occupation amusing. The people themselves take delight in this perpetual calculation, just as children are pleased with easily surmounted difficulties. Indeed, they always have their fingers in the air, make any calculation in their heads, and like to occupy themselves with figures. Besides, to the inhabitant of the country, the matter is so much the easier, as he really does not trouble himself about noon and midnight, and does not like the foreign resident compare two clocks with each other. They only count from the evening the hours as they strike, and in the daytime they add the number to the varying number of noon with which they are acquainted. The rest is explained by the remarks appended to the diagram. Verona, Sept. 17. The people here jostle one another actively enough. The narrow streets, where shops and workmen's stalls are thickly crowded together, have a particularly cheerful look. There is no such thing as a door in front of the shop or workroom. The whole breadth of the house is open, and one may see all that passes in the interior. Halfway out into the path the tailors are sewing, and the cobblers are pulling and wrapping. Indeed, the workstalls make a part of the street. In the evening, when the lights are burning, the appearance is most lively. The squares are very full on market days. There are fruit and vegetables without number, and garlic and onions to the heart's desire. Then again, throughout the day, there is a ceaseless screaming, bantering, singing, squalling, huzzing, and laughing. The mildness of the air and the cheapness of the food make subsistence easy. Everything possible is done in the open air. At night, singing and all sorts of noises begin. The ballad of Marlbrook is heard in every street. Then comes a dulcimer, then a violin. They try to imitate all the birds with a pipe. The strangest sounds are heard on every side. A mild climate can give this exquisite enjoyment of mere existence even to poverty, and the very shadow of the people seems respectable. The want of cleanliness and convenience, which so much strikes us in the houses, arises from the following causes. Inhabitants are always out of doors, and in their lightheartedness think of nothing with the people. All goes right. Even the middle-class man just lives on from day to day, while the rich and genteel shut themselves up in their dwellings, which are not so habitable as in the north. Society is found in the open streets. Forecourts and colonnades are all soiled with filth, for things are done in the most natural manner. The people always feel their way before them. The rich man may be rich and build his palaces, and the noble may rule, but if he makes a colonnade or a forecourt, the people will make use of it for their own occasions, and have no more urgent wish than to get rid as soon as possible of that which they have taken as often as possible. If a person cannot bear this, he must not play the great gentleman. That is to say, he must act as if a part of his dwelling belonged to the public. He may shut his door, and all will be right. But in open buildings, the people are not to be debarred of their privileges, and this throughout Italy is a nuisance to the foreigner. Today I remarked in several streets of the town the customs and manners of the middle classes, especially, who appear very numerous and busy. They swing their arms as they walk. Persons of a high rank, who on certain occasions wear a sword, swing only one arm, being accustomed to hold the left arm still. Although the people are careless enough with respect to their own wants and occupations, they have a keen eye for everything foreign. Thus, in the very first days, I observed that every one took notice of my boots, because here they are too expensive an article of dress to wear even in winter. Now I wear shoes and stockings. Nobody looks at me. Particularly I noticed this morning, when all were running about with flowers, vegetables, garlic, and other market stuff, that a twig of cypress which I carried in my hand did not escape them. Some green cones hung upon it, and I held in the same hand some blooming capra twigs. Everybody, large and small, watched me closely, and seemed to entertain some whimsical thought. Verona, Vicenza. I brought these twigs from the Giusti garden, which is finely situated, and in which there are monstrous cypresses, all pointed up like spikes into the air. The taxus, which in northern gardening we find cut to a sharp point, is probably an imitation of this splendid natural product. A tree, the branches of which, the oldest as well as the youngest, are striving to reach heaven. A tree which will last its 300 years, is well worthy of veneration. Judging from the time when this garden was laid out, these trees have already attained that advanced age. Vicenza, Sept. 19. The way from Verona hither is very pleasant. We go northeastwards along the mountains, always keeping to the left, the foremost mountains, which consist of sand, lime, clay, and marl. The hills, which they form, are dotted with villages, castles, and houses. To the right extends the broad plain along which the road goes. The straight, broad path, which is in good preservation, goes through a fertile field. We look into deep avenues of trees, up which the vines are trained to a considerable height, and then drop down like pendant branches. Here we can get an admirable idea of festoons. The grapes are ripe, and are heavy on the tendrils, which hang down long and trembling. The road is filled with people of every class and occupation, and I was particularly pleased by some carts with low solid wheels, which with teams of fine oxen carry the large vats in which the grapes from the vineyards are put, and pressed. The drivers rode in them when they were empty, and the whole was like a triumphal procession of bacchanals between the ranks of vines. The ground is used for all sorts of grain, especially Indian corn and millet sorghum. As one goes towards Vicenza, the hills again rise from north to south, and enclose the plain. They are, it is said, volcanic. Vicenza lies at their foot, or if you will, in a bosom which they form. Vicenza, Sept. 19. Though I have been here only a few hours, I have already run through the town, and seen the Olympian Theatre, and the buildings of Palladio. A very pretty little book is published here for the convenience of foreigners, with copper plates and some letterpress, that shows knowledge of art. When once one stands in the presence of these works, one immediately perceives their great value, for they are calculated to fill the eye with their actual greatness and massiveness, and to satisfy the mind by the beautiful harmony of their dimensions, not only in abstract sketches, but with all the prominences and distances of perspective. Therefore I say of Palladio, he was a man really and intrinsically great, whose greatness was outwardly manifested. The chief difficulty with which this man, like all modern architects, had to struggle was the suitable application of the orders of columns to buildings for domestic or public use. For there is always a contradiction in the combination of columns and walls, but with what success has he not worked them up together? What an imposing effect has the aspect of his edifices! At the sight of them, one almost forgets that he is attempting to reconcile us to a violation of the rules of his art. There is indeed something divine about his designs, which may be exactly compared to the creations of the great poet, who out of truth and falsehood elaborates something between both, and charms us with its borrowed existence. Vicenza. The Olympic Theatre is a theatre of the ancients, realized on a small scale and indescribably beautiful. However, compared with our theatres, it reminds me of a genteel, rich, well-bred child, contrasted with a shrewd man of the world, who, though he is neither so rich nor so genteel and well-bred, knows better how to employ his resources. If we contemplate on the spot the noble buildings which Palladio has erected, and see how they are disfigured by the mean, filthy necessities of the people, how the plans of most of them exceeded the means of those who undertook them, and how little these precious monuments of one lofty mind are adapted to all else around, the thought occurs that it is just the same with everything else, for we receive but little thanks from men when we would elevate their internal aspirations, give them a great idea of themselves, and make them feel the grandeur of a really noble existence. But when one cajoles them, tells them tales, and helping them on from day to day makes them worse, then one is just the man they like, and hence it is that modern times take delight in so many absurdities. I do not say this to lower my friends, I only say that they are so, and that people must not be astonished to find everything just as it is. How the Basilica of Palladio looks by the side of an old castellated kind of a building, dotted all over with windows of different sizes, whose removal tower, and all the artist evidently contemplate it, is impossible to describe. And besides, I must now, by a strange effort, compress my own feelings, for I too, alas, find here side by side both what I seek and what I fly from. Sept. 20. Yesterday we had the opera, which lasted till midnight, and I was glad to get some rest. The three sultanesses and the rape of the seraglio have afforded several tatters, out of which the piece has been patched up with very little skill. The music is agreeable to the ear, but is probably by an amateur, for not a single thought struck me as being new. The ballets, on the other hand, were charming. The principal pair of dancers executed an allemande to perfection. The theater is new, pleasant, beautiful, modestly magnificent, uniform throughout, just as it ought to be in a provincial town. Every box has hangings of the same color, and the one belonging to the Capitan Grand is only distinguished from the rest by the fact that the hangings are somewhat longer. The prima donna, who is a great favorite of the whole people, is tremendously applauded on her entrance, and the guards are quite obstreperous with their delight when she does anything remarkably well, which very often happens. Her manners are natural. She has a pretty figure, a fine voice, a pleasing countenance, and above all a really modest demeanor. While there might be more grace in the arms, however, I am not what I was. I feel that I am spoiled for a god. Sept. 21. Today I visited Dr. Tura. 5 years ago, he passionately devoted himself to the study of plants, formed a herbarium of the Italian flora, and laid out a botanical garden under the superintendence of the former bishop. However, all that has come to an end. Medical practice drove away natural history. The herbarium is eaten by worms, the bishop is dead, and the botanic garden is again rationally planted with cabbages and garlic. Dr. Tura is a very refined and good man. He told me his history with frankness, purity of mind, and modesty, and altogether spoke in a very definite and affable manner. At the same time, he did not like to open his cabinets, which perhaps were in no very presentable condition. Our conversation soon came to a standstill. Sept. 21. Evening. I called upon the old architect Scamozzi, who has published an edition of Palladio's buildings, and is a diligent artist, passionately devoted to his art. He gave me some directions. Being delighted with my sympathy among Palladio's buildings, there is one for which I always had an especial predilection, and which is said to have been his own residence. When it is seen close, there is far more in it than appears in a picture. I should have liked to draw it, and to illuminate it with colors to show the material and the age. It must not, however, be imagined that the architect has built himself a palace. The house is the most modest in the world, with only 2 windows separated from each other by a broad space, which would admit a third if it were imitated in a picture which should exhibit the neighboring houses. At the same time, the spectator would be pleased to observe how it has been let in between them. Canaletto was the man who should have painted it. Vicenza. Today I visited the splendid building which stands on a pleasant elevation about half a league from the town, and is called the Rotonda. It is a quadrangular building enclosing a circular hall lighted from the top. On all the 4 sides you ascend a broad flight of steps, and always come to a vestibule, which is formed of 6 Corinthian columns. Probably the luxury of architecture was never carried to so high a point. The space occupied by the steps and vestibules is much larger than that occupied by the house itself, for every one of the sides is as grand and pleasing as the front of a temple. With respect to the inside, it may be called habitable, but not comfortable. The whole is of the finest proportions, and so are the chambers, but they would hardly suffice for the actual wants of any genteel family. In a summer residence, on the other hand, it presents a most beautiful appearance, as it is viewed on every side throughout the district. The variety which is produced by the principal mass, as together with the projecting columns, it is gradually brought before the eyes of the spectator who walks round it, is very great, and the purpose of the owner, who wished to leave a large trust estate, and at the same time a visible monument of his wealth, is completely obtained. And while the building appears in all its magnificence when viewed from any spot in the district, it also forms the point of view for a most agreeable prospect. You may see the Bacchigliani flowing along and taking vessels down from Verona to the Brenta, while you overlook the extensive possessions which the Marquis Capra wished to preserve undivided in his family. The inscriptions on the 4 gable ends, which together constitute one whole, are worthy to be noted down. Marcus Capra, Gabrielis filius, quides has arctissimo primogenita gradui subjacit, una cum omnibus sensibus agris valibus et colibus citra viam magnum memorize perpetu mandans HC dum sustenet AC abstinet. The conclusion in particular is strange enough. A man who has at command so much wealth and such a capacious will still feels that he must bear and forbear this can be learned at a less expense. Sept. 22. This evening I was at a meeting held by the Academy of the Olympians. It is mere playwork, but good in its way, and seems to keep up a little spice and life among the people. There is the great hall by Palladio's theatre, handsomely lighted up the Capitan, and a portion of the nobility are present besides a public composed of educated persons, and several of the clergy, the whole assembly amounting to about 500. The question proposed by the President for today's sitting was this: which has been most serviceable to the fine arts, invention or imitation? This was a happy notion, for if the alternatives which are involved in the question are kept duly apart, one may go on debating for centuries. The academicians have gallantly availed themselves of the occasion, and have produced all sorts of things in prose and verse, some very good. Then there is the liveliest public. The audience cry bravo, and clap their hands and laugh. What a thing it is to stand thus before one's nation, and amuse them in person. We must set down our best productions in black and white. Every one squats down with them in a corner, and scribbles at them as he can. Vicenza. It may be imagined that even on this occasion Palladio would be continually appealed to whether the discourse was in favor of invention or imitation at the end, which is always the right place for a joke. One of the speakers hit on a happy thought, and said that the others had already taken Palladio away from him, so that he for his part would praise Franceschini, the great silk manufacturer. He then began to show the advantages which this enterprising man, and through him the city of Vicenza, had derived from imitating the Lyonese and Florentine stuffs, and thence came to the conclusion that imitation stands far above invention. This was done with so much humor that uninterrupted laughter was excited. Generally, those who spoke in favor of imitation obtained the most applause, for they said nothing but what was adapted to the thoughts and capacities of the multitude. Once the public, by a violent clapping of hands, gave its hearty approval to a most clumsy sophism, when it had not felt many good, nay, excellent things that had been said in honor of invention. I am very glad I have witnessed this scene, for it is highly gratifying to see Palladio, after the lapse of so long a time, still honored by his fellow citizens as their polar star and model. Sept. 22. This morning I was at Tyne, which lies north towards the mountains, where a new building has been erected, after an old plan, of which there may be a little to say. Thus do they here honor everything that belongs to the good period, and have sense enough to raise a new building on a plan which they have inherited. The chateau is excellently situated in a large plain, having behind it the calcareous Alps, without any mountains intervening. A stream of living water flows along the level causeway from each side of the building towards those who approach it, and waters the broad fields of rice through which one passes. I have now seen but 2 Italian cities, and for the first time, and have spoken with but few persons, and yet I know my Italians pretty well. They are like courtiers who consider themselves the first people in the world, and who, on the strength of certain advantages which cannot be denied them, can indulge with impunity in so comfortable a thought. The Italians appear to me a right good people, only one must see the children and the common people as I see them now, and can see them, while I am always open to them, nay, always lay myself open to them. What figures and faces there are! It is especially to be commended in the Vicentians that with them one enjoys the privileges of a large city. Whatever a person does, they do not stare at him, but if he addresses them, they are conversable and pleasant, especially the women, who please me much. I do not mean to find fault with the Veronese women. They are well made and have a decided pupil, but they are for the most part pale, and the Zendel is to their disadvantage, because one looks for something charming under the beautiful costume. I have found here some very pretty creatures, especially some with black locks, who inspire me with peculiar interest. There are also fairer beauties, who however do not please me so well. Padua, Sept. 26 evening. In 4 hours I have this day come here from Vicenza, crammed luggage, and all into a little one-seated chaise called a sediola. Generally, the journey is performed with ease in 3 hours and a half. But as I wished to pass the delightful daytime in the open air, I was glad that the Vetturino fell short of his duty. The route goes constantly southwards, over the most fertile plains, and between hedges and trees without further prospect, until at last the beautiful mountains extending from the east towards the south are seen on the right hand, the abundance of the festoons of plants and fruit, which hang over walls and hedges, and down the trees, is indescribable. The roofs are loaded with gourds, and the strangest sort of cucumbers are hanging from poles and trellises. From the observatory, I could take the clearest survey possible of the fine situation of the town. Towards the north are the Tyrolese mountains covered with snow and half hidden by clouds, and joined by the Vicentian mountains on the northwest. Then towards the west are the nearer mountains of Est, the shapes and recesses of which are plainly to be seen. Towards the southeast is a verdant sea of plants, without a trace of elevation, tree after tree, bush after bush, plantation after plantation, while houses, villas, and churches, dazzling with whiteness, peer out from among the green against the horizon. I plainly saw the tower of St. Mark's at Venice, with other smaller towers. Padua, Sept. 27. Padua. I have at last obtained the works of Palladio, not indeed the original edition which I saw at Vicenza, where the cuts are in wood, but a facsimile in copper, published at the expense of an excellent man named Smith, who was formerly the English consul at Venice. We must give the English this credit, that they have long known how to prize what is good, and have a magnificent way of diffusing it. On the occasion of this purchase, I entered a bookshop, which in Italy presents quite a peculiar appearance. Around it are arranged the books all stitched, and during the whole day good society may be found in the shop, which is a lounge for all the secular clergy, nobility, and artists who are in any way connected with literature. One asks for a book, opens it, and amuses himself as one can. Thus I found a knot of half a dozen, all of whom became attentive to me when I asked for the works of Palladio. While the master of the shop looked for the book, they commended it, gave me information respecting the original and the copy. They were well acquainted with the work itself, and with the merits of the author. Taking me for an architect, they praised me for having recourse to this master in preference to all the rest, saying that he was of more practical utility than Vitruvius himself, since he had thoroughly studied the ancients and antiquity, and had sought to adapt the latter to the wants of our own times. I conversed for a long time with these friendly men, learned something about the remarkable objects in the city, and took my leave. Where men have built churches to saints, a place may sometimes be found in them where monuments to intellectual men may be set up. The bust of Cardinal Bembo stands between Ionic columns. It is a handsome face, strongly drawn in, if I may use the expression, and with a copious beard. The inscription runs thus: Petri Bembi card, imaginum hiera Gerinus ismeni, f. in publico ponendum, curavit ut cujus ingenii monumenta turna, sint ejus corporis quoque memoria, ni apostaritate desiderata. With all its dignity, the university gave me the horrors as a building. I am glad that I had nothing to learn in it. One cannot imagine such a narrow compass for a school, even though, as the student of a German university, one may have suffered a great deal on the benches of the auditorium. The anatomical theater is a perfect model of the art of pressing students together. The audience are piled one above another in a tall pointed funnel. They look down upon the narrow space where the table stands, and as no daylight falls upon it, the professor must demonstrate by lamplight. The botanic garden is much more pretty and cheerful. Several plants can remain in the ground during the winter if they are set near the walls or at no great distance from them. At the end of October, the whole is built over and the process of heating is carried on for the few remaining months. It is pleasant and instructive to walk through a vegetation that is strange to us, with ordinary plants, as well as with other objects that have been long familiar to us. We at last do not think at all, and what is looking without thinking amidst this variety, which comes upon me quite new, the idea that all forms of plants may perhaps be developed from a single form, becomes more lively than ever. On this principle alone, it would be possible to define orders and classes, which it seems to me has hitherto been done in a very arbitrary manner. At this point, I stand fast in my botanical philosophy, and I do not see how I am to extricate myself. The depth and breadth of this business seem to me quite equal. The great square called Prato della Val is a very wide space, where the chief fair is held in June. The wooden booths in the middle of it do not produce the most favorable appearance, but the inhabitants assure me that there will soon be a fiera of stone here like that at Verona. One has hopes of this already from the manner in which the Prato is surrounded, and which affords a very beautiful and imposing view. A huge oval is surrounded with statues, all representing celebrated men who have taught or studied at the university. Any native or foreigner is allowed to erect a statue of a certain size to any countryman or kinsman as soon as the merit of the person and his academical residence at Padua are proved. Padua. A moat filled with water goes round the oval. On the 4 bridges which lead up to it stand colossal figures of popes and doges. The other statues, which are smaller, have been set up by corporations, private individuals, or foreigners. The King of Sweden caused a figure of Gustavus Adolphus to be erected because it is said he once heard a lecture in Padua. The Archduke Leopold revived the memory of Petrarch and Galileo. The statues are in a good modern style. A few of them rather affected, some very natural, and all in the costume of their rank and dignity. The inscriptions deserve commendation. There is nothing in them absurd or paltry. At any university, the thought would have been a happy one, and here it is particularly so, because it is very delightful to see a whole line of departed worthies thus called back again. It will perhaps form a very beautiful Prato when the wooden fiera shall be removed, and one built of stone, according to the aforesaid plan. In the consistory of a fraternity dedicated to S. Anthony, there are some pictures of an early date, which remind one of the old German paintings, and also some by Titian, in which may be remarked the great progress which no one has made on the other side of the Alps immediately. Afterwards I saw works by some of the most modern painters. These artists, as they could not hope to succeed in the lofty and the serious, have been very happy in hitting the humorous. The Decollation of John by Piazzetta is in this sense a capital picture, if one can once allow the master's manner. John is kneeling with his hands before him and his right knee on a stone, looking towards heaven. One of the soldiers who is binding him is bending round on one side and looking into his face, as if he was wondering at his patient resignation. Higher up stands another who is to deal the fatal blow. He does not, however, hold the sword, but makes a motion with his hands, like one who is practicing the stroke beforehand. A third is drawing the sword out of the scabbard. The thought is happy if not grand, and the composition is striking and produces the best effect. In the church of the Eremitani, I have seen pictures by Mantegna, one of the older painters, at which I am astonished what a sharp, strict actuality is exhibited in these pictures. It is from this actuality, thoroughly true, not apparent merely and falsely effective, and appealing solely to the imagination, but solid, pure, bright, elaborated, conscientious, delicate, and circumscribed, an actuality which had about it something severe, credulous, and laborious. It is from this, I say, that the later painters proceeded, as I remarked in the pictures of Titian, in order that by the liveliness of their own genius, the energy of their nature, illumined at the same time by the mind of the predecessors, and exalted by their force, they might rise higher and higher, and elevated above the earth, produce forms that were heavenly indeed, but still true. Thus was art developed after the barbarous period. The hall of audience in the townhouse, properly designated by the augmentative salon, is such a huge enclosure that one cannot conceive it, much less recall it, to one's immediate memory. It is 300 feet long, 100 feet broad, and 100 feet high, measured up to the roof, which covers it quite. In so accustomed are these people to live in the open air that the architects look out for a marketplace to overarch, and there is no question that this huge vaulted space produces quite a peculiar effect. It is an enclosed infinity, which has more analogy to man's habits and feelings than the starry heavens. The latter takes us out of ourselves. The former, insensibility, brings us back to ourselves. For the same reason, I also like to stay in the church of S. Justina. This church, which is 85 feet long and high and broad in proportion, is built in a grand and simple style. This evening I seated myself in a corner and indulged in quiet contemplation. Then I felt myself truly alone, for no one in the world, even if he had thought of me for the moment, would have looked for me here. Now everything ought to be packed up again for tomorrow morning. I set off by water upon the Brenta. It rained today, but now it has cleared up, and I hope I shall be able to see the lagoons and the bride of the sea by beautiful daylight, and to greet my friends from her bosom. Venice. Now it stood written on my page in the book of fate that on the evening of the 28th of September by 5 o'clock German time, I should see Venice for the first time as I passed from the Brenta into the lagoons, and that soon afterwards I should actually enter and visit this strange island city, this heaven-like republic. So now heaven be praised, Venice is no longer to me a bare and a hollow name which has so long tormented me, the mental enemy of mere verbal sounds. As the first of the gondoliers came up to the ship, they come in order to convey more quickly to Venice those passengers who are in a hurry. I recollected an old plaything, of which perhaps I had not thought for 20 years. My father had a beautiful model of a gondola which he had brought with him from Italy. He set a great value upon it, and it was considered a great treat when I was allowed to play with it. The first beaks of tinned iron plate, the black gondola gratings, all greeted me like old acquaintances, and I experienced again dear emotions of my childhood which had been long unknown. I am well lodged at the sign of the Queen of England, not far from the square of Esmark, which is indeed the chief advantage of the Snot. My windows look upon a narrow canal between lofty houses. A bridge of one arch is immediately below me, and directly opposite is a narrow bustling alley. Thus am I lodged, and here I shall remain until I have made up my packet for Germany, and until I am satiated with the sight of the city. I can now really enjoy the solitude for which I have longed so ardently, for nowhere does a man feel himself more solitary than in a crowd, where he must push his way unknown to every one. Perhaps in Venice there is only one person who knows me, and he will not come in contact with me all at once. Venice, September 28, 1786. A few words on my journey hither from Padua. The passage on the Brenta in the public vessel, and in good company, is highly agreeable. The banks are ornamented with gardens and villas. Little hamlets come down to the water's edge, and the animated highroad may be seen here and there. As the descent of the river is by means of locks, there is often a little pause which may be employed in looking about the country, and in tasting the fruits which are offered in great abundance. You then enter your vessel again, and move on through a world which is itself in motion, and which is full of life and fertility. To so many changing forms and images, a phenomenon was added, which although derived from Germany was quite in its place. Here I mean two pilgrims, the first whom I have seen closely. They have a right to travel gratis in this public conveyance, but because the rest of the passengers dislike coming into contact with them, they do not sit in the covered part, but in the after part beside the steersman. They were stared at as a phenomenon even at the present day, and as in former times many vagabonds had made use of this cloak. They were but lightly esteemed when I learned that they were Germans and could speak no language but their own. I joined them and found that they came from the Paderborn territory. Both of them were men of more than 50 years of age, and of a dark but good-humored physiognomy. They had first visited the sepulchre of the three kings at Cologne, had then traveled through Germany, and were now together on their way back to Borne and Upper Italy, whence one intended to set out for Westphalia, and the other to pay a visit of adoration to St. James of Compostela. Their dress was the well-known costume of pilgrims, but they looked much better with this tucked-up robe than the pilgrims in long taffeta garments we are accustomed to exhibit at our masquerades, the long cape, the round hat, the staff, and cockle, the latter used as the most innocent drinking vessel. All had its signification and its immediate use, while a tincase held their passports. Most remarkable of all were their small red morocco pocketbooks, in which they kept all the little implements that might be wanted for any simple necessity. They took them out on finding that something wanted mending in their garments. The passage to Venice. The steersman, highly pleased to find an interpreter, made me ask them several questions, and thus I learned a great deal about their views, and especially about their expedition. They made bitter complaints against their brethren in the faith, and even against the clergy. Both secular and monastic piety, they said, must be a very scarce commodity, since no one would believe in theirs, but they were treated as vagrants in almost every Catholic country, although they produced the route which had been clerically prescribed, and the passports given by the bishop. On the other hand, they described, with a great deal of emotion, how well they had been received by Protestants and made special mention of a country clergyman in Suabia, and still more of his wife, who had prevailed on her somewhat unwilling husband to give them an abundant repast, of which they stood in great need on taking leave. The good couple had given them a convention's $3, which they found very serviceable as soon as they entered the Catholic territory. Upon this, one of them said with all the elevation of which he was capable, "We include this lady every day in our prayers and implore God that he will open her eyes, as he has opened her heart towards us, and take her, although late, into the bosom of the Catholic Church. And thus we hope that we shall meet her in paradise hereafter." As I sat upon the little gangway which led to the deck, I explained as much as was necessary and useful to the steersman, and to some other persons who had crowded from the cabin into this narrow space. The pilgrims received some paltry donations, for the Italian is not fond of giving. Upon this, they drew out some little consecrated tickets, on which might be seen the representation of the three sainted kings, with some prayers addressed to them. The worthy men entreated me to distribute these tickets among the little party and explain how invaluable they were. In this I succeeded perfectly, for when the two men appeared to be greatly embarrassed as to how they should find the convent devoted to pilgrims in so large a place as Venice, the steersman was touched, and promised that when they landed he would give boy a trifle to lead them to that distant spot. He added to me in confidence that they would find but little welcome. The institution, he said, was founded to admit I don't know how many pilgrims, but now it has become greatly contracted, and the revenues are otherwise employed. During this conversation, we had gone down the beautiful Brenta, leaving behind us many a noble garden and many a noble palace, and casting a rapid glance at the populous and thriving hamlets which lay along the banks. Several gondolas wound about the ship. As soon as we had entered the lagoons, a Lombard, well acquainted with Venice, asked me to accompany him, that we might enter all the quicker and escape the nuisance of the custom-house, those who endeavored to hold us back. He contrived to put off with a little drink money, and so, in a cheerful sunset, we floated to the place of our destination. Sept. 29, Michaelmas Day evening. So much has already been told and printed about Venice that I shall not be circumstantial in my description, but shall only say how it struck me now in this instance again, that which makes the chief impression upon me is the people, a great mass, who live an involuntary existence, determined by the changing circumstances of the moment. It was for no idle fancy that this race fled to these islands. It was no mere whim which impelled those who followed to combine with them. Necessity taught them to look for security in a highly disadvantageous situation, that afterwards became most advantageous, enduing them with talent. When the whole northern world was immersed in gloom, their increase and their wealth were a necessary consequence. New dwellings arose close against dwellings, rocks took the place of sand, and marsh houses sought the sky, being forced, like trees enclosed in a narrow compass, to seek in height what was denied them in breadth, being niggards of every inch of ground. As having been from the very first compressed into a narrow compass, they allowed no more room for the streets than was just necessary to separate a row of houses from the one opposite, and to afford the citizens narrow passage. Moreover, water supplied the place of street square and promenade. The Venetian was forced to become a new creature, and thus Venice can only be compared with itself. The large canal, winding like a serpent, yields to no street in the world, and nothing can be put by the side of the space in front of St. Mark's Square. I mean that great mirror of water which is encompassed by Venice proper in the form of a crescent. Across the watery surface you see to the left the island of St. Giorgio Maggiore, to the right a little further off the Gaidca and its canal, and still more distant the Dogana Custom House, and the entrance into the Canal Grande, where right before us two immense marble temples are glittering in the sunshine. All the views and prospects have been so often engraved that my friends will have no difficulty in forming a clear idea of them. Venice. After dinner I hastened to fix my first impression of the whole, and without a guide, and merely observing the cardinal points, threw myself into the labyrinth of the city, which, though everywhere intersected by larger or smaller canals, is again connected by bridges, the narrow and crowded appearance of the whole cannot be conceived by one who has not seen it. In most cases, one can quite or nearly measure the breadth of the street by stretching out one's arms, and in the narrowest, a person would scrape his elbows if he walked with his arms akimbo. Some streets indeed are wider, and here and there is a little square, but comparatively all may be called narrow. I easily found the Grand Canal and the principal bridge at Rialto, which consists of a single arch of white marble. Looking down from this one has a fine prospect canal full of ships, which bring every necessary from the continent, and put in chiefly at this place to unload, while between them is a swarm of gondolas. Today, especially being Michaelmas, the view was wonderfully animated, but to give some notion of it, I must go back a little. The two principal parts of Venice, which are divided by the Grand Canal, are connected by no other bridge than the Rialto, but several means of communication are provided, and the river is crossed in open boats at certain fixed points. Today, a very pretty effect was produced by the number of well-dressed ladies who, their features concealed beneath large black veils, were being ferried over in large parties at a time in order to go to the Church of the Archangel, whose festival was being solemnized. I left the bridge and went to one of the points of landing to see the parties as they left the boats. I discovered some very fine forms and faces among them. After I had become tired of this amusement, I seated myself in a gondola, and quitting the narrow streets with the intention of witnessing a spectacle of an opposite description, went along the northern part of the Grand Canal into the lagoons, and then entered the Canal della Guidica, going as far as the square of St. Mark. Now was I also one of the birds of the Adriatic Sea, as every Venetian feels himself to be, whilst reclining in his gondola. I then thought with due honor of my good father, who knew of nothing better than to talk about the things I now witnessed. And will it not be so with me likewise? All that surrounds me is dignified, grand, venerable work of combined human energies, a noble monument, not of a ruler, but of a people. And if their lagoons are gradually filling up, if unwholesome vapors are floating over the marsh, if their trade is declining, and their power has sunk, still the great place, and the essential character will not for a moment be less venerable to the observer. Venice succumbs to time like everything that has a phenomenal existence. Sept 30. Towards evening I again rambled without a guide into the remotest quarters of the city. The bridges here are all provided with stairs, that gondolas and even larger vessels may pass conveniently under the arches. I sought to find my way in and out of this labyrinth without asking anybody, and on this occasion also only guiding myself by the points of the compass. One disentangles oneself at last, but it is a wonderful complication, and my manner of obtaining a sensible impression of it is the best. I have now been to the remotest points of the city, and observed the conduct, mode of life, manners, and character of the inhabitants, and in every quarter they are different. Gracious heaven, what a poor good sort of animal man is after all! Most of the smaller houses stand immediately on the canals, but there are here and there quays of stone beautifully paved, along which one may take a pleasant walk between the water and the churches and palaces. Particularly cheerful and agreeable is the long stone quay on the northern side, from which the islands are visible, especially Murano, which is a Venice on a small scale. The intervening lagoons are all alive with little gondolas. Sept 30 evening. Today I have enlarged my notions of Venice by procuring a plan of it. When I had studied it for some time, I ascended the Tower of St. Mark, where an unique spectacle is presented to the eye. It was noon, and the sun was so bright that I could see places near and distant without a glass. The tide covered the lagoons, and when I turned my eyes towards what is called the Lido, this is a narrow strip of earth which bounds the lagoons, I saw the sea for the first time with some sails upon it. In the lagoons themselves, some galleys and frigates are lying destined to join the Chevalier Emo, who is making war on the Algerines, but detained by unfavorable winds. The mountains of Padua and Vicenza, and the mountain chain of Tyrol, beautifully bound the picture between the north and west. October 1. I went out and surveyed the city from many points of view, and as it was Sunday, I was struck by the great want of cleanliness in the streets, which forced me to make some reflections. There seems to be a sort of policy in this matter, for the people scrape the sweepings into the corners, and I see large ships going backwards and forwards, which at several points he too, and take off the accumulation they belong to the people of the surrounding islands who are in want of manure. But however, there is neither consistency nor strictness in this method, and the want of cleanliness in the city is the more unpardonable as in it as much provision has been made for cleaning it as in any Dutch town. All the streets are paved, even those in the remotest quarters, with bricks at least, which are laid down lengthwise, with the edges slightly canting the middle of the street. Where necessary is raised a little, while channels are formed on each side to receive the water and convey it into covered drains. There are other architectural arrangements in the original, well-considered plan, which prove the intention of the excellent architects to make Venice the most cleanly as well as the most singular of cities. As I walked along, I could not refrain from sketching a body of regulations on the subject, anticipating in thought some superintendent of police who might act in earnest. Thus one always feels an inclination to sweep one's neighbor's door. Oct. 2, 1786. Before all things, I hastened to the Carita. I had found in Palladio's works that he had planned a monastic building here in which he intended to represent a private residence of the rich and hospitable ancients. The plan, which was excellently drawn both as a whole and in detail, gave me infinite delight, and I hoped to find a marvel. Alas, scarcely a tenth part of the edifice is finished. However, even this part is worthy of that heavenly genius. There is a completeness in the plan, and an accuracy in the execution, which I had never before witnessed. One ought to pass whole years in the contemplation of such a work. It seems to me that I have seen nothing grander, nothing more perfect, and I fancy that I am not mistaken. Only imagine the admirable artist born with an inner feeling for the grand and the pleasing, now for the first time forming himself by the ancients with incredible labor, that he may be the means of reviving them. He finds an opportunity to carry out a favorite thought in building a convent, which is destined as a dwelling for so many monks and a shelter for so many strangers, in the form of an antique private residence. The church was already standing and led to an atrium of Corinthian columns. Here one feels delighted and forgets all priestcraft. At one end, the sacristy; at another, a chapter room is found, while there is the finest winding staircase in the world, with a wide well and the stone steps built into the wall, and so laid that one supports another. One is never tired of going up and down this staircase, and we may judge of its success from the fact that Palladio himself declares that he has succeeded. The forecourt leads to the large inner court. Unfortunately, nothing is finished of the building which was to surround this, except the left side. Here there are 3 rows of columns, one over the other. On the ground floor are the halls. On the first story is an archway in front of the cells, and the upper story consists of a plain wall with windows. However, this description should be illustrated by a reference to the sketches. I will just add a word about the execution. Venice. Only the capitals and bases of the columns and the keystones of the arches are of hewn stone. All the rest is, I will not say of brick, but of burned clay. This description of tile I never saw before. The frieze and cornice are of the same material, as well as the parts of the arch. All is but half burnt, and lastly, the building is put together with a very little lime. As it stands, it looks as if it had been produced at one cast. If the whole had been finished, and it had been properly rubbed up and colored, it would have been a charming sight. However, as so often happens with buildings of a modern time, the plan was too large. The artist had presupposed not only that the existing convent would be pulled down, but also that the adjoining houses would be bought, and here money and inclination probably began to fail. Kind destiny, thou who hast formed and perpetuated so much stupidity, why didst thou not allow this work to be completed? Oct. 3. The Church Il Redentore is a large and beautiful work by Palladio, with a facade even more worthy of praise than that of S. Giorgio. These works, which have often been engraved, must be placed before you. To elucidate what is said, I will only add a few words. Palladio was thoroughly imbued with the antique mode of existence, and felt the narrow, petty spirit of his own age, like a great man who will not give way to it, but strives to mold all that it leaves him as far as possible into accordance with his own ideas. From a slight perusal of his book one conclude that he was displeased with the continued practice of building Christian churches after the form of the ancient basilica, and therefore sought to make his own sacred edifices approximate to the form of the antique temple. Hence arose certain discrepancies, which, as it seemed to me, are happily avoided in Il Redemptor, but are rather obvious in the S. Giorgio Volkmann says something about it, but does not hit the nail on the head. The interior of Il Redemptor is likewise admirable. Everything, including even the designs of the altars, is by Palladio. Unfortunately, the niches which should have been filled with statues are glaring with wooden figures, flat carved and painted. October 3. In honor of S. Francis, S. Peter's Capuchins have splendidly adorned a side altar. There was nothing to be seen of stone, but the Corinthian capitals. All the rest seemed to be covered with tasteful but splendid embroidery in the arabesque style, and the effect was as pretty as could be desired. I particularly admired the broad tendrils and foliage embroidered in gold. Going nearer, I discovered an ingenious deception. All that I had taken for gold was in fact straw pressed flat and glued upon paper according to some beautiful outlines, while the ground was painted with lively colors. This is done with such variety and tact that the design, which was probably worked in the convent itself, with a material that was worth nothing, must have cost several $1,000s. If the material had been genuine, it might on occasion be advantageously imitated. On one of the quays, and in front of the water, I have often remarked a little fellow telling stories in the Venetian dialect to a greater or less concourse of auditors. Unfortunately, I cannot understand a word, but I observe that no one laughs, though the audience, who are composed of the lowest class, occasionally smile. There is nothing striking or ridiculous in the man's appearance, but on the contrary, something very sedate, with such admirable variety and precision in his gestures that they evince art and reflection. October 3. With my plan in my hand, I endeavored to find my way through the strangest labyrinth to the Church of the Mendicanti. Here is the conservatorium, which stands in the highest repute at the present day. The ladies performed an oratorio behind the grating. The church was filled with hearers. The music was very beautiful, and the voices were magnificent. An alto sung the part of King Saul, the chief personage in the poem. Of such a voice I had no notion whatever. Some passages of the music were excessively beautiful, and the words, which were Latin, most laughably Italianized, in some places were perfectly adapted for singing. Music here has a wide field. Venice. The performance would have been a source of great enjoyment if the accursed maestro di capella had not beaten time with a roll of music against the grating as conspicuously as if he had to do with schoolboys whom he was instructing. As the girls had repeated the piece often enough, his noise was quite unnecessary, and destroyed all impression, as much as he would who, in order to make a beautiful statue intelligible to us, should stick scarlet patches on the joints. The foreign sound destroys all harmony. Now this man is a musician, and yet he seems not to be sensible of this, or more properly speaking, he chooses to let his presence be known by an impropriety, when it would have been much better to allow his value to be perceived by the perfection of the execution. I know that this is the fault of the French, but I did not give the Italians credit for it, and yet the public seems accustomed to it. This is not the first time that that which spoils enjoyment has been supposed to belong directly to it. October 3. Yesterday evening, I went to the opera at the S. Moses, for the theaters take their name from the church to which they lie nearest. Nothing very delightful in the plan, the music, and the singers. That energy was wanting, which alone can elevate opera to the highest point. One could not say of any part that it was bad, but the two female actresses alone took pains not so much to act well but to set themselves off, and to please. That is something. After all, these two actresses have beautiful figures and good voices, and are nice, lively, compact little bodies. Among the men, on the other hand, there is no trace of national power, or even of pleasure in working on the imaginations of their audience. Neither is there among them any voice of decided brilliancy. The ballet, which was wretchedly conceived, was condemned as a whole, but some excellent dancers and danseuses, the latter of whom considered it their duty to make the spectators acquainted with all their person charms, were heartily applauded. October 5. Today, however, I saw another comedy which gave me more pleasure in the ducal palace. I heard the public discussion of a law case. It was important, and happily for me was brought forward in the holidays. One of the advocates had all the qualifications for an exaggerated buffo. His figure was short and fat, but supple in profile. His features were monstrously prominent. He had a stentorian voice, and a vehemence, as if everything that he said came in earnest from the very bottom of his heart. I call this a comedy, because probably everything had been already prepared. When the public exhibition took place, the judges knew what they had to say, and the parties what they had to expect. However, this plan pleases me infinitely more than our hobbling law affairs. I will endeavor to give some notion of the particulars, and of the neat, natural, and unostentatious manner in which everything takes place. In a spacious hall of the palace, the judges were sitting on one side in a half-circle. Opposite to them, in a tribune which could hold several persons, were the advocates for both parties, and upon a bench immediately in front of them, the plaintiff and defendant in person. The advocate for the plaintiff had descended from the tribune, since there was to be no controversy at this day's sitting. All the documents on both sides were to be read, although they were already printed. A lean clerk in a black scanty gown, and with a thick bundle in his hand, prepared to perform the office of a reader. The hall was completely crammed with persons who came to see and to hear the point of law itself, and the persons whom it concerned must have appeared highly important to the Venetians. Trust estates are so decidedly secured in Venice that a property once stamped with this character preserves it forever, though it may have been divested ages ago by appropriations or other circumstances, and though it may have passed through ever so many hands. When the matter comes into dispute, the descendants of the first family recover their right, and the property must be delivered up. Venice. On this occasion, the discussion was highly important, for the action was brought against the Doge himself, or rather against his wife, who, veiled by her zendel or little hood, sat only at a little distance from the plaintiff. She was a lady of a certain age, of noble stature, and with well-formed features, in which there was something of an earnest, not to say fretful character. The Venetians make it a great boast that the princess in her own palace is obliged to appear before them and the tribunal. When the clerk began to read, I for the first time clearly discerned the business of a little man who sat on a low stool behind a small table opposite the judges, and near the advocates more especially. I learned the use of an hourglass, which was placed before him. As long as the clerk reads, time is not heeded, but the advocate is only allowed a certain time. If he speaks in the course of the reading, the clerk reads, and the hourglass lies in a horizontal position with the little man's hand upon it. As soon as the advocate opens his mouth, the glass is raised and sinks again. As soon as he is silent, it is the great duty of the advocate to make remarks on what is read, to introduce cursory observations, in order to excite and challenge attention. This puts the little Saturn in a state of the greatest perplexity. He is obliged every moment to change the horizontal and vertical position of the glass, and finds himself in the situation of the evil spirits in the puppet show, who by the quickly varying burlach of the mischievous Hanswurst four are puzzled whether they are to come or to go. Whoever has heard documents read over in a law court can imagine the reading on this occasion quick and monotonous, but plain and articulate enough. The ingenious advocate contrives to interrupt the tedium by jests, and the public shows its delight in his jokes by immoderate laughter. I must mention one, the most striking of those. I could understand the reader was just reciting the document by which one who was considered to have been illegally possessed of it had disposed of the property in question. The advocate bade him lead more slowly, and when he plainly uttered the words, "I give and bequeath," the orator flew violently at the clerk, and cried, "What will you give? What will you bequeath, you poor starved-out devil? Nothing in the world belongs to you." However, continued, as he seemed to collect himself, the illustrious owner was in the same predicament. He wished to give. He wished to bequeath that which belonged to him no more than to you. A burst of inextinguishable laughter followed this sally, but the hourglass at once resumed its horizontal position. The reader went mumbling on and made a saucy face at the advocate, but all these jokes are prepared beforehand. Acte 4. I was yesterday at the play in the theatre of S. Luke, and was highly pleased. I saw a piece acted extempore in masks, with a great deal of nature, energy, and vigor. The actors are not indeed all equal the pantaloon is excellent, and one of the actresses who is stout and well-built speaks admirably and deports herself cleverly, though she is no extraordinary actress. The subject of the piece is extravagant and resembled that which is treated by us under the name of Der Verschlag. The partition with inexhaustible variety, it amused us for more than 3 hours, but even here the people is the base upon which everything rests. The spectators are themselves actors, and the multitude is melted into one whole. With the stage all day long the buyer, and the seller, the beggar, the sailor, the female gossip, the advocate and his opponent are living and acting in the square and on the bench, in the gondolas and in the palaces, and make it their business to talk and to asseverate, to cry, and to offer for sale, to sing and to play, to curse and to brawl in the evening. They go into the theatre and see and hear the life of the day, artificially put together, prettily set off, interwoven, with a story removed from reality by the masks, and brought near to it by manners. In all this they take a childish delight, and again shout and clap, and make a noise from day to night, nay, from midnight to midnight. It is always the same. I have not often seen more natural acting than that by these masks. It is such acting as can only be sustained by a remarkably happy talent and long practice. While I am writing this, they are making a tremendous noise on the canal under my window. Though it is past midnight, whether for good or for evil, they are always doing something. October 4. I have now heard public orators, viz. 3 fellows in the square, and on the stone bench, each telling tales after his fashion, 2 advocates, 2 preachers, and the actors, among whom I must especially commend the pantaloon. All these have something in common both, because they belong to one and the same nation, which, as it always lives in public, always adopts an impassioned manner of speaking, and because they imitate each other, there is besides a marked language of gesticulations, with which they accompany the expressions of their intentions, views, and feelings. Venice. This day was the festival of S. Francis, and I was in his church, Le Vin. The loud voice of the Capuchin was accompanied by the cries of the salesmen in front of the church. As by an antiphon, I stood at the church door between the two, and the effect was singular enough. Act 5. This morning I was in the Arsenal, which I found interesting enough, though I know nothing of maritime affairs, and visited the lower school there. It has an appearance like that of an old family which still bustles about, although its best time of blossom and fruit has passed. By paying attention to the handicraftsmen, I have seen much that is remarkable, and have been on board an 84-gun ship, the hull of which is just completed. 6 months ago, a thing of the sort was burned down to the water's edge off the Riva dei Schiavoni. The powder room was not very full, and when it blew up, it did no great damage. The windows of the neighboring houses were destroyed. I have seen worked the finest oak from Istria, and have made my observations in return upon this valuable tree, that knowledge of the natural things used by man as materials, and employed for his wants, which I have acquired with so much difficulty, has been incalculably serviceable in explaining to me the proceedings of artists and artisans. The knowledge of mountains, and of the stone taken out of them, has been to me a great advance in art. Act 5. To give a notion of the Bucentaur in one word, I should say that it is a stately, the older one of which we still have drawings, justified this appellation, still more than the present one, which, by its splendor, makes us forget its original. I am always returning to my old opinions. When a genuine subject is given to an artist, his productions will be something genuine. Also here, the artist was commissioned to form a galley worthy to carry the heads of the Republic on the highest festivals in honor of its ancient rule on the sea, and the problem has been admirably solved. The vessel is all ornament, we ought to say it is overladen with ornament. It is altogether one piece of gilt carving for no other use, but that of a pageant to exhibit to the people, its leaders in right noble style. We know well enough that a people who likes to deck out its boats is no less pleased to see their rulers bravely adorn this stately, is a good index to show what the Venetians were, and what they considered themselves. Act 5 Night. I came home laughing from a tragedy, and must at once make the jest secure upon paper. The piece was not bad. The author had brought together all the tragic matadors, and the actors played well. Most of the situations were well known, but some were new and highly felicitous. There are two fathers who hate each other, sons and daughters of these severed families, who respectively are passionately in love with each other, and one couple is even privately married. Wild and cruel work goes on, and at last nothing remains to render the young people happy, but to make the two fathers kill each other, upon which the curtain falls amid the liveliest applause. Now the applause becomes more vehement, now furor was called out, and this lasted until the two principal couples vouchsafed to crawl forward from behind the curtain, make their bow, and retire at the opposite side. Venice. The public was not yet satisfied, but went on clapping and crying "I morti," till the two dead men also come forward, and made their bow, when some voices cried "Bravi I morti." The applause detained them for a long time, till at last they were allowed to depart. The effect is infinitely more droll to the dear witness, who like me has ringing in his ears the bravo bravi, which the Italians have incessantly in their mouths, and then suddenly hears the dead also called forward with this word of honor. We of the North can say good night at any hour when we take leave after dark, but the Italian says felicissima not only once, and that is when the candles are brought into a room. Day and night are thus divided, and something quite different is meant. So impossible is it to translate the idioms of any language from the highest to the lowest word. All has reference to the peculiarities of the natives in character, opinions, or circumstances. Act 6. The tragedy yesterday taught me a great deal. In the first place, I have heard how the Italians treat and declaim their 11-syllable iambics, and in the next place, I have understood the tact of Gozzi in combining masks with his tragic personages. This is the proper sort of play for this people, which likes to be moved in a rough fashion. It has no tender, heartfelt sympathy for the unfortunate personage, but is only pleased when the hero speaks well. The Italians attach a great deal of importance to the speaking, and then they like to laugh or to hear something silly. Their interest in the drama is like that in a real event when the tyrant gave his son a sword and required him to kill his own wife, who was standing opposite. The people began loudly to express their disapprobation of this demand, and there was a great risk that the piece would have been interrupted. They insisted that the old man should take his sword back, in which case all the subsequent situations in the drama would have been completely spoiled. At last, the distressed son plucked up courage, advanced to the proscenium, and humbly entreated that the audience would have patience for a moment, assuring them that all would turn out to their entire satisfaction. But even judging from an artistical point of view, this situation was under the circumstances silly and unnatural, and I commended the people for their feeling. I can now better understand the long speeches and the frequent dissertations pro and con in the Greek tragedy. The Athenians liked still more to hear speaking, and were still better judges of it than the Italians. They learned something from the courts of law, where they spent the whole day. Act 6. In those works of Palladio which are completed, I have found much to blame, together with much that is highly valuable. While I was thinking it over in my mind, how far I was right or wrong in setting my judgment in opposition to that of so extraordinary a man, I felt as if he stood by and said I did so and so against my will. But nevertheless I did it, because in this manner alone was it possible for me, under the given circumstances, to approximate to my highest idea. The more I think the matter over, it seems to me that Palladio, while contemplating the height and width of an already existing church, or of an old house to which he was to attach facades, only considered how will you give the greatest form to these dimensions. Some part of the detail must, from the necessity of the case, be put out of its place or spoiled, and something unseemly is sure to arise here and there. Be that as it may, the whole will have a grand style, and you will be pleased with your work. And thus he carried out the great image which he had within his soul, just to the point where it was not quite suitable, and where he was obliged in the detail to mutilate or to overcrowd it. On the other hand, the wing of the carita cannot be too highly prized, for here the artist's hands were free, and he could follow the bent of his own mind without constraint. If the convent were finished, there would perhaps be no work of architecture more perfect throughout the present world. Venice. How he thought and how he worked becomes more and more clear to me the more I read his works, and reflect how he treated the ancients, for he says few words, but they are all important. The fourth book, which illustrates the antique temples, is a good introduction to a judicious examination of ancient remains. Act 6. Yesterday evening, I saw the Electra of Crebillon, that is to say, a translation at the Theatre S. Crisostomo. I cannot say how absurd the piece appeared to me, and how terribly it tired me out. The actors are generally good, and know how to put off the public with single passages. Orestes alone has 3 narratives poetically set off in one scene. Electra, a pretty little woman of the middle size and stature with almost French vivacity, and with a good deportment, delivered the verses beautifully, only she acted the part madly from beginning to end, which alas it requires. However, I have again learned something. The Italian iambic, which is invariably of 11 syllables, is very inconvenient for declamation, because the last syllable is always short, and causes an elevation of the voice against the will of the declaimer. Act 6. This morning I was present at High Mass, which annually on this day the Doge must attend in the Church of St. Justina, to commemorate an old victory over the Turks, when the gilded barks which carry the princes and a portion of the nobility approach the little square, when the boatmen in their rare liveries are plying their red-painted oars. When on the shore the clergy and the religious fraternities are standing, pushing, moving about, and waiting, with their lighted torches fixed upon poles and portable silver chandeliers. Then, when the gangways covered with carpet are placed from the vessels to the shore, and first the full violet dresses of the Savii, next the ample red robes of the senators are unfolded upon the pavement, and lastly when the old Doge, adorned with his golden Phrygian cap, in his long golden talar, and his ermine cloak, steps out of the vessel. All this, I say, takes place in a little square, before the portal of a church. One feels as if one were looking at an old worked tapestry, exceedingly well designed and colored. To me, northern fugitive, as I am, this ceremony gave a great deal of pleasure with us, who parade nothing but short coats in our processions of pomp, and who conceive nothing greater than one performed with shouldered arms. Such an affair might be out of place, but these trains, these peaceful celebrations, are all in keeping here. The Doge is a well-grown and well-shaped man, who perhaps suffers from ill health, but nevertheless, for dignity's sake, bears himself upright under his heavy robe. In other respects, he looks like the grandpapa of the whole race, and is kind and affable. His dress is very becoming. The little cap which he wears under the large one does not offend the eye, resting, as it does, upon the whitest and finest hair in the world. About 50 nobili, with long dark-red trains, were with him. For the most part they were handsome men, and there was not a single uncouth figure among them. Several of them were tall, with large heads, so that the white curly wigs were very becoming to them. Their features are prominent, the flesh of their faces is soft and white, without looking flabby and disagreeable. On the contrary, there is an appearance of talent without exertion, repose, self-confidence, easiness of existence, and a certain joyousness pervades the whole. When all had taken their places in the church, and Mass began, the fraternities entered by the chief door, and went out at the side door to the right, after they had received holy water in couples, and made their obeisance to the high altar, to the Doge and the nobility. Act 6. This evening I bespoke the celebrated song of the mariners, who chaunt Tasso and Ariosto to melodies of their own. This must actually be ordered, as it is not to be beard as a thing of course, but rather belongs to the half-forgotten traditions of former times. I entered a gondola by moonlight with one singer before and the other behind me. They sing their song, taking up the verses alternately. The melody, which we know through Rousseau, is of a middle kind between choral and recitative, maintaining throughout the same cadence without any fixed time. The modulation is also uniform, only varying with a sort of declamation, both tone and measure, according to the subject of the verse. But the spirit, the life of it, is as follows. Without inquiring into the construction of the melody, suffice it to say that it is admirably suited to that easy class of people who, always humming something or other to themselves, adapt such tunes to any little poem they know by heart. Venice. Sitting on the shore of an island, on the bank of a canal, or on the side of a boat, a gondolier will sing away with a loud penetrating voiceth, multitude admire force, above everything anxious, only to be heard as far as possible over the silent mirror. It travels far another in the distance, who is acquainted with the melody and knows. Words takes it up and answers with the next verse, and then the first replies, so that the one is as it were the echo of the other. The song continues through whole nights, and is kept up without fatigue. The further the singers are from each other, the more touching sounds the strain. The best place for the listener is halfway between the two. In order to let me hear it, they landed on the bank of the Gaidka, and took up different positions by the canal. I walked backwards and forwards between them, so as to leave the one whose turn it was to sing, and to join the one who had just left off. Then it was that the effect of the strain first opened upon me. As a voice from the distance, it sounds in the highest degree strangias. A lament without sadness, it has an incredible effect, and is moving even to tears. I ascribed this to my own state of mind, but my old boatsman said, "E singular como quel canto in tenoris, e molto più quando e più ben cantato." He wished that I could hear the women of the Lido, especially those of Malamaco and Palestrina. These also, he told me, chanted Tasso and Ariosto to the same or similar melodies. He went on, in the evening, while their husbands are on the sea fishing, they are accustomed to sit on the beach, and with shrill penetrating voice, to make these strains resound, until they catch from the distance the voices of their partners, and in this way they keep up a communication with them. Is not that beautiful? And yet it is very possible that one who heard them close by would take little pleasure in such tones, which have to vie with the waves of the sea. Human, however, and true becomes the song in this way. Thus is life given to the melody, on whose dead elements we should otherwise have been sadly puzzled. It is the song of one solitary singing at a distance, in the hope that another of kindred feelings and sentiments may hear and answer. Venice, Oct. 8, 1786. I paid a visit to the Palace Pisani Morta for the sake of a charming picture by Paul Veronese. The females of the family of Darius are represented kneeling before Alexander, and Hefstion, his mother, who is in the foreground, mistakes Hefstion for the king, turning away from her. He points to Alexander. A strange story is told about this painting. The artist had been well received, and for a long time honorably entertained in the palace. In return, he secretly painted the picture, and left it behind him as a present rolled up under his bed. Certainly, it well deserves to have had a singular origin, for it gives an idea of all the peculiar merits of this master, the great art with which he manages, by a skillful distribution of light and shade, and by an equally clever contrast of the local colors, to produce a most delightful harmony, without throwing any sameness of tone over the whole picture, is here most strikingly visible. For the picture is in excellent preservation, and stands before us almost with the freshness of yesterday. Indeed, whenever a painting of this order has suffered from neglect, our enjoyment of it is marred on the spot, even before we are conscious what the cause may be. Whoever feels disposed to quarrel with the artist on the score of costume has only to say he ought to have painted a scene of the 16th century, and the matter is at an end. The gradation in the expression from the mother through the wife to the daughters is in the highest degree true, and happy the youngest princess, who kneels behind all the rest, is a beautiful girl, and has a very pretty but somewhat independent and haughty countenance. Her position does not at all seem to please her. October 8, 1786. My old gift of seeing the world with the eyes of that artist, whose pictures have most recently made an impression on me, has occasioned me some peculiar reflections. It is evident that the eye forms itself by the objects which from youth up it is accustomed to look upon, and so the Venetian artist must see all things in a clearer and brighter light than other men, we whose eye, when out of doors, falls on a dingy soil, which when not muddy is dusty, and which always colorless gives a somber hue to the reflected rays, or at home spend our lives in close, narrow rooms, can never attain to such a cheerful view of nature. Venice. As I floated down the lagoons in the full sunshine, and observed how the figures of the gondoliers in their motley costume, and as they rode lightly moving above the sides of the gondola, stood out from the bright green surface, and against the blue sky, I caught the best and freshest type possible of the Venetian school. The sunshine brought out the local colors with dazzling brilliancy, and the shades even were so luminous that comparatively they in their turn might serve as lights, and the same may be said of the reflection from the sea-green water. All was painted chiaro nel chiaro, so that foamy waves and lightning flashes were necessary to give it a grand finish. Die Tupfen auf sie zu setzen. Titian and Paul have this brilliancy in the highest degree, and whenever we do not find it in any of their works, the piece is either damaged or has been touched up. The cupola and vaulting of St. Mark's with its sidewalser, covered with paintings a mass of richly colored figures on a golden ground, all in mosaic, work some of them very good, others, but poor according to the masters who furnished the cartoons. Circumstances here have strangely impressed on my mind how everything depends on the first invention, and that this constitutes the right standard, the true genius, since, with little square pieces of glass, and here not in the soberest manner, it is possible to imitate the good as well as the bad, the art which furnished to the ancients their pavements, and to the Christians the vaulted ceilings of their churches, fritters itself away in our days on snuff-box lids and bracelets clasps. The present times are worse even than one thinks. Venice, October 8, 1786. In the Farsetti Palace, there is a valuable collection of casts. From the best antiques, I pass over all such as I had seen before at Mannheim or elsewhere, and mention only new acquaintances, a Cleopatra in intense repose with the asp coiled round her arm, and sinking into the sleep of death, Niobe shrouding with her robe her youngest daughter from the arrows of Apollo, some gladiatorsa, winged genius resting in his flight, some philosophers, both in sitting and standing postures. They are works from which, for thousands of years to come, the world may receive delight and instruction without ever being able to equal with their, thanks, the merits of the artists. Many speaking busts transported me to the old glorious times, only I felt, alas, how backward I am in these studies. However, I will go on with Themet, least I know the way Palladio has opened the road for me to this, and every other art and life, that sounds probably somewhat strange and yet not so paradoxical as when Jacob Boehme says that by seeing a pewter platter by a ray from Jupiter, he was enlightened as to the whole universe. There is also in this collection a fragment of the entablature of the temple of Antoninus and Faustina in Rome. The bold front of this noble piece of architecture reminded me of the Capitol of the Pantheon at Mannheim. It is indeed something very different from our queer saints, piled up one above the other on little consoles, after the Gothic style of decoration, something different from our tobacco pipe-like shafts, little steeple-crowned towers, and foliated terminals. From all taste for these I am now, thank God, set free forever. I will further mention a few works of statuary which, as I passed along these last few days, I have observed with astonishment and instruction. Before the gate of the arsenal, two huge lions of white marble. One is half recumbent, raising himself up on his forefeet, the other is lying down. Noble emblems of the variety of life, they are of such huge proportions that all around appears little, and man himself would become as naught did not sublime objects elevate him. They are of the best times of Greece, and were brought here from the Piraeus in the better days of the Republic. Venice. From Athens, too, in all probability, came two bas-reliefs, which have been introduced in the church of St. Justina, the conqueress of the Turks. Unfortunately, they are in some degree hidden by the church seats. The sacristan called my attention to them on account of the tradition that Titian modeled from them the beautiful angel in his picture of the martyrdom of St. Peter. The relievos represent genii who are decking themselves out with the attributes of the god, so beautiful in truth as to transcend all idea or conception. Next, I contemplated with quite peculiar feelings the naked colossal statue of Marcus Agrippa in the court of a palace. A dolphin, which is twisting itself by his side, points out the naval hero. How does such a heroic representation make the mere man equal to the gods? I took a close view of the horses of S-Marks, looking up at them. From below, it is easy to see that they are spotted. In places they exhibit a beautiful yellow metallic luster. In others, a coppery green has run over them. Viewing them more closely, one sees distinctly that once they were gilt all over, and long streaks are still to be seen over them, as the barbarians did not attempt to file off the gold, but tried to cut it off. That too is well, thus the shape at least has been preserved. A glorious team of horses. I should like to hear the opinion of a good judge of horseflesh. What seemed strange to me was that closely viewed they appear heavy, while from the piazza below they look as light as deer. October 8, 1786. Yesterday I set out early with my tutelary genius for the Lido, the tongue of land which shuts in the lagoons, and divides them from the sea, we landed, and walked straight across the isthmus. I heard a loud hollow murmur. It was the sea. I soon saw it. It crested high against the shore. As it retired, it was about noon, and time of ebb. I have then at last seen the sea with my own eyes, and followed it on its beautiful bed, just as it quitted it. I wished the children had been there to gather the shells. Childlike, I myself picked up plenty of them. However, I attempted to make them useful. I tried to dry in them some of the fluid of the cuttle fish, which here dart away from you in shoals. On the Lido, not far from the sea, is the burial place of Englishmen, and a little further on of the Jews. Both alike are refused the privilege of resting in consecrated ground. I found here the tomb of Smith, the noble English consul, and of his first wife. It is to him that I owe my first copy of Palladio. I thanked him for it. Here in his unconsecrated grave, and not only unconsecrated, but half buried, is the tomb. The Lido is at best but a sandbank on the sand, is carried from it backwards and forwards by the wind, and thrown up in heaps, is encroaching on every side. In a short time, the monument, which is tolerably high, will no longer be visible. But the sea, it is a grand sight. I will try and get a sail upon it some day, in a fishing boat. The gondolas never venture out so far. Oct. 8, 1786. On the seacoast, I found also several plants, whose characters, similar to others I already knew, enabled me to recognize pretty well their properties. They are all alike fat and strong, full of sap and clammy, and it is evident that the old salt of the sandy soil, but still more the saline atmosphere, gives them these properties. Like aquatic plants, they abound in sap, and are fleshy and tough, like mountainous ones. Those whose leaves show a tendency to put forth prickles, after the manner of thistles, have them extremely sharp and strong. I found a bush with leaves of this kind. It looked very much like our harmless coltsfoot, only here it is armed with sharp weapons. The leaves, like leather, as also are the seed vessels, and the stalk very thick and succulent. I bring with me seeds and specimens of the leaves, Eryngium maritimum. The fish market, with its numberless marine productions, afforded me much amusement. I often go there to contemplate the poor captive inhabitants of the sea. Venice, Oct. 9, 1786. A delicious day from morning to night. I have been towards Chiaza as far as Palestrina, where are the great structures called murezzi, which the Republic has caused to be raised against the sea. They are of hewn stone, and properly are intended to protect from the fury of the wild element the tongue of land called the Lido, which separates the lagoons from the sea. Venice. The lagoons are the work of old nature, first of all the land, and tide, the ebb and flow working against one another, and then the gradual sinking of the primal waters were together the causes why at the upper end of the Adriatic we find a pretty extensive range of marshes which, covered by the flood tide, are partly left bare by the ebb. Art took possession of the highest spots, and thus arose Venice, formed out of a group of 100 isles, and surrounded by hundreds more. Moreover, at an incredible expense of money and labor, deep canals have been dug through the marshes, in order that at the time of high water ships of war might pass to the chief points. What human industry and wit contrived and executed of old skill and industry must now keep up. The Lido, a long narrow strip of land, separates the lagoons from the sea, which can enter only at 2 points: at the castle and at the opposite end near Chiaza. The tide flows in usually twice a day, and with the ebb again carries out the waters twice, and always by the same channel, and in the same direction. The flood covers the lower parts of the morass, but leaves the higher, if not dry, yet visible. The case would be quite altered were the sea to make new ways for itself, to attack the tongue of land, and flow in and out wherever it chose, not to mention that the little villages on the Lido Palestrina, viz. S. Peters, and others, would be overwhelmed. The canals of communication would be choked up, and while the water involved all in ruin, the Lido would be changed into an island, and the islands which now lie behind it be converted into necks and tongues of land. To guard against this, it was necessary to protect the Lido as far as possible, lest the furious element should capriciously attack and overthrow what man had already taken possession of, and with a certain end and purpose given shape and used too. In extraordinary cases, when the sea rises above measure, It is especially necessary to prevent it entering at more than 2 points. Accordingly, the rest of the sluice gates being shut, with all its violence, it is unable to enter, and in a few hours submits to the law of the ebb, and its fury lessens. Otherwise Venice has nothing to fear. The extreme slowness with which the sea line retires assures to her thousands of years yet, and by prudently deepening the canals from time to time, they will easily maintain their possessions against the inroads of the water. I could only wish that they kept their streets a little cleaner, a duty which is as necessary as it is easy of performance, and which in fact becomes of great consequence in the course of centuries. Even now in the principal thoroughfares, it is forbidden to throw anything into the canals. The sweepings even of the streets may not be cast into them. No measures, however, are taken to prevent the rain, which here falls in sudden and violent torrents, from carrying off the dirt which is collected in piles at the corner of every street, and washing it into the lagonesne, what is still worse, into the gutters, for carrying off the water, which consequently are often so completely stopped up that the principal squares are in danger of being under water, even in the smaller piazza of S. Marks. I have seen the gullies, which are well laid down there, as well as in the greater square, choked up and full of water. When a rainy day comes, the filth is intolerable. Everyone is cursing and scolding in ascending and descending the bridges. One soils one's mantle and greatcoat tabaro, which is here worn all the year long, and as one goes along in shoes and silk stockings, one gets splashed, and then scolds, for it is not common mud, but mud that adheres and stains. That one is here splashed with the weather soon becomes fine again, and then no one thinks of cleaning the streets. How true is the saying, the public is ever complaining that is ill served, and never knows how to set about getting better served. Here, if the sovereign people wished it, it might be done forthwith. Venice, Oct. 9, 1786. Yesterday evening I ascended the tower of S. Marks. As I had lately seen from its top the lagoons in their glory at flood time, I wished also to see them at low water, for in order to have a correct idea of the place, it is necessary to take in both views. It looks rather strange to see land all around one, where a little before the eye fell upon a mirror of waters. The islands are no longer islands, merely higher and house-crowned spots in one large morass of a grey-greenish color, and intersected by beautiful canals. The marshy parts are overgrown with aquatic plants, a circumstance which must tend in time to raise their level, although the ebb and flow are continually shaking and tossing them, and leave no rest to the vegetation. Venice. I now turn with my narrative once more to the sea. I there saw yesterday the haunts of the sea snails, the limpets, and the crab, and was highly delighted with the sight. What a precious, glorious object is a living thing! How wonderfully adapted to its state of existence! How true, how real! Say, and what great advantages do I not derive now from my former studies of nature, and how delighted am I with the opportunity of continuing them! But as the present is a matter that admits of being communicated to my friends, I will not seek to excite their sympathy merely by exclamations. The stoneworks which have been built against the inroads of the sea consist, first of all, of several steep steps. Then comes a slightly inclined plane. Then again they rise a step, which is once more succeeded by a gently ascending surface. And last of all comes a perpendicular wall, with an overhanging coping. Over these steps, over these planes, the raging sea rises, until in extraordinary cases it even dashes over the highest wall with its projecting head. The sea is followed by its inhabitants, little periwinkles, good to eat, monovalve limpets, and whatever else has the power of motion, especially by the pungar crabs. But scarcely have these little creatures taken possession of the smooth walls ere the sea retires again, swelling and cresting. As it came at first, the crowd knows not where they are, and keep hoping that the briny flood will soon return to them, but it still keeps away. The sun comes out and quickly dries them up, and now begins the retreat. It is on these occasions that the pungars seek their prey. Nothing more wonderful or comical can be seen than the maneuvers of these little creatures, with their round bodies and two long claws for the other spider feet, are scarcely worth noticing on these stilted forelegs, as it were they stride along watching the limpets, and as soon as one moves itself under its shell on the rock, a pungar comes up, and inserting the point of his claw in the tiny interstice between the shell and the rock, turns it over, and so manages to swallow the oyster. The limpets, on the other hand, proceed cautiously on their way, and by suction fasten themselves firmly to the rocky surface as soon as they are aware of the proximity of their foe. In such cases, the punga deports himself amusingly enough round, and round the pulpy animal who keeps himself safe beneath his roof will he go with singular politeness, but not succeeding with all his coaxing, and being unable to overcome its powerful muscle, he leaves, in despair, this intended victim, and hastens after another who may be wandering less cautiously on his way. I never saw a crab succeed in his designs, although I have watched for hours the retreat of the little troop, as they crawled down the 2 planes and the intermediate steps. Venice, Oct. 10, 1786. At last I am able to say that I have seen a comedy yesterday at the theatre of St. Luke, was performed Le Baruf Chiazat, which I should interpret the phrase and feuds of Chiaza. The dramatis person are principally seafaring people, inhabitants of Chiaza, with their wives, sisters, and daughters, the usual noisy demonstrations of such sort of people in their good or ill luck, their dealings one with another, their vehemence, but goodness of heart, commonplace remarks, and unaffected manners, their naive wit and humor. All this was excellently imitated. The piece, moreover, is goldenness, and as I had been only the day before in the place itself, and as the tones and manners of the sailors and people of the seaport still echoed in my ears and floated before my eyes, it delighted me very much, and although I did not understand a single allusion, I was nevertheless on the whole able to follow it pretty well. I will now give you the plan of the piece. It opens with the females of Chiaza sitting as usual on the strand, before their cabins, spinning, mending, net sewing, or making lace. A youth passes by, and notices one of them with a more friendly greeting than the rest. Immediately the joking begins and observes no bounds, becoming tartar and growing ill-tempered. It soon bursts out into reproaches, abuse vies with abuse, in the midst of all one day more vehement than the rest, bounces out with the truth, and now an endless din of scolding, railing, and screaming. There is no lack of more decided outrage, and at last the peace officers are compelled to interfere. Venice. The second act opens with the court of justice, in the absence of the podesta, who as a noble could not lawfully be brought upon the stage. The actuarius presides. He orders the women to be brought before him, one by one. This gives rise to an interesting scene. It happens that this official personage is himself enamored of the first of the combatants, who is brought before him, only too happy to have an opportunity of speaking with her alone. Instead of hearing what she has to say on the matter in question, he makes her a declaration of love in the midst of it. A second woman, who is herself in love with the actuary, in a fit of jealousy, rushes in, and with her the suspicious lover of the first damsel, who is followed by all the rest. And now the same demon of confusion riots in the court, as a little before had set at loggerheads the people of the harbor. In the third act the fun gets more and more boisterous, and the whole ends with a hasty and poor denouement. The happiest thought, however, of the whole piece is a character who is thus drawn, an old sailor, who from the hardships he has been exposed to from his childhood trembles and falters in all his limbs, and even in his very organs of speech, is brought on the scene to serve as a foil to this restless, screaming, and jabbering crew. Before he can utter a word, he has to make a long preparation by a slow twitching of his lips and an assistant motion of his hands and arms. At last, he blurts out what his thoughts are on the matter in dispute, but as he can only manage to do this in very short sentences, he acquires thereby a sort of laconic gravity, so that all he utters sounds like an adage or maxim, and in this way a happy contrast is afforded to the wild and passionate exclamations of the other personages. But even as it was, I never witnessed anything like the noisy delight the people evinced at seeing themselves and their mates represented with such truth of nature. It was one continued laugh and tumultuous shout of exultation from beginning to end. I must, however, confess that the piece was extremely well acted by the players. According to the cast of their several parts, they had adopted among them the different tones of voice which usually prevail among the inhabitants of the place. The first actress was the universal favorite, more so even than she had recently been in an heroic dress and a scene of passion. The female players generally, but especially this one, in the most pleasing manner possible, imitated the twang, the manners, and other peculiarities of the people they represented. Great praise is due to the author who out of nothing has here created the most amusing divertisement. However, he never could have done it with any other people than his own merry and light-hearted countrymen. The farce is written throughout with a practiced hand. Of Sakai's company for whom Ghazi wrote, but which by Thebe is now broken up, I saw Smeraldina, a short plump figure full of life tact and good humor. With her I saw Brighilas, slight well-made man, and an excellent actor, especially in pantomime, these masks, which we scarcely know except in the form of mummings, and which to our minds possess neither life nor meaning, succeed here only too well, as the creation of the national taste. Here the most distinguished characters, persons of every age and condition, think nothing of dressing themselves out in the strangest costumes. And as for the greater part of the year, they are accustomed to wander about in masks. They feel no surprise at seeing the black visors on the stage also. Venice, October 11, 1786. Since solitude in the midst of a great crowd of human beings is after all not possible, I have taken up with an old Frenchman who knows nothing of Italian and suspects that he is cheated on all hands and taken advantage of, and who, with plenty of letters of recommendation, nevertheless does not make his way with the good people here, a man of rank and living in good style, but one whose mind cannot go beyond himself and his own immediate cercle, is perhaps full 50, and has at home a boy 7 years old, of whom he is always anxious to get news. He is traveling through Italy for pleasure, but rapidly, in order to be able to say that he has seen it, but is willing to learn whatever is possible as he hurries along. I have shewn him some civilities and have given him information about many matters. While I was speaking to him about Venice, he asked me how long I had been here, and when he heard that this was my first visit, and that I had only been here 14 days, he replied, "Il parait que vous n'avez pas perdu votre temps. This is the first testimonium of my good behavior that I can furnish you. This is the 8th day since he arrived here, and he leaves us tomorrow. It was highly delicious to me to meet in a strange land with such a regular Versaillesman. He is now about to quit me. It caused me some surprise to think that anyone could ever travel in this temper without a thought for anything beyond himself. And yet he is in his way a polished, sensible, and well-conducted person." Venice, Oct. 12, 1786. Venice. Yesterday at S. Luke's, a new piece was acted, El Inglesismo in Italia, the English in Italy. As there are many Englishmen living in Italy, it is not unnatural that their ways and habits should excite notice, and I expected to learn from this piece what the Italians thought of their rich and welcome visitors, but it was a total failure. There were, of course, as is always the case here, some clever scenes between buffoons, but the rest was cast altogether in too grave and heavy a mould, and yet not a trace of the English good sense, plenty of the ordinary Italian commonplaces of morality, and those too upon the very commonest of topics. And it did not take, indeed, it was on the very point of being hissed off the stage. The actors felt themselves out of their element, not on the Strand of Chiaja. As this was the last piece that I saw here, my enthusiasm for these national representations did not seem likely to be increased by this piece of folly. As I have at last gone through my journal and entered some occasional remarks from my tablets, my proceedings are now enrolled and left to the sentence of my friends. There is, I am conscious, very much in these leaves, which I might qualify, enlarge upon, and improve. Let, however, what is written stand as the memorial of first impressions, which, if not always correct, will nevertheless be ever dear and precious to me. Oh, that I could but transmit to my friends a breath merely of this light existence. Verily, to the Italian ultramontane is a very vague idea, and to me even beyond the Alps rises very obscurely before my mind. Although from out of their mists friendly forms are beckoning to me, it is the climate only that seduces me to prefer a while these lands to those for birth and habit forge strong fetters here. However, I could not live, nor indeed in any place where I had nothing to occupy my mind. But at present, novelty furnishes me here with endless occupation. Architecture rises like an ancient spirit from the tombs, and bids me study its laws, just as people do the rules of a dead language, not in order to practice or to take a living joy in them, but only in order to enable myself, in the quiet depths of my own mind, to do honor to her existence in bygone ages and her for ever departed glory as Palladio everywhere refers one to Vitruvius. I have bought an edition of the latter by Gallieni, but this folio suffers in my portmanteau as much as my brain does in the study of it. Palladio by his words, and works by his method and way, both of thinking and of executing, has brought Vitruvius home to me, and interpreted him far better than the Italian translator ever can. Vitruvius himself is no easy reading. His book is obscurely written, and requires a critical study, notwithstanding I have read it through cursorily, and it has left on my mind many a glorious impression. To express my meaning, better I read it like a breviary, more out of devotion than for instruction. Already the days begin to draw in and allow more time for reading and writing. God be praised, whatever from my youth up appeared to me of worth is beginning once more to be dear to me. How happy do I feel that I can again venture to approach the ancient authors, for now I may dare tell it and confess at once my disease and my folly. For many a long year I could not bear to look at a Latin author, or to cast my eye upon anything that might serve to awaken in my mind the thoughts of Italy. If, by accident, I did so, I suffered the most horrible tortures of mind. It was a frequent joke of Herder's at my expense that I had learned all my Latin from Spinoza, for he had noticed that this was the only Latin work I ever read. But he was not aware how carefully I was obliged to keep myself from the ancient show. Even these abstruse generalities were but cursorily read by me, and even then not without pain. At last matters came to that pitch that even the perusal of Wieland's translation of the satires made me utterly wretched. Scarcely had I read 2 of them before I was compelled to lay the book aside. Venice. Had I not made the resolve which I am now carrying into effect, I should have been altogether losto. Such a degree of intensity had the desire grown to see these objects with my own eyes. Historical acquaintance with them did me no good. Things stood only a hand's breadth away from me, but still they were separated from me by an impenetrable wall. And in fact, at the present moment, I somehow feel as if this were not the first time that I had seen these things, but as if I were paying a second visit to them. Although I have been but a short time in Venice, I have adapted myself pretty well to the ways of the place, and feel confident that I shall carry away with me, though a very incomplete, yet nevertheless clear and true idea of it. Venice, Oct. 14, 1786, 2 o'clock morning. In the last moments of my stay here, for I am to start almost immediately with the packet boat for Ferrara, I quit Venice without reluctance, for to stay here longer with any satisfaction and profit to myself, I must take other steps, which would carry me beyond my present plan. Besides, everybody is now leaving this city, and making for the beautiful gardens and seats on the terra firma. I however go away well-oded, and shall carry along with me its rich, rare, and unique image. From Ferrara to Rome. Oct. 16, 1786. Early and on board the packet. My traveling companions, male and female alike, are all still fast asleep in their berths. For my part, one have passed the 2 nights on deck wrapped up in my cloak. It was only towards morning that I felt it at all cold. I am now actually in latitude 4°5, and yet go on repeating my old song, I would gladly leave all to the inhabitants of the land, if only after the fashion of Dido I could enclose enough of the heavens to surround our dwellings with it. Would then be quite another state of existence. The voyage in this glorious weather has been most delightful, the views and prospects simple, but agreeable. The Po with its fertilizing stream flows here through wide plains. Nothing, however, is to be seen, but its banks covered with trees or bushes. You catch no distant view on this river, as on the Adige are silly waterworks, which are as rude and ill-constructed as those on the Saale. Ferrara, Oct. 16, 1786. At night. Although I only arrived here early this morning, by 7 o'clock German time, I am thinking of setting off again tomorrow morning. For the first time since I left home, a feeling of dissatisfaction has fallen upon me in this great and beautiful, but flat and depopulated city. These streets, now so desolate, were however once kept in animation by a brilliant court. Here dwelt Ariosto, discontented, and Tasso, unhappy, and so we fancy we gain edification by visiting such scenes. Ariosto's monument contains much marble arranged for Tasso's prison. They show you a woodhouse or coal house, where most assuredly he never was kept. Moreover, the people pretend to know scarcely anything you may ask about. But at last, for something to drink they manage. To remember all this brings to my mind Luther's ink spots, which the housekeeper freshens up from time to time. Most travelers, however, are little better than our handwerksperson or stoling journeymen, and content themselves with such palpable signs. For my part, one became quite sulky, and took little interest even in a beautiful institute and academy, which a cardinal, a native of Ferrara, founded, and endowed. However, some ancient monuments in the ducal palace served to revive me a little, and I was put in perfect good humor by a beautiful conception of a painter, John the Baptist. Before Herod and Herodias, the prophet, in his well-known dress of the wilderness, is pointing indignantly at Herodias, quite unmoved. She looks at the prince who is sitting by her side, while the latter regards the prophet with a calm but cunning look. A white middle-sized greyhound stands before the king, while from beneath the robe of Herodias, a small Italian one is peeping, both giving tongue at the prophet. To my mind, this is a most happy thought. Cento Oct. 1786. Ferrara Cento. In a better temper than yesterday, I write you today from Gersino's native city. It, however, is quite a different place, an hospitable, well-built little town of nearly 5,000 inhabitants, flourishing, full of life, cleanly, and situated in a well-cultivated plain, which stretches farther than the eye can reach. According to my usual custom, I ascended the tower, a sea of poplars between which and near at hand one caught glimpses of little country houses, each surrounded by its fields, a rich soil, and a beautiful climate. It was an autumn evening, such as we seldom have to thank even summer, for the sky, which had been veiled all day, has cleared up, the clouds rolling off north and south towards the mountains, and I hope for a bright day tomorrow. Here I first saw the Apennines, which I am approaching. The winter in this region lasts only through December, and January, April is rainier. For the rest of the year, beautiful weather, according to the nature of the season. Incessant rain is unknown. September, here to tell you the truth, was finer and warmer than August with you. The Apennines in the south have received a warm greeting from me, for I have now had enough of the plain. Tomorrow I shall be writing at the foot of them. Gersino loved his native town. Indeed, the Italians almost universally cherish and maintain this sort of local patriotism, and it is to this beautiful feeling that Italy owes so many of its valuable institutions and its multitude of local sanctuaries. Under the management of this master, an academy of painting was formed here. He left behind him many paintings which his townsmen are still very proud of, and which indeed fully justify their pride. Gersino is here a sacred name, and that too in the mouths of children as well as of the old. Most charmed was I with his picture representing the risen Lord, appearing to his mother kneeling before him. She looks upon him with indescribable affection. Her left hand is touching his body just under the accursed wound, which mars the whole picture. His hand lies upon her neck, and in order the better to gaze upon her, his body is slightly bent back. This gives to his figure a somewhat strange, not to say forced appearance, and yet for all that it is infinitely beautiful. The calm and sad look with which he contemplates her is unique, and seems to convey the impression that before his noble soul there still floats a remembrance of his own sufferings, and of hers which the resurrection had not at once dispelled. Strange has engraved the picture. I wish that my friends could see even his copy of it. After it, a Madonna won my admiration. The child wants the breast. She modestly shrinks from exposing her bosom, natural, noble, exquisite, and beautiful. Further, a Mary who is guiding the arm of the infant Christ, standing before her with his face towards the people, in order that with uplifted fingers he may bestow his blessings upon them, judged by the spirit of the Roman Catholic legends. This must be pronounced a very happy idea. It has been often repeated. Gersino is an intrinsically bold, masculine, sensible painter, without roughness. On the contrary, his pieces possess a certain tender, moral grace, a reposeful freedom and grandeur, but with all that a certain mannerism, so that when the eye once has grown accustomed to it, it is impossible to mistake a piece of his hand. The lightness, cleanness, and finish of his touch are perfectly astonishing. For his draperies, he is particularly fond of a beautiful brownish blend of colors. These harmonize very well with the blue which he loves to combine with them. Bologna. The subjects of the other paintings are more or less unhappily chosen. the good artist has strained all his powers, but his invention and execution alike are thrown away and wasted. However, I derived both entertainment and profit from the view of this cycle of art, although such a hasty and rapid glance as I could alone bestow upon them affords but little either of gratification or instruction. Bologna, Oct. 1786. Night. Yesterday I started very early before daybreak from Cento, and arrived here in pretty good time, a brisk and well-educated cicerone, having learned that I did not intend to make a long stay here, hurried me through all the streets and into so many palaces and churches that I had scarcely time to set down in my notebook the names of them, and I hardly know if hereafter, when I shall look again at these scrolls, I shall be able to call to mind all the particulars. I will now mention, however, a couple or so of objects which stand out bright and clear enough, as they afforded me a real gratification at the time. First of all, the Cecilia of Raphael. It was exactly what I had been told of it, but now I saw it with my own eyes. He has invariably accomplished that which others wished in vain to accomplish, and I would at present say no more of it than that it is by him 5 saints. Side by side, not one of them has anything in common with us. However, their existence stands so perfectly real that one would wish for the picture to last through eternity, even though for himself he could be content to be annihilated, but in order to understand Raphael aright and to form a just appreciation of him, and not to praise him as a god or as Melchizedek without descent or pedigree, it is necessary to study his masters and his predecessors. These two had a standing on the firm soil of truth. Diligently, not to say anxiously, they had laid the foundation and vied with each other in raising step by step the pyramid aloft, until at last, profiting by all their labors and enlightened by a heavenly genius, Raphael set the last stone on the summit above which, or even at which, no one else can ever stand. Our interest in the history of art becomes peculiarly lively when we consider the works of the old masters. Francesco Francia is a very respectable artist. Pietro Perugino, so bold a man that one might almost call him a noble German fellow. Oh, that fate had carried Albert Dürer further into Italy in Munich. I saw a couple of pieces by him of incredible grandeur. The poor man, how did he mistake his own worth in Venice, and make an agreement with the priests on which he lost weeks and months? See him in his journey through the Netherlands, exchanging his noble works of art for parrots, and in order to save his douceur, drawing the portraits of the domestics who bring him a plate of fruit to me. The history of such a poor fool of an artist is infinitely touching. Towards evening, I got out of this ancient, venerable, and learned city, and extricated myself from its crowds, who, protected from the sun and weather by the arched bowers which are to be seen in almost every street, walk about, gape about, or buy and sell and transact whatever business they may have. I ascended the tower and enjoyed the pure air. The view is glorious. To the north we see the hills of Padua, beyond them the Swiss Tyrolese and Friulian Alps, in short the whole northern chain, which at the time was enveloped in mist. Westward there stretched a boundless horizon, above which the towers of Modena alone stood out. Towards the east a similar plain, reaching to the shores of the Adriatic, whose waters might be discerned in the setting sun. Towards the south, the first hills of the Apennines, which, like the Vicentine hills, are planted up to their summits, or covered with churches, palaces, summer houses. The sky was perfectly clear, not a cloud to be seen, only on the horizon a kind of haze. The keeper of the tower assured me that for 6 years this mist had never left the distance. Otherwise, by the help of a telescope, you might easily discern the hills of Vicenza with their houses and chapels, but now very rarely, even on the brightest days, and this mist lay chiefly on the northern chain, and makes our beloved fatherland irregular. Samaria, in proof of the salubrity of the situation and pure atmosphere of the city, he called my notice to the fact that the roofs of the houses looked quite fresh, and that not a single tile was attacked by damp or moss. It must be confessed that the tiles look quite clean and beautiful enough, but the good quality of the brick-earth may have something to do with this. At least we know that in ancient times excellent tiles were made in these parts. Bologna. The Leaning Tower has a frightful look, and yet it is most probable that it was built so by design. The following seems to me the explanation of this absurdity. In the disturbed times of the city, every large edifice was a fortress, and every powerful family had its tower by and by the possession of such a building became a mark of splendor and distinction. As at last a perpendicular tower was a common and everyday tiling, and a bleak one was built, both architect and owner have obtained their object. The multitude of slender upright towers are just looked at, and all hurry to see the leaning one. Afterwards I ascended it. The bricks are all arranged horizontally with clamps and good cement. One may build any mad whim. Bologna, Oct. 1917-86. I have spent this day to the best advantage I could in visiting and revisiting. But it is with art, as with the world, the more we study it, the larger we find it. In this heaven new stars are constantly appearing which I cannot count, and which sadly puzzle me. The Carracci, a Guido, a Domenichino, who shone forth in a later and happier period of art, but truly to enjoy whom requires both knowledge and judgment, which I do not possess, and which cannot be acquired in a hurry. A great obstacle to our taking a pure delight in their pictures, and to an immediate understanding of their merits, is the absurd subjects of most of them. To admire or to be charmed with them, one must be a madman. It is as though the sons of God had wedded with the daughters of men, and out of such an union many a monster had sprung into existence. No sooner are you attracted by the gusto of a Guido and his pencil, by which nothing but the most excellent objects the eye sees are worthy to be painted, but you at once withdraw your eyes from a subject so abominably stupid that the world has no term of contempt sufficient to express its meanness. And so it is throughout. It is ever anatomian executioner flaying senile ways, some suffering, never an action of the hair, never an interest in the scene before you, always something for the fancy, some excitement accruing from without, nothing but deeds of horror or convulsive sufferings, malefactors or fanatics, alongside of whom the artist, in order to save his art, invariably slips in a naked boy or a pretty damsel as a spectator, in every case treating his spiritual heroes as little better than lay figures, gliedermanner, on which to hang some beautiful mantle with its folds. In all there is nothing that suggests a human notion, scarcely one subject in 10 that ever ought to have been painted, and that one the painter has chosen to view from any but the right point of view. Guido's great picture in the Church of the Mendicants is all that painting can do, but at the same time all that absurdity could task an artist with. It is a votive piece. I can well believe that the whole consistory praised it, and also devised it. The two angels who are fit to console a Psyche in her misery must hear. The S. Proclus is a beautiful figure, but the other bishops and popes below are heavenly children, playing with attributes. The painter, who had no choice, left him labored to help himself as best he could. He exerted himself merely to show that he was not the barbarian. Two naked figures by Guido, a St. John in the wilderness, a Sebastian, how exquisitely painted, and what do they say? The one is gaping and the other wriggling. Were I to contemplate history in my present ill humor, I should say faith revived art, but superstition immediately made itself master of it and ground it to the dust. After dinner, seeming somewhat of a milder temper and less arrogantly disposed than in the morning, I entered the following remarks in my notebook. In the Palace of the Tanari, there is a famous picture by Guido, the Virgin suckling the infant Saviour off, a size rather larger than life'th head, as if a god had painted it. Indescribable is the expression with which she gazes upon the sucking infant. To me, it seems a calm, profound resignation, as if she were nourishing not the child of her joy and love, but a supposititious heavenly changeling, and goes on suckling it, because now she cannot do otherwise, although in deep humility she wonders how she ever came to do it. The rest of the canvas is filled up with a mass of drapery, which connoisseurs highly prize. For my part, one know not what to make of it. The colors, too, are somewhat dim. The room and the day were none of the brightest. Notwithstanding the confusion in which I find myself, I yet feel that experience, knowledge, and taste already come to my aid in these mazes. Thus I was greatly won by a circumcision by Guercino, for I have begun to know and to understand the man. I can now pardon the intolerable subject and delight in the masterly execution. Let him paint whatever can be thought of. Everything will be praiseworthy and as highly finished as if it were enamel. Bologna. And thus it happened with me, as with Balaam, the overruled prophet, who blessed where he thought to curse, and I fear this would be the case still oftener were I to stay here much longer. And then again, if one happens to meet with a picture after Raphael, or what may with at least some probability be ascribed to him, one is soon perfectly cured. And in good temper again, I fell in yesterday with a S. Agatha, a rare picture, though not throughout, in good keeping, the artist has given to her. The mien of a young maiden full of health and self-possession, but yet without rusticity or coldness. I have stamped on my mind both her form and look, and shall mentally read before her my Iphigenia, and shall not allow my heroine to express a sentiment which the saint herself might not give utterance to. And now when I think again of this sweet burden which I carry with me throughout my wanderings, I cannot conceal the fact that besides the great objects of nature and art, which I have yet to work my way through, a wonderful train of poetical images keeps rising before me, and, unsettling me from Cento to this place, I have been wishing to continue my labors on the Iphigenia, but what has happened, inspiration has brought before my mind the plan of an Iphigenia at Delphi, and I must work it out. I will here set down the argument as briefly as possible. Electra, confidently hoping that Orestes will bring to Delphi the image of the Taurian Diana, makes her appearance in the temple of Apollo, and as a final sin-offering dedicates to the god the axe, which has perpetrated so many horrors in the house of Pelops. Unhappily, she is at this moment joined by a Greek who recounts to her how, having accompanied Pylades and Orestes to Taurus, he there saw the two friends led to execution, but had himself luckily made his escape. At this news, the passionate Electra is unable to restrain herself, and knows not whether to vent her rage against the gods or against men. In the meantime, Iphigenia, Orestes, and Pylades have arrived at Delphi. The heavenly calmness of Iphigenia contrasts remarkably with the earthly vehemence of Electra. As the two sisters meet, without knowing each other, the fugitive Greek gains sight of Iphigenia, and recognizing in her the priestess who was to have sacrificed the two friends, makes it known to Electra. The latter, snatching axe from the altar, is on the point of killing Iphigenia, when a happy incident averts this last fearful calamity from the two sisters. This situation, if only I can succeed in working it out well, will probably furnish a scene unequaled for grandeur or pathos by any that has yet been produced on the stage. But where is man to get time and hands for such a work, even if the spirit be willing? As I feel myself at present somewhat oppressed with such a flood of thoughts of the good and desirable, I cannot help reminding my friends of a dream which I had about a year ago, and which appeared to me to be highly significant. I dreamt, forsooth, that I had been sailing about in a little boat, and had landed on a fertile and richly cultivated island, of which I had a consciousness that it bred the most beautiful pheasants in the world. I bargained, I thought, with the people of the island for some of these birds, and they killed, and brought them to me in great numbers. They were pheasants indeed, but as in dreams, all things are generally changed and modified. They seemed to have long, richly colored tails, like the loveliest birds of paradise, and with eyes like those of the peacock. Bringing them to me by scores, they arranged them in the boat so skillfully, with the heads inwards, the long variegated feathers of the tail hanging outwards, as to form in the bright sunshine the most glorious pile conceivable, and so large as scarcely to leave room enough in the bow and the stern for the rower and the steersman. As with this load the boat made its way through the tranquil waters, I named to myself the friends among whom I should like to distribute those variegated treasures. At last, arriving in a spacious harbor, I was almost lost among great and many masted vessels, as I mounted deck after deck, in order to discover a place where I might safely run my little boat ashore. Such dreamy visions have a charm, inasmuch as, springing from our mental state, they possess more or less of analogy with the rest of our lives and fortunes. But now I have also been to the famed scientific building called the Institution, or Glei Studge. The edifice is large, and the inner court especially has a very imposing appearance, although not of the best style of architecture. In the staircases and corridors there was no want of stuccos and frescoes. They are all appropriate and suitable, and the numerous objects of beauty which, well worth seeing, are here collected together, justly command our admiration. For all that, however, a German, accustomed to a more liberal course of study than is here pursued, will not be altogether content with it. Here again a former thought occurred to me, and I could not but reflect on the pertinacity which, in spite of time, which changes all things man shows in adhering to the old shapes of his public buildings, even long after they have been applied to new purposes, our churches still retain the form of the basilica, although probably the plan of the temple would better suit our worship. In Italy, the courts of justice are as spacious and lofty as the means of a community are able to make them. One can almost fancy oneself to be in the open air where once justice used to be administered, and do we not build our great theaters with their offices under a roof, exactly similar to those of the first theatrical booths of a fair, which were hurriedly put together of planks? The vast multitude of those in whom, about the time of the Reformation, a thirst for knowledge was awakened obliged the scholars at our universities to take shelter as they could in the burghers' houses, and it was very long before any colleges for pupils Waisenhauser were built, thereby facilitating for the poor youths the acquirement of the necessary education for the world. I have spent the whole of this bright and beautiful day under the open heavens. Scarcely do I ever come near a mountain, but my interest in rocks and stones again revives, I feel, as did Antus of old, who found himself endued with new strength as often as he was brought into fresh contact with his mother earth. I rode towards Palermo, where is found the so-called Bolognese sulfate of barytes, out of which are made the little cakes, which being calcined shine in the dark, if previously they have been exposed to the light, and which the people here call shortly and expressively phosphori. On the road, after leaving behind me a hilly track of argillaceous sandstone, I came upon whole rocks of selenite quite visible on the surface. Near a brick kiln, a cascade precipitates its waters, into which many smaller ones also empty themselves. At first sight, the traveler might suppose he saw before him a loamy hill, which had been worn away by the rain. On a closer examination, I discovered its true nature to be as follows. Solid rock, of which this part of the line of hills consists, is schistous bituminous clay of very fine strata, and alternating with gypsum. The schistous stone is so intimately blended with pyrites that exposed to the air and moisture it wholly changes its nature. It swells, the strata gradually disappear, and there is formed a kind of potter's clay, crumbling, shelly, and glittering on the surface like stonecul. It is only by examining large pieces of both, I myself broke several, and observed the forms of both, that it is possible to convince oneself of the transition and change at the same time. We observed the shelly strata studded with white points, and occasionally also variegated with yellow particles. In this way, by degrees, the whole surface crumbles away, and the hill looks like a mass of weather-worn pyrites on a large scale. Among the lamina, some are harder, of a green and red color. Pyrites I very often found disseminated in the rock. I now passed along the channels which the last violent gullies of rain had worn in the crumbling rock, and to my great delight found many specimens of the desired barytes, mostly of an imperfect egg shape, peeping out in several places of the friable stone, some tolerably pure and some slightly mingled with the clay in which they were embedded. That they have not been carried hither by external agency, any one may convince himself at the first glance, whether they were contemporaneous with the schistous clay, or whether they first arose from the swelling and dissolving of the latter, is matter calling for further inquiry of the specimens. I found the larger and smaller approximated to an imperfect egg shape. The smallest might be said to verge upon irregular crystalline forms. The heaviest of the pieces I brought away weighed 17 Loth 812 Oz loose in the same clay. I also found perfect crystals of gypsum. Mineralogists will be able to point out further peculiarities in the specimens I bring with me, and I was now again loaded with stones. I have packed up at least half a quarter of a hundredweight. Oct 2017, 86 in the night. Bologna, Legano. How much should I have still to say were I to attempt to confess to you all that in this beautiful day has passed through my mind, but my wishes are more powerful than my thoughts. I feel myself hurried irresistibly forward. It is only with an effort that I can collect myself sufficiently to attend to what is before me. And it seems as if heaven heard my secret prayer. Word has just been brought me that there is a vetturino going straight to Rome, and so the day after tomorrow I shall set out direct for that city. I must therefore today and tomorrow look after my affairs, make all my little arrangements, and dispatch my many commissions. Legano on the Apennines per Act, 21, 1786. Whether I have today left Bologna, or whether I have been driven out of it, I cannot say enough that I eagerly availed myself of an earlier opportunity of quitting it. And so here I am at a wretched inn, in company with an officer of the Pope's army who is going to Perugia, where he was born, in order to say something. As I seated myself by his side in the two-wheeled carriage, I paid him the compliment of remarking that as a German accustomed to associate with soldiers, I found it very agreeable to have to travel with an officer of the Pope. Pray, do not, he replied, be offended at what I am about to answer. It is all very well for you to be fond of the military profession, for in Germany, as I have heard, everything is military. But with regard to myself, although our service is light enough so that in Bologna, where I am in garrison, I can do just as I like, still I heartily wish I were rid of this jacket, and had the disposal of my father's little property, but I am a younger son, and so must be content. Oct. 22, 1786 evening. Here at Scioto, which also is a little paltry place on the Apennines, I feel myself quite happy knowing that I am advancing towards the gratification of my dearest wishes. Today, we were joined by a riding party, a gentleman and a lady, an Englishman and a soidescent sister. Their horses are beautiful, but they ride unattended by any servants, and the gentleman, as it appears, acts the part both of groom and valet de chamber. Everywhere they find something to complain of. To listen to them is like reading a few pages out of Archenhall's book. To me, the Apennines are a most remarkable portion of the world. The great plains of the basin of the Po are followed by a hilly tract which rises out of the bottom in order, after running between the two seas, to form the southern extremity of the continent. If the hills had been not quite so steep and high above the level of the sea, and had not their directions crossed and recrossed each other, as they do the ebb and flow of the tides in primeval times, might have exercised a greater and wider influence on them, and might have washed over and formed extensive plains, in which case this would have been one of the most beautiful regions of this glorious climate, somewhat higher than the rest of it. As it is, however, it is a strong net of mountain ridges, interlacing each other in all directions. So often is puzzled to know whither the waters will find their vent if the valleys were better filled up, and the bottoms flatter and more irrigated. The land might be compared to Bohemia, only that the mountains have in every respect a different character. However, it must not for one moment be thought of as a mountainous waste, but as a highly cultivated though hilly district. The chestnut grows very fine here, the wheat excellent, and that of this year's sowing is already of a beautiful green. Along the roads are planted evergreen oaks with their small leaves, but around the churches and chapels the slim cypress. Perugia, October 25, 1786 evening. For 2 evenings I have not written. The inns on the road were so wretchedly bad that it was quite useless to think of bringing out a sheet of paper. Moreover, I begin to be a little puzzled to find anything, for since quitting Venice, the traveling bag has got more and more into confusion. Early in the morning, at 23 o'clock, or about 10 of our reckoning, we left the region of the Apennines and saw Florence in an extensive valley which is highly cultivated and sprinkled over with villas and houses without end. I ran rapidly over the city, the cathedral, the baptistry. Here again, a perfectly new and unknown world opened upon me, on which, however, I will not further dwell. The gardens of the Bartoli are most delightfully situated. I hastened out of them as fast as I had entered them. In the city we see the proof of the prosperity of the generations who built it. The conviction is at once forced upon us that they must have enjoyed a long succession of wise rulers. But above all, one is struck with the beauty and grandeur which distinguish all the public works and roads and bridges in Tuscany. Everything here is at once substantial and clean. Use and profit, not less than elegance, are alike kept in view. Everywhere we discern traces of the care which is taken to preserve them. The cities of the Papal States, on the contrary, only seem to stand because the earth is unwilling to swallow them up. The sort of country that I lately remarked the region of the Apennines might have been is what Tuscany really is. As it lies so much lower, the ancient sea was able to do its duty properly, and has thrown up here deep beds of excellent mark. It is a light yellow hue, and easily worked they plough deep, retaining, however most exactly, the ancient manner their ploughs have no wheels, and the share is not movable bowed down behind his oxen, the peasant pushes it down into the earth, and turns up the soil they plough over a field as many as 5 times, and use but little dung which they scatter with the hands. After this they sow the corn, then they plough together 2 of the smaller ridges into one, and so form deep trenches of such a nature that the rainwater easily runs off the lands into them. When the corn is grown up on the ridges, they can also pass along these trenches in order to weed it. This way of tilling is a very sensible one wherever there is a fear of overmoisture. But why it is practiced on these rich open plains, I cannot understand this remark I just made at Arezzo, where a glorious plain expands itself. It is impossible to find cleaner fields anywhere. Not even a lump of earth is to be seen. All is as fine as if it had been sifted. Wheat thrives here most luxuriantly, and the soil seems to possess all the qualities required by its nature. Every second year beans are planted for the horses, who in this country get no oats. Lupins are also much cultivated, which at this season are beautifully green, being ripe in March. The flax, too, is up. It stands the winter, and is rendered more durable by frost. The olivet trees are strange plants. They look very much like willows. Like them, also they lose the heart of the wood, and the bark splits. But still, they have a greater appearance of durability, and one sees from the wood, of which the grain is extremely fine, that it is a slow grower. The foliage, too, resembles that of the willow, only the leaves on the branches are thinner. All the hills around Florence are covered with olivet trees and vines, between which grain is sown, so that every spot of ground may be made profitable. Near Arezzo and farther on the fields are left more free. I observed that they take little care to eradicate the ivy, which is so injurious to the olive, and the vine, although it would be so easy to destroy it. There is not a meadow to be seen. It is said that the Indian corn exhausts the soil. Since it has been introduced, agriculture has suffered in its other crops. I can well believe it, with their scanty manuring. Yesterday I took leave of my captain, with a promise of visiting him at Bologna on my return. He is a true representative of the majority of his countrymen. Here, however, I would record a peculiarity which personally distinguished him. As I often sat quiet and lost in thought, he once exclaimed, "Chi pensa, non deve mai pensar l'uomo pensando s'invecchia," which, being interpreted, is as much as to say, "What are you thinking about? A man ought never to think. Thinking makes one old." And now for another apophthegm of his: "Non deve fermarsi l'uomo in una sola cosa, perché allora diviene matto bisogna aver mille cose, una confusion nella testa." In plain English, a man ought not to rivet his thoughts exclusively on any one thing, otherwise he is sure to go mad. He ought to have in his head 1,000 things, a regular medley. A papal soldier's ideas of Protestants. Certainly the good man could not know that the very thing that made me so thoughtful was my having my head mazed by a regular confusion of things old and new. The following anecdote will serve to elucidate still more clearly the mental character of an Italian of this class. Having soon discovered that I was a Protestant, he observed, after some circumlocution, that he hoped I would allow him to ask me a few questions, for he had heard such strange things about us Protestants that he wished to know for a certainty what to think of us. "May you," he said, "live with a pretty girl without being married to her? Do your priests allow you to do that?" To this I replied that our priests are prudent folk, who take no notice of such trifles. No doubt, if we were to consult them upon such a matter, they would not permit it. "Are you not then obliged to ask them?" he exclaimed. "Happy fellows, as they do not confess you, they do not, of course, find it out." Hereupon he gave vent in many reproaches to his discontent with his own priests, uttering at the same time loud praises of our liberty. But he continued, "As regards confession, how stands it with you? We are told that all men, even if they are not Christians, must confess, but that inasmuch as many from their obduracy are debarred from the right way, they nevertheless make confession to an old tree, which indeed is impious and ridiculous enough, but yet serves to show that at least they recognize the necessity of confession. Upon this I explained to him our Lutheran notions of confession and our practice concerning it. All this appeared to him very easy, for he expressed an opinion that it was almost the same as confessing to a tree. After a brief hesitation, he begged of me very gravely to inform him correctly on another point. He had forsooth heard from the mouth of his own confessor, who he said was a truthful man, that we Protestants are at liberty to marry our own sisters, which assuredly is a chose un più forte as I denied this fact, and attempted to give him a more favorable opinion of our doctrine, he made no special remark on the latter, which evidently appeared to him very ordinary and everyday sort of a thing, but turned aside my remarks by a new question. We have been assured, he observed, that Frederick the Great, who has won so many victories even over the faithful, and filled the world with his glory, that he whom every one takes to be a heretic is really a Catholic, and has received a dispensation from the Pope to keep the fact secret for while, as is well known, he never enters any of your churches. He diligently attends the true worship in a subterranean chapel, though with a broken heart, because he dare not openly avow the holy religion, since, were he to do so, his Prussians, who are a British people and furious heretics, would no doubt murder him on the instant, and to risk that would do no good to the cause. On these grounds, the Holy Father has given him permission to worship in secret, in return for which he quietly does as much as possible to propagate and to favor the true and only saving faith. I allowed all this to pass, merely observing, as it was so great a secret no one could be a witness to its truth. The rest of our conversation was nearly of the same cast, so that I could not but admire the wise priests who sought to parry and to distort whatever was likely to enlighten or vary the dark outline of their traditional dogmas. I left Perugia on a glorious morning, and felt the happiness of being once more alone. The sight of the city is beautiful, and the view of the lake in the highest degree refreshing. These scenes are deeply impressed on my memory. At first the road went downwards, then it entered a cheerful valley enclosed on both sides by distant hills, till at last Assisi lay before us. Here, as I had learned from Palladio and Volkmann, a noble temple of Minerva built in the time of Augustus was still standing in perfect repair at Madonna dell'Angelo. Therefore I quitted my vetturino, leaving him to proceed by himself to Foligno, and set off in the face of a strong wind for Assisi, for I longed for a foot journey through a country so solitary for me. I left on my left the vast mass of churches piled Babel-wise one over another, in one of which rest the remains of the holy S. Francis of Assisi, with aversion, for I thought to myself that the people who assembled in them were mostly of the same stamp with my captain and traveling companion. Having asked of a good-looking youth the way to the Della Minerva, he accompanied me to the top of the town, for it lies on the side of a hill. At last we reached what is properly the old town, and behold, before my eyes stood the noble edifice, the first complete memorial of antiquity that I had ever seen. A modest temple, as befitting so small a town, and yet so perfect, so well conceived, that anywhere it would be an ornament. Moreover, in these matters how grand were the ancients in the choice of their sites. The temple stands about halfway up the mountain, where two hills meet on the level place, which is to this day called the Piazza. This itself slightly rises, and is intersected by the meeting of four roads, which make a somewhat dilated St. Andrew's cross. In all probability, the houses which are now opposite the temple and block up the view from it did not stand there in ancient times. If they were removed, we should have a south prospect over a rich and fertile country, and at the same time the temple of Minerva would be visible from all sides. The line of the roads is in all probability very ancient, since they follow the shape and inclination of the hill. The temple does not stand in the center of the flat, but its site is so arranged that the traveler approaching from Rome catches a fine foreshortened view of it. To give an idea of it, it is necessary to draw not only the building itself, but also its happily chosen site. Looking at the facade, I could not sufficiently admire the genius-like identity of design, which the architects have here as elsewhere maintained. The order is Corinthian, the intercolumnar spaces being somewhat above two modules. The bases of the columns and the plinths seem to rest on pedestal, but it is only an appearance. The socle is cut through in 5 places, and at each of these 5 steps ascend between the columns and bring you to a level on which properly the columns rest, and from which also you enter the temple. The bold idea of cutting through the socle was happily hazarded, for, as the temple is situated on a hill, the flight of steps must otherwise have been earned up to such a height as would have inconveniently narrowed the area of the temple. As it is, however, it is impossible to determine how many steps there originally were, for with the exception of a very few, they are all choked up with dirt or paved over. Most reluctantly did I tear myself from the site, and determined to call the attention of architects to this noble edifice, in order that an accurate draft of it may be furnished, for what a sorry thing tradition is I here again find occasion to remark Palladio, whom I trust in every matter, gives indeed a sketch of this temple, but certainly he never can have seen it himself, for he gives it real pedestals above the area, by which means the columns appear disproportionately high, and the result is a sort of unsightly Pomeranian monstrosity, whereas in fact its look is so full of repose and beauty as to satisfy both the eye and the mind. The impression which the sight of this edifice left upon me is not to be expressed, and will bring forth imperishable fruits. It was a beautiful evening, and I now turned to descend the mountain. As I was proceeding along the Roman road calm and composed, suddenly I heard behind me some rough voices in dispute. I fancied that it was only the esbirri whom I had previously noticed in the town. I therefore went on without care, but still with my ears listening to what they might be saying behind me. I soon became aware that I was the object of their remarks. 4 men of this body, 2 of whom were armed with guns, passed me in the rudest way possible, muttering to each other, and turning back after a few steps, suddenly surrounded me. They demanded my name, and what I was doing there. I said that I was a stranger and had traveled on foot to Assisi, while my vetturino had gone on to Foligno. It appeared to them very improbable that anyone should pay for a carriage, and yet travel by foot. They asked me if I had been visiting the Grand Convent. I answered no, but assured them that I knew the building of old, but being an architect, my chief object this time was simply to gain a sight of the Maria della Minerva, which they must be aware was an architectural model. This they could not contradict, but seemed to take it very ill that I had not paid a visit to the saint, and avowed their suspicion that my business in fact was to smuggle contraband goods. I pointed out to them how ridiculous it was that a man who walked openly through the streets alone and without packs, and with empty pockets, should be taken for a contrabandist. Assisian adventure. However, upon this, I offered to return to the town with them and to go before the podesta, and by showing my papers prove to him that I was an honest traveler. Upon this, they muttered together for a while, and then expressed their opinion that it was unnecessary, and as I behaved throughout with coolness and gravity, they at last left me and turned towards the town. I looked after them as these rude churls moved on in the foreground behind them. The beautiful temple of Minerva once more caught my eye to soothe and console me with its sight. I turned then to the left to look at the heavy cathedral of S. Francisco, and was about to continue my way when one of the unarmed esbirri, separating himself from the rest, came up to me in a quiet and friendly manner. Saluting me, he said, "Signor stranger, you ought at least to give me something to drink your health, for I assure you that, from the very first, I took you to be an honorable man," and loudly maintained this opinion in opposition to my comrades. They, however, are hot-headed and over-hasty fellows, and have no knowledge of the world. You yourself must have observed that I was the first to allow the force of, and to assent to your remarks. I praised him on this score, and urged him to protect all honorable strangers who might henceforward come to Assisi for the sake either of religion or of art, and especially all architects who might wish to do honor to the town by measuring and sketching the temple of Minerva, since a correct drawing or engraving of it had never yet been taken. If he were to accompany them, they would, I assured him, give him substantial proofs of their gratitude, and with these words I poured some silver into his hand, which, as exceeding his expectation, delighted him above measure. He begged me to pay a second visit to the town, remarking that I ought not on any account to miss the festival of the saint, on which I might with the greatest safety delight and amuse myself. Indeed, if being a good-looking fellow, I should wish to be introduced to the fair sex, he assured me that the prettiest and most respectable ladies would willingly receive me or any stranger upon his recommendation. He took his leave, promising to remember me at vespers before the tomb of the saint, and to offer up a prayer for my safety throughout my travels. Upon this, we parted, and most delighted was I to be again alone with nature and myself. The road to Foligno was one of the most beautiful and agreeable walks that I ever took. For 4 full hours I walked along the side of a mountain, having on my left a richly cultivated valley. It is but sorry traveling with a vetturino. It is always best to follow at one's ease on foot. In this way had I traveled from Ferrara to this place. As regards the arts and mechanical invention, on which, however, the ease and comforts of life mainly depend, Italy, so highly favored by nature, is very far behind all other countries. The carriage of the vetturino, which is still called sedia, or seat, certainly took its origin from the ancient litters drawn by mules in which females and aged persons, or the highest dignitaries, used to be carried about instead of the hinder mule, on whose yoke the shafts used to rest. Two wheels have been placed beneath the carriage, and no further improvement has been thought of. In this way one is still jolted along just as they were centuries ago. It is the same with their houses and everything else. If one wishes to see realized the poetic idea of men in primeval times spending most of their lives beneath the open heaven, and only occasionally, when compelled by necessity, retiring for shelter into the caves, one must visit the houses hereabouts, especially those in the rural districts, which are quite in the style and fashion of caves. Such an incredible absence of care do the Italians evince. In order not to grow old by thinking with unheard of frivolity, they neglect to make any preparation for the long nights of winter, and in consequence, for a considerable portion of the suffer like dogs here in Foligno, in the midst of a perfectly Homeric household, the whole family being gathered together in a large hall round a fire on the hearth, with plenty of running backwards and forwards, and of scolding and shouting, while supper is going on at a long table like that in the picture of the wedding feast at Cana. I seize an opportunity of writing this, as one of the family has ordered an inkstand to be brought me luxury, which, judging from other circumstances, I did not look for. These pages, however, tell too plainly of the cold and of the inconvenience of my writing table. In fact, I am now made only too sensible of the rashness of traveling in this country without a servant, and without providing oneself well with every necessary, what with the ever-changing currency, the vetturini, the extortion, the wretched ins one who, like myself, is traveling alone for the first time in this country, hoping to find uninterrupted pleasure, will be sure to find himself miserably disappointed. Every day, however, I wish to see the country at any cost, and even if I must be dragged to Rome on Ixion's wheel, I shall not complain. Tourney Oct. 27, 1786. Evening. Again sitting in a cave, which only a year before suffered from an earthquake. The little town lies in the midst of a rich country. For taking a circuit round the city, I explored it with pleasure at the beginning of a beautiful plain, which lies between two ridges of limestone hills. Tourney, like Bologna, is situated at the foot of the mountain range. Tourney. Almost ever since the papal officer left me, I have had a priest for my companion. The latter appears better contented with his profession than the soldier, and is ready to enlighten me, whom he very soon saw to be an heretic, by answering any question I might put to him concerning the ritual and other matters of his church. By thus mixing continually with new characters, I thoroughly obtain my object. It is absolutely necessary to hear the people talking together, if you would form a true and lively image of the whole country. The Italians are in the strangest manner possible rivals and adversaries of each other. Everyone is strongly enthusiastic in the praise of his own town and state. They cannot bear with one another, and even in the same city, the different ranks nourish perpetual feuds, and all this with a profoundly vivacious and most obvious passionateness, so that while they expose one another's pretensions, they keep up an amusing comedy all day long, and yet they come to an understanding again together, and seem quite aware how impossible it is for a stranger to enter into their ways and thoughts. I ascended to Spalito, and went along the aqueduct, which serves also for a bridge from one mountain to another. The 10 brick arches, which span the valley, have quietly stood there through centuries, and the water still flows into Spalito, and reaches its remotest quarters. This is the third great work of the ancients that I have seen, and still the same grandeur of conception, a second nature made to work for social objects. Such was their architecture, and so arose the amphitheater, the temple, and the aqueduct. Now at last I can understand the justice of my hatred for all arbitrary caprices, as for instance the winter casts on white stonia, nothing about nothing, a monstrous piece of confectionery ornament, and so also with 1,000 other things, but all that is now dead. For whatever does not possess a true intrinsic vitality cannot live long, and can neither be nor ever become great. What entertainment and instruction have I not had cause to be thankful for during these 8 last weeks? but in fact it has also cost me some trouble. I kept my eyes continually open and strove to stamp deep on my mind the images of all I saw. That was all. Judge of them I could not, even if it had been in my power. San Crocifisso, a singular chapel on the roadside, did not look to my mind like the remains of a temple which had once stood on the same site. It was evident that columns, pillars, and pediments had been found, and incongruously put together, not stupidly, but madly. It does not admit of description. However, there is somewhere or other an engraving of it. And so it may seem strange to some that we should go on troubling ourselves to acquire an idea of antiquity, although we have nothing before us but ruins out of which we must first painfully reconstruct the very thing we wish to form an idea of. With what is called classical ground, the case stands rather different here, if only we do not go to work fancifully, but take the ground really as it is. Then we shall have the decisive arena which molded more or less the greatest of events. Accordingly, I have hitherto actively employed my geological and agricultural eye to the suppressing of fancy and sensibility in order to gain for myself an unbiased and distinct notion of the locality. By such means, history fixes itself on our minds with a marvelous vividness, and the effect is utterly inconceivable by another. It is something of this sort that makes me feel so very great a desire to read Tacitus in Rome. Roadside fantasies. I must not, however, forget the weather. As I descended the Apennines from Bologna, the clouds gradually retired towards the north. Afterwards, they changed their course and moved towards Lake Trasimene. Here they continued to hang, though perhaps they may have moved a little farther southward, instead therefore of the great plain of the Po, sending, as it does during the summer, all its clouds to the Tyrolese mountains. It now sends a part of them towards the Apennines. From thence perhaps comes the rainy season. They are now beginning to gather the olives. It is done here with the hand. In other places they are beat down with sticks. If winter comes on, before all are gathered, the rest are allowed to remain on the trees till spring. Yesterday I noticed, in a very strong soil, the largest and oldest trees I have ever yet seen. The favor of the muses, like that of the demons, is not always shown us in a suitable moment. Yesterday I felt inspired to undertake a work which at present would be ill-timed, approaching nearer and nearer to the center of Romanism, surrounded by Roman Catholics, boxed up with a priest in a sedan, and striving anxiously to observe and to study without prejudice true nature and noble art. I have arrived at a vivid conviction that all traces of original Christianity are extinct here. Indeed, while I tried to bring it before my mind in its purity, as we see it recorded in the Acts of the Apostles, I could not help shuddering to think of the shapeless, not to say grotesque, mass of heathenism, which heavily overlies its benign beginnings. Accordingly, the wandering Jew again occurred to me as having been a witness of all this wonderful development and envelopment, and as having lived to experience so strange a state of things that Christ himself, when he shall come a second time to gather in his harvest, will be in danger of being crucified a second time. The legend Venio Itrum Crucifigi was to serve me as the material of this catastrophe. Dreams of this kind floated before me, for out of impatience to get onwards, I used to sleep in my clothes, and I know of nothing more beautiful than to wake before dawn, and between sleeping and waking to seat oneself in one's car and travel on to meet the day. Città Castellano, October 28, 1786. I will not fail you this last evening. It is not yet 8 o'clock, and all are already in bed, so I can for a good last time think over what is gone by, and revel in the anticipation of what is so shortly to come. This has been throughout a bright and glorious day, the morning very cold, the day clear and warm, the evening somewhat windy, but very beautiful. It was very late when we set off from Terni, and we reached Narni before day, and so I did not see the bridge valleys and lowland snow near now distant prospects, a rich country, but all of limestone, and not a trace of any other formation. Atricali lies on an alluvial gravel hill thrown up by one of the ancient inundations. It is built of lava brought from the other side of the river. As soon as one is over the bridge, one finds oneself in a volcanic region, either of real lava or of the native rock changed by the heat, and by fusion you ascend a mountain which you might set down at once for grey lava. It contains many white crystals of the shape of garnets. The causeway from the heights to the Città Castellana is likewise composed of this stone, now worn extremely smooth. The city is built on a bed of volcanic tufa, in which I thought I could discover ashes. Pumice stone and pieces of lava, the view from the castle is extremely beautiful. Soracte stands out and alone in the prospect most picturesquely. It is probably a limestone mountain of the same formation. As the Apennines, the volcanic region is far lower than the Apennines, and it is only the streams tearing through it that have formed out of it hills and rocks, which with their overhanging ledges and other marked features of the landscape furnish most glorious objects for the painter. Tomorrow evening, and I shall be in Rome. Even yet I can scarcely believe it possible. And if this wish is fulfilled, what shall I wish for afterwards? I know not, except it be that I may safely stand in my little pheasant-loaded canoe, and may find all my friends well, happy and unchanged. Rome. Rome, November 1, 1786. At last I can speak out, and greet my friends with good humor. May they pardon my secrecy, and what has been as it were a subterranean journey hither, for scarcely to myself did I venture to say whither I was hurrying. On the road I often had my fears, and it was only as I passed under the Porta del Popolo that I felt certain of reaching Rome. And now let me also say that 1,000 times, say at all times, do I think of you in the neighborhood of these objects, which I never believed I should visit alone. It was only when I saw every one bound body and soul to the north, and all longing for those countries utterly extinct among them, that I resolved to undertake the long solitary journey, and to seek that center towards which I was attracted by an irresistible impulse. Indeed, for the few last years, it had become with me a kind of disease, which could only be cured by the sight and presence of the absent. Object now at length, I may venture to confess the truth. It reached at last such a height that I durst not look at a Latin book, or even an engraving of Italian scenery. The craving to see this country was overripe now. It is satisfied. Friends and country have once more become right dear to me, and the return to them is a wished-for object. Nay, the more ardently desired, the more firmly I feel convinced that I bring with me too many treasures for personal enjoyment or private use, but such as through life may serve others as weft as myself for edification and guidance. Rome, November 1, 1786. Well, at last I am arrived in this great capital of the world. If 15 years ago I could have seen it in good company with a well-informed guide, I should have thought myself very fortunate. But as it was to be that I should thus see it alone, and with my own eyes, it is well that this joy has fallen to my lot so late in life. Over the mountains of the Tyrol, I have as good as flown Verona, Vicenza, Padua, and Venice. I have carefully looked at, hastily glanced at Ferrara, Cento, Bologna, and scarcely seen Florence. At all my anxiety to reach Rome was so great, and it so grew with me every moment, that to think of stopping anywhere was quite out of the question. Even in Florence, I only stayed 3 hours. Now I am here at my ease, and as it would seem shall be tranquilized for my whole life, for we may almost say that a new life begins when a man once sees with his own eyes all that before he has but partially heard or read. Of all the dreams of my youth, I now behold realized before me. The subjects of the first engravings I ever remember seeing. Several views of Bourne were hung up in an anteroom of my father's house, stand bodily before my sight, and all that I had long been acquainted with through paintings or drawings, engravings, or woodcuts, plaster casts, and cork models are here collectively presented to my eye. Wherever I go I find some old acquaintance in this new world. It is all just as I had thought it, and yet all is new, and just the same might I remark of my own observations and my own ideas. I have not gained any new thoughts, but the older ones have become so defined, so vivid, and so coherent that they may almost pass for new ones. When Pygmalion's Elissa, which he had shaped entirely in accordance with his wishes, and had given to it as much of truth and nature as an artist can, moved at last towards him, and said, "I am how different was the living form from the chiseled stone." In a moral sense, too, how salutary is it for me to live a while among a wholly sensual people, of whom so much has been said and written, and of whom every stranger judges according to the standard he brings with him. I can excuse every one who blames and reproaches them. They stand too far apart from us. and for a stranger to associate with them is difficult and expensive. Rome, November 3, 1786. Rome Festival of All Souls. One of the chief motives which I had for hurrying to Rome was the Festival of All Saints, for I thought within myself, if Rome pays so much honor to a single saint, what will she not show to them all? But I was under a mistake. The Roman Church has never been very fond of celebrating with remarkable pomp any common festival, and so she leaves every order to celebrate in silence the especial memory of its own patronfa, the name festival, and the day especially set apart to each saint is properly the occasion when each receives his highest commemoration. Yesterday, however, which was the festival of All Souls, things went better with me. This commemoration is kept by the Pope in his private chapel. On the Quirinal I hastened with Tischbein to the Monte Cavallo. The piazza before the palace has something altogether singular, so irregular is it, and yet so grand and so beautiful I now cast eyes upon. The colossuses neither eye nor mind was large enough to take them. In ascending a broad flight of steps, we followed the crowd through a splendid and spacious hall in this antechamber directly opposite to the chapel, and in sight of the numerous apartments, one feels somewhat strange to find oneself beneath the same roof with the Vicar of Christ. The office had begun. Pope and cardinals were already in the church, the Holy Father of a highly handsome and dignified form, the cardinals of different ages and figures. I was seized with a strange longing desire that the head of the church might open his golden mouth, and speaking with rapture of the ineffable bliss of the happy soul set us all too in a rapture. But as I only saw him moving backwards and forwards before the altar, and turning himself now to this side and now to that, and only muttering to himself, and conducting himself just like a common parish priest, then the original sin of Protestantism revived within me, and the well-known and ordinary Mass for the dead had no charms for me, for most assuredly Christ himself, he who in his youthful days, and even as a child, excited men's wonder by his oral exposition of Scripture, did never thus teach and work in silence, but as we learn from the Gospels, he was ever ready to utter his wise and spiritual words. What I asked myself, would he say were he to come in among us and see his image on earth, thus mumbling and sailing backwards and forwards? The Venio Itrum Crucifigi again crossed my mind, and I nudged my companion to come out into the freer air of the vaulted and painted hall. Here we found a crowd of persons attentively observing the rich paintings, for the Festival of All Souls is also the holiday of all the artists in Rome. Not only the chapel, but the whole palace also, with all its rooms, is for many hours on this day open and free to everyone, no fees being required, and the visitors not being liable to be hurried on by the chamberlain. The paintings on the walls engaged my attention, and I now formed a new acquaintance with some excellent artists, whose very names had hitherto been almost unknown to me. For instance, I now, for the first time, learned to appreciate and to love the cheerful Carlo Maratti. But chiefly welcome to me were the masterpieces of the artists of whose style and manner I already had some impression. I saw with amazement the wonderful Petronilla of Guercino, which was formerly in St. Peter's, where a mosaic copy now stands in the place of the original. The body of the saint is lifted out of the grave, and the same person just reanimated is being received into the heights of heaven by a celestial youth. Whatever may be alleged against this double action, the picture is invaluable. Still more struck was I with a picture of Titian's. It throws into the shade all I have hitherto seen. Whether my eye is more practiced, or whether it is really the most excellent, I cannot determine. An immense massrobe, stiff with embroidery and gold-embossed figures, envelops the dignified frame of a bishop, with a massive pastoral star in his left hand. He is gazing with a look of rapture towards heaven, while he holds in his right a book out of which he seems to have imbibed the divine enthusiasm with which he is inspired. Behind him, a beautiful maiden holding a palm branch in her hand, and full of affectionate sympathy, is looking over his shoulder into the open book. A grave old man on the right stands quite close to the book, but appears to pay no attention to it. The key in his hand suggests the possibility of his familiar acquaintance with its contents. Over against this group, a naked, well-made youth wounded with an arrow, and in chains, is looking straight before him with a slight expression of resignation in his countenance. In the intermediate space stand two monks bearing a cross and lilies, and devoutly looking up to heaven. Then in the clear upper space is a semicircular wall, which encloses them all above moves. Madonna in highest glory, sympathizing with all that passes below. The young sprightly child on her bosom, with a radiant countenance, is holding out a crown, and seems indeed on the point of casting it down on both sides. Angels are floating by who hold in their hands crowns in abundance, high above all the figures, and even the triple-arrayed aureola soars the celestial dove, as at once the center and finish of the whole group. Rome, Titian, Guido. We said to ourselves, some ancient holy legend must have furnished the subject of this picture, in order that these various and assorted personages should have been brought together so artistically and so significantly. We ask not, however, why and wherefore, take it all for granted, and only wonder at the inestimable piece of art, less unintelligible, but still mysterious, is fresco of Guido's. In this chapel, a virgin in childish beauty, loveliness, and innocence is seated, and quietly sewing. Two angels stand by her side, waiting to do her service at the slightest bidding. Youthful innocence, an industrious, beautiful picture, seems to tell user guarded and honored by the heavenly beings. No legend is wanting here, no story needed to furnish an explanation. Now, however, to cool a little my artistic enthusiasm, a merry incident occurred. I observed that several of the German artists who came up to Tischbein as an old acquaintance, after staring at me, went their ways again. At last one, who had most recently been observing my person, came up to me again, and said, "We have had a good joke. The report that you were in Rome had spread among us, and the attention of us artists was called to the one unknown stranger. Now there was one of our body who used for a long time to assert that he had met Yaone. He asseverated he had lived on very friendly terms with you, a fact which we were not so ready to believe. However, we have just called upon him to look at you and solve our doubts. He at once stoutly denied that it was you, and said that in the stranger there was not a trace of your person or mien. So then at least our incognito is for the moment secure, and will afford us something hereafter to laugh at." I now mixed at my ease with the troupe of artists, and asked them who were the painters of several pictures whose style of art was unknown to me. At last, I was particularly struck by a picture representing St. George killing the dragon and setting free the Virgin. No one could tell me whose it was. Upon this, a little modest man, who up to this time had not opened his mouth, came forward and told me it was Pordenon's, the Venetian painter, and that it was one of the best of his paintings, and displayed all his merits. I was now well able to account for my liking for it. The picture pleased me, because I possessed some knowledge of the Venetian school, and was better able to appreciate the excellencies of its best masters. The artist, my informant, was Heinrich Mayer, a Swiss, who for some years had been studying at Rome with a friend of the name of Rolla, and who had taken excellent drawings in Spain of antique busts, and was well read in the history of art. Rome, November 7, 1786. I have now been here 7 days, and by degrees have formed in my mind a general idea of the city. We go diligently backwards and forwards, while I am thus making myself acquainted with the plan of old and new Rome, viewing the ruins and the buildings, visiting this and that villa. The grandest and most remarkable objects are slowly and leisurely contemplated. I do but keep my eyes open and see, and then go and come again, for it is only in Rome one can duly prepare oneself for Rome. It must in truth be confessed that it is a sad and melancholy business to prick and track out ancient Rome in new Rome. However, it must be done, and we may hope at least for an incalculable gratification. We meet with traces both of majesty and of ruin, which alike surpass all conception. What the barbarians spared the builders of new Rome made havoc of. Rome, its present aspect. When one thus beholds an object 2,000 years old and more, but so manifoldly and thoroughly altered by the changes of time, but sees nevertheless the same soil, the same mountains, and often indeed the same walls and columns, one becomes, as it were, a contemporary of the great councils of fortune. And thus it becomes difficult for the observer to trace from the beginning Rome following Rome, and not only new Rome succeeding to the old, but also the several epochs of both old and new in succession. I endeavor first of all to grope my way alone through the obscurer parts, for this is the only plan by which one can hope fully and completely to perfect, by the excellent introductory works, which have been written from the 15th century to the present day, the first artists and scholars have occupied their whole lives with these objects. And this vastness has a strangely tranquilizing effect upon you in Rome, while you pass from place to place in order to visit the most remarkable objects in other places. One has to search for what is important here. One is oppressed and borne down with numberless phenomena. Wherever one goes and casts a look around, the eye is at once struck with some landscape forms of every kind, and style palaces and ruins, gardens and statuary, distant views of villas, cottages and stables, triumphal arches and columns, often crowding so close together that they might all be sketched on a single sheet of paper. He ought to have 100 hands to write, for what can a single pen do here? And besides, by the evening one is quite weary and exhausted with the day's seeing and admiring. Rome, November 7, 1786. Pardon me, my friends, if for the future you find me rather chary of my words. On one's travels one usually rakes together all that we meet on one's way. Every day brings something new, and one then hastens to think upon. And to judge of it here, however, we come into a very great school indeed, where every day says so much that we cannot venture to say anything of the day itself. Indeed, people would do well if, tarrying here for years together, they observed a while a Pythagorean silence. Nov 1786. I am quite well. The weather, as the Romans say, is brutto. The south wind, the sirocco, is blowing, and brings with it every day more or less of rain. For my part, I do not find the weather disagreeable. Such as it is warmer than the rainy days of summer are with us. Rome, November 7, 1786. The more I become acquainted with Tischbein's talents, as well as his principles and views of art, the higher I appreciate and value them. He has laid before me his drawings and sketches. They have great merit, and are full of high promise. His visit to Bodmer led him to fix his thoughts on the infancy of the human race, when man found himself standing on the earth, and had to solve the problem how he must best fulfill his destiny as the Lord of creation. As a suggestive introduction to a series of illustrations of this subject, he has attempted symbolically to vindicate the high antiquity of the world. Mountains overgrown with noble forests, ravines worn out by watercourses, burnt-out volcanoes, still faintly smoking in the foreground. The mighty stalk of a patriarchal oak still remains in the ground, on whose half-bared roots a deer is trying the strength of his horns, a conception as fine as it is beautifully executed. In another most remarkable piece, he has painted man yoking the horse, and by his superior skill, if not strength, bringing all the other creatures of the earth, the air, and the water under his dominion. The composition is of an extraordinary beauty when finished. In oils it cannot fail of producing a great effect. A drawing of it must at any cost be secured for Weimar. When this is finished, he purposes to paint an assembly of old men, aged and experienced in counseling, which he intends to introduce the portraits of living personages. At present, however, he is sketching away with the greatest enthusiasm on a battle piece. Two bodies of cavalry are fighting with equal courage and resolution. Between them yawns an awful chasm, which but few horses would attempt to clear. The arts of defensive warfare are useless here. A wild resolve, a bold attack, a successful leap, or else to be hurled in the abyss below. This picture will afford him an opportunity to display in a very striking manner the knowledge which he possesses of horses and of their make and movements. Now it is Tischbein's wish to have these sketches and a series of others to follow, or to be intercalated between them, connected together by a poem which may serve to explain the drawings, and by giving them a definite context, may lend to them both a body and a charm. The idea is beautiful. Only the artist and the poet must be many years together in order to carry out and to execute such a work. Rome, November 7, 1786. Rome, Raphael. The Loggie of Raphael and the great pictures of the school of Athens, Roman 100, I have now seen for the first and only time, so that for me to judge of them at present is like a man having to make out, and to judge of Homer from some half-obliterated and much-injured manuscript. The gratification of the first impression is incomplete. It is only when they have been carefully studied and examined one by one that the enjoyment becomes perfect. The best preserved are the paintings on the ceilings of the Loggie. They are as fresh as if painted yesterday. The subjects are symbolical. Very few, however, are by Raphael's own hand, but they are excellently executed after his designs and under his eye. Rome, November 7, 1786. Many a time in years past did I entertain the strange whim as ardently to wish that I might one day be taken to Italy by some well-educated man-be, some Englishman well learned in art and in history, and now it has all been brought about much better than I could have anticipated. Tischbein has long lived here. He is a sincere friend to me, and during his stay here always cherished the wish of being able one day to show Rome to me. Our intimacy is old by letter, though new by presence. Where could I meet with a worthier guide? And if my time is limited, I will at least learn and enjoy as much as possible. And yet, notwithstanding, I clearly foresee that when I leave Rome, I shall wish that I was coming to it. Rome, November 8, 1786. My strange and perhaps whimsical incognito proves useful to me in many ways that I never should have thought of, as everyone thinks himself in duty bound to ignore who I am, and consequently never ventures to speak to me of myself and my works. They have no alternative left them but to speak of themselves or of the matters in which they are most interested, and in this way I become circumstantially informed of the occupations of each and of everything remarkable that is either taken in hand or produced. Hofrath Riefenstein good-naturedly humors this whim of mine, as however, for special reasons, he could not bear the name which I had assumed. He immediately made a baron of me, and I am now called the Baron Jejgen Rondinini, Uber the Baron, who lives opposite to the Palace Rondinini. This designation is sufficiently precise, especially as the Italians are accustomed to speak of people either by their Christian names or else by some nickname. Enough, I have gained my object, and I escape the dreadful annoyance of having to give to everybody an account of myself and my works. Rome, November 9, 1786. I frequently stand still a moment to survey, as it were, the heights I have already won. With much delight I look back to Venice, that grand creation that sprang out of the bosom of the sea like Minerva out of the head of Jupiter in Rome. The rotunda, both by its exterior and interior, has moved me to offer a willing homage to its magnificence. In S. Peters, I learned to understand how art no less than nature annihilates the artificial measures and dimensions of man, and in the same way the Apollo Belvedere also has again drawn me out of reality, for as even the most correct engravings furnish no adequate idea of these buildings, so the case is the same with respect to the marble original of this statue as compared with the plaster models of it, which however I formerly used to look upon as beautiful. Rome, November 10, 1786. Here I am now living with a calmness and tranquility to which I have for a long while been a stranger. My practice to see and take all things as they are, my fidelity in letting the eye be my light, my perfect renunciation of all pretension, have again come to my aid and make me calmly, but most intensely happy every day, has its fresh remarkable object every day, its new grand unequaled paintings, and a whole which a man may long think of and dream of, but which with all his power of imagination he can never reach. Rome, the Grotto of Egeria, Roman 100. Yesterday I was at the Pyramid of Cestius, and in the evening on the Palatine, on the top of which are the ruins of the palace of the Caesars, which stand there like walls of rock. Of all this, however, no idea can be conveyed. In truth, there is nothing little here, although indeed occasionally something to find fault with, something more or less absurd in taste, and yet even this partakes of the universal grandeur of all around. When, however, I return to myself, as every one so readily does on all occasions, I discover within a feeling which does not infinitely delight me own, indeed, which I may even express. Whoever here looks around with earnestness, and has eyes to see, must become in a measure solid, cannot but apprehend an idea of solidity with a vividness which is nowhere else possible. The mind becomes, as it were, primed with capacity, with an earnestness without severity, and with a definiteness of character, with joy. With me at least it seems as if I had never before so rightly estimated the things of the world as I do here. I rejoice when I think of the blessed effects of all this on the whole of my future being, and let me jumble together the things as I may. Order will somehow come into them. I am not here to enjoy myself after my own fashion, but to busy myself with the great objects around, to learn and to improve myself ere I am 40 years old. Rome Nov. 11 1786. Yesterday I visited the nymph Egeria, and then the hippodrome of Caracalla, the ruined tombs along the Via Appia, and the tomb of Metella, which is the first to give one a true idea of what solid masonry really is. These men worked for eternity. All causes of decay were calculated, except the rage of the spoiler, which nothing can resist. Right heartily did I wish you had been there. The remains of the principal aqueduct are highly venerable. How beautiful and grand a design to supply a whole people with water by so vast a structure. In the evening we came upon the Colosseum, when it was already twilight. When one looks at it, all else seems little. The edifice is so vast that one cannot hold the image of it in one's soul. In memory we think it smaller, and then return to it again to find it every time greater than before. Frascati, Nov. 15. The company are all in bed, and I am writing with Indian ink, which they use for drawing. We have had 2 beautiful days without rain, warm and genial sunshine, so that summer is scarcely missed. The country around is very pleasant. The village lies on the side of a hill, or rather of a mountain, and at every step the draftsman comes upon the most glorious objects. The prospect is unbounded. Rome lies before you and beyond it on the right is the sea, the mountains of Tivoli, and so on. In this delightful region country houses are built expressly for pleasure, and as the ancient Romans had here their villas, so, for centuries past, their rich and haughty successors have planted country residences on all the loveliest spots. For 2 days we have been wandering about here, and almost every step has brought us upon something new and attractive. And yet it is hard to say whether the evenings have not passed still more agreeably than the days. As soon as our stately hostess has placed on the round table the bronzed lamp with its 3 wicks, and wished us felicissime, not we all form a circle round it, and the views are produced which have been drawn and sketched during the day. Their merits are discussed, opinions are taken whether the objects might or not have been taken more favorably, whether their true characters have been caught, and whether all requisitions of a like general nature, which may justly be looked for in a first sketch, have been fulfilled. Hofrath Riefenstein, by his judgment and authority, contrives to give order to and to conduct these sittings, but the merit of this delightful arrangement is due to Philip Hackert, who has a most excellent taste, both in drawing and finishing views, from nature. Artists and dilettanti men and women, old and young, would let no one rest, but stimulated every one to make the attempt at any rate, according to their gifts and powers, and led the way with his own good example. The little society, thus collected and held together, Hofrath Riefenstein has, after the departure of his friend, faithfully kept up, and we all feel a laudable desire to awake in every one an active participation. The peculiar turn and character of each member of the society is thus shown in a most agreeable way. For instance, Tischbein, as an historical painter, looks upon scenery with very different eyes from the landscape painter. He sees significant groups and other graceful speaking objects where another can see nothing, and so he happily contrives to catch up many a naive trait of humanity. It may be in children, peasants, mendicants, or other such beings of nature, or even in animals, which with a few characteristic touches he skillfully manages to portray, and thereby contributes much new and agreeable matter for our discussions. When conversation is exhausted at Hackert's suggestion, perhaps some one reads aloud Sulzer's theory, for although from a high point of view it is impossible to rest contented with this work, nevertheless, as someone observed, it is so far satisfactory as it is calculated to exercise a favorable influence on minds less highly cultivated. Rome Nov. 17, 1786. We are back again during the night. We have had an awful torrent of rain with thunder and lightning. It is still raining, but withal very warm. Rome Farnese Gallery, Roman 100. As regards myself, however, it is only with few words that I can indicate the happiness of this day. I have seen the frescoes of Domenichino in Andrea della Valle, and also the Farnese Gallery of Caraccios, too much forsooth for months what, then for a single day. Rome Nov. 18 1786. It is again beautiful, whether a bright genial warm day. I saw in the Farnesine Palace the story of Psyche-colored copies of which have so long adorned my room, and then at S. Peter's in Montorio the Transfiguration by Raphael, well-known paints like friends, which one has made in the distance by means of letters, in which for the first time one sees face to face to live with them, however, is something quite different. Every true relation and false relation becomes immediately evident. Moreover, in every spot and corner glorious things are to be met with, of which less has been said, and which have not been scattered over the world by engravings and copies of these. I shall bring away with me many a drawing from the hands of young but excellent artists. Rome, Nov. 1817-86. The fact that I long maintained a correspondence with Tischbein and was consequently on the best terms possible with him, and that even when I had no hope of ever visiting Italy, I had communicated to him my wishes, has made our meeting most profitable and delightful. He has been always thinking of me, even providing for my wants with the varieties of stone of which all the great edifices, whether old or new, are built. He has made himself perfectly acquainted. He has thoroughly studied them, and his studies have been greatly helped by his artistic eye, and the artist's pleasure in sensible things. Just before my arrival here, he sent off to Weimar a collection of specimens which he had selected for me, which will give me a friendly welcome on my return. An ecclesiastic who is now residing in France, and had it in contemplation to write a work on the ancient marbles, received through the influence of the propaganda some large pieces of marble from the island of Paros. When they arrived here, they were cut up for specimens, and 12 different pieces from the finest to the coarsest grain were reserved for me. Some were of the greatest purity, while others are more or less mingled with mica, the former being used for statuary, the latter for architecture. How much an accurate knowledge of the material employed in the arts must contribute to a right estimate of them must be obvious to everyone. There are opportunities enough here for my collecting many more specimens. In our way to the ruins of Nero's palace, we passed through some artichoke grounds newly turned up, and we could not resist the temptation to cram our pockets full of the granite, porphyry, and marble slabs which lie here by thousands, and serve as unfailing witnesses to the ancient splendor of the walls which were once covered with them. Rome, Nov. 1817-86. I must now speak of a wonderful problematical picture, which even in the midst of the many gems here still makes a good show of its own. Rome. For many years there had been residing here a Frenchman well known as an admirer of the arts, and a collector. He had got hold of an antique drawing in chalk, no one knows how or whence. He had it retouched by Mengs, and kept it in his collection as a work of very great value. Winkelmann somewhere speaks of it with enthusiasm. The Frenchman died, and left the picture to his hostess as an antique. Mengs too died, and declared on his deathbed that it was not an antique, but had been painted by himself. Now the whole world is divided in opinion, some maintaining that Mengs had one day in joke dashed it off with much facility, others asserting that Mengs could never do anything like it, indeed, that it is almost too beautiful for Raphael. I saw it yesterday, and must confess that I do not know anything more beautiful than the figure of Ganymede, especially the head and shoulders. The rest has been much renovated. However, the painting is in ill repute, and no one will relieve the poor landlady of her treasure. Rome, Nov. 2017-86. As experience fully teaches us that there is a general pleasure in having poems, whatever may be their subject, illustrated with drawings and engravings, nay, that the painter himself usually selects a passage of some poet or other for the subject of his most elaborate paintings. Tischbein's idea is deserving of approbation. That poets and painters should work together from the very first in order to secure a perfect unity, the difficulty would assuredly be greatly lessened if it were applied to little pieces, such as that the whole design would easily admit of being taken in at once by the mind, and worked out consistently with the original plan. Tischbein has suggested for such common labors some very delightful idyllic thoughts, and it is really singular that those which he wishes to see worked out in this way are really such as neither poetry nor painting alone could ever adequately describe. During our walks together he has talked with me about them, in the hopes of gaining me over to his views, and getting me to enter upon the plan. The frontispiece for such a joint work is already designed, and did I not fear to enter upon any new tasks at present, I might perhaps be tempted. Rome, Nov. 22-17-86. The Feast of St. Cecilia. The morning of this happy day I must endeavor to perpetuate by a few lines, and at least by description to impart to others what I have myself enjoyed the weather has been beautiful, and calm, quite a bright sky, and a warm sun accompanied by Tishbin. I set off for the piazza of St. Peter's, where we went about first of all. From one part to another, when it became too hot for that, walked up and down in the shade of the great obelisk, which is full wide enough for two abreast, and eating grapes which we purchased in the neighborhood. Then we entered the Sistine Chapel, which we found bright and cheerful, and with a good light for the pictures. Last Judgment divided our admiration with the paintings on the roof by Michelangelo. I could only see and wonder the mental confidence and boldness of the master, and his grandeur of conception are beyond all expression. After we had looked at all of them over and over again, we left this sacred building and went to St. Peter's, which received from the bright heavens the loveliest light possible, and every part of it was clearly lit up, as men willing to be pleased. We were delighted with its vastness and splendor, and did not allow an over-nice or hypocritical taste to mar our pleasure. We suppressed every harsher judgment. We enjoyed the enjoyable. Rome, St. Peter's. Lastly, we ascended the roof of the church, where one finds in little the plan of a well-built city, houses and magazines, springs in appearance at least, churches, and a great temple, all in the air, and beautiful walks. Between we mounted the dome and saw glistening before us the regions of the Apennines, Soracte, and towards Tivoli the volcanic hills, Frascati, Castel Gandolfo, and the plains, and beyond all the sea. Close at our feet lay the whole city of Rome in its length and breadth, with its mountain palaces, domes, Roman 100, not a breath of air was moving, and in the upper dome it was, as they say, like being in a hothouse. When we had looked enough at these things, we went down, and they opened for us the doors in the cornices of the dome, the tympanum, and the nave. There is a passage all round, and from above you can take a view of the whole church, and of its several parts. As we stood on the cornices of the tympanum, we saw beneath us the Pope passing to his midday devotions. Nothing, therefore, was wanting to make our view of St. Peter's perfect. We at last descended to the area, and took in a neighboring hotel a cheerful but frugal meal, and then set off for St. Cecilia's. It would take many words to describe the decorations of this church, which was crammed full of people. Not a stone of the edifice was to be seen. The pillars were covered with red velvet wound round with gold lace. The capitals were overlaid with embroidered velvet, so as to retain somewhat of the appearance of capitals, and all the cornices and pillars were in like manner covered with hangings. All the entablatures of the walls were also covered with lifelike paintings, so that the whole church seemed to be laid out in mosaic around the church, and on the high altar more than 200 wax tapers were burning. It looked like a wall of lights, and the whole nave was perfectly lit up. The aisles and side altars were equally adorned and illuminated. Right opposite the high altar, and under the organ, 2 scaffolds were erected, which also were covered with velvet, on one of which were placed the singers, and on the other the instruments, which kept up one unbroken strain of music. The church was crammed full. I have heard an excellent kind of musical accompaniment, just as there are concerts of violins or of other instruments, so here they had concerts of voices, so that one voiceth soprano, for instance, predominates and sings solo, while from time to time the chorus of other voices falls in and accompanies it, always, of course, with the whole orchestra. It has a good effect. I must end, as we in fact ended the day. In the evening we come upon the opera, where no less a piece than I Litigante was being performed, but we had all the day enjoyed so much of excellence that we passed by the door. Rome, Nov. 23/17/86. In order that it may not be the same with my dear incognito, as with the ostrich which thinks itself to be concealed when it has hid its head, so in certain cases I give it up, still maintaining, however, my old thesis. I had without hesitation paid a visit of compliment to the Prince von Liechtenstein, the brother of my much-esteemed friend the Countess Harrach, and occasionally dined with him, and I soon perceived that my good nature in this instance was likely to lead me much further. They began to feel their way, and to talk to me of the Abbé Monti, and of his tragedy of Aristodemus, which is shortly to be brought out on the stage. The author, it was said, wished above all things to read it to me, and to hear my opinion of it, but I contrived, however, to let the matter drop, without positively refusing. At last, however, I met the poet and some of his friends at the prince's house, and the play was read aloud. The hero is, as is well known, the king of Sparta, who by various scruples of conscience was driven to commit suicide. Prettily enough, they contrived to intimate to me their hope that the author of Werther would not take it ill if he found some of the rare passages of his own work made use of in this drama, and so even before the walls of Sparta I cannot escape from this unhappy youth. The piece has a very simple and calm movement. The sentiments as well as the language are well suited to the subject, full of energy and yet of tenderness. The work is a proof of very fair talents. I failed not according to my fashion, not indeed after the Italian fashion, to point out and to dwell upon all the excellencies and merits of the piece, with which indeed all present were tolerably satisfied, though still with southern impatience they seemed to require something more. I even ventured to predict what effect it was to be hoped the piece would have from the public. I excused myself on account of my ignorance of the country, its way of thinking and tastes, but was candid enough to add that I did not clearly see how the Romans, with their vitiated taste, who were accustomed to see as an interlude either a complete comedy of 3 acts or an opera of 2, or could not sit out a grand opera without the intermezzo of wholly foreign ballets, could ever take delight in the calm noble movement of a regular tragedy. Then again, the subject of a suicide seemed to me to be altogether out of the pale of an Italian's ideas. That they stabbed men to death I knew by daily report of such events, but that anyone should deprive himself of his own precious existence, or even should hold it possible for another to do so, of that no trace or symptom had ever been brought under my notice. Rome Montes Aristodemus. However, I allowed myself to be circumstantially enlightened as to all that might be urged in answer to my objections, and readily yielded to their plausible arguments. I also assured them I wished for nothing so much as to see the piece acted, and with a band of friends to welcome it with the most downright and loudest applause. This assurance was received in the most friendly manner possible, and I had this time at least no cause to be dissatisfied with my compliance. Indeed, Prince Liechtenstein is politeness itself, and found opportunity for my seeing in his company many precious works of art, a sight of which is not easily obtained without special permission, and for which consequently high influence is indispensable. On the other hand, my good humor failed me when the daughter of the pretender expressed a wish to see the strange marmoset. I declined the honor, and once more completely shrouded myself beneath my disguise. But still that is not altogether the right way, and I here feel most sensibly what I have often before observed in life, that the man who makes good his first wish must be on the alert, and active, must oppose himself to very much besides the selfish, the mean, and the bad. It is easy to see this, but is extremely difficult to act in the spirit of it. Nav 24, 1786. Of the people I can say nothing more than that they are fine children of nature, who amidst pomp and honors of all kinds religion, and the arts are not one jot different from what they would be in caves and forests. What strikes the stranger most, and what today is making the whole city to talk, but only to talk, is the common occurrence of assassination. Today the victim has been an excellent artist, Schwendemann, a Swiss, a medallionist. The particulars of his death greatly resemble those of Windishmann's. The assassin with whom he was struggling gave him 20 stabs, and as the watch came up the villain stabbed himself. This is not generally the fashion. Here the murderer usually makes for the nearest church, and once there he is quite safe. And now, in order to shade my picture a little, I might bring into it crimes and disorders, earthquakes and inundations of all kinds, but for an eruption of Vesuvius, which has just broke out, and has set almost all the visitors here in motion. And one must indeed possess a rare amount of self-control not to be carried away by the crowd. Really, this phenomenon of nature has in it something of a resemblance to the rattlesnake, for its attraction is irresistible. At this moment, it almost seems as if all the treasures of art in Rome were annihilated. Every stranger, without exception, has broken off the current of his contemplations, and is hurrying to Naples. I, however, shall stay in the hope that the mountain will have a little eruption expressly for my amusement. Rome Dec. 1 1786. Moritz is here, who has made himself famous by his Anthony the Traveller, Anton Reiser, and his wanderings in England, Wanderungen nach England. He is a right-down excellent man, and we have been greatly pleased with him. Rome Dec. 1 1786. Here in Rome, where one sees so many strangers all of whom do not visit this capital of the world merely for the sake of the fine arts, but also for amusements of every kind. The people are prepared for everything accordingly. They have invented and attained great excellence in certain half-arts, which require for their pursuit little more than manual skill and pleasure in such handiwork, and which consequently attract the interest of ordinary visitors. Among these is the art of painting in wax, requiring little more than tolerable skill in watercoloring. It serves as an amusement to employ one's time in preparing and adapting the wax, and then in burning it, and in such like mechanical labors, skillful artists give lessons in the art, and under the pretext of showing their pupils how to perform their tasks, do the chief part of the work themselves, so that when at last the figure stands out in bright relief in the gilded frame, the fair disciple is ravished with the proof of her unconscious talent. Another pretty occupation is with a very fine clay to take impressions of cameos cut in deep relief. This is also done in the case of medallions, both sides of which are thus copied. At once more tact, attention, and diligence is required lastly for preparation of the glass paste, for mock jewels. For all these things Hofrath Riefenstein has the necessary workshops and laboratories either in his house or close at hand. Deck 2, 1786. I have accidentally found here Archenholz's Italy, a work written on the spot in so contracted and narrow-minded a spirit, as this is just as if one were to lay a book purposely on the coals in order that it might be browned and blackened, and its leaves curled up and disfigured with smoke. Rome, Archenholz's Italy. No doubt he has seen all that he writes about, but he possesses far too little of real knowledge to support his high pretensions and sneering tone, and whether he praises or blames, he is always in the wrong. Deck 2, 1786. Such beautiful warm and quiet weather at the end of November, which however is often broken by a day's rain, is quite new to me. We spend the fine days in the open air, the bad in our room. Everywhere there is something to learn, and to do something to be delighted with. On the 28th, we paid a second visit to the Sistine Chapel, and had the galleries opened in order that we might obtain a nearer view of the ceiling, as the galleries are very narrow. It is only with great difficulty that one forces one's way up them by means of the iron balustrades. There is an appearance of danger about it, on which account those who are liable to get dizzy had better not make the attempt. All the discomfort, however, is fully compensated by the sight of the great masterpiece of art, and at this moment I am so taken with Michelangelo that after him I have no taste even for nature herself, especially as I am unable to contemplate her with the same eye of genius that he. Roman 999. Oh, that there were only some means of fixing such paintings in my soul. At any rate, I shall bring with me every engraving and drawing of his pictures or drawings after him that I can lay hold of. Then we went to the Loggie painted by Raphael, and scarcely dare I say that we could not endure to look at them. The eye had been so dilated and spoiled by those great forms, and the glorious finish of every part, that it was not able to follow the ingenious windings of the arabesques and the scripture histories. However beautiful they were, did not stand examination after the former, and yet to see these works frequently one after another, and to compare them together at leisure, and without prejudice, must be a source of great pleasure. At first all sympathy is more or less exclusive. From hence, under a sunshine, if anything rather too warm, we proceeded to the Villa Pamphili, whose beautiful gardens are much resorted to for amusement, and there we remained till evening. A large flat meadow, enclosed by long evergreen oaks and lofty pines, was sown all over with daisies, which turned their heads to the sun. I now revived my botanical speculations, which I had indulged in the other day during a walk towards Monte Mario to the Villa Mellini and the Villa Madama. It is very interesting to observe the working of a vigorous, unceasing vegetation, which is here unbroken by any severe cold. Here there are no buds. One has actually to learn what a bud is. The strawberry tree Arbutus anido is at this season for the second time in blossom, while its last fruits are just ripening. So also the orangetree may seen in flower, and at the same time bearing partially and fully ripened fruit. The latter trees, however, if they are not sheltered by standing between buildings, are at this season generally covered, as to the cypress, that most venerable of trees when it is old and well grown, it affords matter enough for thought. As soon as possible, I shall pay a visit to the botanical gardens and hope to add there much to my experience generally. There is nothing to be compared with the new life which the sight of a new country affords to a thoughtful person. Although I am still the same being, I yet think I am changed to the very marrow. For the present I conclude, and shall perhaps fill the next sheet with murders, disorders, earthquakes, and troubles, in order that at any rate my pictures may not be without their dark shades. Rome, Deck 3, 1786. The weather lately has changed almost every 6 days, 2 days quite glorious, then a doubtful one, and after it 2 or 3 rainy ones, and then again fine, whether I endeavor to put each day, according to its nature, to the best use. Rome, the Apollo Belvedere, Roman 100, and yet these glorious objects are even still like new acquaintances to me. One has not yet lived with them, nor got familiar with their peculiarities. Some of them attract us with irresistible power, so that for a time one feels indifferent, if not unjust, towards all others. Thus, for instance, the Pantheon, the Apollo Belvedere, some colossal heads, and very recently the Sistine Chapel have by turns so won my whole heart that I scarcely saw anything besides them. But in truth, can man little, as man always is, and, accustomed to littleness, ever make himself equal to all that here surrounds him of the noble, the vast, and the refined, even though he should in any degree adapt himself to it? Then how vast is the multitude of objects that immediately press upon him from all sides and meet him at every turn, of which each demands for itself the tribute of his whole attention. How is one to get out of the difficulty? No other way, assuredly, than by patiently allowing it to work, becoming industrious, and attending the while to all that others have accomplished for our benefit. Winckelmann's History of Art, translated by Rea, the new edition, is a very useful book, which I have just procured, and here on the spot find it to be highly profitable, as I have around me many kind friends willing to explain and to comment upon it. Roman antiquities also begin to have a charm for me. History, inscriptions, coins, of which formerly I knew nothing, all are pressing upon me, as it happened to me in the case of natural history. So goes it with me here also, for the history of the whole world attaches itself to this spot, and I reckon a new birth day a true new birth from the day that I entered Rome. December 5, 1786. During the few weeks I have been here, I have already seen many strangers come and go, so that I have often wondered at the levity with which so many treat these precious monuments. God be thanked that hereafter none of those birds of passage will be able to impose upon me. When in the north they shall speak to me of Rome, none of them now will be able to excite my spleen, for I also have seen it, and know too in some degree where I have been. December 8, 1786. We have every now and then the finest days possible. The rain, which falls from time to time, has made the grass and garden stuffs quite verdant. Evergreens, too, are to be seen here at different spots, so that one scarcely misses the fallen leaves of the forest trees in the gardens. You may see orange trees full of fruit left in the open ground and not under cover. I had intended to give you a particular account of a very pleasant trip which we took to the sea and of our fishing exploits, but in the evening poor Moritz, as he was riding home, broke his arm. His horse having slipped on the smooth Roman pavement, this marred all our pleasure, and has plunged our little domestic circle in sad affliction. Deck 15, 1786. I am heartily delighted that you have taken my sudden disappearance, just as I wished you should. Pray appease for me every one that may have taken offense at it. I never wished to give any one pain, and even now I cannot say anything to excuse myself. God keep me from ever afflicting my friends with the premises which led me to this conclusion. Here I am gradually recovering from my salto mortale, and studying rather than enjoying myself. Rome is a world, and one must spend years before one can become at all acquainted with it. How happy do I consider those travelers who can take a look at it and go their way. Rome, Winckelmann's Letters. Yesterday many of Winckelmann's letters, which he wrote from Italy, fell into my hands. With what emotions did I not begin to read them about this same season, some 31 years ago. He came hither a still poorer simpleton than myself, but then he had such thorough German enthusiasm for all that is sterling and genuine, either in antiquity or art. How bravely and diligently did he not work his way through all difficulties? And what good does it not do meth remembrance of such a man in such a place? After the objects of nature, who in all her parts is true to herself, and consistent, nothing speaks so loudly as the remembrance of a good intelligent man, that genuine art, which is no less consistent and harmonious than herself. Here in Rome, we feel this right well, where so many an arbitrary caprice has had its day, where so many a folly has immortalized itself by its power and its gold. The following passage in Winckelmann's letters to Franconia particularly pleased me. We must look at all the objects in Rome with a certain degree of phlegm, or else one will be taken for a Frenchman. In Rome, I believe, is the high school for all the world, and I also have been purified and tried in it. This remark applies directly to my mode of visiting the different objects here, and most certain is it that out of Rome no one can have an idea how one is schooled. In Rome one must, so to speak, be new-born, and one looks back on one's earlier notions, as a man does on the little shoes which fitted him when a child. The most ordinary man learns something here at least. He gains one uncommon idea, even though it never should pass into his whole being. This letter will reach you in the new year. All good wishes for the beginning before the end of it. We shall see one another again, and that will be no little gratification. The one that is passing away has been the most important of my life. I may now die, or I may tarry a little longer. Yet in either case, it will be alike well. And now a word or two more for the little ones. To the children you may either read or tell what follows here. There are no signs of winter. The gardens are planted with evergreens. The sun shines bright and warm. Snow is nowhere to be seen, except on the most distant hills towards the north. The citron trees, which are planted against the garden walls, are now one after another covered with reeds, but the oranges are allowed to stand quite open. 100 of the very finest fruit may be seen hanging on a single tree, which is not as with us dwarfed and planted in a bucket, but stands in the earth free and joyous amidst a long line of brothers. The oranges are even now very good, but it is thought they will be still finer. We were lately at the sea and had a haul of fish, and drew to the light fishes, crabs, and rare univalves of the most wonderful shapes conceivable, also the fish, which gives an electric shock to all who touch it. Rome Deck 2017, 86. And yet after all it is more trouble and care than enjoyment. The regenerator, which is changing me within and without, continues to work. I certainly thought that I had something really to learn here, but that I should have to take so low a place in the school that I must forget so much that I had learnt, or rather absolutely unlearn so much that I had never the least idea of. Now, however, that I am once convinced of its necessity, I have devoted myself to the task, and the more I am obliged to renounce my former self, the more delighted I am. I am like an architect who has begun to build a tower, but finds he has laid a bad foundation. He becomes aware of the fact betimes, and willingly goes to work to pull down all that he has raised above the earth. Having done so, he proceeds to enlarge his ground plan, and now rejoices to anticipate the undoubted stability of his future building. Heaven grant that on my return the moral consequences may be discernible of all that this living in a wider world has effected within me, for, in sooth, the moral sense, as well as the artistic, is undergoing a great change. Rome. Dr. Munter. Dr. Munter is here on his return from his tour in Sicily. An energetic, vehement man. What objects he may have I cannot tell. He will reach you in May, and has much to tell you. He has been 2 years traveling in Italy. He is disgusted with the Italians, who have not paid due respect to the weighty letters of recommendation, which were to have opened to him many an archive, many a private library, so that he is far from having accomplished his object in coming. He has collected some beautiful coins, and possesses, he tells me, a manuscript which reduces numismatics to as precise a system of characteristics as the linen system of botany. Herder, he says, knows still more about it. Probably a transcript of it will be permitted. To do something of the kind is certainly possible, and if well done it will be truly valuable, and we must sooner or later enter seriously into this branch of learning. Rome Deck 2517-86. I am now beginning to revisit the principal sights of Rome in such second views. Our first amazement generally dies away into more of sympathy, and a purer perception of the true value of the objects. In order to form an idea of the highest achievements of the human mind, the soul must first attain to perfect freedom from prejudice and prepossession. Marble is a rare material. It is on this account that the Apollo Belvedere in the original is so infinitely ravishing for that sublime air of youthful freedom and vigor, of never-changing juvenescence, which breathes around the marble, at once vanishes in the best even of plaster casts. In the Palace Rondinini, which is right opposite to our lodgings, there is a Medusa-mask above the size of life, in which the attempt to portray a lofty and beautiful countenance in the numbing agony of death has been indescribably successful. I possess an excellent cast of it, but the charm of the marble remains not. The noble semi-transparency of the yellow stone approaching almost to the hue of fleshies vanished compared with it. The plaster of Paris has a chalky and dead look. And yet how delightful it is to go to a modeler in gypsum and to see the noble limbs of a statue come out one by one from the mold, and thereby to acquire wholly new ideas of their shapes, and then again, by such means, all that in Rome is scattered is brought together for the purpose of comparison, and this alone is of inestimable service. Accordingly, I could not resist the temptation to procure a cast of the colossal head of Jupiter. It stands right opposite to my bed, in a good light, in order that I may address my morning devotions towards it with all its grandeur and dignity. It has, however, given rise to one of the funniest interludes possible. Our old hostess, when she comes to make my bed, is generally followed by her pet cat. Yesterday, I was sitting in the great hall, and could hear the old woman pursue her avocation within on a sudden in great haste, and with an excitement quite unusual to her, she opens the door and calls to me to come quickly and see a wonder too. My question, what was the matter, she replied, the cat was saying its prayers. Of the animal she had long observed, she told me that it had as much sense as a Christian, but this was really a great wonder. I hastened to see it with my own eyes, and it was indeed strange enough. The bust stood on a high pedestal, and as there was a good length of the shoulders, the head stood rather high. Now the cat had sprung upon the table, and had placed her forefeet on the breast of the god, and stretching her body to its utmost length, just reached, with her muzzle, his sacred beard, which she was licking most ceremoniously, and neither by the exclamation of the hostess nor my entrance into the room was she at all disturbed. I left the good dame to her astonishment, and she afterwards accounted for Puss's strange act of devotion by supposing that this sharp-nosed cat had caught scent of the grease, which had probably been transferred from the mold to the deep lines of the beard, and had there remained. Deck 29, 1786. Of Tischbein I have much to say, and to boast. In the first place, a thorough and original German, he has made himself entirely what he is. In the next place, I must make grateful mention of the friendly attentions he has shewn me throughout the time of his second stay in Rome. For he has had prepared for me a series of copies after the best masters, some in black chalk, others in sepia and water colors, which in Germany, when I shall be at a distance from the originals, will grow in value, and will serve to remind me of all that is rarest and best. Rome Portrait by Tischbein. At the commencement of his career as an artist, when he set up as a portrait painter, Tischbein came in contact, especially in Munich, with distinguished personages, and in his intercourse with them, his feeling of art has been strengthened and his views enlarged. The second part of the Zerstrand Blatter Stray Leaves I have brought with me hither, and they are doubly welcome. What good influence this little book has had on me, even on the second perusal. Herder, for his reward, shall be circumstantially informed. Tischbein cannot conceive how anything so excellent could ever have been written by one who has never been in Italy. Deck 29, 1786. In this world of artists one lives as it were in a mirrored chamber, where without wishing it one sees one's own image, and those of others continually multiplied. Latterly, I have often observed Tischbein attentively regarding me, and now it appears that he has long cherished the idea of painting my portrait. His design is already settled, and the canvas stretched. I am to be drawn of the size of life, enveloped in a white mantle, and sitting on a fallen obelisk, viewing the ruins of the Campagna di Roma, which are to fill up the background of the picture. It will form a beautiful piece, only it will be rather too large for our northern habitations. I indeed may again crawl into them, but the portrait will never be able to enter their doors. Deck 29, 1786. I cannot help observing the great efforts that are constantly being made to draw me from my retirement, thou, the poets either read or get their pieces read to me, and I should be blind did I not see that it depends only on myself whether I shall play a part or not. All this is amusing enough, for I have long since measured the lengths to which one may go in Rome. The many little coteries here at the feet of the mistress of the world strongly remind one occasionally of an ordinary country town. In sooth, things here are much like what they are everywhere else, and what could be done with me and through me causes me ennui long before it is accomplished. Here you must take up with one party or another, and help them to carry on their feuds and cabals, and you must praise these artists, and those dilettanti disparage their rivals, and above all be pleased with everything that the rich and great do. All these little meannesses, then, for the sake of which one is almost ready to leave the world itself, must I here mix myself up with them, and that too, when I have neither interest nor stake in them. No, I shall go no further than is merely necessary to know what is going on, and thus to learn in private to be more contented with my lot, and to procure for myself and others all the pleasure possible in the dear wide world. I wish to see Rome in its abiding and permanent features, and not as it passes and changes with every 10 years. Had I time, I might wish to employ it better. Above all, one may study history here quite differently from what one can on any other spot in other places. One has, as it were, to read oneself into it from without. Here one fancies that he reads from within outwards. All arranges itself around you and seems to proceed from you, and this holds good not only of Roman history, but also of that of the whole world. From Rome, I can accompany the conquerors on their march to the Weser or to the Euphrates, or if I wish to be a sightseer, I can wait in the Via Sacra for the triumphant generals, and in the meantime receive for my support the largesses of corn and money, and so take a very comfortable share in all the splendor. Rome, Jan 2, 1787. Men may say what they will in favor of a written and oral communication. It is only in a very few cases indeed that it is at all adequate, for it never can convey the true character of any object soever, no, not even of a purely intellectual one. But if one has already enjoyed a sure and steady view of the object, then one may profitably hear or read about it, for then there exists a living impression around which all else may arrange itself in the mind, and then one can think and judge. You have often laughed at me and wished to drive me away from the peculiar taste I had for examining stones, plants, or animals from certain theoretical points of view. Now, however, I am directing my attention to architects, statuaries, and painters, and hope to find myself learning something even from them. Without date. After all this, I must further speak to you of the state of indecision I am in with regard to my stay in Italy. In my last letter, I wrote you that it was my purpose immediately after Easter to leave Rome and return home. Until then, I shall yet gather a few more shells from the shore of the great ocean, and so my most urgent needs will have been appeased. I am now cured of a violent passion and disease, and restored to the enjoyment of life, to the enjoyment of history, poetry, and of antiquities, and have treasures which it will take me many a long year to polish and to finish. Rome, my plans for the future. Recently, however, friendly voices have reached me to the effect that I ought not to be in a hurry, but to wait till I can return home with still richer gains from the Duke too. I have received a very kind and considerate letter in which he excuses me from my duties for an indefinite period, and sets me quite at ease with respect to my absence. My mind, therefore, turns to the vast field which I must otherwise have left untrodden. For instance, in the case of coins and cameos, I have as yet been able to do nothing. I have indeed begun to read Winckelmann's History of Art, but have passed over Egypt, for I feel once again that I must look out before me, and I have done so with regard to Egyptian matters. The more we look, the more distant becomes the horizon of art, and he who would step surely must step slowly. I intend to stay here till the carnival, and in the first week of Lent shall set off for Naples, taking Tischbein with me, both because it will be a treat to him, and because in his society all my enjoyments are more than doubled. I purpose to return hither before Easter for the sake of the solemnities of Passion Week, but there Sicily least there below. A journey thither requires more preparation, and ought to be taken too in the autumn. It must not be merely a ride round it, and across it which is soon done, but from which one brings away with us in return for our fatigue and money nothing. But a simple I have seen it, the best way is to take up one's quarters first of all in Palermo and afterwards in Catania, and then from those points to make fixed and profitable excursions, having previously however well studied wrestles and others on the locality. If then I spend the summer in Rome, I shall set to work to study, and to prepare myself for visiting Sicily, as I cannot well go there before November and must stay there, till over December it will be the spring of 1788, before I can hope to get home again. Then again, I have had before my mind a medius terminus giving up the idea of visiting Sicily. I have thought of spending a part of the summer at Rome, and then, after paying a second visit to Florence, getting home by the autumn. But all these plans have been much perplexed by the news of the Duke's misfortune. Since the letters which informed me of this event, I have had no rest, and would most like to set off at Easter laden with the fragments of my conquests, and passing quickly through Upper Italy be in Weimar again by June. I am too much alone here to decide, and I write you this long story of my whole position, that you may be good enough to summon a council of those who love me, and who being on the spot know the circumstances better than I do, let them therefore determine the proper course for me to take, on the supposition of what I assure you is the fact that I am myself more disposed to return than to stay. The strongest tie that holds me in Italy is Tischbein. I should never, even should it be my happy lot, to return a second time to this beautiful land, learn so much in so short a time as I have now done in the society of this well-educated, highly refined, and most upright man, who is devoted to me both body and soul. I cannot now tell you how thickly the scales are falling from off my eyes. He who travels by night takes the dawn for day and a murky day for brightness. What will he think then when he shall see the sun ascending the mid-heaven? For I have hitherto kept myself from all the world, which yet is yearning to catch me by degrees, and which I for my part was not unwilling to watch and observe with stealthy glances. I have written to Fritz a joking account of my reception into the Arcadia, and indeed it is only a subject of joke, for the Institute is really sunk into miserable insignificance. Next Monday week Monty's tragedy is to be acted. He is extremely anxious, and not without cause. He has a very troublesome public, which requires to be amused from moment to moment, and his piece has no brilliant passages in it. He has asked me to go with him to his box, and to stand by him as confessor in this critical moment. Another is ready to translate my Iphigenia. Another too, do I know not what in honor of me. They are all so divided into parties, and so bitter against each other. But my countrymen are so unanimous in my favor, that if I gave them any encouragement, and yielded to them in the very least, they would try 100 follies with me, and end with crowning me on the capital of which they have already seriously thought so foolish. Is it to have a stranger and a Protestant to play the first part in a comedy? What connection there is in all this, and how great a fool I was to think that it was all intended for my honor. Ralph, all this we will talk together one day. January 6, 1787. I have just come from Moritz, whose arm is healed, and loosed from its bandages. It is well set firm, and he can move it quite freely. What during these last 40 days I have experienced and learned as nurse confessor and private secretary to this patient may prove of benefit to us hereafter. The most painful sufferings and the noblest enjoyments went side by side throughout this whole period. Rome. Colossal head of Juno. To refresh me, I yesterday had set up in our sitting room a cast of a colossal head of Juno, of which the original is in the Villa Ludovisi. This was my first love in Rome, and now I have gained the object of my wishes. No words can give the remotest idea of it. It is like one of Homer's songs. I have, however, deserved the neighborhood of such good society for the future, for I can now tell you that Iphigenia is at last finished. Roman 1e, that it lies before me on the table in 2 tolerably concordant copies, of which one will very soon begin its pilgrimage towards yourself. Receive it with all indulgence, for to speak the truth, what stands on the paper is not exactly what I intended, but still it will convey an idea of what was in my mind. You complain occasionally of some obscure passages in my letters, which allude to the oppression which I suffer in the midst of the most glorious objects in the world. With all this, my fellow traveler, this Grecian princess, has had a great deal to do, for she has kept me close at work, when I wish to be seeing sights. I often think of our worthy friend who had long determined upon a grand tour which one might well term a voyage of discovery, after he had studied and economized several years with a view to this object. He took it in his head to carry away with him the daughter of a noble house, thinking it was all one still. With no less of caprice, I determined to take Iphigenia with me to Carlsbad. I will now briefly enumerate the places where I held special converse with her. When I had left behind me the Brenner, I took her out of my large portmanteau and placed her by my side at the Lago di Garda, while the strong south wind drove the waves on the beach, and where I was at least as much alone as my heroine on the coast of Taurus. I drew the first outlines, which afterwards I filled up at Verona, Vicenza, and Padua, but above all, and most diligently at Venice. After this, however, the work came to a standstill, for I hit upon a new design, viz., of writing an Iphigenia at Delphi, which I should have immediately carried into execution, but for the distractions of my young, and for a feeling of duty towards the older piece. In Rome, however, I went on with it, and proceeded with tolerable steadiness every evening. Before I went to sleep, I prepared myself for my morning's task, which was resumed immediately. I awoke. My way of proceeding was quite simple. I calmly wrote down the piece, and tried the melody line by line, and period by period. What has been thus produced, you shall soon judge of. For my part, doing this work, I have learnt more than I have done with the piece itself. There shall follow some further remarks. Jan 6, 1787. To speak again of church matters, I must tell you that on the night of Christmas Day we wandered about in troops, and visited all the churches where solemn services were being performed. One especially was visited because of its organ and music. The latter was so arranged that in its tones nothing belonging to pastoral music was wanting, neither the singing of the shepherds, nor the twittering of birds, nor the bleating of sheep. Rome, Christmas Day. On Christmas Day I saw the Pope and the whole consistory in S. Peter's, where he celebrated High Mass partly before and partly from his throne. It is of its kind an unequaled sight, splendid and dignified enough, but I have grown so old in my Protestant Diogenism that this pomp and splendor revolt more than they attract me. I, like my pious forefathers, am disposed to say to these spiritual conquerors of the world, hide not from me the sun of higher art and purer humanity. Yesterday, which was the feast of Epiphany, I saw and heard Mass celebrated after the Greek rite. The ceremonies appeared to me more solemn, more severe, more suggestive, and yet more popular than the Latin. But there too I also felt again that I am too old for anything except for truth alone. Their ceremonies and operatic music, their gyrations and ballet-like movements, it all passes off from me like water from an oilskin cloak. A work of nature, however, like that of a sunset scene from the Villa Madonna, work of art, like my much-honored Juno, makes a deep and vivid impression on me. And now I must ask you to congratulate me with regard to theatrical matters. Next week 7 theaters will be opened. Anfossi himself is here, and will act Alexander in India. Osiris also will be represented, and the taking of Troy as a ballet that assuredly must be something for the children. Rome, Jan 10, 1787. Here then comes the child of sorrows, for this surname is due to Iphigenia in more than one sense. On the occasion of my reading it out to our artists, I put a mark against several lines, some of which I have in my opinion improved, but others I have allowed to stand. Perhaps Herder will cross a few of them with his pen. The true cause of my having for many years preferred prose for my works is the great uncertainty in which our prosody fluctuates, in consequence of which many of my judicious learned friends and fellow artists have left many things to taste a course, however, which was little favorable to the establishing of any certain standard. I should never have attempted to translate Iphigenia into iambics had not Moritz' prosody shone upon me like a star of light. My conversation with its author, especially during his confinement from his accident, has still more enlightened me on the subject, and I would recommend my friends to think favorably of it. It is somewhat singular that in our language we have but very few syllables which are decidedly long or short. With all the others one proceeds as taste or caprice may dictate. Now Moritz, after much thought, has hit upon the idea that there is a certain order of rank among our syllables, and that the one which in sense is more emphatic is long as compared with the less significant and makes the latter short, but on the other hand it does in its turn become short whenever it comes into the neighborhood of another, which possesses greater weight and emphasis than itself. Here then is at least a rule to go by, and even though it does not decide the whole matter, still, it opens out a path by which one may hope to get a little further. I have often allowed myself to be influenced by these rules, and generally have found my ear agreeing with them. As I formerly spoke of a public reading, I must quietly tell you how it passed off. These young men, accustomed to those earlier vehement and impetuous pieces, expected something after the fashion of Berlichingen, and could not so well make out the calm movement of Iphigenia, and yet the nobler and purer passages did not fail of effect. Tischbein, who also could hardly reconcile himself to this entire absence of passion, produced a pretty illustration or symbol of the work he illustrated. It by a sacrifice of which the smoke borne down by a light breeze descends to the earth, while the freer flame strives to ascend on high. The drawing was very pretty and significant. I have the sketch still by me, and thus the work which I thought to dispatch in no time has employed, hindered, occupied, and tortured me a full quarter of a year. This is not the first time that I have made an important task a mere bywork, but we will on that subject no longer indulge in fancies and disputes. I enclose a beautiful Genoa lion with a gadfly buzzing at his nose. This seems to have been a favorite subject with the ancients, for they have repeated it very often. I should like you from this time forward to seal your letters with it, in order that through this little trifle an echo of art may as it were reverberate from you to me. Rome, Jan 13, 1787. How much have I to say each day, and how sadly am I prevented either by amusement or occupation from committing to paper a single sage remark. And then again the fine days, when it is better to be anywhere rather than in one's room, which without stove or chimney receive us only to sleep, or to discomfort. Some of the incidents of the last week, however, must not be left unrecorded. In the Palace Giustiniani there is a Minerva which claims my undivided homage. Winckelmann scarcely mentions it, and at any rate not in the right place, and I feel myself quite unworthy to say anything about it. As we contemplated the image, and stood gazing at it a long time, the wife of the keeper of the collection said, "This must have once been a holy image, and the English, who happen to be of this religion, are still accustomed to pay worship to it." By kissing this hand of it, which in truth was quite white, while the rest of the statue was brownish, she further told us that a lady of this religion had been there not long before, and throwing herself on her knees before the statue had regularly offered prayer to it. And I, she said, as a Christian, could not help smiling at so strange an action, and was obliged to run out of the room, lest I should burst out into a loud laugh before her face. As I was unwilling to move from the statue, she asked me if my beloved was at all like the statue, that it charmed me so much. The good dame knew of nothing besides devotion or love, but of the pure admiration for a glorious piece of man's handiwork, a mere sympathetic veneration for the creation of the human intellect. She could form no idea we rejoiced in that noble Englishwoman, and went away with a longing to turn our steps back again, and I shall certainly soon go once more thither. If my friends wish for a more particular description, let them read what Winckelmann says of the high style of art among the Greeks. Unfortunately, however, he does not adduce this Minerva as an illustration, but if I do not greatly err, it is nevertheless of this high and severe style, since it passes into the beautiful. It is as it were a bud that opens sand, so a Minerva, whose character this idea of transition so well suits. Now for a spectacle of a different kind. On the Feast of the Three Kings, or the commemoration of Christ's manifestation to the Gentiles, we paid a visit to the Propaganda there, in the presence of 3 cardinals, and a large audience. An essay was first of all delivered, which treated of the place in which the Virgin Mary received the 3 Magian, the stabler, if not where. Next some Latin verses were read on similar subjects, and after this a series of about 30 scholars came forward one by one and read a little piece of poetry in their native tongues: Malabar, Epirotic, Turkish, Moldavian, Hellenic, Persian, Chalkian, Hebrew, Arabic, Syrian, Coptic, Saracenic, Armenian, Madagascar, Icelandic, Bohemian, Greek, Isaurian, Thiopic, Roman. 100. The poems seemed for the most part to be composed in the national syllabic measure, and to be delivered with the vernacular declamation, for most barbaric rhythms and tones occurred among them. The Greek sounded like a star in the night. The auditory laughed most unmercifully at the strange sounds, and so this representation also became a farce. And now, before concluding, a little anecdote to show with what levity holy things are treated in holy home. The deceased Cardinal Albani was once present at one of those festal meetings, which I have just been describing. One of the scholars, with his face turned towards the cardinals, began in a strange pronunciation, naja naja, so that it sounded something like canaglia canaglia. The cardinal turned to his brothers with a whisper, "He knows us at any rate." January 13, 1787. How much has Winckelmann done, and yet how much reason has he left us to wish that he had done still more with the materials which he had collected. He built quickly in order to reach the roof. Were he still living, he would be the first to give us a recast of his great work. What further observations, what corrections would he not have made? What good use would he not have put all that others, following his own principles, have observed and affected? And besides, Cardinal Albani is dead out of respect, to whom he has written much, and perhaps concealed much. January 15, 1787. And so then Aristodemo has at last been acted, and with good success too, and the greatest applause, as the Abbate Monti is related to the house of the Nepote, and is highly esteemed among the higher orders. From these, therefore, all was to be hoped, for the boxes, indeed, were but sparing in their plaudits. As for the pit, it was won from the very first by the beautiful language of the poet and the appropriate recitation of the actors, and it omitted no opportunity of testifying its approbation. The bench of the German artists distinguished itself not a little, and this time they were quite in place, though it is at all times a little over loud. Rome, Monti, Aristodemo. The author himself remained at home full of anxiety for the success of the piece. From act to act favorable dispatches arrived, which changed his fear into the greatest joy. Now there is no lack of repetitions of the representation, and all is on the best track. Thus, by the most opposite things, if only each has the merit, it claims the favor of the multitude, as well as of the connoisseur, may be won. But the acting was in the highest degree meritorious, and the chief actor, who appears throughout the piece, spoke and acted cleverly. One could almost fancy one of the ancient Caesars was marching before us. They had very judiciously transferred to their stage dresses the costume which in the statue strikes the spectator as so dignified, and one saw at once that the actor had studied the antique. January 18, 1787. Rome is threatened with a great artistic loss. The King of Naples has ordered the Hercules Farnese to be brought to his palace. The news has made all the artists quite sad. However, on this occasion, we shall see something which was hidden from our forefathers. The aforesaid statue, namely from the head to the knee, with the lower part of the feet together with the socle on which it stood, were found within the Farnesian domain. But the legs from the knee to the ankle were wanting, and had been supplied by Giaglielmo Porta. On these it had stood since its discovery to the present day. In the meantime, however, the genuine old legs were found in the lands of the Borghese, and were to be seen in their villa. Recently, however, the Prince Borghese has achieved a victory over himself, and has made a present of these costly relics to the King of Naples. The legs by Porta are being removed, and the genuine ones replaced, and everyone is promising himself, however well contented he has been hitherto with the old, quite a new treat, and a more harmonious enjoyment. Rome, January 18, 1787. Yesterday, which was the festival of the holy Abbot S. Antony, we had a merry day. The weather was the finest in the world, though there had been a hard frost during the night. The day was bright and warm. One may remark that all religions which enlarge their worship or their speculations must at last come to this, of making the brute creation in some degree partakers of spiritual favors. S. Anthony Abbot, or Bishopes, the patron saint of all four-footed creatures, his festival is a kind of Saturnalian holiday for the otherwise oppressed beasts, and also for their keepers and drivers. All the gentry must on this day either remain at home or else be content to travel on foot, and there are no lack of fearful stories which tell how unbelieving masters who forced their coachmen to drive them on this day were punished by suffering great calamities. Rome, death of Frederick the Great. The church of the saint lies in so wide and open a district, that it might almost be called a desert on this day. However, it is full of life, and fun horses and mules with their manes, and tails prettily not to say gorgeously decked out with ribbons are brought before the little chapel, which stands at some distance from the church, where a priest armed with a brush, and not sparing of the holy water, which stands before him in buckets and tubs, goes on sprinkling the lively creatures, and often plays them a roguish trick, in order to make them start. And frisk pious coachmen offer their wax tapers of larger or smaller size. The masters send alms and presents in order that the valuable and useful animals may go safely through the coming year, without hurt or accidents. The donkeys and horned cattle, no less valuable and useful to their owners, have likewise their modest share in this blessing. Afterwards we delighted ourselves with a long walk under a delicious sky, and surrounded by the most interesting objects, to which, however, we this time paid very little attention, but gave full scope and rein to joke and merriment. Rome, January 1917-87. So then the great king, whose glory filled the world, whose deeds make him worthy even of the papists' paradise, has departed this life, and gone to converse with heroes like himself. In the realm of shades, how disposed does one feel to sit still, when such an one is gone to his rest? This has been a very good day. First of all, we visited a part of the capital which we had previously neglected. Then we crossed the Tiber and drank some Spanish wine on board a ship which had just come into port. It was on this spot that Romulus and Remus are said to have been found, thus keeping, as it were, a double or treble festival. We reveled in the inspiration of art, of a mild atmosphere, and of antiquarian reminiscences. January 2017, 87. What at first furnishes a hearty enjoyment, when we take it superficially, only often weighs on us afterwards most oppressively, when we see that without solid knowledge the true delight must be missed. As regards anatomy, I am pretty well prepared, and I have not without some labor gained a tolerable knowledge of the human frame, for the continual examination of the ancient statues is continually stimulating one to a more perfect understanding of it. In our chirurgical anatomy, little more is in view than an acquaintance with the several parts, and for this purpose the sorriest picture of the muscles may serve very well, but in Rome the most exquisite parts would not even be noticed, unless as helping to make a noble and beautiful form. In the great lazaretto of San Spirito there has been prepared for the use of the artists a very fine anatomical figure, displaying the whole muscular system. Its beauty is really amazing. It might pass for some flayed demigodvan, a Marsyas. Thus, after the example of the ancients, men here study the human skeleton, not merely as an artistically arranged series of bones, but rather for the sake of the ligaments with which life and motion are carried on. When now I tell you that in the evening we also study perspective, it must be pretty plain to you that we are not idle with all our studies. However, we are always hoping to do more than we ever accomplish. Rome, January 22, 1787. Of the artistic sense of Germans, and of their artistic life of these, one may well say one hears sounds, but they are not in unison. When now I bethink myself what glorious objects are in my neighborhood, and how little I have profited by them, I am almost tempted to despair. But then again, I console myself with my promised return, when I hope to be able to understand these masterpieces, around which now I go groping miserably in the dark. But in fact, even in Rome itself, there is but little provision made for one who earnestly wishes to study art as a whole. He must patch it up, and put it together for himself out of endless, but still gorgeously rich ruins, no doubt. But few only of those who visit Rome are purely and earnestly desirous to see and to learn things rightly and thoroughly. They all follow more or less their own fancies and conceits, and this is observed by all alike who attend upon the strangers. Every guide has his own object, every one has his own dealer to recommend his own artist to favor. And why should he not? For does not the inexperienced at once prize as most excellent whatever may be presented to him as such? Rome, the removal of antiques. It would have been a great benefit to the study of art. Indeed, a peculiarly rich museum might have been formative. The government, whose permission even at present must be obtained before any piece of antiquity can be removed from the city, had on such occasions invariably insisted on casts being delivered to it of the objects removed. Besides, if any pope had established such a rule, before long every one would have opposed all further removals, for in a few years people would have been frightened at the number and value of the treasures thus carried off, for which even now permission can only be obtained by secret influence. January 22, 1787. The representation of the Aristodemo has stimulated in an especial degree the patriotism of our German artists, which before was far from being asleep. They never omit an occasion to speak well of my Iphigenia. Some passages have from time to time been again called for, and I have found myself at last compelled to a second reading of the whole. And thus also I have discovered many passages which went off the tongue more smoothly than they look on the paper. The favorable report of it has at last sounded even in the ears of Riefenstein and Angelica, who entreated that I should produce my work once more for their gratification. I begged, however, for a brief respite, though I was obliged to describe to them somewhat circumstantially the plan and movement of the plot. The description won the approbation of these personages more even than I could have hoped for, and Signor Zuccai also, of whom I least of all expected it, evinced a warm and liberal sympathy with the piece. The latter circumstance, however, is easily accounted for by the fact that the drama approximates very closely to the old and customary form of Greek, French, and Italian tragedy, which is most agreeable to everyone whose taste has not been spoilt by the temerities of the English stage. Rome, Jan. 25, 1787. It becomes every day more difficult to fix the termination of my stay in Rome, just as one finds the sea continually deeper the further one sails on it. So it is also with the examination of this city. It is impossible to understand the present without a knowledge of the past, and to compare the two requires both time and leisure. The very sight of the city carries us back to the time of its being founded. We see at once that no great people under a wise leader settled here from its wanderings, and with wise forecast laid the foundations of the seat of future empire. No powerful prince would ever have selected this spot as well suited for the habitation of a colony. No herdsmen and vagabonds first prepared here a dwelling for themselves. A couple of adventurous youths laid the foundation of the palaces of the masters of the world on the hill at whose foot, amidst the marshes and the silt, they had defied the officers of law and justice. Moreover, the 7 hills of Rome are not elevations above the land which lies beyond them, but merely above the Tiber and its ancient bed, which afterwards became the Campus Martius. If the coming spring is favorable to my making wider excursions in the neighborhood, I shall be able to describe more fully the unfavorable sight. Even now I feel the most heartfelt sympathy with the grief and lamentation of the women of Alba Way. They saw their city destroyed, and were forced to leave its beautiful site, the choice of a wise prince and leader, to share the fogs of the Tiber, and to people the miserable Clion Hill, from which their eyes still fell upon the paradise they had been drawn from. I know as yet but little of the neighborhood, but I am perfectly convinced that no city of the ancient world was worse situated than Rome. No wonder, then, if the Romans, as soon as they had swallowed up all the neighboring states, went out of it, and with their villas returned to the noble sites of the cities they had destroyed in order to live and to enjoy life. Rome, Jan. 25, 1787. It suggests a very pleasing contemplation to think how many people are living here in retirement, calmly occupied with their several tastes and pursuits in the house of a clergyman, who, without any particular natural talent, has nevertheless devoted himself to the arts. We saw most interesting copies of some excellent paintings, which he had imitated in miniature. His most successful attempt was, after the Last Supper of Leonardo da Vinci. The moment of time is when the Lord, who is sitting familiarly at supper with his disciples, utters the awful words, "One of you shall betray me." Hopes are entertained that he will allow an engraving to be taken either of this or of another copy on which he is at present engaged. It will be indeed a rich present to give to the great public a faithful imitation of this gem of art. Rome, Father Jacquier. A few days since I visited at the Trinita de Monte Father Jacquier, a Franciscan. He is a Frenchman by birth and well known by his mathematical writings, and although far advanced in years, is still very agreeable and intelligent. He has been acquainted with all the most distinguished men of his day, and has even spent several months with Voltaire, who had a great liking for him. I have also become acquainted with many more of such good sterling men, of whom countless numbers are to be found here, whom however sort of professional mistrust keeps estranged from each other the book trade furnishes, no point of union, and literary novelties are seldom fruitful. And so it befits the solitary to seek out the hermits, for since the acting of Aristodemo, in whose favor we made a very lively demonstration, I have been again much sought after, but it was quite clear I was not sought for my own sake. It was always with a view to strengthen a partito use me as an instrument, and if I had been willing to come forward and declare my side, I also as a phantom should for a time have played a short part, but now since they see that nothing is to be made of me, they let me pass, and so I go steadily on my own way. Indeed, my existence has lately taken in some ballast, which gives it the necessary gravity. I do not now frighten myself with the spectres, which used so often to play before my eyes. Be therefore of good heart, you will keep me above water, and draw me back again to you. Rome, Jan. 28, 1787. Two considerations, which more or less affect everything, and which one is compelled at every moment to give way to, I must not fail to set down now, that they have become quite clear to me. First of all then the vast, and yet merely fragmentary riches of this city, and each single object of art, is constantly suggesting the question, to what date does it owe its existence? Winckelmann urgently calls upon us to separate epochs, to distinguish the different styles which the several masters employed, and the way in which in the course of time they gradually perfected them, and at last corrupted them again. Of the necessity of so doing every real friend of art is soon thoroughly convinced. We all acknowledge the justice and the importance of the requisition, but now how to attain to this conviction, however clearly and correctly the notion itself may be conceived, yet without long preparatory labors, there will always be a degree of vagueness and obscurity as to the particular application, a sure eye strengthened by many years. Exercise is above all else necessary here. Hesitation or reserve are of no avail. Attention, however, is now directed to this point, and everyone who is in any degree in earnest seems convinced that in this domain a sure judgment is impossible unless it has been formed by historical study. The second consideration refers exclusively to the arts of the Greeks, and endeavors to ascertain how those inimitable artists proceeded in their successful attempts to evolve from the human form their system of divine types, which is so perfect and complete that neither any leading character nor any intermediate shade or transition is wanting. For my part, I cannot withhold the conjecture that they proceeded according to the same laws that nature works by, and which I am endeavoring to discover. Only there is in them something more besides, which it is impossible to express. Rome, Feb. 2, 1787. Rome, the Colosseum. Of the beauty of a walk through Rome by moonlight, it is impossible to form a conception without having witnessed it. All single objects are swallowed up by the great masses of light and shade, and nothing but grand and general outlines present themselves to the eye. For 3 several days we have enjoyed to the full the brightest and most glorious of nights. Peculiarly beautiful at such a time is the Colosseum. At night it is always closed. A hermit dwells in a little shrine within its range, and beggars of all kinds nestle beneath its crumbling arches. The latter had lit a fire on the arena, and a gentle wind bore down the smoke to the ground, so that the lower portion of the ruins was quite hid by it, while above the vast walls stood out in deeper darkness before the eye. As we stopped at the gate to contemplate the scene through the iron gratings, the moon shone brightly in the heavens above. Presently, the smoke found its way up the sides, and through every chink and opening, while the moon lit it up like a cloud. The sight was exceedingly glorious. In such a light one ought also to see the Pantheon, the Capitol, the portico of St. Peter's, and the other grand streets and squares. And thus sun and moon, like the human mind, have quite a different work to do here from elsewhere, where the vastest and yet the most elegant of masses present themselves to their rays. Rome, Feb. 13, 1787. I must mention a trifling fall of luck, even though it is but a little one, however. All luck, whether great or little, is of one kind, and always brings a joy with it. Near the Trinita de Monte, the ground has been lately dug up to form a foundation for the new obelisk, and now the whole of this region is choked up with the ruins of the gardens of Lucullus, which subsequently became the property of the emperors. My Peruquia was passing early one morning by the spot, and found in the pile of earth a flat piece of burnt clay with some figures on it. Having washed it, he showed it to me. I eagerly secured the treasure. It is not quite a hand long, and seems to have been part of the stem of a great cai. Two old men stand before an altar. They are of the most beautiful workmanship, and I am uncommonly delighted with my new acquisition. Were they on a cameo, one would greatly like to use it as a seal. I have by me a collection also of many other objects, and none is worthless or unmeaning, for that is impossible here. Everything is instructive and significant, but my dearest treasure, however, is even that which I carry with me in my soul, and which every growing is capable of a still greater growth. Rome, Feb 15, 1787. Before departing for Naples, I could not get off from another public reading of my Iphigenia. Madame Angelica and Hofrath Riefenstein were the auditory, and even Signor Zucchi had solicited to be present, because it was the wish of his spouse. While it was reading, however, he worked away at a great architectural plan, for he is very skillful in executing drawings of this kind, and especially the decorative parts. He went with Clariso to Dalmatia, and was the associate of all his labors, drawing the buildings and ruins for the plates which the latter published. In this occupation he learned so much of perspective and effect that in his old days he is able to amuse himself on paper in a very rational manner. The tender soul of Angelica listened to the piece with incredible profoundness of sympathy. She promised me a drawing of one of the scenes which I am to keep in remembrance of her, and now, just as I am about to quit Rome, I begin to feel myself tenderly attached to these kind-hearted people. It is a source of mingled feelings of pleasure and regret to know that people are sorry to part with you. Rome, Feb 16, 1787. The safe arrival of Iphigenia has been announced to me in a most cheering and agreeable way. On my way to the opera, a letter from a well-known hand was brought to Methi's time, doubly welcome, since it was sealed with the lion, a premonitory token of the safe arrival of my packet. I hurried into the opera house and bustled to a place among the strange faces beneath the great chandelier. At this moment, I felt myself drawn so close to my friends that I could almost have sprung forward to embrace them from my heart. I thank you even for having simply mentioned the arrival of the Iphigenia. May your next be accompanied with a few kind words of approval. Enclosed is the list of those among whom I wish the copies which I am to expect from Gosh to be distributed, for although it is with me a perfect matter of indifference how the public may receive these matters, still I hope by them to furnish slight gratification to my friends at least. One undertakes too much. When I think on my last 4 volumes together, I become almost giddy. I am obliged to think of them separately, and then the fit passes off. Rome, Iphigenia tas. I should perhaps have done better had I kept my first resolution to send these things one by one into the world, and so undertake with fresh vigor, encourage the new subjects which have most recently awakened my sympathy. Should I not perhaps do better were I to write the Iphigenia at Delphi, instead of amusing myself with my fanciful sketches of Tasso? However, I have bestowed upon the latter too much of my thoughts to give it up and let it fall to the ground. I am sitting in the anteroom near the chimney, and the warmth of a fire, for once well fed, gives me courage to commence a fresh sheet. For it is indeed a glorious thing to be able, with our newest thoughts, to reach into the distance, and by words to convey thither an idea of one's immediate state and circumstances. The weather is right glorious, the days are sensibly lengthening, the laurels and box are in blossom, as also are the almond trees. Early this morning I was delighted with a strange sight I saw in the distance, tall pole-like trees covered over and over with the loveliest violet flowers. On a closer examination, I found it was the plant known in our hothouses as the Judas tree, and to botanists as the Circes siliquastrum. Its papilionaceous violet blossoms are produced directly from out of the stem. The stakes which I saw had been lopped last winter, and out of their bark, well-shaped and deeply tinted flowers were bursting by thousands. The daisies are also springing out of the ground as thick as ants. The crocus and the pheasant's eye are more rare, but even on this account, more rich and ornamental. What pleasures and what lessons will not the more southern land impart to me, and what new results will arise to me from them? With the things of nature it is as with those of art, much as is written about them, every one who sees them forms them into new combinations for himself. When I think of Naples, and indeed of Sicily when I read their history or look at views of them, it strikes me as singular that it should be even in these paradises of the world that the volcanic mountains manifest themselves so violently for thousands of years, alarming and confounding their inhabitants. But I willingly drive out of my head the expectation of these much-prized scenes, in order that they may not lessen my enjoyment of the capital of the whole world before I leave it. For the last 14 days, I have been moving about from morning to night. I am raking up everything I have not yet seen. I am also viewing for a second or even a third time all the most important objects, and they are all arranging themselves in tolerable order within my mind for while. The chief objects are taking their right places. There is space and room between them. For many a less important one, my enthusiasm is purifying itself and becoming more decided, and now at last my mind can rise to the height of the greatest and purest creations of art with calm admiration. In my situation, one is tempted to envy the artist who, by copies and imitations of some kind or other, can as it were come near to those great conceptions, and can grasp them better than one who merely looks at and reflects upon them. In the end, however, every one feels he must do his best, and so I set all the sails of my intellect in the hope of getting round this coast. The stove is at present thoroughly warm and piled up with excellent coals, which is seldom the case with us, as no one scarcely has time or inclination to attend to the fire 2 whole hours together. I will therefore avail myself of this agreeable temperature to rescue from my tablets a few notes, which are almost obliterated. On the 2nd of February, we attended the ceremony of blessing the tapers in the Sistine Chapel. I was in anything but a good humor, and shortly went off again with my friends, for I thought to myself, those are the very candles which for these 300 years have been dimming those noble paintings, and it is their smoke, which with priestly impudence not merely hangs in clouds around the only sun of art, but from year to year obscures it more and more, and will at last envelop it in total darkness. Rome, Tasso's burial place. We therefore sought the free air, and after a long walk came upon S. Onofrio's, in a corner of which Tasso is buried in the library of the monastery. There is a bust of him, the face is of wax, and I please myself with fancying that it was taken after death, although the lines have lost some of their sharpness, and it is in some parts injured. Still, on the whole, it serves better than any other I have yet seen to convey an idea of a talented, sensitive, and refined, but reserved character. So much for this time. I must now turn to glorious Volkmann's second part, which contains Rome, and which I have not yet seen before I start for Naples. The harvest must be housed. Good days are coming for binding the sheaves. Rome, Feb. 17, 1787. The weather is incredibly and inexpressibly beautiful for the whole of February, with the exception of 4 rainy days, a pure bright sky, and the days towards noon almost too warm. One is tempted out into the open air, and if till lately one spent all one's time in the city among gods and heroes, the country has now all at once resumed its rights, and one can scarcely tear oneself from the surrounding scenes lit up as they are with the most glorious days. Many a time does the remembrance come across me how our northern artists labor to gain a charm from thatched roofs and ruined tower show. They turn round and round every bush and bourne and crumbling rock in the hope of catching some picturesque effect, and I have been quite surprised at myself when I find these things from habit still retaining a hold upon me. Be this as it may, however, within these last 14 days I have plucked up a little courage, and sketchbook in hand have wandered up and down the hollows and heights of the neighboring villas, and without much consideration have sketched off a few little objects characteristically Southern and Roman, and am now trying, if good luck will come to my aid, to give them the requisite lights and shades. It is a singular fact that it is easy enough to clearly see and to acknowledge what is good and the excellent, but that when one attempts to make them one's own, and to grasp them somehow or other they slip away, as it were from between one's fingers, and we apprehend them not by the standard of the true and right, but in accordance with our previous habits of thought and tastes. It is only by constant practice that we can hope to improve, but where am I to find time and a collection of models still? I do feel myself a little improved by the sincere and earnest efforts of the last 14 days. The artists are ready enough with their hints and instructions, for I am quick in apprehending them. But then the lesson so quickly learnt and understood is not so easily put in practice. To apprehend quickly is forsooth the attribute of the mind, but correctly to execute that requires the practice of a life. And yet the amateur, however weak may be his efforts at imitation, need not be discouraged. The few lines which I scratch upon the paper, often hastily, seldom correctly facilitate any conception of sensible objects, for one advances to an idea more surely and more steadily, the more accurately and precisely he considers individual objects. Only it will not do to measure oneself with artists. Every one must go on in his own style, for nature has made provision for all her children. The meanest is not hindered in its existence, even by that of the most excellent. A little man is still a man, and with this remark we will let the matter drop. I have seen the sea twice, first the Adriatic, then the Mediterranean, but only just to look at it in Naples. We hope to become better acquainted with it. All within me seems suddenly to urge me on. Why not sooner? We not, at a less sacrifice, how many thousand things, many quite new, and for the first time, should I not have had to communicate. Rome, Feb. 17, 1787. Evening after the follies of the Carnival. I am sorry to go away and leave Moritz alone. He is going on well, but when he is left to himself, he immediately shuts himself up, and is lost to the world. I have therefore exhorted him to write to Herder. The letter is enclosed. I should wish for an answer which may be serviceable and helpful to him. He is a strange good fellow. He would have been far more so had he occasionally met with a friend, sensible and affectionate enough to enlighten him as to his true state at present. He could not form an acquaintance likely to be more blessed to him than Herder's, if permitted frequently to write to him. He is at this moment engaged on a very laudable antiquarian attempt, which well deserves to be encouraged. Friend Herder could scarcely bestow his cares better, nor sow his good advice in a more grateful soil. The great portrait of myself, which Tischbein has taken in hand, begins already to stand out from the canvas. The painter has employed a clever statuary to make him a little model in clay, which is elegantly draperied with the mantle. With this, he is working away diligently, for it must, he says, be brought to a certain point before we set out for Naples, and it takes no little time merely to cover so large a field of canvas with colors. Rome, Italian skies. Rome, Feb. 19, 1787. The weather continues to be finer than words can express. This has been a day miserably wasted among fools. At nightfall, I betook myself to the Villa Medici. A new moon has just shone upon us, and below the slender crescent, I could with the naked eye discern almost the whole of the dark disk. Through the perspective over the earth hangs that haze of the day, which the paintings of Claude have rendered so well known in nature. However, the phenomenon is perhaps nowhere so beautiful as it is here. Flowers are now springing out of the earth, and the trees, putting forth blossoms which hitherto I have been unacquainted with. The almonds are in blossom, and between the dark green oaks they make an appearance as beautiful as it is new to me. The sky is like a bright blue taffeta in the sunshine. What will it be in Naples? Almost everything here is already green. My botanical whims gain food and strength from all around, and I am on the way to discover new and beautiful relations, by means of which nature that vast prodigy, which yet is nowhere visibly, evolves the most manifold varieties out of the most simple. Vesuvius is throwing out both ashes and stones in the evening. Its summit appears to glow. May travailing nature only favor us with a stream of lava. I can scarcely endure to wait till it shall be really my lot to witness such grand phenomena. Rome, Feb. 21, 1787. Ash Wednesday. The folly is now at an end. The countless lights of yesterday evening were, however, a strange spectacle. One must have seen the carnival in Rome to get entirely rid of the wish to see it again. Nothing can be written of it as a subject of conversation. It may be amusing enough. The most unpleasant feeling about it is that real internal joy is wanting. There is a lack of money which prevents them enjoying the morsel of pleasure which otherwise they might still feel in it. The great are economical and hold back. Those of the middle ranks are without the means, and the populace without spring or elasticity. In the last days there was an incredible tumult, but no heartfelt joy. The sky so infinitely fine and clear looked down nobly and innocently upon the mummeries. However, as imitation is out of the question and cannot be thought of here, I send you to amuse the children some drawings of carnival masks and some ancient Roman costumes, which are also colored, as they may serve to supply a missing chapter in the Orbis Pictus. Rome, Feb. 21, 1787. I snatch a few moments in the intervals of packing to mention some particulars which I have hitherto omitted. Tomorrow we set off for Naples. I am already delighting myself with the new scenery, which I promise myself will be inexpressibly beautiful, and hope, in this paradise of nature, to win fresh freedom and pleasure for the study of ancient art on my return to sober Rome. Packing up is light work to me, since I can now do it with a merrier heart than I had some 6 months ago, when I had to tear myself from all that was most dear and precious to me. Yes, it is now a full half-year since, and of the 4 months I have spent in Rome, not a moment has been lost. The boast may sound big, nevertheless, it does not say too much. That Iphigenia has arrived, I know. May I learn at the foot of Vesuvius that it has met with a hearty welcome. That Tischbein, who possesses as glorious an eye for nature as for art, is to accompany me on this journey, is to me the subject of great congratulations. Still, as genuine Germans, we cannot throw aside all purposes and thoughts of work. We have bought the best of drawing paper, and we intend to sketch away, although in all probability the multitude, the beauty, and the splendor of the objects will choke our good intentions. Rome, the Tasso. One conquest I have gained over myself. Of all my unfinished poetical works, I shall take with me none but the Tasso, of which I have the best hopes. If I could only know what you are now saying to Iphigenia, your remarks might be some guide to me in my present labors, for the plan of Tasso is very similar. The subject still more confined, and in its several parts will be even still more elaborately finished. Still, I cannot tell as yet what it will eventually prove. What already exists of it must be destroyed. It is perhaps somewhat tediously drawn out, and neither the characters nor the plot nor the tone of it are at all in harmony with my present views. In making a clearance, I have fallen upon some of your letters, and in reading them over, I have just lighted upon a reproach that in my letters I contradict myself. It may be so, but I was not aware of it, for as soon as I have written a letter, I immediately send it off. I must, however, confess that nothing seems to me more likely, for I have lately been tossed about by mighty spirits, and therefore it is quite natural if at times I know not where I am standing. A story is told of a skipper who, overtaken at sea by a stormy night, determined to steer for port. His little boy, who in the dark was crouching by him, asked him, "What silly light is that which I see at one time above us, and at another below us?" His father promised to explain it to him some other day, and then he told him that it the beacon of the lighthouse, which to the eye, now raised, now depressed by the wild waves, appeared accordingly sometimes above and sometimes below. I too am steering on a passion-tossed sea for the harbor, and if I can only manage to hold steadily in my eye the gleam of the beacon, however it may seem to change its place, I shall at last enjoy the wished-for shore. When one is on the eve of a departure, every earlier separation, and also that last one of all, and which is yet to be, comes involuntarily into one's thoughts. And so on this occasion the reflection enforces itself on my mind more strongly than ever that man is always making far too great and too many preparations for life. For we, for instance, Tischbein and I, that is, must soon turn our backs upon many a precious and glorious object, and even upon our well-furnished museum. In it there are now standing 3 gems for comparison side by side, and yet we part from them as though they were not. Naples, Velletri, Feb. 22, 1787. We arrived here in good time. The day before yesterday the weather became gloomy, and our fine days were overcast. Still, some signs of the air seemed to promise that it would soon clear up again. And so indeed it turned out. The clouds gradually broke here, and there appeared the blue sky. And at last the sun shone full on our journey. We came through Albano, after having stopped before Genzano at the entrance of a park, which the owner, Prince Chigi, in a very strange way holds, but does not keep up, on which account he will not allow anyone to enter it. In it, a true wilderness has been formed. Trees and shrubs, plants and weeds grow, wither, fall, and rot at pleasure. That is all right, and indeed could not be better. The expanse before the entrance is inexpressibly fine. A high wall encloses the valley, a lattice gate affords a view into it, then the hill ascends, upon which above you stands the castle. But now I dare not attempt to go on with the description, and I can merely say that at the very moment when from the summit we caught sight of the mountains of Cesar, the Pontine marshes, the sea, and its islands, a heavy passing shower was traversing the marshes towards the sea, and the light and shade constantly changing and moving, wonderfully enlivened and variegated the dreary plain. The effect was beautifully heightened by the sun's beams, which lit up with various hues the columns of smoke as they ascended from scattered and scarcely visible cottages. Velletri, a trick upon travelers. Velletri is agreeably situated on a volcanic hill, which towards the north alone is connected with other hills, and towards 3 points of the heavens commands a wide and uninterrupted prospect. We here visited the cabinet of the Cavaliere Borgia, who, favored by his relationship with the cardinal, has managed, by means of the propaganda, to collect some valuable antiquities and other curiosities, Egyptian charms, idols cut out of the very hardest rock, some small figures in metal of earlier or later date, some pieces of statuary of burnt clay, with figures in low relief, which were dug up in the neighborhood, and on the authority of which one is almost tempted to ascribe to the ancient indigenous population a style of their own in art. Of other kinds of varieties, there are numerous specimens in this museum. I noticed 2 Chinese black-painted boxes. On the sides of one there was delineated the whole management of the silkworm, and on the other the cultivation of rice. Both subjects were very nicely conceived and worked out with the utmost minuteness. Both the boxes and their covers are eminently beautiful, and as well as the book in the library of the propaganda, which I have already praised, are well worth seeing. It is certainly inexplicable that these treasures should be within so short a distance of Rome, and yet should not be more frequently visited. But perhaps the difficulty and inconvenience of getting to these regions, and the attraction of the magic circle of Rome, may serve to excuse the fact. As we arrived at the inn, some women who were sitting before the doors of their houses called out to us and asked if we wished to buy any antiquities, and then, as we showed a pretty strong hankering after them, they brought out some old kettles, fire tongues, and such like utensils, and were ready to die with laughing at having made fools of us. When we seemed a little put out, our guide assured us to our comfort that it was a customary joke, and that all strangers had to submit to it. I am writing this in a very miserable auberge, and feel neither strength nor humor to make it any longer. Therefore, I must bid you a very good night. Fondi, Feb. 23, 1787. We were on the road very early, 3 in the morning. As the day broke, we found ourselves on the Pontine marshes, which have not by any means so ill an appearance as the common description in Rome would make out. Of course, by merely once passing over the marshes, it is not possible to judge of so great an undertaking as that of the intended draining of them, which necessarily requires time to test its merits. Still, it does appear to me that the works which have commenced by the Pope's orders will, to a great extent at least, attain the desired end. Conceive to yourself a wide valley which, as it stretches from north to south, has but a very slight fall, but which towards the east and the mountains is extremely low, but rises again considerably towards the sea on the west, punning in a straight line through the whole length of it. The ancient Via Appia has been restored on the right of the latter, the principal drain has been cut, and in it the water flows with a rapid fall. By means of it, the tract of land to the right has been drained, and is now profitably cultivated. As far as the eye can see, it is either already brought into cultivation, or evidently might be so, if farmers could be found to take it, with the exception of one spot, which lies extremely low. The left side, which stretches towards the mountains, is more difficult to be managed here. However, cross drains pass under the raised way into the chief drain, as however the surface sinks again towards the mountains, it is impossible by this means to carry off the water entirely to meet this difficulty. It is proposed, I was told, to cut another leading drain along the foot of the mountains. Large patches, especially towards Terracina, are thinly planted with willows and poplars. The posting stations consist merely of long thatched sheds. Tischbein sketched one of them, and enjoyed for his reward a gratification, which only he could enjoy. A white horse, having broke loose, had fled to the drain lands, enjoying its liberty. It was galloping backwards and forwards on the brown turf, like a flash of lightning. In truth, it was a glorious sight, rendered significant by Tischbein's rapture. At the point where the ancient village of Meza once stood, the Pope has caused to be built a large and fine building, which indicates the center of the level. The sight of it increases one's hopes and confidence of the success of the whole undertaking. While thus we traveled on, we kept up a lively conversation together, not forgetting the warning that on this journey one must not go to sleep. And in fact, we were strongly enough reminded of the danger of the atmosphere by the blue vapor, which even in this season of the year hangs above the ground. On this account, the more delightful, as it was the more longed for, was the rocky sight of Terracina, and scarcely had we congratulated ourselves at the sight of it, than we caught a view of the sea beyond. Immediately afterwards, the other side of the mountain city presented to our eye a vegetation quite new to us. The Indian figs were pushing their large fleshy leaves amidst the gray-green of dwarf myrtles, the yellowish green of the pomegranate, and the pale green of the olive. As we passed along, we noticed both flowers and shrubs quite new to us on the meadows. The narcissus and the adonis were in flower for a long time. The sea was on our right, while close to us on the left ran an unbroken range of limestone rocks. It is a continuation of the Apennines, which runs down from Tivoli and touches the sea, which it does not leave again till you reach the Campagna di Romana, where it is succeeded by the volcanic formations of Frescati Alba and Velletri, and lastly by the Pontine marshes Monte Cercello, with the opposite promontory of Terracina, where the Pontine marshes terminate. In all probability, consists also of a system of chalk rocks. We left the sea coast, and soon reached the charming plain of Fondi. Every one must admire this little spot of fertile and well-cultivated land, enclosed with hills which themselves are by no means wild. Oranges in great numbers are still hanging on the trees. The crops, all of wheat, are beautifully green. Olives are growing in the fields, and the little city is in the bottom. A palm tree, which stood out a marked object in the scenery, received our greetings. So much for this evening. Pardon the scrawl I must write without thinking for writing's sake. The objects are too numerous, my resting place too wretched, and yet my desire to commit something to paper too great. With nightfall we reached this place, and it is now time to go to rest. S. Agata Feb. 24, 1787. Although in a wretchedly cold chamber, I must yet try and give you some account of a beautiful day. It was already nearly light when we drove out of Fondi, and we were forthwith greeted by the orange trees, which hang over the walls on both sides of our road. The trees are loaded with such numbers as can only be imagined, and not expressed. Towards the top the young leaf is yellowish, but below, and in the middle of sappy green mignon, was quite right to long for them. After this we traveled through clean and well-worked fields of wheat, planted at convenient distances with olivetrees. A soft breeze was moving, and brought to the light the silvery undersurface of the leaves as the branches swayed gently and elegantly. It was a grey morning. A north wind promised soon to dispel all the clouds. Then the road entered a valley between stony but well-dressed fields, the crops of the most beautiful green. At certain spots one saw some roomy places paved and surrounded with low walls. On these the corn, which is never carried home in sheaves, is thrashed out at once. The valley gradually narrows, and the road becomes mountainous bare rocks of limestone, standing on both sides of us. A violent storm followed us with a fall of sleet, which thawed very slowly. The walls of an ancient style built after the pattern of network charmed us exceedingly on the heights. The soil is rocky, but nevertheless planted with olivetrees, wherever there is the smallest patch of soil to receive them. Next we drove over a plain covered with olivetrees, and then through a small town. We here noticed altars, ancient tombstones, and fragments of every kind built up in the walls of the pleasure houses. In the gardens then the lower stories of ancient villas once excellently built, but now filled up with earth and overgrown with olives. At last, we caught a sight of Vesuvius, with a cloud of smoke resting on its brow. Molo di Gaeta greeted us again with the richest of orangetries. We remained there some hours. The creek before the town, which the tide flows up to, affords one the finest of views, following the line of coast on the right, till the eye reaches at last the horn of the crescent. One sees at a moderate distance the fortress of Gaeta on the rocks. The left horn stretches out still further, presenting to the beholder first of all a line of mountains, then Vesuvius, and beyond all the islands Ischia lies before you nearly in the center. On the shore here I found for the first time in my life a starfish and an echinus thrown up by the sea, a beautiful green leaf Tethys foliacea, smooth as the finest bath paper, and other remarkable rubble stones, the most common being limestone, but occasionally also serpentine, jasper, quartz, granite, Brexian pebbles, porphyry, marble of different kinds, and glass of a blue and green color. The two last-mentioned specimens are scarcely productions of the neighborhood. They are probably the debris of ancient buildings, and thus we have seen the waves before our eyes playing with the splendors of the ancient world. We tarried a while and pleased ourselves with meditating on the nature of man, whose hopes, whether in the civilized or savage state, are so soon disappointed. Departing from Molo, a beautiful prospect still accompanies the traveler even after his quitting the sea. The last glimpse of it was a lovely bay of which we took a sketch. We now came upon a good fruit country with hedges of aloes. We noticed an aqueduct which ran from the mountains over some nameless and orderless masses of ruins. Agato. Next comes the ferry over the Garigliano. After crossing it, one passes through tolerably fruitful districts, till we reach the mountains, nothing striking. At length, the first hill of lava here begins an extensive and glorious district of hill and vale, over which the snowy summits are towering. In the distance, on the nearest eminence, lies a long town, which strikes the eye with an agreeable effect. In the valley lies Agata, a considerable inn where a cheerful fire was burning in a chimney, arranged as a cabinet. However, our room is cold, no window, only shutters, which I am just hastening to close. Naples, Feb. 25, 1787. And here we are happily arrived at last, and with good omens enough of our day's journey. Thus much only we left Agata with sunrise, a violent northeast wind blowing on our backs, which continued the whole day through. It was not till noon that it was master of the clouds. We suffered much from the cold. A road again lay among and over volcanic hills, among which I did not notice many limestone rocks. At last, we reached the plains of Capua, and shortly afterwards Capua itself, where we halted at noon in the afternoon. A beautiful but flat region lay stretched before us. The road is broad and runs through fields of green corn, so even that it looked like a carpet, and was at least a span high. Along the fields are planted rows of poplars, from which the branches are lopped to a great height, that the vines may run up them. This is the case all the way to Naples. The soil is excellent, light, loose, and well worked. The vine stalks are of extraordinary strength and height, and their shoots hang in festoons like nets from tree to tree. Vesuvius was all the while on our left with a strong smoke, and I felt a quiet joy to think that at last I beheld with my own eyes this most remarkable object. The sky became clearer and clearer, and at length the sun shone quite hot into our narrow rolling lodging. The atmosphere was perfectly clear and bright as we approached Naples, and we now found ourselves in truth in quite another world. The houses with flat roofs at once bespeak a different climate. Inwardly, perhaps, they may not be very comfortable. Every one is in the streets or sitting in the sun as long as it shines. The Neapolitan believes himself to be in possession of paradise, and entertains a very melancholy opinion of our northern lands. Sempre neve caso di legno, gran ignoranza modernari. Assai such is the picture they draw of our condition, interpreted for the benefit of all our German folk. It means always snow, wooden houses, great ignorance, but money enough. Naples at first sight leaves a free, cheerful, and lively impression. Numberless beings are passing and repassing each other. The king is gone hunting, the queen promising, and so things could not be better. Naples, Monday, Feb. 26, 1787. Alla locanda dell'Sgr Morricone, al largo del Castello. Under this address, no less cheerful than high-sounding letters from all the four quarters of heaven will henceforth find us round the castle, which lies by the sea. There stretches a large open space, which, although surrounded on all sides with houses, is not called a square or piazza, but a largo or expanse. Perhaps the name is derived from ancient times when it was still an open and unenclosed country. Here in a corner house on one side of the largo, we have taken up our lodgings in a corner room, which commands a free and lively view of the ever-moving surface. An iron balcony runs before several windows, and even round the corner one would never leave it if the sharp wind were not extremely cutting. Naples, my lodgings. The room is cheerfully decorated, especially the ceiling, whose arabesques of 100 compartments bear witness to the proximity of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Now all this is very well and very fine, but there is no fireplace, no chimney, and yet February exercises even here its rights. I expressed a wish for something to warm me. They brought in a tripod of sufficient height from the ground for one conveniently to hold one's hands over it. On it was placed a shallow brazier full of extremely fine charcoal, red hot, but covered smoothly over with ashes. We now found it an advantage to be able to manage this process of domestic economy. We had learned that at Rome, with the ring of a key from time to time, one cautiously draws away the ashes of the surface, so that a few of the embers may be exposed to the free air. Were you impatiently to stir up the glowing coals, you would no doubt experience, for a few moments, great warmth, but you would in a short time exhaust the fuel, and then you must pay a certain sum to have the brazier filled again. I did not feel quite well, and could have wished for more of ease and comfort. A reed matting was all there was to protect one's feet from the stone floor. Skins are not usual. I determined to put on a sailor's cloak, which we had brought with us in fun, and it did me good service, especially when I tied it round my body with the rope of my box. I must have looked very comical, something between a sailor and a Capuchin. When Tischbein came back from visiting some of his friends and found me in this dress, he could not refrain from laughing. Naples, Feb. 27, 1787. Yesterday I kept quietly at home in order to get rid of a slight bodily ailment. Today has been a regular carouse, and the time passed rapidly while we visited the most glorious of objects. Let man talk, describe, and paint as he may. Be here is more than all the shore, the creeks, and the bay, Vesuvius, the city, the suburbs, the castles, the atmosphere. In the evening, too, we went into the grotto of Posilippo, while the setting sun was shining into it from the other side. I can pardon all who lose their senses in Naples, and remember with emotion my father, who retained to the last an indelible impression of those objects, which today I have cast eyes upon for the first time. Just as it is said that people who have once seen a ghost are never afterwards seen to smile, so in the opposite sense it may be said of him that he never could become perfectly miserable so long as he remembered Naples. According to my fashion, I am quite still and calm, and when anything happens too absurd, only make large eyes. Naples, Feb. 28, 1787. Today we visited Philip Hackert, the famous landscape painter, who enjoys the special confidence and peculiar favor of the king and the queen. A wing of the Palace Francavilla has been assigned to him, which, having furnished it with true artistic taste, he feels great satisfaction in inhabiting. He is a very precise and prudent personage, who with untiring industry manages, nevertheless, to enjoy life. After that we took a sail and saw all kinds of fish and wonderful shapes drawn out of the waves. The day was glorious, the tramontane north winds tolerable. Naples, March 1, 1787. Naples, the Prince von Waldeck. Even in Rome, my self-willed hermit-like humor was forced to assume a more social aspect than I altogether liked. No doubt, it appears a strange beginning to go into the world in order to be alone. Accordingly, I could not resist Prince von Waldeck, who most kindly invited me, and by his rank and influence has procured me the enjoyment of many privileges. We had scarcely reached Naples, where he has been residing a long while, when he sent us an invitation to pay a visit with him to Pozzuoli and the neighborhood. I was thinking already of Vesuvius for today, but Tischbein has forced me to take this journey, which, agreeable enough of itself, promises, from the fine weather and the society of a perfect gentleman and well-educated prince, very much both of pleasure and profit. We had also seen in Rome a beautiful lady who with her husband is inseparable from the prince. She also is to be of the party, and we hope for a most delightful day. Moreover, I was intimately known to this noble society, having met them previously. The prince, upon our first acquaintance, had asked me what I was then busy with, and the plan of my Iphigenia was so fresh in my recollection that I was able one evening to relate it to them circumstantially. They entered into it. Still, I fancied I could observe that something livelier and wilder was expected of me. Evening. It would be difficult to give an account of this day. How often has the cursory reading of a book, which irresistibly carries one, with it exercised the greatest influence on a man's whole life, and produced at once a decisive effect, which neither a second perusal nor earnest reflection can either strengthen or modify. This I experienced in the case of the Sakuntala. And do not great men affect us somewhat in the same way as sail, to puzzily little trips by land, cheerful walks through the most wonderful regions in the world, beneath the purest sky, the most treacherous soil ruins of inconceivable opulence, oppressive and saddening boiling waters, clefts exhaling sulfur, rocks of slag, defying vegetable life, bare forbidding tracts, and then at last on all sides, the most luxuriant vegetation seizing every spot and cranny possible, running over every lifeless object, edging the lakes and brooks, and nourishing a glorious wood of oak on the brink of an ancient crater. And thus one is driven backwards and forwards between nature and the history of nations. One wishes to meditate, and soon feels himself quite unfit for it. In the meantime, however, the living lives on merrily, with a joyousness which we too would share. Educated persons belonging to the world and the world's ways, but warned by serious events, become nevertheless disposed for reflection, a boundless view of earth, sea, and sky, and then called away to the side of a young and amiable lady, accustomed and delighted to receive homage. Amidst all this giddy excitement, however, I failed not to make many notes. The future reduction of these will be greatly facilitated by the map we consulted on the spot, and by a hasty sketch of Tischbeins today. It is not possible for me to make the least addition to these. March 2. Thursday I ascended Vesuvius, although the weather was unsettled, and the summit of the mountain surrounded by clouds. I took a carriage as far as Resina, and then on the back of a mule began the ascent, having vineyards on both sides. Next on foot, I crossed the lava of the year 71, on the surface of which a fine but compact moss was already growing. Then upwards on the side of the lava, the hut of the hermit on the height was on my left hand. After this, we climbed the ash hill, which is wearisome walking. 2/3 of the summit were enveloped in clouds. At last, we reached the ancient crater, now filled up, where we found recent lava, only 2 months and 14 days old, and also a slight streak of only 5 days, which was, however, already cold. Passing over these, we next ascended a height which had been thrown up by volcanic action. It was smoking from all its points as the smoke rolled away from us. I essayed to approach the crater. Scarcely, however, had we taken 50 steps in the steam when it became so dense that I could scarcely see my shoes. It was to no purpose that we held snuff continually before our nostrils. My guide had disappeared, and the footing on the lava lately thrown up was very unsteady. I therefore thought it right to turn round and to reserve the sight for a finer day, and for less of smoke. However, I now know how difficult it is to breathe in such an atmosphere. Naples, Vesuvius. Otherwise the mountain was quite still. There was no flame, no roaring, no stones thrown upon, which it usually does at most times. I reconnoitered it well, with the intention of regularly storming it as soon as the weather shall improve. The specimens of lava that I found were mostly of well-known kinds. I noticed, however, a phenomenon which appeared to me extremely strange, which I intend to examine again still more closely, and also to consult connoisseurs and collectors upon it. It is a stalactite incrustation of a part of the volcanic funnel, which has been thrown down and now rears itself in the center of the old choked-up crater. This mass of solid grayish stalactite appears to have been formed by the sublimation of the very finest volcanic evaporation. Without the cooperation of either moisture or fusion, it will furnish occasion for further thinking. Today, the 3rd of March, the sky is covered with clouds, and a sirocco is blowing for post-day good weather. A very strange medley of men, beautiful houses, and most singular fishes are here to be seen in abundance. of the situation of the city and of its glories, which have been so often described, and commended not a word from me vid Napoli e poi muori, the cry here see Naples and die. Naples, March 5, 1787. That no Neapolitan will allow the merits of his city to be questioned, that their poets should sing in extravagant hyperbole of the blessings of its site, are not matters to quarrel about, even though a pair of Vesuviuses stood in its neighborhood. Here one can almost cast aside all remembrances even of Rome. As compared with this free open situation, the capital of the world in the basin of the Tiber looks like a cloister built on a bad site. The sea with its vessels and their destinations presents wholly new matters for reflection. The frigate for Palermo started yesterday with a strong direct north wind. This time, it certainly will not be more than 36 hours on the passage. With what longing did I not watch the full sails as the vessel passed between Capri and Cape Minerva, until at last it disappeared. Who could see one's beloved thus sailing away and survive the Sirocco south wind is now blowing. If the wind becomes stronger, the breakers over the mole will be glorious. Today being Friday is the grand promenade of the nobility, when every one displays his equipages, and especially his stud. It is almost impossible to see finer horses anywhere than in Naples. For the first time in my life, I have felt an interest in these animals. Naples, March 3, 1787. Here you have a few leaves as reporters of the entertainment I have met with in this place, also a corner of the cover of your letter stained with smoke, in testimony of its having been with me on Vesuvius. You must not, however, fancy either in your waking thoughts or in your dreams that I am surrounded by perils. Be assured that wherever I venture there is no more danger than on the road to Belvedere. The earth is everywhere the Lord's may be well said in reference to such objects. I never seek adventure out of a mere rage for singularity, but even because I am most cool, and can catch at a glance the peculiarities of any object. I may well do and venture more than many others. The passage to Sicily is anything but dangerous. A few days ago the frigate sailed for Palermo with a favorable breeze from the north, and leaving Capri on the right, has no doubt accomplished the voyage in 36 hours. In all such expeditions, one finds the danger to be far less in reality than at a distance one is apt to imagine. Of earthquakes there is not at present a vestige in Lower Italy. In the upper provinces Rimini and its neighborhood has lately suffered. Thus the earth has strange humors, and people talk of earthquakes here just as we do of wind and weather, and as in Thuringia they talk of conflagrations. I am delighted to find that you are now familiar with the 2 editions of my Iphigenia, but still more pleased should I had you been more sensible of the difference between them. I know what I have done for it, and may well speak thereof, since I feel that I could make still further improvements. If it be a bliss to enjoy the good, it is still greater happiness to discern the better, for in art the best only is good enough. Naples, March 5, 1787. We spent the second Sunday of Lent in visiting church after church. As in Rome all is highly solemn, so here every horn is merry and cheerful. The Neapolitan school of painting, too, can only be understood in Naples. One is astonished to see the whole front of a church painted from top to bottom. Over the door of one Christ is driving out of the temple the buyers and sellers, who, terribly frightened, are nimbly huddling up their wares and hurrying down the steps. On both sides in another church there is a room over the entrance, which is richly ornamented with frescoes representing the deprivation of Heliodorus. 5 Luca Giordano must indeed have painted rapidly to fill such large areas in a lifetime. The pulpit, too, is here not always a mere cathedra as it is in other places, a place where one only may teach at a time, but a gallery along one of these. I once saw a Capuchin walking backwards and forwards, and now from one end, now from another, reproaching the people with their sins. What had he not to tell them? But neither to be told nor to be described is the glory of a night of the full moon, such as we have enjoyed here, wandering through the streets and squares, and on the quay with its long promenade, and then backwards and forwards on the beach. One felt really possessed with the feeling of the infinity of space, so to dream is really worth all trouble. Naples, March 5, 1787. Naples, Filangiri. I made today the acquaintance of an excellent individual, and and I must briefly give you a general description of him. It is the Chevalier Filangieri, famous for his work on legislation. He belongs to those noble young men who wish to promote the happiness and the moderate liberty of mankind. In his bearing, you recognize at once the soldier, the chevalier, and the man of the world. But this appearance is softened by an expression of tender sensibility which is diffused over his whole countenance, and shines forth most agreeably in his character and conversation. He is moreover heartily attached to his sovereign and country. Even though he cannot approve of all that goes on, he is also oppressed with a fear of Joseph Roman II. The idea of a despot, even though it only floats as a phantom in the air, excites the apprehensions of every noble-minded man. He spoke to me without reserve of what Naples had to fear from him, but in particular he was delighted to speak of Montesquieu Beccaria, and of some of his own writting, Sol, in the same spirit of the best will, and of a heart full of youthful enthusiasm to do good. And yet he may one day be classed with the 30. He has also made me acquainted with an old writer from whose inexhaustible depths these new Italian friends of legislation derive intense encouragement and edification. He is called Giambattista Vico, and is preferred even to Montesquieu. After a hasty perusal of his book, which was lent to me as a sacred deposit, I laid it down, saying to myself, here are sibylline anticipations of good and right, which once must or ought to be realized, drawn apparently from a serious contemplation, both of the past and of the present. It is well when a nation possesses such a forefather. The Germans will one day receive a similar codex from Hamann. Most reluctantly, yet, for the sake of good fellowship, Tischbein accompanied me today to Vesuvius, to him, the artist of form, who concerns himself with none but the most beautiful of human and animal shapes, and one also whose taste and judgment lead to humanize even the formless rock and landscape, such a frightful and shapeless conglomeration of matter, which moreover is continually preying on itself, and proclaiming war against every idea of the beautiful, must have appeared utterly abominable. We started in 2 caliches, as we did not trust ourselves to drive through the crowd and whirl of the city. The drivers kept up an incessant shouting at the top of their voice, whenever donkeys with their loads of wood or rubbish or rolling caliches met us, or else warning the porters with their burdens or other pedestrians, whether children or old people, to get out of the way. All the while, however, they drove at a sharp trot, without the least stop or check. As you get into the remoter suburbs and gardens, the road soon begins to show signs of a plutonic action, for as we had not had rain for a long time, the naturally evergreen leaves were covered with a thick gray and ashy dust, so that the glorious blue sky and the scorching sun which shone down upon us were the only signs that we were still among the living. Naples ascent to Vesuvius. At the foot of the steep ascent, we were received by 2 guides, one old, the other young, but both active fellows. The first pulled me up the path, the other Tischbein pulled, I say, for these guides are girded round the waist with a leathern belt, which the traveler takes hold of, and being drawn up by his guide, makes his way the easier with foot and staff. In this manner, we reached the flat from which the cone rises towards the north. Lay the ruins of the Sama. A glance westwards over the country beneath us removed, as well as a bath, could all feeling of exhaustion and fatigue, and we now went round the ever-smoking cone, as it threw out its stones and ashes wherever the space allowed of our viewing it at a sufficient distance. It appeared a grand and elevating spectacle. In the first place, a violent thundering toned forth from its deepest abyss, then stones of larger and smaller sizes were showered into the air by thousands. Enveloped by clouds of ashes, the greatest part fell again into the gorge, the rest of the fragments receiving a lateral inclination, and falling on the outside of the crater, made a marvelous rumbling noise. First of all, the larger masses plumped against the side, and rebounded with a dull, heavy sound. Then the smaller came rattling down, and last of all, drizzled a shower of ashes. All this took place at regular intervals, which by slowly counting you were able to measure pretty accurately. Between the Sama, however, and the cone the space is narrow enough. Moreover, several stones fell around us, and made the circuit anything but agreeable. Tischbein now felt more disgusted than ever with Vesuvius, as the monster, not content with being hateful, showed an inclination to become mischievous also. As however the presence of danger generally exercises on man a kind of attraction, and calls forth a spirit of opposition in the human breast, to defy it, I bethought myself that in the interval of the eruptions it would be possible to climb up the cone to the crater, and to get back before it broke out again. I held a council on this point with our guides under one of the overhanging rocks of the Sama, where, encamped in safety, we refreshed ourselves with the provisions we had brought with us. The younger guide was willing to run the risk with me. We stuffed our hats full of linen and silk handkerchiefs, and staff in hand, we prepared to start. I holding on to his girdle. The little stones were yet rattling around us, and the ashes still drizzling. As the stalwart youth hurried forth with me across the hot, glowing rubble, we soon stood on the brink of the vast chasm, the smoke of which, although a gentle air was bearing it away from us, unfortunately veiled the interior of the crater, which smoked all round from 1,000 crannies. At intervals, however, we caught sight through the smoke of the cracked walls of the rock. The view was neither instructive nor delightful, but for the very reason that one saw nothing, one lingered in the hope of catching a glimpse of something more, and so we forgot our slow counting. We were standing on a narrow ridge of the vast abyss. Of a sudden the thunder pealed aloud. We ducked our heads involuntarily, as if that would have rescued us from the precipitated masses. The smaller stones soon rattled, and without considering that we had again an interval of cessation before us, and only too much rejoiced to have outstood the danger, we rushed down and reached the foot of the hill together with the drizzling ashes, which pretty thickly covered our heads and shoulders. Tishbin was heartily glad to see me again. After a little scolding and a little refreshment, I was able to give my especial attention to the old and new lava, and here the elder of the guides was able to instruct me accurately in the signs by which the age of the several strata was indicated. The older were already covered with ashes and rendered quite smooth. The newer, especially those which had cooled, slowly presented a singular appearance. As sliding along they carried away with them the solid objects which lay on the surface. It necessarily happened that from time to time several would come into contact with each other, and these again, being swept still further by the molten stream, and pushed one over the other, would eventually form a solid mass, with wonderful jags and corners, still more strange even than the somewhat similarly formed piles of the icebergs. Among this fused and waste matter, I found many great rocks, which, being struck with a hammer present on the broken face, a perfect resemblance to the primeval rock formation. The guides maintained that these were old lava from the lowest depths of the mountain, which are very often thrown up by the volcano. Upon our return to Naples, we noticed some small houses of only one story and of a remarkable appearance and singular build, without windows, and receiving all their light from the doors, which opened on the road. The inhabitants sit before them at the door from the morning to the night, when they at last retire to their holes. The city, which in the evening is all of a tumult, though of a different kind from the day, extorted from me the wish that I might be able to stay here for some time, in order to sketch to the best of my powers the moving scene. It will not, however, be possible. Naples, Wednesday, March 7, 1787. Naples, an antique horse's head. This week Tishbin has shown to me, and without reserve commented upon, the greater part of the artistic treasures of Naples. An excellent judge and drawer of animals, he had long before called my attention to a horse's head in brass in the Palace Colombrano. We went there today. This relic of art is placed in the court right opposite the gateway in a niche over a well, and really excites one's astonishment. What must have been the effect of the whole head and body together? The perfect horse must have been far larger than those at Esmarx. Moreover, the head alone, when closely viewed, enables you distinctly to recognize and admire the character and spirit of the animal, the splendid frontal bones, the snorting nostrils, the pricked ears, the stiff mania, strong, excited, and spirited creature. We turned round to notice a female statue which stands in a niche over the gateway. It has been already described by Winkelmann as an imitation of a dancing girl, with the remark that such artistes represent to us in living movement, and under the greatest variety, that beauty of form which the masters of statuary exhibit in the, as it were, petrified nymphs and goddesses. It is very light and beautiful. The head, which had been broken off, has been skillfully set on again. Otherwise, it is nowise injured, and most assuredly deserves a better place. Naples. Today I received your dear letter of the 16th February. Only keep on writing. I have made arrangements for the forwarding of my letters, and I shall continue to do so if I move further. Quite strange does it seem to me to read that my friends do not often see each other, and yet perhaps nothing is more common than for men not to meet who are living close together. The weather here has become dull, a change is at hand, spring is commencing, and we shall soon have some rainy days. The summit of Vesuvius has not been clear since I paid it a visit. These few last night's flames have been seen to issue from it. Today it is keeping itself quiet, and therefore more violent eruptions are expected. The storms of these last few days have shown to us a glorious sea. It is at such times that the waves may be studied in their worthiest style, and shape. Nature, indeed, is the only book which presents important matter on all its pages. On the other hand, the theatres have ceased to furnish any amusement during Lent. Nothing but operas which differ in no respect from more profane ones, but by the absence of ballets between the acts. In all other respects, they are as gay as possible. In the theatre of S. Carlo, they are representing the destruction of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar. To me, it is only a great raree show. My taste is quite spoilt for such things. Today we were with the Prince von Waldeck at Capo di Monte, where there is a great collection of paintings, coins, Roman 100. It is not well arranged, but the things themselves are above praise. We can now correct and confirm many traditional ideas, those coins, gems, and vases which, like the stunted citron trees come to us in the north, one by one have quite a different look here in the mass, and so to speak in their own home and native soil. For where works of art are rare, their very rarity gives them a value. Here we learn to treasure none but the intrinsically valuable. Naples. A very high price is at present given for Etruscan vases, and certainly beautiful and excellent pieces are to be found among them. Not a traveler, but wishes to possess some specimen or other of them. One does not seem to value money here at the same rate as at home. I fear that I myself shall yet be tempted. Naples, Friday, March 9, 1787. This is the pleasant part of traveling, that even ordinary matters, by their novelty and unexpectedness, often acquire the appearance of an adventure. As I came back from Capo di Monte, I paid an evening visit to Filangieri and saw sitting on the sofa by the side of the mistress of the house a lady whose external appearance seemed to agree but little with the familiarity and easy manner she indulged in a light striped silk gown of very ordinary texture, and a most singular cap by way of headdress, but of a pretty figure. She looked like some poor dressmaker who, taken up with the care of adorning the persons of others, had little time to bestow on her own external appearance. Such people are so accustomed to expect their labors to be remunerated that they seem to have no idea of working gratis for themselves. She did not allow her gossip to be at all checked by my arrival, but went on talking of a number of ridiculous adventures which had happened to her that day, or which had been occasioned by her own brusquerie and impetuosity. The lady of the house wished to help me to get in a word or two, and spoke of the beautiful site of Capo di Monte, and of the treasures there. Upon this, the lively lady sprang up with a good high jump from the sofa, and as she stood on her feet seemed still prettier than before. She took leave, and running to the door said, as she passed me, "The Filangieri are coming one of these days to dine with me. I hope to see you also." She was gone before I could say yes. I now learnt that she was the princess, a near relative to the master of the house. 6. The Filangieri were not rich, and lived in a becoming but moderate style, and such I presumed was the case with my little princess, especially as such titles are anything but rare in Naples. I set down the name and the day and hour, and left them without any doubt but that I should be found at the right place in due time. Naples, Sunday, March 11, 1787. As my stay in Naples cannot be long, I take the most remote points first of all. Near throw themselves, as it were, in one's way. I have been with Tischbein to Pompeii, and on our road all those glorious prospects, which were already well known to us from many a landscape drawing, lay right and left, dazzling us by their number and unbroken succession. Pompeii amazes one by its narrowness and littleness, confined streets, but perfectly straight and furnished on both sides with a foot pavement, little houses without windows, the rooms being lit only by the doors which opened on the atrium, and the galleries, even the public edifices, the tomb at the gate, a temple, and also a villa in its neighborhood, are like models and dolls' houses rather than real buildings, the rooms, corridors, galleries, and all are painted with bright and cheerful colors, the wall surfaces uniform in the middle, some elaborate painting. Most of these have been removed on the borders, and at the corners light tasteful arabesques, terminating in the pretty figures of nymphs or children, while in others from out of garlands of flowers beasts wild and tame are issuing. Thus does the city, which first of all the hot shower of stones and ashes overwhelmed, and afterwards the excavators plundered, still bear witness, even in its present utterly desolate state, to a taste for painting, and the arts common to the whole people, of which the most enthusiastic dilettante of the present day has neither idea nor feeling, and so misses not. When one considers the distance of this town from Vesuvius, it is clear that the volcanic matter which overwhelmed it could not have been carried hither either by any sudden impetus of the mountain or by the wind. We must rather suppose that these stones and ashes had been floating for a time in the air like clouds, until at last they fell upon the doomed city. In order to form a clear and precise idea of this event, one has only to think of a mountain village, buried in snow, the spaces between the houses, and indeed the crushed houses themselves were filled up. However, it is not improbable that some of the masonwork may at different points have peeped above the surface, and in this way have excited the notice of those by whom the hill was broken up for vineyards and gardens, and no doubt many an owner on digging up his own portion must have made valuable gleanings. Several rooms were found quite empty, and in the corner of one a heap of ashes was observed, under which a quantity of household articles and works of art was concealed. The strange and in some degree unpleasant impression which this mummied city leaves on the mind, we got rid of as sitting in the arbor of a little inn close to the sea, where we dispatched a frugal meal. We reveled in the blue sky, the glaring ripple of the sea, and the bright sunshine, and cherished a hope that when the vine leaf should again cover the hill, we might all be able to pay it a second visit, and once more enjoy ourselves together on the same spot. As we approached the city, we again came upon the little cottages, which now appeared to us perfectly to resemble those in Pompeii. We obtained permission to enter one, and found it extremely clean, lip-latted, rush-bottomed, chairs, a buffet covered all over with gilding or painted with variegated flowers, and highly varnished. Thus, after so many centuries and such numberless changes, this country instills into its inhabitants the same customs and habits of life, the same inclinations and tastes. Naples, Monday, March 12, 1787. Today, according to my custom, I have gone slowly through the city, noting several points for a future description of it, of which unfortunately I cannot communicate anything today. All tends to this one conclusion, that a highly favored land, which furnishes in abundance the chief necessaries of existence, produces men also of a happy disposition, who without trouble or anxiety trust to tomorrow to bring them what today has been wanting, and consequently live on in a light-hearted, careless sort of life, momentary gratification, moderate enjoyments, a passing sorrow, and a cheerful resignation. The morning has been cold and damp, with a little rain. In my walk, I came upon a spot where the great slabs of the pavement appeared swept quite clean. To my great surprise, I saw on this smooth and even spot a number of ragged boys squatting in a circle and spreading out their hands over the ground as if to warm them. At first I took it to be some game that they were playing, when, however, I noticed the perfect seriousness and composure of their countenances, with an expression on it of a gratified want. I therefore put my brains to the utmost stretch, but they refused to enlighten me as I desired. I was therefore obliged to ask what it could be that had induced these little imps to take up this strange position, and had collected them in so regular a circle. Upon this, I was informed that a neighboring smith had been heating the tire of a wheel, and that this is done in the following manner: the iron tire is laid on the pavement, and around is as much oak chips as is considered sufficient to soften the iron to the required degree. The lighted wood burns away, the tire is riveted to the wheel, and the ashes carefully swept up. The little vagabonds take advantage of the heat communicated to the pavement, and do not leave the spot till they have drawn from it the last radiation of warmth. Similar instances of contentedness and sharp-witted profiting by what otherwise would be wasted occur here in great number. I notice in this people the most shrewd and active industry, not to make riches, but to live free from care. Evening. In order that I might not make any mistake yesterday as to the house of my odd little princess, and might be there in time, I called a hackney carriage. It stopped before the grand entrance of a spacious palace. As I had no idea of coming to so splendid a dwelling, I repeated to him most distinctly the name. He assured me it was quite right. I soon found myself in a spacious court, still and lonesome, empty and clean, enclosed by the principal edifice and side buildings. The architecture was the well-known light Neapolitan style, as was also the coloring. Right before me was a grand porch, and a broad, but not very high flight of steps. On both sides of it stood a line of servants in splendid liveries, who as I passed them bowed very low. I thought myself the Sultan in Wieland's fairy tale, and after his example took courage. Next I was received by the upper domestics, till at last the most courtly of them opened a door, and introduced me into a spacious apartment, which was as splendid, but also as empty of people as all before. In passing backwards and forwards, I observed in a cider-room a table laid out for about 40 persons, with a splendor corresponding with all around. A secular priest now entered, and without asking who I was or whence I came, approached me as if I were already known to him, and conversed on the most commonplace topics. Naples, a dinner party. A pair of folding doors were now thrown open, and immediately closed again, as a gentleman, rather advanced in years, entered. The priest immediately proceeded towards him, as I also did. We greeted him with a few words of courtesy, which he returned in a barking, stuttering tone, so that I could scarcely make out a syllable of his Hottentot dialect. When he had taken his place by the stove, the priest moved away, and I accompanied him. A portly Benedictine entered, accompanied by a younger member of his order. He went to salute the host, and after being also barked at, retired to a window. The regular clergy, especially those whose dress is becoming, have great advantage in society. Their costume is a mark of humility and renunciation of self, while at the same time it lends to its wearers a decidedly dignified appearance. In their behavior they may easily, without degrading themselves, appear submissive and complying. And then again, when they stand upon their own dignity, their self-respect sits well upon them, although in others it would not be so readily allowed to pass. This was the case with this person. When I asked him about Monte Cassino, he immediately gave me an invitation thither, and promised me the best of welcomes. In the meanwhile, the room had become full of people, officers, people of the court, more regulars, and even some Capuchins had arrived. Once more, a set of folding doors opened, and shut. An aged lady, somewhat older than my host, had entered, and now the presence of what I took to be the lady of the house made me feel perfectly confident that I was in a strange mansion, where I was wholly unknown to its owners. Dinner was now served, and I was keeping close to the side of my friends, the monks, in order to slip with them into the paradise of the dining-room, when all at once I saw Filingieri with his wife enter, and make his excuses for being so late. Shortly after this my little princess came into the room, and with nods and winks and bows to all as she passed, came straight to me. "It is very good of you to keep your word," she exclaimed. "Mind you sit by me. You shall have the best bits. Wait a minute, though I must find out which is my proper place. Then mind, and take your place by me." Thus commanded, I followed the various windings she made, and at last we reached our seats, having the Benedictine right opposite and Filingieri on my other side. "The dishes are all good," she observed, "all Lenten fare, but choice ill. Point out to you the best. But now I must rally the priest's churls. I can't bear them every day. They are cutting a fresh slice off our estate, what we should like to spend on ourselves and our friends." The soup was now handed round. The Benedictine was sipping his very deliberately. "Pray, don't put yourself out of your way. The spoon is too small, I fear. I will bid them bring you a larger one. Your reverences are used to a good mouthful," the good father replied. "In your house, lady, everything is so excellent and so well arranged that much more distinguished guests than your humble servant would find everything to their heart's content." Of the pasties, the Benedictine took only one. She called out to him, "Pray, take half a dozen. Pastry, your reverence surely knows, is easy of digestion, with good sense." He took another pasty, thanking the princess for her attention, just as if he had not seen through her malicious raillery, and so also some solid pastwork furnished her with occasion for venting her spite. For as the monk helped himself to a piece, a second rolled off the dish towards his plate. "A third, your reverence, You seem anxious to lay a foundation when such excellent materials are furnished to his hand. The architect's labors are easy, rejoined his reverence. Thus, she went on continually, only pausing a while to keep her promise of pointing out to me the best dishes. Naples, a dinner party. All this while I was conversing with my neighbor on the gravest topics. Absolutely, I never heard Filingieri utter an unmeaning sentence in this respect. And indeed, in many others, he resembles our worthy friend George Schlosser, with this difference that the former, as a Neapolitan and a man of the world, had a softer nature and an easier manner. During the whole of this time, my roguish neighbor allowed the clerical gentry not a moment's truce above all the fish at this Lenten meal, dished up in imitation of flesh of all kinds, furnished her with inexhaustible opportunities for all manner of irreverent and ill-natured observations, especially in justification and defense of a taste for flesh. She observed that people would have the form to give a relish, even when the essence was prohibited. Many more such jokes were noticed by me at the time, but I am not in the humor to repeat them. Jokes of this kind, fresh-spoken, and falling from beautiful lips, may be tolerable, not to say amusing, but set down in black and white, they lose all charm for me. At least then again, the boldly hazarded stroke of wit has this peculiarity that at the moment it pleases us, while it astonishes us by its boldness. But when told afterwards, it sounds offensive and disgusts us. The dessert was brought in, and I was afraid that the crossfire would still be kept up, when suddenly my fair neighbor turned quite composedly to me and said, "The priests may gulp their Syracusan wine in peace, for I cannot succeed in worrying a single one to death, no, not even in spoiling their appetites. Now let me have some rational talk with you, for what a heavy sort of thing must a conversation with Filingieri be. The good creature, he gives himself a great deal of trouble for nothing. I often say to him, if you make new laws, we must give ourselves fresh pains to find out how we can forthwith transgress them, just as we have already set at naught the old. Only look now how beautiful Naples is. For these many years the people have lived free from care and contented, and if now and then some poor wretch is hanged, all the rest still pursue their own merry course." She then proposed that I should pay a visit to Sorrento, where she had a large estate. Her steward would feast me with the best of fish and the delicious mangana flesh of a sucking calf. The mountain air and the unequaled prospect would be sure to cure me of all philosophy. Then she would come herself, and not a trace should remain of all my wrinkles, which by the by I had allowed to grow before their time, and together we would have a right merry time of it. Naples, March 13, 1787. Today also I write you a few lines, in order that letter may provoke letter. Things go well with me, however, I see less than I ought. The place induces an indolent and easy sort of life. Nevertheless, my idea of it is gradually becoming more and more complete. On Sunday we were in Pompeii. Many a calamity has happened in the world, but never one that has caused so much entertainment to posterity as this one. I scarcely know of anything that is more interesting. The houses are small and close together, but within they are almost exquisitely painted. The gate of the city is remarkable, with the tombs close to it, the tomb of a priestess, a semicircular bench, with a stone back, on which was the inscription cut in large characters over the back, "You have a sight of the sea, and the setting soon, a glorious spot worthy of the beautiful idea." We found there good and merry company from Naples. The men are perfectly natural and light-hearted. We took our dinner at the Torre dell'Annunziata, with our table placed close to the sea. The day was extremely fine, the view towards Castel Amare and Sorrento near and incomparable. My companions were quite rapturous in praise of their native place. Some asserted that without a sight of the sea it was impossible to live. To me, it is quite enough that I have its image in my soul, and so when the time comes may safely return to my mountain home. Fortunately, there is here a very honest painter of landscapes, who imparts to his pieces the very impression of the rich and open country around. He has already executed some sketches for me. Naples, Pompeii, Portici. The Vesuvian productions I have now pretty well studied. Things, however, assume a different signification when one sees them in connection. Properly, I ought to devote the rest of my life to observation. I should discover much that would enlarge man's knowledge. Pray tell Herder that my botanical discoveries are continually advancing. It is still the same principle, but it requires a whole life to work it out. Perhaps I am already in a situation to draw the leading lines of it. I can now enjoy myself at the Museum of Portici. Usually people make it the first object we mean to make it our last. As yet I do not know whether I shall be able to extend my tour. All things tend to drive me back to Rome at Easter. I shall let things take their course. Angelica has undertaken to paint a scene out of my Iphigenia. The thought is a very happy subject for a picture, and she will delineate it excellently. It is the moment when Orestes finds himself again in the presence of his sister and his friend, what the three characters are saying to each other she has indicated by the grouping, and given their words in the expressions of their countenances. From this description, you may judge how keenly sensitive she is, and how quick she is to seize whatever is adapted to her nature, and it is really the turning point of the whole drama. Fare you well and love me here. The people are all very good, even though they do not know what to make of me. Tischbein, on the other hand, pleases them far better. This evening he hastily painted some heads of the size of life, and about which they disported themselves as strangely as the New Zealanders at the sight of a ship of war. Of this, an amusing anecdote. Tischbein has a great knack of etching with a pen the shapes of gods and heroes of the size of life, and even more, he uses very few lines, but cleverly puts in the shades with a broad pencil, so that the heads stand out roundly and nobly. The bystanders looked on with amazement, and were highly delighted. At last an itching seized their fingers to try and paint. They snatched the brushes and painted on another's beards, daubing each other's faces. Was not this an original trait of human nature? And this was done in an elegant circle, in the house of one who was himself a clever draftsman and painter. It is impossible to form an idea of this race without having seen it. Caserta, Wednesday, March 14, 1787. I am here on a visit to Hackert in his highly agreeable apartments, which have been assigned him in the ancient castle. The new palace, somewhat huge and Escurial-like, of a quadrangular plan with many courts, is royal enough. The site is uncommonly fine, on one of the most fertile plains in the world, and yet the gardens trench on the mountains. From these, an aqueduct brings down an entire river to supply water to the palace and the district, and the whole can on occasion be thrown on some artificially arranged rocks to form a most glorious cascade. The gardens are beautifully laid out, and suit well with a district which itself is thought a garden. The castle is truly kingly. It appears to me, however, particularly gloomy, and no one of us could bring himself to think the vast and empty rooms comfortable. The king probably is of the same opinion, for he has caused a house to be built on the mountains, which, smaller and more proportioned to man's littleness, is intended for a hunting box and countrysat. Caserta, Thursday, March 15, 1787. Hackert is lodged very comfortably in the old castlate, is quite roomy enough for all his guests, constantly busy with drawing and painting. He nevertheless is very social and easily draws men around him, as in the end he generally makes every one become his scholar. He has also quite won me by putting up patiently with my weaknesses, and insists above all things on distinctness of drawing and marked and clear keeping. When he paints, he has 3 colors always ready, and as he works on and uses one after another, a picture is produced, one knows not how or whence. I wish the execution were as easy as it looks. With his usual blunt honesty, he said to you have capacity, but you are unable to accomplish anything. Stay with me 1.5 years, and you shall be able to produce works which shall be a delight to yourself and to others. Is not this a text on which one might preach eternally to dilettanti? We would like to see what sort of a pupil we can make of you. Naples, Sulzer's Theory of the Fine Arts. The special confidence with which the Queen honors him is evinced not merely by the fact that he gives lessons in practice to the princesses, but still more so by his being frequently summoned on an evening to talk with and instruct them on art and kindred subjects. He makes Sulzer's book the basis of such lectures, selecting the articles as entertainment or conviction may be his object. I was obliged to approve of this, and in consequence to laugh at myself. What a difference is there between him who wishes to investigate principles and one whose highest object is to work on the world, and to teach them for their mere private amusement. Sulzer's theory was always odious to me on account of the falseness of its fundamental maxim. But now I saw that the book contained much more than the multitude, require the varied information which is here communicated. The mode of thinking with which alone so active a mind as Sulzer's could be satisfied must have been quite sufficient for the ordinary run of people. Many happy and profitable hours have I spent with the picture-arrestor Anders, who has been summoned hither from Rome and resides in the castle, and industriously pursues his work, in which the king takes a great interest of his skill in restoring old paintings. I dare not begin to speak, since it would be necessary to describe the whole process of this yet difficult craft, and wherein consists the difficulty of the problem and the merit of success. Caserta, March 16, 1787. Your dear letter of the 19th February reached me today, and I must forthwith dispatch a word or two in reply. How glad should I be to come to my senses again by thinking of my friends. Naples is a paradise. In it everyone lives in a sort of intoxicated self-forgetfulness. It is even so with me. I scarcely know myself. I seem quite an altered man. Yesterday I said to myself, either you have always been mad, or you are so now. I have paid a visit to the ruins of ancient Capua, and all that is connected with it. In this country, one first begins to have a true idea of what vegetation is, and why man tills the fields. The flax here is already near to blossoming, and the wheat a span and a half high around Caserta. The land is perfectly level, the fields worked as clean and as fine as the beds of a garden. All of them are planted with poplars, and from tree to tree the vine spreads, and yet notwithstanding this shade the soil below produces the finest and most abundant crops possible. What will they be when the spring shall come in power? Hitherto we have had very cold winds, and there has been snow on the mountains. Within 14 days I must decide whether to go to Sicily or not. Never before have I been so tossed backwards and forwards in coming to a resolution. Every day something will occur to recommend the trip. The next morning some circumstance will be against it. Two spirits are contending for me. I say this in confidence, and for my female friends alone. Speak not a word of it to my male friends. I am well aware that my Iphigenia has fared strangely. The public were so accustomed to the old form expressions, which it had adopted from frequent hearing and reading, were familiar to it, and now quite a different tone is sounding in its ears, and I clearly see that no one in fact thanks me for the endless pains I have been at. Such a work is never finished. It must, however, pass for such as soon as the author has done his utmost, considering time and circumstances. All this, however, will not be able to deter me from trying a similar operation with Tasso. Perhaps it would be better to throw it into the fire. However, I shall adhere to my resolution, and since it must be what it is, I shall make a wonderful work of it. On this account I am pleased to find that the printing of my works goes on so slowly, and then again it is well to be at a distance from the murmurs of the compositor. Strange enough that even in one's most independent actions one expects, nay, requires a stimulus. Naples, Lady Hamilton. Caserta, March 16, 1787. If in Rome one can readily set oneself to study, here one can do nothing but live. You forget yourself and the world, and to me it is a strange feeling to go about with people who think of nothing but enjoying themselves. Sir William Hamilton, who still resides here as ambassador from England, has at length, after his long love of art and long study, discovered the most perfect of admirers of nature and art in a beautiful young woman. She lives with him, an English woman of about 20 years old. She is very handsome and of a beautiful figure. The old knight has had made for her a Greek costume, which becomes her extremely. Dressed in this, and letting her hair loose, and taking a couple of shawls, she exhibits every possible variety of posture, expression, and look so that at the last the spectator almost fancies it is a dream. One beholds here in perfection, in movement, in ravishing variety, all that the greatest of artists have rejoiced to be able to produce. Standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down, grave or sad, playful, exulting, repentant, wanton, menacing, anxious, all mental states follow rapidly one after another with wonderful taste. She suits the folding of her veil to each expression, and with the same handkerchief makes every kind of headdress. The old knight holds the light for her and enters into the exhibition with his whole soul. He thinks he can discern in her a resemblance to all the most famous antiques, all the beautiful profiles, on the Sicilian coins of the Apollo Belvedere itself. This much, at any rate, is certain: entertainment is unique. We spent 2 evenings on it with thorough enjoyment today. Tischbein is engaged in painting her. What I have seen and inferred of the personnel of the court requires to be further tested before I set it down today. The king is gone hunting the wolves. They hope to kill at least 5. Naples, March 17, 1787. When I would write words, images only start before my eyes. The beautiful land, the free sea, the hazy islands, the roaring mountain powers, to delineate all this fail me. Here in this country, one at last understands how it ever came into the head of man to till the ground her, where it produces everything, and where one may look for as many as from 3 to 5 crops in the year. I have seen much, and reflected still more. The world opens itself to me more and more. All, even that I have long known, is at last becoming my own. How quick to know, but how slow to put in practice, is the human creature. The only pity is that I cannot at each moment communicate to others my observations, but both as man and artist, one is here driven backwards and forwards by 100 ideas of his own, while his services are put in requisition by hundreds of persons. His situation is peculiar and strange. He cannot freely sympathize with another's being, because he finds his own exertions so put to the stretch. And after all, the world is nothing but a wheel in its whole periphery. It is everywhere similar, but nevertheless, it appears to us so strange, because we ourselves are carried round with it. What I always said has actually come to pass in this land alone. Do I begin to understand, and to unravel many a phenomenon of nature and complication of opinion, I am gathering from every quarter, and shall bring back with me a great deal, certainly much love of my own native land, and joy to live with a few dear friends. With regard to my Sicilian tour, the gods still hold the scales in their hands, the index still wavers. Who can the friend be who has thus mysteriously announced, only may I not neglect him in my pilgrimage and tour in the island? The frigate from Palermo has returned in 8 days. She sets sail again. Whether I shall sail with it and be back at Rome by Passion Week, I have not as yet determined. Never in my life have I been so undecided. A trifle will turn the scale. With men I get on rather better, for I feel that one must weigh them by avoirdupois weight, and not by the jeweler's scales, as unfortunately friends too often weigh one another in their hypochondriacal humors, and in an over-exacting spirit. Here men know nothing of one another. They scarcely observe that others are also going on their way side by side with them. They run all day backwards and forwards in a paradise without looking around them. And if the neighboring jaws of hell begin to open and to rage, they have recourse to S. Januarius. To pass through such a countless multitude, with its restless excitement, is strange, but salutary. Here they are all crossing and recrossing one another, and yet every one finds his way and his object in so great a crowd and bustle. I feel myself perfectly calm and solitary. The more bustling the streets become, the more quietly I move. Naples, Rousseau. Often do I think of Rousseau and his hypochondriacal discontent, and I can thoroughly understand how so fine an organization may have been deranged. Did I not myself feel such sympathy with natural objects? And did I not see that in the apparent perplexity, 100 seemingly contrary observations admit of being reconciled and arranged side by side, just as the geometer by a cross line tests many measurements? I should often think myself. Naples, March 18, 1787. We must not any longer put off our visit to Herculaneum and the Museum of Portici, where the curiosities which have been dug out of it are collected and preserved. That ancient city lying at the foot of Vesuvius was entirely covered with lava, which subsequent eruptions successively raised so high that the buildings are at present 60 feet below the surface. The city was discovered by some men coming upon a marble pavement as they were digging a well. It is a great pity that the excavation was not executed systematically by German miners, for it is admitted that the work, which was carried on at random and with the hope of plunder, has spoilt many a noble monument of ancient art. After descending 60 steps into a pit, by torchlight you gaze in admiration at the theater, which once stood beneath the open sky, and listened to the guide recounting all that was found there, and carried off. We entered the museum well recommended, and were well received nevertheless. We were not allowed to take any drawings perhaps on this account. We paid the more attention to what we saw, and the more vividly transported ourselves into those long past times when all these things surrounded their living owners, and ministered to the use and enjoyment of life. The little houses and rooms of Pompeii now appeared to me at once more spacious and more confined, because I fancied them to myself, crammed full of so many precious objects more spacious, because these very objects could not have been furnished merely as necessaries, but being decorated with the most graceful and ingenious devices of the imitative arts, while they delighted the taste, must also have enlarged the mind far beyond what the amplest house-room could ever have done. One sees here, for instance, a nobly-shaped pail mounted at the top, with a highly ornamented edge. When you examine it more closely, you find that this rim rises on two sides, and so furnishes convenient handles by which the vessel may be lifted. The lamps, according to the number of their wicks, are ornamented with masks and mountings, so that each burner illuminates a genuine figure of art. We also saw some high and gracefully slender stands of iron for holding lamps, the pendant burners being suspended with figures of all kinds, which display a wonderful fertility of invention. And as in order to please and delight the eye they sway and oscillate, the effect surpasses all description. In the hope of being able to pay a second visit, we followed the usher from room to room, and snatched all the delight and instruction that was possible from a cursory view. Naples, Monday, March 1917, 87. Naples engagement with Neep. Within these last few days, I have formed a new connection. Tishbin, for 3 or 4 weeks, has faithfully lent me all the assistance in his power, and diligently explained to me the works both of nature and art. Yesterday, however, after being at the Museum of Portici, we had some conversation together, and we came to the conclusion that, considering his own artistic objects, he could not perform with credit to himself the works which, in the hope of some future appointment in Naples, he has undertaken for the court, and for several persons in the city, nor do justice to my views, wishes, and fancies. With sincere good wishes for my success, he has therefore recommended to me, for my constant companion, a young man whom since I arrived here I have often seen, not without feeling some inclination and liking for him. His name is Neep, who after a long stay at Rome has come to Naples as the true field and element of the landscape painter. Even in Rome I had heard him highly spoken of as a clever draftsman. His industry was not much commended. I have tolerably studied his character, and think the ground of this censure arises rather from a want of a decision, which certainly may be overcome if we are long together. A favorable beginning confirms me in this hope, and if he continues to go on thus, we shall continue good companions for some time. Naples, March 1917, 87. One needs only to walk along the streets and keep one's eyes well open, and one is sure to see the most unequaled of scenes. At the Mole, one of the noisiest quarters of the city, I saw yesterday a pulcinello who, on a temporary stage of planks, was quarrelling with an ape, while from a balcony above a right pretty maiden was exposing her charms to every eye not far from the ape, and his stage, a quack doctor, was recommending to the credulous crowd his nostrums for every evil. Such a scene, painted by a Gerard Dow, would not fail to charm contemporaries and posterity. Today, moreover, was the festival of S. Joseph. He is the patron of all fritariolithat, is pastry cooks, and understands baking in a very extensive sense, because beneath the black and seething oil-hot flames will, of course, Ragathura for every kind of torture by fire falls within his province. Accordingly, yesterday evening, being the eve of the Saint's Day, the fronts of the houses were adorned with pictures to the best of the inmates' skill, representing souls in purgatory, or the Last Judgment, with plenty of fire and flame. Before the doors, frying pans were hissing on hastily constructed hearths. One partner was working the dough, another shaped it into twists and threw it into the boiling lard. A third stood by the frying pan, holding a short skewer with which he drew out the twists as soon as they were done, and shoved them off on another skewer to a fourth party, who offered them to the bystanders. The two last were generally young apprentices, and wore white curly wig's headdress, being the Neapolitan symbol of an angel. Other figures besides completed the group, and these were busy in presenting wine to the busy cooks, or in drinking themselves, crying and puffing the article. All the while, the angels too and cooks were all clamoring, the people crowded to buy, for all pastry is sold cheap on this evening, and a part of the profits given to the poor. Scenes of this kind may be witnessed without end. Thus fares it every day, always something new, some fresh absurdity, the variety of costume too, that meets you in the streets, the multitude too of passages in the Toledo street, Allah. Thus there is plenty of most original entertainment, if only one will live with the people. It is so natural that one almost becomes natural oneself, for this is the original birthplace of Pulcinello, the true national mask, a harlequin of Pergamo, and the Hansworth of the Tyrol. This Pulcinello, now, is a thoroughly easy, sedate, somewhat indifferent, perhaps lazy, and yet humorous fellow, and so one meets everywhere with a Kellner and a Hosknecht. With ours I had special fun yesterday, and yet there was nothing more than my sending him to fetch some paper and pens. A half misunderstanding, a little loitering good humor and roguery, produced a most amusing scene, which might be very successfully brought out on any stage. Naples, Tuesday, March 2017, 87. The news that an eruption of lava had just commenced, which, taking the direction of Ottajano, was invisible at Naples, tempted me to visit Vesuvius for the third time. Scarcely had I jumped out of my cabriolet Zwierigen Einverdigen Fuhrwerk at the foot of the mountain, when immediately appeared the two guides who had accompanied us on our previous ascent. I had no wish to do without either, but took one out of gratitude and custom the other for reliance on his judgment, and the two for the greater convenience. Having ascended the summit, the older guide remained with our cloaks and refreshment, while the younger followed me, and we boldly went straight towards a dense volume of smoke, which broke forth from the bottom of the funnel. Then we quickly went downwards by the side of it, till at last, under the clear heaven, we distinctly saw the lava emitted from the rolling clouds of smoke. We may hear an object spoken of 1,000 times, but its peculiar features will never be caught till we see it with our own eyes. The stream of lava was small, not broader perhaps than 10 feet, but the way in which it flowed down a gentle and tolerably smooth plane was remarkable. As it flowed along, it cooled both on the sides and on the surface, so that it formed a sort of canal, the bed of which was continually raised, in consequence of the molten mass congealing oven beneath the fiery stream, which with uniform action precipitated right and left the scoria which were floating on its surface. In this way, a regular dam was at length thrown up, in which the glowing stream flowed on as quietly as any mill stream. We passed along the tolerably high dam, while the scoria rolled regularly off the sides at our feet. Some cracks in the canal afforded opportunity of looking at the living stream from below, and as it rushed onwards, we observed it from above. A very bright sun made the glowing lava look dull, but a moderate steam rose from it into the pure air. I felt a great desire to go nearer to the point where it broke out from the mountain. There my guide averred it at once formed vaults and roofs above itself, on which he had often stood to see and experience this phenomenon. We again ascended the hill in order to come from behind to this point. Fortunately, at this moment, the place was cleared by a pretty strong wind, but not entirely, for all round it the smoke eddied from 1,000 crannies. And now at last we stood on the top of the solid roof, which looked like a hardened mass of twisted dough, but which, however, projected so far outwards that it was impossible to see the welling lava. We ventured about 20 steps further, but the ground on which we stepped became hotter and hotter, while around us rolled an oppressive steam, which obscured and hid the sun. The guide, who was a few steps in advance of me, presently turned back, and seizing hold of me, hurried out of this Stygian exhalation. After we had refreshed our eyes with the clear prospect, and washed our gums and throat with wine, we went round again to notice any other peculiarities which might characterize this peak of hell thus rearing itself in the midst of a paradise. I again observed attentively some chasms in appearance like so many volcanic forges, which emitted no smoke, but continually shot out a steam of hot glowing air. They were all tapestried, as it were, with a kind of stalactite, which covered the funnel to the top with its knobs and chintz-like variation of colors. In consequence of the irregularity of the forges, I found many specimens of this sublimation hanging within reach, so that with our staves and a little contrivance, we were able to hack off a few, and to secure them I saw in the shops of the dealers in lava similar specimens labeled simply lava, and I was delighted to have discovered that it was volcanic soot precipitated from the hot vapor and distinctly exhibiting the sublimated mineral particles which it contained. The most glorious of sunsets, a heavenly evening refreshed me on my return. Still, I felt how all great contrasts confound the mind and senses, from the terrible to the beautiful, from the beautiful to the terrible. Each destroys the other, and produces a feeling of indifference. Assuredly, the Neapolitan would be quite a different creature, did he not feel himself thus hemmed in between Elysium and Tartarus. Naples, March 22, 1787. Were I not impelled by the German spirit and desire to learn, and to do rather than to enjoy, I should tarry a little longer in this school of a light-hearted and happy life, and try to profit by it still more here. It is enough for contentment, if a man has ever so little an income. The situation of the city, the mildness of the climate, can never be sufficiently extolled, but it is almost exclusively to these that the stranger is referred. Naples, Sir William Hamilton. No doubt one who has abundance of time, tact, and means might remain here for a long time with profit to himself. Thus Sir William Hamilton has contrived highly to enjoy a long residence in this city, and now in the evening of his life is reaping the fruits of it. The rooms which he has had furnished in the English style are most delightful, and the view from the corner room. Perhaps unique below you is the sea, with a view of Capri Posillipo on the right, with the promenade of Villarreal between you and the grotto on the left, an ancient building belonging to the Jesuits, and beyond it the coast, stretching from Sorrento to Cape Minerva. Another prospect equal to this is scarcely to be found in Europe, least not in the center of a great and populous city. Hamilton is a person of universal taste, and after having wandered through the whole realm of creation, has found rest at last in a most beautiful wife, a masterpiece of the great artist nature. And now, after all this, and 100-fold more of enjoyment, the sirens from over the sea are beckoning me, and if the wind is favorable, I shall start at the same time with this letter writ for the north, I for the south. The human mind will not be confined to any limits. I especially require breadth and extent in an eminent degree. However, I must content myself on this occasion with a rapid survey, and must not think of a long fixed look. If by hearing and thinking I can only attain to as much of any object as a finger's tip, I shall be able to make out the whole hand. Singularly enough, within these few days, a friend has spoken to me of Wilhelm Meister, and urged me to continue it in this climate. I don't think it possible, however. Something of the air of this heaven may perhaps be imparted to the closing books. May my existence only unfold itself sufficiently to lengthen the stem, and to produce richer and finer flowers. Certainly, it were better for me never to have come here at all than to go away unregenerated. Naples, March 22, 1787. Yesterday we saw a picture of Correggio's, which is for sale. It is not indeed in very good preservation. However, it still retains the happiest stamp possible of all the peculiar charms of this painter. It represents a Madonna, with the infant hesitating between the breast and some pears, which an angel is offering it. The subject, therefore, is the weaning of Christ. To me, the idea appears extremely tender, the composition easy and natural, and happily and charmingly executed. It immediately reminded me of the vow of S. Catherine, and in my opinion, the painting is unquestionably from the hand of Correggio. Naples, Friday, March 23, 1787. The terms of my engagement with Neep are now settled, and it has commenced in a right practical way. We went together to Pistoian, where, and also on our journey thither and back, he showed the greatest industry with his pencil. He has taken some of the most glorious outlines possible. He seems to relish this moving but busy sort of life, which has called for a talent which he was scarcely conscious of. This comes of being resolute, but it is exactly here that his accurate and nice skill shows itself. He never stops to surround the paper on which he is about to draw with the usual rectangular lines. However, he seems to take as much pleasure in cutting points to his pencil, which is of the best English lead, as in drawing itself. Thus his outlines are just what one would wish them to be. Naples, a sketching excursion. Now we have come to the following arrangement from this clay forward, We are to live and travel together, while he is to have nothing to trouble himself about but drawing, as he has done for the last few days. All the sketches are to be mine, but in order to a further profit after our return from our connection, he is to finish for a certain sum a number of them which I am to select, and then remuneration for the others is to be settled according to the dexterity he evinces in them, and the importance of the views taken and other considerations. This arrangement has made me quite happy, and now at last I can give you an account of our journey. Sitting in a light two-wheeled carriage, and driving in turn with a rough, good-natured boy, behind we rolled through the glorious country, which Neep greeted with a true artistic eye. We now reached the mountain stream, which running along a smooth artificial channel skirts most delightful rocks and woods. At last in the district of Alacava Neep could not contain himself, but set to work to fix on paper a splendid mountain, which right before us stood out boldly against the blue sky, and with a clever and characteristic touch drew the outlines of the summit, with the sides also down to its very base. We both made merry with it as the earnest of our contract. A similar sketch was taken in the evening from the window of a singularly lovely and rich country, which passes all my powers of description, who would not have been disposed to study at such a spot in those bright times. When a high school of art was flourishing very early in the morning, we set off, by an untrodden path, coming occasionally on marshy spots, towards two beautifully shaped hills. We crossed brooks and pools, where the wild bulls like hippopotamuses were wallowing, and looking upon us with their wild red eyes. The country grew flatter, and more desolate. The scarcity of the buildings bespoke a sparing cultivation at last when we were doubting whether we were passing through rocks or ruins. Some great oblong masses enabled us to distinguish the remains of temples and other monuments of a once splendid city. Neep, who had already sketched on the way the two picturesque limestone hills, suddenly stopped to find a spot from which to seize and exhibit the peculiarity of this most unpicturesque region. A countryman whom I took for my guide led me the meanwhile through the buildings. The first sight of them excited nothing but astonishment. I found myself in a perfectly strange world, for as centuries pass from the severe to the pleasing, they form man's taste at the same time, indeed create him after the same law. But now our eyes, and through them our whole inner being, has been used to and decidedly prepossessed in favor of a lighter style of architecture, so that these crowded masses of stumpy conical pillars appear heavy, not to say frightful. But I soon recollected myself, called to mind the history of art, thought of the times when the spirit of the age was in unison with this style of architecture, and realized the severe style of sculpture, and in less than an hour found myself reconciled to it. Nay, I went so far as to thank my genius for permitting me to see with my own eyes such well-preserved remains. Since drawings give us no true idea of them, for in architectural sketches they seem more elegant, and in perspective views even more stumpy than they actually are, it is only by going round them and passing through them that you can impart to them their real character. You evoke for them, not to say infuse into them, the very feeling which the architect had in contemplation. And thus I spent the whole day Nape, the while working away most diligently in taking very accurate sketches. How delighted was I to be exempt from that care, and yet to acquire such unfailing tokens for the aid of memory. Unfortunately, there was no accommodation for spending the night here. We returned to Sorrento, and started early next morning for Naples. Vesuvius, seen from the back, is a rich country. Poplars, with their colossal pyramids on the roadside in the foreground, these two formed an agreeable feature, which we halted a moment to take. We now reached an eminence. The most extensive area in the world opened before us. Naples in all its splendor, its mile-long line of houses on the flat shore of the bay, the promontories, tongues of land and walls of rock, then the islands, and behind all the seethe hole was a ravishing sight. A most hideous singing, or rather exulting cry and howl of joy from the boy behind frightened and disturbed us somewhat angrily. I called out to him. He had never had any harsh words from us, had been a very good boy. For a while he did not move. Then he patted me lightly on the shoulder, and pushing between us both his right arm with the forefinger stretched out, exclaimed, "Signor, perdonate questa, e la mia patria," which, being interpreted, runs, "Forgive me, sir, for that is my native land." And so I was ravished a second time. Something like a tear stood in the eyes of the phlegmatic child of the north. Naples, March 25, 1787. Although I saw that Neep was delighted to go with me to the festival of the Annunciation, still, I could not fail to observe that there was a something he was sorry to part from his candor, could not let him long conceal from me the fact that he had formed here a close and faithful attachment. It was a pretty tale to listen to the story of their first meeting, and the description of the fair one's behavior up to this time, told in her favor. Neep, moreover, insisted on my going, and seeing for myself how pretty she really was. Accordingly, an opportunity was contrived, and so as to afford me the enjoyment of one of the most agreeable views over Naples, he took me to the flat roof of a house, which commanded a survey of the lower town near the mole, the bay, and the shore of Sorrento. All that lay beyond on the left became foreshortened in the strangest way possible, and which, except from this particular spot, was never witnessed. Naples is everywhere beautiful and glorious. Naples, an apparition. While we were admiring the country around, suddenly, although expected, a very beautiful face presented itself above the roof. The entrance to these flat roofs is generally an oblong opening in the roof, which can be covered when not used by a trapdoor. While then the little angel appeared in full figure above the opening, it occurred to me that ancient painters usually represent the Annunciation by making the angel ascend by a similar trapdoor, but the angel on this occasion was really of a very fine form, of a very pretty face, and a good natural carriage. It was a real joy to me, under the free heaven, and in presence of the finest prospect in the world, to see my new friend so happy after her departure. He confessed to me that he had hitherto voluntarily endured poverty, as by that means he had enjoyed her love, and at the same time had learned to appreciate her contented disposition, and now his better prospects and improved condition were chiefly prized, because they procured him the means of making her days more comfortable. Naples, March 25, 1787. After this pleasant little incident, I walked on the shore, calm and happy there. A good insight into botanical matters opened on me. Tell Herder that I am very near finding the primal vegetable type, only I fear that no one will be able to trace in it the rest of the vegetable kingdom. My famous theory of the cotyledons is so refined that perhaps it is impossible to go further with it. Naples, March 26, 1787. Tomorrow this letter will leave this for you. On Thursday, the 29th, I go to Palermo in the corvette, which formerly, in my ignorance of sea matters, I promoted to the rank of a frigate. The doubt whether I should go or remain made me unsettled, even in the use of my stay. Here now I have made up my mind, things go on better for my mental state. This journey is salutary, indeed necessary. I see Sicily pointing to Africa and to Asia, and to the wonderful whither so many rays of the world's history are directed. Even to stand still is no trifle. I have treated Naples quite in its own style. I have been anything but industrious, and yet I have seen a great deal, and formed a pretty general idea of the land, its inhabitants and condition. On my return, there is much that I shall have to go over again, indeed only go over, for by the 29th of June I must be in Rome again. As I have missed the Holy Week, I must not fail to be present at the festivities of St. Peter's Day. My Sicilian expedition must not altogether draw me off from my original plans. The day before yesterday we had a violent storm with thunder, lightning, and rain. Now it is again clear. A glorious tramontane is blowing. If it lasts, we shall have a rapid passage. Yesterday I went with my fellow traveler to see the vessel, and to take our cabin. A sea voyage is utterly out of the pale of my ideas. This short trip, which will probably be a mere coasting one, will help my imagination and enlarge my world. The captain is a young lively fellow, the ship trim and clean, built in America, and a good sailor. Naples, departure for Sicily. Here every spot begins to look green. Sicily, they tell me, I shall find still more so. By the time you get this letter, I shall be on my return, leaving Trinacria behind me. Such is man, he is always either anticipating or recalling. I have not yet been there, and yet I now am in thought back again with you. However, for the confusion of this letter, I am not to blame. Every moment I am interrupted, and yet I would, if possible, fill this sheet to the very corner. Just now I have had a visit from a Marchese, a young man who appears to be well informed. He was anxious to make the acquaintance of the author of Werther. Generally, indeed, the people here evince a great desire for and delight in learning and accomplishments, only they are too happy to go the right way to acquire them. had I more time, I would willingly devote it to observing the Neapolitans. These 4 weeks, what are they compared with the endless variety of life? Now fare you well on these travels. I have learnt one thing at least, thou, to travel well. Whether I am learning to live, I know not. The men who pretend to understand that art are in nature and manner too widely different from me for setting up any claim to such a talent. Farewell, and love me as sincerely as I from my heart remember you. Naples, March 28, 1787. These few days have been entirely passed in packing and leave-taking, with making all necessary arrangements and paying bills, looking for missing articles, and with preparations of all kinds. I set the time down as lost. The Prince of Walbeck has just at my departure unsettled me again, for he has been talking of nothing less than that I should arrange on my return to go with him to Greece and Dalmatia. When one enters once into the world and gives way to it, it is necessary to be very cautious, lest one should be carried away, not to say driven mad by it. I am utterly incapable of adding another syllable. Naples, March 29, 1787. For some days the weather has been very unsettled. Today, the appointed time for our sailing, it is again, as fine as possible, a favorable north wind, a bright sunny sky, beneath which one wishes oneself in the wide world. Now, I bid an affectionate farewell to all my friends in Weimar and Gotha. Your love accompanies me, for wherever I am, I feel my need of you. Last night, I dreamt I was again among old familiar faces. It seems as if I could not unload my boat of pheasants' feathers anywhere but among you. May it be well loaded. Sicily. At sea, Thursday, March 29, 1787. A fresh and favorable breeze from the northeast is not blowing this time as it did at the last sailing of the packet, but unfortunately a direct headwind comes from the opposite quarter, the southwest end, so we are experiencing to our cost. How much the traveler by sea depends upon the caprice of the wind and weather. Out of all patience, we whiled away the morning either on the shore or in the coffee house. At last, at noon, we went on board, and the weather being extremely fine, we enjoyed the most glorious of views. The corvette lay at anchor near to the mole, with an unclouded sun. The atmosphere was hazy, giving to the rocky walls of Sorrento, which were in the shade, a tint of most beautiful blue. Naples, with its living multitudes, lay in the full sunshine, and glittered brilliantly with countless tints. It was not until sunset that the vessel began slowly to move from her moorings. Then the wind, which was contrary, drove us over to Posillipo and its promontory all night long. The ship went quietly on its way. She is a swift sailor, and was built in America, and is well fitted with cabins and berths. The passengers cheerful, but not boisterous opera singers and dancers, consigned to Palermo. Friday, March 30, 1787. By daybreak we found ourselves between Ischia and Capri, perhaps not more than a mile from the latter. The sun rose from behind the mountains of Capri and Cape Minerva. Neap diligently sketched the outlines of the coasts and the islands, and took several beautiful views. The slowness of the passage was favorable to his labors. We were making our way, but slowly under a light sidewind we lost sight of Vesuvius about 4, just as we came in due of Cape Minerva, and Ischia. These two disappeared about evening. The sun set in the sea, attended with clouds, and a long streak of light reaching for miles, all of a brilliant purple. This phenomenon was also sketched by Neap. At last, we lost sight altogether of the land, and the watery horizon surrounded us, the night being clear with lovely moonlight. The voyage to Sicily. These beautiful sights, however, I could only enjoy for a few moments, for I was soon attacked with seasickness. I betook myself to my cabin, chose an horizontal position, and abstaining from all meat or drink, except white bread and red wine, soon found myself pretty comfortable again. Shut out from the external world, I let the internal have full sway, and as a tedious voyage was to be anticipated, I immediately set myself a heavy task in order to while away the time profitably. Of all my papers, I had only brought with me the first 2 acts of Tasso, written in poetic prose. These 2 acts, as regards their plan and evolution, were nearly similar to the present ones, but written full 10 years ago, had a somewhat soft and misty tone, which soon disappeared, while in accordance with my later notions, I made form more predominant and introduced more of rhythm. Saturday, March 30, 1787. The sun rose this morning from the water quite clear. About 7, we overtook a French vessel which had left Naples 2 days before us. So much the better sailor was our vessel still. We had no prospect, as yet, of the end of our passage. We were somewhat cheered by the sight of Ustica, but unfortunately on our left, when we ought to have had it like Capri on our right. Towards noon, the wind became directly contrary, and we did not make the least way. The sea began to get rough, and every one in the ship was sick. I kept in my usual position, and the whole piece was thought over and over and through again. The hours passed away, and I should not have noticed how they went, but for the roguish Neep, on whose appetite the waves had no influence, when from time to time he brought me some wine and some bread. He took a mischievous delight in expatiating on the excellent dinner in the cabin, the cheerfulness and good nature of our young but clever captain, and on his regrets that I was unable to enjoy my share of it, so likewise the transition from joke and merriment to qualmishness and sickness, and the various ways in which the latter manifested themselves in the different passengers, afforded him rich materials for humorous description. At 4 in the afternoon, the captain altered the course of our vessel. The mainsails were again set, and we steered direct for Ustica, behind which, to our great joy, we discerned the mountains of Sicily. The wind improved, and we bore rapidly towards Sicily, and a few little islands appeared in view. The sunset was murky, the light of heaven being veiled beneath a mist. The wind was pretty fair for the whole of the evening. Towards midnight the sea became very rough. Sunday, April 1, 1787. About 3 in the morning, a violent storm. Half asleep and dreaming, I went on with the plan of my drama. In the meantime, there was great commotion on deck. The sails were all taken in, and the vessel pitched on the top of the waves. As day broke, the storm abated, and the sky cleared up. Now Ustica lay right on our left. They pointed out to me a large turtle swimming a great distance off. By my telescope I could easily discern it as a living point. Towards noon, we were clearly able to distinguish the coast of Sicily with its headlands and bays, but we had got very far to the leeward, and tacked on and off. Towards midday, we came nearer to the shore. The weather being clear, and the sun shining bright, we saw quite distinctly the western coast from the promontory of Lillibum to Cape Gallo. A shoal of dolphins attended our ship on both bows and continually shot ahead. It was amusing to watch them as they swam along, covered by the clear transparent waves at one time, and at another springing above the water, showing their fins and spine-ridged back, with their sides playing in the light from gold to green and from green to gold. The voyage to Sicily. As the land was direct on our lee, the captain lay to in a bay behind Cape Gallo. Neep failed not to seize the opportunity to sketch the many beautiful scenes somewhat in detail. Towards sunset the captain made again for the open sea, steering northeast in order to make the heights of Palermo. I ventured several times on deck, but never intermitted for a moment my poetical labors, and thus I became pretty well master of the whole piece, with a cloudy sky, a bright but broken moonlight. The reflection on the sea was infinitely beautiful. Paintings, in order to heighten the effect, generally lead us to believe that the reflection from the heavenly luminaries on the water has its greatest breadth nearest to the spectator, where it also possesses its greatest brilliancy. On this occasion, however, the reflection was broadest at the horizon, and like a sharp pyramid, ended with sparkling waves close to the ship. During the night our captain again frequently changed the tack. Monday, April 2, 1787. This morning about 8 o'clock, we found ourselves over against Palermo. The morning seemed to me highly delightful. During the days that I had been shut up in my cabin, I had got on pretty well with the plan of my drama. I felt quite well now, and was able to stay on deck and observe attentively the Sicilian coast. Neep went on sketching away, and by his accurate but rapid pencil, many a sheet of paper was converted into highly valuable mementos of our landing, which, however, we still had to wait for. Palermo. Monday, April 2, 1787. By 3 o'clock P. Roman 1000, we at last, after much trouble and difficulty, got into harbor, where a most glorious view lay before us. Perfectly recovered from my seasickness, I enjoyed it highly. The town, facing north, lay at the foot of a high hill, with the sun at this time of day shining above it. The sides of the buildings, which looked towards us, lay in a deep shade, which, however, was clear and lit up by the reflection from the water. On our right, Monte Pellegrino, with its many elegant outlines in full light. On the left, the coast with its bays, isthmuses, and headlands stretching far away into the distance, and the most agreeable effect was produced by the fresh green of some fine trees, whose crowns lit up from behind swayed backwards and forwards before the dark buildings like great masses of glowworms. A brilliant haze gave a bluish tint to all the shades. Instead of hurrying impatiently on shore, we remained on deck, till we were actually forced to land, for where could we hope soon to find a position equal to this, or so favorable a point of view? Through the singular gateway, which consists of two vast pillars, which are left unconnected above in order that the tower-high car of S. Rosalia may be able to pass through on her famous festival, we were driven into the city, and alighted almost immediately at a large hotel on our left. The host, an old decent person long accustomed to see strangers of every nation and tongue, conducted us into a large room, the balcony of which commanded a view of the sea with the roadstead, where we recognized our ship Monte Rosalia and the beach, and were enabled to form an idea of our whereabouts. Highly satisfied with the position of our room, we did not for some time observe that at the farther end of it was an alcove slightly raised and concealed by curtains, in which was a most spacious bed, with a magnificent canopy and curtains of silk, in perfect keeping with the other stately but old-fashioned furniture of our apartment. This display of splendor made me uneasy. So, as my custom was, I wished to make an agreement with my host. To this, the old man replied that conditions were unnecessary, and he trusted I should have nothing to complain of in him. We were also at liberty to make use of the anteroom, which was next to our apartment, and cool, airy, and agreeable from its many balconies. We amused ourselves with the endless variety of views, and endeavored to sketch them one by one in pencil or in colors, for here the eye fell upon a plentiful harvest for the artist. Sicily, Palermo. In the evening, the lovely moonlight attracted us once more to the roadstead, and even after our return riveted us for some time on the balcony. The light was peculiar, the repose and loveliness of the scene were extreme. Palermo, Tuesday, April 3, 1787. Our first business was to examine the city, which is easy enough to survey, but difficult to know. Easy because a street, a mile long from the lower to the upper gate, from the sea to the mountain, intersects it, and is itself again crossed nearly in its middle by another. Whatever lies on these two great lines is easily found, but in the inner streets a stranger soon loses himself, and without a guide will never extricate himself from their labyrinths. Towards evening our attention was directed to the long line of carriages of the well-known build, in which the principal persons of the neighborhood were taking their evening drive from the city to the beach, for the sake of the fresh air, amusement, and perhaps also for intrigue. It was full moon about 2 hours before midnight, and the evening was in consequence indescribably glorious. The northerly position of Palermo produces a very strange effect. As the city and shore come between the sun and the harbor, its reflection is never observed on the waves. On this account, though it was one of the very brightest of days yesterday, I found the sea of a deep blue color solemn and oppressive, whereas at Naples after noonday it gets brighter and brighter and glitters with more airy lightness and to a greater distance. Neep has today left me to make my pilgrimages and observations by myself, in order that he might accurately sketch the outline of Monte Pellegrino, the most beautiful headland in the whole world. Palermo, April 3, 1787. Here again I must put a few things together, something in the way of an appendix, and with the carelessness of familiarity. At sunset of the 29th of March, we set sail for Naples, and at last, after a passage of 4 days and 3 hours, cast anchor in the harbor of Palermo. The little diary which I enclose will give an account of ourselves and our fortunes. I never entered upon a journey so calmly as I did this, and never have I had a quieter time of it than during our passage, which a constant headwind has unusually prolonged, even though I passed the time chiefly on my bed, in a close little berth, to which I was obliged to keep during the first day, in consequence of a violent attack of seasickness. Now my thoughts pass over towards you, for if ever anything has exercised a decided influence on my mind, this voyage has certainly done so. He who has never seen himself surrounded on all sides by the sea can never possess an idea of the world, and of his own relation to it. As a landscape painter, this great simple line has given me entirely new ideas. During our voyage, we had, as the diary records, many changes, and on a small scale, experienced all a sailor's fortunes. However, the safety and convenience of the packet boat cannot be sufficiently commended. Our captain is a very brave and an extremely handsome man. My fellow passengers consisted of a whole theatrical troupe, well-mannered, tolerable, and agreeable. My artist, who accompanies me, is a merry, true-hearted fellow. In order to shorten the weary hours of the passage, he has explained to me all the mechanical part of aquarelle, or painting in water-colors, an art which has been carried to a great height of perfection. In Italy, he thoroughly understands the effect of particular colors in affecting certain tones to produce, which, without knowing the secret, one might go on mixing forever. I had, it is true, learned a good deal of it in Rome, but never before so systematically. The artists must have studied and perfected the art in a country like Italy, or this no words can express the hazy brilliancy which hung around the coasts. As on a most beautiful noon, we neared Palermo. He who has once seen it will never forget it. Now at last I can understand Claude Lorraine, and can cherish a hope that hereafter in the north I shall be able to produce from my soul at least a faint idea of these glorious abodes. Oh, that only all littleness had departed from it, as entirely as the little charm of thatched roofs has vanished from among my ideas of what a drawing should be. We shall see what this queen of islands can do. Sicily, Palermo. No words can express the welcome with its fresh green mulberry trees, evergreen oleanders, and hedges of citron. Roman 100. In the open gardens, you see large beds of ranunculuses and anemones. The air is mild, warm, and fragrant. The wind, refreshing. The full moon, too, rose from behind a promontory and shone upon the sea, and this joyous scene, after being tossed about 4 days and nights on the waves. Forgive me if with a stump of a pen and the Indian ink my fellow traveler uses for his sketches I scribble down these remarks. I send them to you as a faint lisping murmur, since I am preparing for all that love me another record of these my happy hours. What it is to be I say not, and when you will receive it, that also it is out of my power to tell. Palermo, Tuesday, April 3. This letter must as far as possible impart to you, my dearest friends, a high treat. It is intended to convey to you a description of an unrivaled bay embracing a vast mass of waters beginning from the east, where a flattish headland runs far out into the sea. It is dotted with many rugged, beautifully-shaped wood-crowned rocks, until it reaches the fishing huts of the suburbs, then the town itself, whose foremost houses, and among them our own hotel, all look towards the harbor, and to the great gate by which we entered. Then it stretches westwards, and passing the usual landing place, where vessels of smaller burden can lie, to comes next to what is properly the harbor near the mole, which is the station of all larger vessels. And then at the western point, to protect the shipping, rises Monte Pellegrino, with its beautiful contour, after leaving between it and the mainland a lovely fertile valley, which at its other end again reaches the sea. Neap sketched away, I took with my mind's eye the plan of the country at schematisser to with great delight, and now glad to have reached home again, we feel neither strength nor energy to tell a long story, and to go into particulars. Our endeavors must therefore be reserved for a future occasion, and this sheet must serve to convince you of our inability adequately to seize these objects, or rather of our presumption in thinking to grasp and master them in so short a time. Palermo, Wednesday, April 4, 1787. In the afternoon, we paid a visit to the fertile and delightful valley at the foot of the southern mountains running by Palermo, and through which the Orito meanders. Here, too, is a call for the painter's eye and a practiced hand to convey an idea of it. Neap, however, hastily seized an excellent point of view at a spot where the pent-up water was dashing down from a half-broken weir, and was shaded by a lovely group of trees, behind which an uninterrupted prospect opened up the valley, affording a view of several farm buildings. Beautiful spring weather and a budding luxuriance diffused over the whole valley a refreshing feeling of peace, which our stupid guide marred by his ill-timed erudition, telling us that in former days Hannibal had fought a battle here, and circumstantially detailing all the dreadful feats of war which had been perpetrated on the spot. In no friendly mood, I reproved him for thus fatally calling up again such departed spectres. It was bad enough, I said, that from time to time the crops should be trodden down, if not by elephants, yet by men and horses. At any rate, it was not right to scare away the peaceful dreams of imagination by reviving such tumults and horrors. The guide was greatly surprised that I could on such a spot despise classical reminiscences, and I too could not make him understand how greatly such a mingling of the past with the present displeased me. Still more singular did our guide deem me when at all the shallow places, of which many were left quite dry, by the stream I searched for pebbles, and carried off with me specimens of each sort. I again found it difficult to make him understand that there was no readier way of forming an idea of a mountainous district like that before us than by examining the nature of the stones which are washed down by the streams, and that in so doing the purpose was to acquire a right notion of those eternally classic heights of the ancient world. Sicily, Palermo. And indeed my gains from this stream were large enough. I carried away nearly 40 specimens, which however may be comprised under a few classes. Most of these were of a species of rock, which in one respect might be regarded as a sort of jasper or hornblende, in another looked like clayslate. I found some pebbles rounded, others of a rhomboidal shape, others of irregular forms, and of various colors, moreover many varieties of the primeval limestone, not a few specimens of breccia, of which the substratum was lime, and holding jasper or modifications of limestone rubbles of muschelkalk, also were not wanting. The horses here are fed on barley chaff, hackerling, and clover in spring. They give them the green barley in order to refresh them. Per rinfrescar is the phrase. As there are no meadows here, they have no hay on the hillsides. There are some pasture lands, and also in the cornfields. As a third is always left fallow, they keep but few sheep, and these are of a breed from Barbary. On the whole, they have more mules than horses, because the hot food suits the former better than the latter. The plain on which Palermo lies, as well as the districts of Ai Kali, which lie without the city, and a part also of Bagaria, have for their basis the muschelkalk, of which the city is built. There are for this purpose extensive quarries of it in the neighborhood. In one place near Monte Pellegrino they are more than 50 feet deep. The lower layers are of a whiter hue. In it are found many petrified corals and other shellfish, but principally great scallops. The upper stratum is mixed with red marl and contains but few if any fossils. Right above it lies the red marl, of which however the layer is not very stiff. Monte Pellegrino however rises out of all this. It is a primary limestone, has many hollows and fissures, which although very irregular when closely observed, are found to follow the order of the strata. The stone is close and rings when struck. Palermo, Thursday, April 5, 1787. We have gone carefully through the city. The style of architecture resembles for the most part that of Naples, but the public buildings, for instance, the fountains, are still further removed from good taste here. There is no artistic mind to regulate the public works. The edifices owe both their shape and existence to chance. Accidents. A fountain, which is the admiration of the whole island, would perhaps never have existed had not Sicily furnished a beautiful variegated marble, and had not a sculptor well practiced in animal shapes happened to be in favor precisely at the time. It would be a difficult matter to describe this fountain in a moderately sized site. Stands a round piece of masonry, not quite a staff, high stock, hock. The socle, the wall, and the cornice are of variegated marble. In the wall are several niches in a row, from which animals of all kinds in white marble are looking with stretched out necks. Horses, lions, camels, and elephants are interchanged one with another, and one scarcely expects to find within the circle of this menagerie a fountain to which through 4 openings marble steps lead you down to draw from the water, which flows in rich abundance. The same nearly may be said of the churches, in which even the Jesuits' love of show and finery is surpassed, but not from design or plan, but by accident, just as artist after artist, whether sculptor or carver, gilder, lacquerer, or worker in marble, chose, without taste or rule, to display on each vacant spot his own abilities. Amidst all this, however, one cannot fail to recognize a certain talent in imitating natural objects. For instance, the heads of the animals around the fountains are very well executed. By this means, it is in truth that the admiration of the multitude is excited, whose artistic gratification consists chiefly in comparing the imitation with its living prototype. Towards evening, I made a merry acquaintance as I entered the house of a small dealer in the Long Street in order to purchase some trifles. As I stood before the window to look at the wares, a slight breeze arose, which, eddying along the whole street at last, distributed through all the windows and doors the immense cloud of dust, which it had raised. By all the saints, I cried, whence comes, till the dust of your townies there no helping it in its length and beauty, this street vies with any in the Corso in Rome on both sides, a fine pavement which each stall and scaffolder keeps clean by interminable sweeping, but brushes everything into the middle of the street, which is in consequence so much the dirtier, and with every breath of wind sends back to you the filth, which has just before been swept into the roadway. In Naples, busy donkeys carry off day by day the rubbish to the gardens and farms. Why should you not here contrive and establish some similar regulation? Sicily, Palermo. Things with us are as they are, he replied. We throw everything out of the house, and it rots before the door. You see here horse-dung and filth of all kinds. It lies there and dries and returns to us again in the shape of dust. Against it we are taking precautions all day long. But look, our pretty little and ever-busy brooms, worn out at last, only go to increase the heap of filth before our doors. And oddly enough, it was actually so. They had nothing but very little besoms of palm branches, which, slightly altered, might have been really useful, but as it was they broke off easily, and the stumps were lying by thousands in the streets. To my repeated questioning whether there was no board or regulations to prevent all this, he replied, a story is current among the people that those whose duty it was to provide for the cleansing of our streets, being men of great power and influence, could not be compelled to disburse the money on its lawful objects, and besides that there was also the strange fact that certain parties feared that if the dirty straw and dung were swept away, every one would see how badly the pavement beneath was laid down, and so the dishonesty of a second body would be thereby exposed. All this, however, he remarked with a most humorous expression, is merely the interpretation which the ill-disposed put upon it. For his part, he was of the opinion of those who maintained that the nobles preserve this soft litter for their carriages in order that when they take their drive for amusement in the evening, they might ride at ease over the elastic ground. And as the man was now in the humor, he joked away at many of the abuses of the police. A consolatory proof to me that man has always humor enough to make merry with what he cannot help. Rosalia, the patron saint of Palermo, is so universally known from the description which Brydon has given of her festival that it must assuredly be agreeable to my friends to read some account of the place and the spot where she is most particularly worshipped. Monte Pellegrino, a vast mass of rocks of which the breadth is greater than the height, lies on the northwest extremity of the Bay of Palermo. Its beautiful form admits not of being described by words. A most excellent view of it may be seen in the Voyage pittoresque de la Sicile. It consists of a grey limestone of the earlier epoch. The rocks are quite barren, not a tree nor a bush will grow on them. Even the more smooth and level portions are but barely covered with grasses or mosses. In a cavern of this mountain, the bones of the saint were discovered at the beginning of the last century and brought to Palermo. The presence of them delivered the city from a pestilence, and ever since Rosalia has been the patron saint of the people. Chapels have been built in her honor, splendid festivals have been instituted. The pious and devout frequently made pilgrimages to the mountain, and in consequence a road has been made to it, which like an ancient aqueduct rests on arches and columns and ascends zigzag between the rocks. The place of worship is far more suitable to the humility of the saint who retired thither than are the splendid festivities which have been instituted in honor of her total renunciation of the world, and perhaps the whole of Christendom, which now for 1800 years has based its riches, pomps, and festival amusements on the memory of its first founders, and most zealous confessors cannot point out a holy spot which has been adorned and rendered venerable in so eminent and delightful a way. When you have ascended the mountain, you proceed to the corner of a rock over against which there rises a high wall of stone. On this, the church and the monastery are very finely situated. The exterior of the church has nothing promising or inviting. You open its door without any high expectation, but on entering are ravished with wonder. You find yourself in a vast vestibule which extends to the whole breadth of the church. and is open towards the nave. You see here the usual vessel of holy water and some confessionals. The nave is an open space, which on the right is bounded by the native rock, and on the left by the continuation of the vestibule. It is paved with flat stones on a slight inclination, in order that the rain water may run off. A small well stands nearly in the center. Palermo's Rosalia. The cave itself has been transformed into the choir, without, however, any of its rough natural shape being altered. Descending a few steps close upon them stands the chorister's desk with the choir books, and on each side are the seats of the choristers. The whole is lighted by the daylight, which is admitted from the court or nave. Deep within, in the dark recesses of the cave, stands the high altar. As already stated, no change has been made in the cave. Only as the rocks drop incessantly with water, it was necessary to keep the place dry. This has been effected by means of tin tubes, which are fastened to every projection of the rock, and are in various ways connected together as they are broad above and come to a narrow edge below, and are painted of a dull green color. They give to the rock an appearance of being overgrown with a species of cactus. The water is conducted into a clear reservoir, out of which it is taken by the faithful as a remedy and preventative for every kind of Roman. 99. As I was narrowly observing all this, an ecclesiastic came up to me and asked whether I was a Genoese and wished a mass or so to be said. I replied upon this that I had come to Palermo with a Genoese who would tomorrow, as it was a festival, come up to the shrine, but as one of us must always be at home, I had come up today in order to look about me. Upon this, he observed I was at perfect liberty to look at everything at my leisure, and to perform my devotions. In particular, he pointed out to me a little altar which stood on the left as especially holy, and then left me. Through the openings of a large trellis work of lattice lamps appeared burning before an altar. I knelt down close to the gratings and peeped through further in. However, another lattice of brass wire was drawn across, so that one looked as it were through gauze at the objects within. By the light of some dull lamps, I caught sight of a lovely female form. She lay seemingly in a state of ecstasy. The eyes half closed, the head leaning carelessly on her right hand, which was adorned with many rings. I could not sufficiently discern her face, but it seemed to be peculiarly charming. Her robe was made of gilded metal, which imitated excellently a texture wrought with gold. The head and hands were of white marble. I cannot say that the whole was in the lofty style. Still, it was executed so naturally and so pleasingly that one almost fancied it must breathe and move. A little angel stands near her, and with a bunch of lilies in his hand, appears to be fanning her. In the meanwhile, the clergy had come into the cave, taken their places, and began to chant the vespers. I took my seat right before the altar and listened to them for a while. Then I again approached the altar, knelt down, and attempted to obtain a still more distinct view of the beautiful image. I resigned myself without reserve to the charming illusion of the statue and the locality. The chant of the priests now resounded through the cave. The water was trickling into the reservoir near the altar, while the overhanging rocks of the vestibule proper nave of the church shut in the scene. There was a deep stillness in this waste spot, whose inhabitants seemed to be all dead. A singular neatness in a wild cave. The tinsel and tawdry pomp of the Roman Catholic ceremonial, especially as it is vividly decked out in Sicily, had here reverted to its original simplicity. The illusion produced by the statue of the fair sleeper witch had a charm even for the most practiced eye. Enough, it was with the greatest difficulty that I tore myself from the spot, and it was late at night before I got back to Palermo. Palermo, Saturday, April 7, 1787. In the public gardens, which are close to the roadstead, I have passed some most delightful hours. It is the most wonderful place in the world, regularly laid out by art. It still looks a fairy spot planted, but a short time ago it yet transports you into ancient times. Green edgings surround beds of the choicest exotic citronspaliers arch over lowered walks. High walls of the oleander decked with thousands of its red carnation-like blossoms dazzle the eye. Trees wholly strange and unknown to me, as yet without leaf, and probably therefore natives of a still warmer climate, spread out their strange-looking branches. A raised seat at the end of the level space gives you a survey of these curiously mixed rarities and leads the eye at last to great basins in which gold and silver fish swim about with their pretty movements, now hiding themselves beneath moss-covered reeds, now darting in troops to catch the bit of bread, which has tempted them from their hiding place. All the plants exhibit tints of green, which I am not used to, yellower and bluer than are found with us, what however lent to every object the rarest of charms was a strong halo which hung around everything alike, and produced the following singular effect: objects, which were only distant a few steps from others, were distinguished from them by a decided tint of light blue, so that at last the distinctive colors of the most remote were almost merged in it, or at least assumed to the eye a decidedly strong blue tint. Sicily, Palermo. The very singular effect which such a halo imparts to distinct objects, vessels, and headlands is remarkable enough to an artistic eye. It assists it accurately to distinguish, and indeed to measure distances. It makes too a walk on the heights extremely charming. One sees nature no more, nothing but pictures, just as if a painter of exquisite taste had arranged them in a gallery. But these wonderful gardens have made a deep and lasting impression on my mind. The black waves on the northern horizon, as they broke on the irregular points of the bay end, even the smell of the seal seemed to recall to my imagination, as well as my memory, the happy island of the Phasians. I hastened to purchase a Homer, and began to read this book with the highest delight, making an impromptu translation of it for the benefit of Neep, who had well deserved, by his diligent exertions this day, some agreeable refreshment over a glass of wine. Palermo, April 8, 1787. Easter Day. The morning rejoicings in the blissful resurrection of the Lord commenced with break of day. Crackers, wildfires, rockets, serpents, Roman 100, were let off by wholesale in front of the churches, as the worshippers crowded in at the open doors. The chiming of bells, the pealing of organs, the chanting of processions, and of the choirs of priests who came to meet them, were enough to stun the ears of all who had not been used to such noisy worship. The early mass was scarcely ended when two well-dressed couriers of the Viceroy visited our hotel with the double object of offering to all strangers His Highness congratulations on the festival, and to exact a douceur in return, as I was specially honored with an invitation to dinner. My gift was, of course, expected to be considerable. After spending the morning in visiting the different churches, I proceeded to the Viceroy's palace, which is situated at the upper end of the city. As I arrived, rather early, I found the grand saloon still empty. There was only a little lively man who came up to me, and whom I soon discovered to be a Maltese. When he had learnt that I was a German, he asked if I could give him any account of Erfurt, where he had spent a very pleasant time on a short visit. As he asked me about the family of the Dackerodes and about the coadjutor von Dalberg, I was able to give some account of them, at which he seemed much delighted, and inquired after other people of Thuringia with considerable interest. He then inquired about Weimar, and how, he asked, is the person who, full of youth and vivacity, when I was there, was the life of society. I have forgotten his name, but he is the author of Werther. After a little pause, as if for the sake of tasking my memory, I answered, I am the person whom you are inquiring about. With the most visible signs of astonishment he sprung back, exclaiming, there must have been a great change. Then, oh yes, I rejoined, between Palermo and Weimar, I have gone through many a change. At this moment, the Viceroy and suite entered the apartment. His carriage evinced that graceful freedom which became so distinguished a personage. He could not refrain from laughing at the Maltese as he went on expressing his astonishment to see me here at table. I sat by the side of the Viceroy, who inquired into the objects of my journey, and assured me that he would give orders that everything in Palermo should be open to my inspection, and that every possible facility should be given me during my tour through Sicily. Sicily, Palermo. Palermo, Monday, April 9, 1787. This whole day has been taken up with the stupidities of the Prince Pelagonia, whose follies are thoroughly different from what one would form an idea of either by reading or hearing of them. For with the slightest love of truth, he who wishes to furnish an account of the absurd gets into a dilemma. He is anxious to give an idea of it, and so makes it something, whereas in reality it is a nothing which seeks to pass for something. And here I must premise another general reflection, viz., that neither the most tasteless nor the most excellent production comes entirely and immediately from a single individual or a single age, but that with a little attention, anyone may trace its pedigree and descent. The fountain already described in Palermo belongs to the forefathers of the Pelagian follies, only that the latter in their own soil and domain developed themselves with the greatest freedom and on the largest scale. When in these parts a country seat is built, it is usually placed in the middle of a whole property, and therefore in order to reach the princely mansion you have to pass through cultivated fields, kitchen gardens, and similar rural conveniences, for these southerns show far more of economy than we Northmen, who often waste a good strip of rich land on a park, which with its barren shrubs can only charm the eye. But here it is the fashion to build two walls between which you pass to the castle, without knowing in the least what is doing on your right and left. This passage begins generally with a grand portico, and sometimes with a vaulted hall, and ends with the mansion itself. But in order that the eye may not be entirely without relief between these by-walls, they are generally arched over and ornamented with scrolls and also with pedestals on which here and there a vase is placed. The flat surfaces are plastered, divided into compartments, and painted. The court is formed by a circle of one-storied cabins in which workpeople of all sorts reside, while the quadrangular castle towers over all. This is the sort of building which is here traditionally adopted, and which probably was the old form when the father of the present prince rebuilt the castle, not in the best, but still in tolerable taste. But the present possessor, without abandoning the general features of this style, gave free course to his humor and passion for the most ill-shapen and tasteless of erections. One would do him too much honor by giving him credit for even one spark of taste. We entered therefore the great hall which stands at the beginning of the property, and found ourselves in an octagonal loom of a breadth altogether disproportioned to its height, four vast giants, with modern spatterdashes, which had just been buttoned on support the cornice, on which directly meeting the eye as you enter is a representation of the Holy Trinity. The passage to the castle is broader than usual, the wall being converted into one continuous high socle, from which basement the strangest groups possible reach to the top, while in the spaces between them several vases are placed. The ugliness of these unshapely figures the bungling work of the most ordinary mason is increased by their having been cut out of a very crumbly muscheltufe, although perhaps a better material would have made the badness of the form still more striking to the eye. I used the word groups a moment ago, but I have employed a false term and most inappropriate one for anything here, for they are juxtapositions determined by no thought, but by mere arbitrary caprice. In each case three form the ornament of a square pedestal, their bases being so arranged as to fill up the space by their various postures. The principal groups have generally two figures which occupy the chief face of the pedestal, and then two are yet wanting to fill up the back part of the pedestal. One of a moderate size generally represents a shepherd or shepherdess, a cavalier, or a lady, a dancing ape, or a hound. Still, there is a vacant spot on the pedestal. This is generally held by a dwarfers. Indeed, in dull jokes, this sort of gentry usually play a conspicuous part. That we may not omit any of the elements of Prince Pelagia's folly, we give you the accompanying catalogue: men, beggars, male and female, Spanish men and women, Moors, Turks, hunchbacks, cripples of all sorts, strolling musicians, pulsinolos, soldiers in ancient uniforms, gods, goddesses, gentlemen in old French costumes, soldiers with cartouche boxes and gaiters, mythological personages with most ridiculous companions, Achilles and Charon, for instance, with punch animals, merely parts of them, heads of horses on human bodies, misshapen, apes, lots of dragons and serpents, all sorts of feet, under figures of all kinds, double-headed monsters and creatures with heads that do not belong to them, vases, all sorts of monsters and scrolls, which below end in the hollows and bases of vases. Palermo Castle of Count Pelagia. Just let anyone think of such figures furnished by wholesale, produced without thought or sense, and arranged without choice or purposely. Let him conceive to himself this socle, these pedestals, and unshapely objects in an endless series, and he will be able to sympathize with the disagreeable feelings which must seize every one whose miserable fate condemns him to run the gauntlet of such absurdities. We now approach the castle and are received into a semicircular forecourt. The chief wall before us, through which is the entrancedor, is in the castle style. Here we find an Egyptian figure built into the wall, a fountain without water, a monument, vases stuck around in no sort of order, statues designedly laid on their noses. Next we came to the castle court and found the usual round area enclosed with little cottages distorted into small semicircles, in order, forsooth, that there might be no want of variety. The ground is for the most part overgrown with grass. Here, as in the neighborhood of a church in ruins, are marble urns with strange scrolls and foliations collected by his father dwarfs, and other abortions of the later epoch, for which as yet fitting places have not been found. One even comes upon an arbor, propped up with ancient vases and stone scrolls of various shapes. The absurdities produced by such want of judgment and taste, however, are strikingly instanced by the fact that the window-sills in these cottages are without exception oblique and lean to one side or the other, so as to offend and violate all sense of the level and perpendicular, which are so indispensable in the human mind and form the foundation of all architectural propriety. And then again the edges of all the roofs are embellished with hydras and little busts, with choirs of monkeys playing music and similar conceits. Dragons alternate with deities, and Atlas, who sustains not the mundane sphere, but an empty wine-barrel. One hopes to escape from all this by entering the castle, which, having been built by the father, presents relatively a more rational appearance when viewed from the exterior. But in vain, for at no great distance from the door one stumbles upon the laurel-crowned head of a Roman emperor on the body of a dwarf, who is sitting astride on a dolphin. Now in the castle itself, of which the exterior gives hope of at least a tolerable interior, the madness of the prince begins again to rave. Many of the seats have lost their legs, so that no one can sit upon them, and if some appear to promise a resting place, the chamberlain warns you against them, as having sharp prickles beneath their satin-covered cushions. In all the corners are candelabras of porcelain china, which on a nearer view you discover to be cemented together out of different bowls, cups, saucers, Roman 100, Roman 100, not a corner, but some whim peeps out of it. Even the unequaled prospect over the promontory into the sea is spoiled by colored glass, which by its false lights gives either a cold or a fiery tint to the neighboring scenes. I must also mention a cabinet which is inlaid with old gold frames, cut in pieces, all the hundredfold carvings, all the endless varieties of ancient and modern, more or less dust-stained and time-injured gilding, closely huddled together, cover all the walls and give you the idea of a miniature lumber-room. To describe the chapel alone would require a volume. Here one finds the solution of the whole folly, which could never have reached such a pitch in any but a bigoted mind. How many monstrous creations of a false and misled devotion are here to be found, I must leave you to guess for yourself. However, I cannot refrain from mentioning the most outrageous. A carved crucifix is fastened flat to the roof, painted after nature, lacquered and gilded into the navel of the figure. Attached to the cross, a hook is screwed, and from the latter hangs a chain which is fastened to the head of a man, who in a kneeling and praying posture is suspended in the air, and like all the other figures in the church is painted and lacquered. In all probability, it is intended to serve as a type of the owner's unceasing devotion.